start with Peter, of course, and pray that everything responds because nothing's responding. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's bring everybody else we can onto the call, meaning Brendan and Aristides. We'll need them both, perhaps. And, of course, we had technical difficulties, and several different kinds, and we're streaming live. We're streaming live right now because I started the stream first before calling you. Figured there was no point in starting a few minutes late, and now we'll add these two. Okay, of course I responded to your emails, and hopefully you got those responses. And
yes, I did.
Excellent, good. So let's see if we can bring these two gentlemen on. And Aristides joined us, and here's what I'll have both of you gentlemen do: is let's have you both say hello and see if the online broadcasting software registers your voice.
Hello, can you hear me, Aristides?
Hello. Yes, I can, Peter.
Okay, you're both registering on the online broadcasting software. Let's see if that showed up in studio, because I started streaming before I... Okay, so Mark H. says we're sounding great. Thank you, Mark H. Bless you. And Sid says loud and clear. Thank you, Sid. Bless you. Okay, both of you gentlemen, appreciate you profoundly. And hopefully everyone will see that... we have very important Japanese and Chinese days. One is a holiday in my Taiwan, and one is a day of commemoration in Japan. So we're going to explain a little bit of both of those later. If we don't get to them in the opening hours, I'll certainly explain them in brief during the roundtable period or sometime towards the monologue. I want to thank everybody who's contributed. I haven't had a chance to thank everybody who has. Magic Mark, or rather Mark H, says Peter and Aristides are also loud and clear in Boston, so that's excellent. So that being said, I want everyone to know that when I came home early today specifically to sleep, when I'm at the Estates and I take, of course, preparations for the lessons seriously that I teach on days like tomorrow, which we will be entering tonight. We're going to be entering, of course, during transition. During transmission, we always transition into the next day. So unless we get cut off, which may very well happen on any given night. That hasn't happened in about maybe about 4 episodes, which is quite a streak. But certainly when I came home today, there was a blue unmarked utility truck loaded with tools and some son of a bitch sitting inside of it directly outside my door. And it did not say PG&E, so obviously it's a spy truck, and it's just loaded with shit. There's no private utility company or federal utility company that's going to be painted blue and look all utilitarian without some kind of symbol indicating that they're federal or some kind of local utilities monopoly like PG&E. Sheila Gavin says hello. Love you, Sheila. And let me respond with that, of course. And so when it comes to everything that I was dealing with, understand that, again, when I'm at the Estates, I have so much stimulation going on from various things, which we can go into later, but people know the general story behind that, I can sleep well, but I don't necessarily sleep that soundly. When I go home, then I can go all out and just basically die and reanimate, which I came home to do. Didn't spend nearly enough time dead like I wanted to. But I spent enough time where that goddamn utility truck should have been fucking gone. But the moment I opened the door to put out my food bin for my home delivered meals, which come every night every morning after transmission. But there's no point in putting it out any later in the night, like, say, take a break from transmission, like, say, when I go to refresh myself and putting the food bin out, because then I'm dealing with homeless people that are quite violent. When I describe this to V, for instance, that when I'm telling her, I'll be hosting my transmission at night and I can hear people rummaging through my empty food bin. And she says, "Are you sure that's not raccoons?" And I'm like, "No, honey, raccoons cannot possibly lift a closed lid on an ice chest because it's practically vacuum sealed. It takes a real human being with an opposable thumb to do that." So it's like, well, bears could do it because they would just lift the bin upside down and hang it upside down and shake it. But human beings are what lift these things, and I can hear them fumbling with it to see if there's something inside of it. And of course she was shocked, and she said, "That's Zombieland shit." Well, welcome to my world. I'm in a world full of violent homeless people that are always at the door. Now, I saw recent headlines that homelessness has gone way down in San Francisco because of Mayor London Breed. We have a black African-American mayoress who got in through the death of the Chinese mayor that we had. For those of you who don't know, though, I believe she was voted in after that. Hard for me to remember. I'd have to look back. I know she originally got in secession-wise, like Dianne Feinstein did, not through being voted in at all, but through secession when the original mayor who was voted in died. There's a whole assassination story behind that, but we can go into that another time. We don't need to go into that right now. But my gang brother Beaver and I peripherally knew, we were acquainted with. Beaver went to school with the man who became mayor of San Francisco, the Chinese guy. And we warned him, of course, that of everything that was coming. And that's a whole nother story. We're not going to go into that right now. But the point is that when I was looking at this headline, Mayoress London Breed's aggressive anti-homeless campaign lowers the homelessness problem in the city. It wasn't London Breed, people. It was the fact that we've got record low temperatures every fucking night. So the other night when I was sitting here covered in blankets, I've got a choice between sweating or freezing. Basically what happened was it was 24 degrees. Okay, that's everybody who was homeless is dead. They're dying. There's nobody out there because they're freezing to death or they're drowning. We're under atmospheric rivers that are literally causing the coastline to erode before our eyes. So it's just bad over here. So when it comes to this, I did not welcome the sight of what I knew was some goddamn Fed or NSA agent outside my door, because that's what it fucking was. There's nobody else that would sit there for hours in their truck doing absolutely nothing in a utility truck loaded up with tools that's unmarked, but painted blue so it looks businesslike or utilitarian. And the guy just sat there. And of course, when I was coming home, went to sleep, or basically died, reanimated about 4 to 6 hours later, and put out the food bin, he's still there. Just sat there in front of my door, sitting there in his truck, doing nothing. I mean, we could all wish for that kind of job. So when he finally saw me putting out the food bin, he entered something into his cell phone and then drove off. And after that, my electric blanket died. Now, whether there's any connection there or not, I don't think they could do that. But yeah, that's now what I had to do was take some spare electric blankets and I folded up inside of them, wrapped, I turned myself into a burrito. But I need the Brookstone electric blanket queen size. So I need one right away. So just letting people know, I'll call V, of course, to send another one. And hopefully she'll do that. And so I'll call her in the morning with that or send her an email, even, while we're hosting the show. So, but in the meantime, I've got this jury-rigged affair where I'm wrapped up in electric blankets and, one side's heating me from one blanket, one side's heating me from another. This is obviously not ideal. And basically the only thing holding them together is the table stand, this little pink... what is she? The thumbnail fairy from Disneyland. Anyhow, that's what.
Tinkerbell?
Tinkerbell! It's a Tinkerbell tray is what holds up the screen, and that was purchased by Laura Lee Solomon and Holly Kaditis Kiefer because, they're just vicious, and they just said, fairies for a cross-dresser. That's just so charming of them, and just the kind of people you'd expect. So at any rate, it is practical, and it holds up the screen in front of me in a practical manner. It's what's keeping the blankets together. So that's the bare outline of what I had to contend with to get the show started. Such being said, everything else seems to be stable enough, and we're gonna turn it over to Peter Moon in a heartbeat. I can't think of anything else immediately to review other than what I already have. Oh yes, of course, the usual admonition. Our numbers are building up already, so may I, of course, remind all of you to hit the upvote. We're going to bring on Aristides for his usual explanation of how that works. Hello to John. I'm going to give him a welcome aboard signal because, of course, we always appreciate new people joining us. And, of course, new subscriptions. I can't even pronounce it right now. At any rate, Aristides, let everyone know what you find to be the most practical way to provide us as many upvotes as possible, and just to remind people of the morality behind this in case people have any sense of the fact that they might be morally reticent to provide multiple upvotes to a single channel. Understand this, our enemy, as soon as we start transmission, hits us with multiple downvotes. And I mean like dozens, if not scores of downvotes, at least. And this is what keeps us off searches. And YouTube, of course, has a retarded popularity aggregate in which they disseminate links on the internet, make them available, put up notifications of them for people to see randomly. The more so, the more popular you are. So it's like the more power you have and the more money you can purchase. And you can purchase subscriptions, by the way. There are empty channels which you can purchase subscriptions to. We know because there are people stalking us, our gang stalkers, who have done this. And one in particular that I was informed of by Brendan Zogit, who simply did that to equal my subscription numbers, which are all hard-earned and regular visitors. And all of you regular visitors know by now, the new ones may not, that Stephen Outrim is a multimillionaire who was supposedly an information technology specialist, but all he did was start one of these early, very primitive software companies called Sausage Software, which shows you where his brain was at. And he was, of course, sold short because he got insider trading info from Michael Aquino because he was a member of his Temple of Set. And he basically made $70 million and quote-unquote retired. That's how you know he wasn't a real IT guy, because the guys like Steve Jobs and all these other guys, they can't stop. No matter how much money they make, they just have to stay involved with the industry because that's all they know. That's their life. It's what they live, eat, and breathe. But this guy, his life is stalking Douglas Dietrich. So fortunately, he's cheap as fuck. And so he purchases these cheap Autobots, and they hit us with downvotes. And conceivably by the hundreds, from what I have been told by some people who seem to be in the know about the situation. So the only combat that we can wage against this is through you, and we need you to hit as many upvotes as possible. It could be through different IP addresses once you have different channels set up. Try both. Because your PC, your laptop, your cell phone, your tablet, they all might have a different IP address, and that could help. But Aristides is going to give you the basics on what has helped him in regards to this situation. So Aristides, please, your usual. Thank you.
Sure. Yes. From what I've seen, you have to be logged into YouTube, have a YouTube account, which isn't hard, I'm sure, to provide an upvote. And what you can do once you have a YouTube account is create sub-accounts or sub-channels. You just go to your little symbol in the upper right, and it's got a menu, and you can go to switch account, and then you can go to add account. So you're creating various sub-identities to your main channel, but each of those should be capable of an upvote on its own. So and that's what I've done from one single computer. So I've switched between and just hit the upvote again, and you can do it that way.
Bless you. Thank you so much, Aristides. Such a beautiful voice, too, and we'll train him how to use it. We'll train him how to use it more. So, dear Peter, it's all yours now. Nothing else in particular I can think of at the moment, though I'm sure other things will arise organically. And all in all, I think we got a lot of reasons to be optimistic and positive about everything in general, despite, little inconveniences here and there. Of course, they're not little. Literally, for me, just so people understand this, the electric blankets, they're not a comfort zone thing. This is life or death because I have no heat. So I am effectively one with the homeless, barely a step above them, like, barely above the curb between what they experience in this hellhole, this crypt that I live in. Granted, like I said, I could sleep well in it because I essentially die and reanimate because, it's so cold, it's what you do. But that being said, hopefully V will respond by mailing a Brookstone. Of course, all of you who contribute other electric blankets, it's not like they're not used. I burn through them extraordinarily quickly. So I'm going to be, burning through the next Brookstone in as quick a time as I did this one, which is, maybe about a few months. Because whenever I'm home, they're on. Just on. They don't go off. There's no heat. So it's basically, it's between the restroom, the kitchen, and the bed where I work on or sleep on. I'm like a prostitute in the sense that I sleep and work in the same bed, okay? This is prostitution taken to a whole new level, and it is what it is. And what I prostitute is my geopolitical information and whatever experiences that I've had in life, which are profound and, of course, deeply disturbing and have impacted me tremendously. Now, I noticed Brandon Young is not in the chat. Sheila Gavin sends her hearts and she says, "Hi, Peter. Hi, Aristides. And hello back to you, honey." The one thing that I would like to do if Brandon comes on later during the roundtable, because he's been coming on a lot lately, I don't know if he'll come on again because we don't know about his behavior. It's very erratic. There is something that I definitely want to share with him, and that is the fact that aside from his other behavior, which has been very disturbing, he comes on my show after not being on for months, and basically preaches not just Satanism, which I really wouldn't have a problem with. A lot of people who understand the complexity of my cosmology would understand why I say that. I really don't have a problem with Satanism. I have a problem with the Edomites and the anti-gods and their cults that were warned of by H.P. Lovecraft in particular as the most accessible source for most people to get a grasp of the concept. And he comes up preaching Temple of Set. He comes up preaching Temple of Set and saying how the people just like us, while promoting a bunch of anti-Chinese, or sinophobic is the correct term, sinophobic propaganda from the Temple of Set about something that's physically impossible, like shellless turtles. We don't need to go into that. But beyond that, then promotes Chinese communist propaganda through various novels. Then talks about his involvement with someone who was the young lover of a famous author who is homosexual and quite the misogynist and wrote a bunch of novels about cannibalizing females. All of this behavior is disturbing, but beyond that was his usual, of course, line of flat delivery for jokes that, of course, are not funny. So this is behavior that I would like to explain to him because I never have a chance to speak to him privately. I'd like to explain to him publicly, and like all our listeners to know, that first off, there was an element of his behavior that I always found disturbing. One of it was that he never allowed me in the old days from the very beginning to post on his timeline. Because he said, "Oh, I'm infiltrating all the Temple of Set, and I'm infiltrating Jimmy Church, and I'm infiltrating all these dark cultists who are Edomites, and I don't want them to know I'm affiliated with you." Now, of course, that was an insane position, because everyone knows he's affiliated with me, because we came on with our dear Amanda Yu, and he, along with Amanda Yu and I, in triplicate, made certain that it was on record that we were threatened by Stephen Outram. And as a result, he was known to be affiliated with me. So the idea that he was somehow trying to hide this while quote-unquote investigating them, he's just gotten deeper and deeper into this darkness, he is consumed by this now. And here's the other issue that is problematic. I, of course, have post-traumatic stress disorder, and I've explained to everyone before that's a mental injury, a psychological injury that physiologically impacts you and actually deforms your brain. So one of the reasons that I was able to qualify for SSDI was because my psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, a severe burn victim from a napalm attack in Vietnam, launched by the Americans, of course, a victim of American imperialism, if you will. She made certain that my images were available for the judge to review, and the frontal lobe of my brain is deformed by complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So yeah, I suffer the same as somebody who's lost a limb. It's never going to heal. It's never going to change. You can do things to try and alter the symptoms, as you can do with a mechanical limb, but the baseline issue is always there. And so this is a psychological injury that physically impacts myself and impacts how I process, and therefore impacts how I behave, which is why I have to adjust my behavior. And I believe that, comparatively speaking, I'm fairly well adjusted, considering. Such being said, what our man, just like Amanda Yu, who suffered an assassination attempt because of myself, Brendan Zogin emphasized this because of all he's going through because of myself. Just as Amanda Yu has suffered what she did, an assassination attempt that almost killed her because of myself and literally caused her enormous pain for years, that collaterally almost killed her again. So too, our man Brandon Young suffered an assassination attempt that injured his brain to the point where he was in a coma for a period of time. Now, he was comatic for over a week, and when he recovered, he never really recovered. Now, Peter Moon often refers to the fact that he has a brain injury he's contending with. This is no longer an injury. An injury implies that something can heal. What Brandon Young has is brain damage. And he is brain damaged enough where he has expressive aphasia. Now, I've expressed this to him, and I don't think it goes through. A person he should be talking to is Nemo Albano. Nemo Albano suffered a horrendous vehicular incident that almost took his life and wound up not contending with rehabilitation at a time that he should have. And for those of you who don't know, Nemo Albano has atrophied musculature in his legs. So he literally has a leg that is atrophied to a kind of uselessness. It's almost vestigial. This is because he did not contend with rehabilitation at time near the accident that he should have. I don't know what went on with rehabilitation with Brandon Young, but I can tell you this much. He has brain damage to an extent where he needs to be getting some kind of treatment now. It's no longer a case of healing. It's a case of mitigating the symptoms and mitigating further degeneration. Because his biggest problem is he can't stop telling stupid jokes with a flat affect that is not only not funny, people find it incredibly offensive. It's just like, it's like inappropriate laughter when you're... Social
inappropriateness, or at worst, social retardation.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Peter now. So, Peter, take it from here, and the stage is yours for... Yeah, take it. Thank you.
Yeah, and, you know, both Douglas and I have actually liked Brandon very much.
Yeah.
And that's the sadness of what happens. And as they say, when the consciousness goes out, and this can be what happens with drugs or alcohol, that's why they call alcohol spirits. The spirits come in, and the person is no longer working for themselves. They're serving some other entity.
Yes.
Whether it be Edomites or whatever. But I would also say, with regards to Satanism, it's a perfect gateway, quote unquote, drug to Edomites.
Yes, true.
It is, but as is so much of the occult, because, you know, the interesting thing, I don't think it can be called interesting, the fact of the matter with occultism is it's the unknown. It's the hidden aspects of the mind and the brain, which you're quote unquote not supposed to know about. And then when you begin to find out about them, there are all these built-in censorship issues that if you don't know where you're going, you get consumed. This is what my book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which I read the prologue to, or the back cover, which is very hard-hitting, has even caused some people to burn the book, which they're actually, that book's also written to weed out people who shouldn't read the book.
Yes.
It gives warning, get the hell out of here. I don't want you reading this book
Yeah.
if you can't, flow with it.
And if they're burning it, it's the highest compliment.
Oh, especially when you consider who might be. That's all well and fine. But I want to say something that I've underestimated, because Douglas comes on here frequently and talks about the trucks or the poles outside of his house, and generally I haven't had that problem in many years. I have had similar problems, but never to the extent he did, and most of it was in an era when they dealt with all of this stuff much differently, from the days of the black helicopters to, they were much more uptight in those days. But now it's with Douglas's stuff, they're still uptight about that. It's very directed. But what I realized today, because we had two things to point out. We had our World Genesis Foundation meeting today, first one in a while, and where we start to talk about, we start to begin to get serious about Atlanticron and planning it out, which most of that's done on the Romanian end. But I've been sort of like off with my friend Heather Anderson, David's wife, because she hadn't been answering my emails. I said, oh, well, she's busy. And then I found out my emails to me and one other person are getting ricocheted back to her. They're not delivered.
Ah.
So I finally got through. She got through to me. She can't get through to me. And I said, wow. So, as I said, anytime she did get through to me on an alternative email. And so it looks like my typical emails to her are being blocked. But what this raises to question is, are my emails to David getting blocked? I don't send him emails anymore, because I tend to think they haven't been, but I can't underestimate that.
Right.
So, we've got to, as they say, things are like in the sleeping range for my trip to Romania. Sleep. It's time to wake up. She sounded totally in the doldrums about it, although she'll come. I mean, as far as not our journey to Atlanticron, but about certain other things that we planned about and talked about in great detail. So anyway, that's my own immediate conspiracy issue. I will also say, give a self-promotion here today. I mentioned that we had football this morning. We had to get up extra early because of the clock change.
Yes.
And so anyway, we played 2 games. Our team, we won the first week. We won 2 games, lost none. Last week we lost 3, won none. This week we won 2. So we're out there having a lot of fun. And I went in for this play, and it would have been a touchdown, but the quarterback threw it way over my head. It was impossible to catch. So I go to the sideline after that play, and their best player comes over to me, and he wants to talk to me, and I think, did I do something wrong? Did I do something inappropriate? you know, because why else is he coming over to talk to me? And he introduces himself, and he says, "I just want you to know I'm really impressed that you're out here playing, you know." And then I told him how old I was. I told him 71. He just like his head jerked back. He couldn't believe I was that old. I said, "How old are you?" He goes, 31. And I'm 40 years older than him.
Wow.
And he said, "I want to be out here like you. I really want to be out here like you. Wow, wow, wow." And I said, well, I told him about Qigong and how I got involved, and I really want to. He says, "Oh, we got this other guy over here." I said, "Yeah, he's way younger than I am. He's probably about 8 years, 6 years, 7 years younger, and he looks about, 20 years older than I do." So it's like, and it's like, it was really nice. I was also able to outmaneuver probably what I call their second best player. I flipped around him and, kind of surprised him and everybody. And they later said after the game, he said, that's where the turning point when I turned around him. So I had a good day. And I told this guy, I said, I want to get better. When the weather breaks, I can get out and run more. It's been very hard to get out, a lot of rain and stuff. So I'm 71 years old, and I'm trying to improve. There are definite things to improve. There's just a little bit of what you'd say acuity and quickness that what I could, I guess what you'd say, acquire. So much for, this is the fun and the games of Qigong. I'm doing a lot of healing right now. I would also comment that back when I, was playing some, even when Paula first arrived here, maybe before I would go out there and wear a back brace. When I say a back brace, one of these things you wrap around, no metal attached. I would do a wraparound back brace, and I had a hard time going down the stairs because of my hips. In other words, I was not in prime physical condition. I was probably a little quicker back then on the football field, but I would still go out and play. And I'd always feel better after I played. But there were times, when I could not walk down the stairs. I'd walk down one step at a time, like some old person. It didn't mean I couldn't run, but it was just that my hips. And through doing daily Qigong for years, there's certain aspects of it, which exercises I was taught and have taught to others, it just makes my back so, like, I don't have back problems. I don't have back problems. And this is just like, wow. Because I saw one of my Facebook friends has really bad arthritis. I'm going to try and find him a real Chinese acupuncturist if I can.
Yes.
Because a lot of these acupuncturists don't work.
True.
Because they're Western trained. They're not trained in Asia. So but the thing is with arthritis, you have to move. You have to move. You just like a car has oil, the moving parts, and the car's got to move. You just can't let your car sit for 2 years. You've got to let it circulate. Your body has to circulate. Exercise, even if you're walking, is incredibly good exercise. So I just want to stress that for everybody, and we'll see how far I can last. But, and as I said, I'm going through a lot of healing right now. Yonda Ashley's going to be with us this Wednesday.
Excellent.
She's going to come out early.
Wonderful.
Which much to my delight, I invited her to come out early. I'm going to take her to dinner, and she's going to do a healing on me.
Wow.
You know, I talked the last week how she had healed my leg, which was like one time the muscles were separated. I'm sitting there watching them knit back together while she's doing it.
Incredible.
And she's, and then she's going to go to work on you when we get online.
Wonderful.
That's why she's coming, because of the discussion we had. So we're moving into some good times astrologically. Venus is coming into Aries, Aries is the sign of war, being ruled by Mars.
Yes.
And when Venus comes in, she pacifies Mars, martial energy. This bodes well for peace in the Mideast, peace in the Ukraine. And I know, we talked about you getting not apoplectic, but apocalyptic
Yes.
in the last show. But because like all the stress points that are actually going on. But there's some motivations for Biden to do everything he can to calm things down, what it can, or because it'll make him look good for the election if he becomes the peace president. Putin could possibly be motivated to calm things down in hopes that Trump would get elected.
Right.
Or in hopes that, I don't know why he would, but or maybe stir things up, maybe give Biden a hard time if he wants Trump in there. I don't know. But it's such a mess. The whole thing's a messy situation. Now I'm going to talk. We'll go into the apocalypse a little bit here, but first I want to state some things that I was recently witness to. I had spoken last time about how they were ramping up the BS on the UFOs,
right?
By dragging out. Who was it they drug out?
Sheehan.
Sheehan, yeah. And they're dragging out other people in him. But now Tucker Carlson just released an interview yesterday with this guy. I don't know his name. I don't want to know his name. Who testified before Congress on UAPs.
Oh, right. Hey, H or something. He has some. It's not H like Mark H, but it's some kind of, almost Germanic sounding name. Like you said, it's best left forgotten. But go on.
Well, yeah, and he's acting so earnest, and Tucker is so, looking so gullible, and saying I've had an interest in this topic for a long time, and he's talking about, I can tell you this, but I can't for the, the sake of national security, and it's like, he's practically putting his hand over head. I'm not going to betray our country, and he talks about people who can disappear, but
this is, it's all offensive. It's just so fucking offensive for someone.
Yeah, it is offensive, and the question becomes: is what do they know? What part are they knowingly playing in this, and what part of it is ignorance? And where is the dividing line? That's my only sort of spectator interest. But, they don't bring in the paradigm of Satanism and censorship and Satanism, or censorship and, this is what it's all about. And they're talking about censorship. Why? Tucker's saying, why is it secret? Why is it secret? I mean, and it's like, are there biological entities that are non-human entities in these recovered craft? Yes. Well, this is according to the experts. They say yes. They could be squid that the Japanese were eating.
Yes.
It's like I don't know.
That Italian chick who was working with all this literally took photographs from the Texas crash of fish bones, literally fish bones that she was saying were somehow indicative of aliens. But go on.
Yes, Amy Jacobson's name appeared also with that guy. I forgot to tell you, with Sheehan. Amy Jacobson appears,
Right.
but he kind of tore apart her thesis on
that's what's so sad. That's what's so sad is that she, for just for what it's worth, she is truly a victim, and she's just they basically intimidated her, combined with probably a bribe. Both the velvet glove and the iron fist beneath it. But they got her to do what she did, which we can go into another time. It might arise organically, the full story behind it, but they did that to her just so people like Sheehan could bring her up to tear her apart. And this is this is her destiny from this point forward. This is her fate, and it's sad. But go on, please, Peter. Yes.
Well, precisely, exactly. So, and they're basically there's this bill going before that we want the people to know, and it's just such BS. It's like they're coming to the forefront. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is, as they say, with Venus coming to Aries, not Venus. I said Venus coming into Aries. Venus is coming into Pisces. It will come into Aries later. Venus in Pisces is love. Venus loves to be in Pisces because in Pisces, it's the ocean. There are no boundaries. So Venus has no boundaries, and it's exalted in Pisces. And so we've got, Yonda's coming not only into your life, but into my life to, deliver her healing energy. And there's some other good prospect I'm not going to mention, you don't know about it.
Great.
Because it hasn't, I have to work with that. But it's good energy coming in.
Understood.
And then I did tell you about this one woman who I will not mention.
Right.
Who, not yet, we'll probably have her on at some point. I had a discussion with her. She was very interested in the Radu series. She's a media figure. And I had a surprisingly good conversation with her, which I told Douglas that. I'm not going to mention her name. When I did mention him to him after the last transmission, he knew her. And Douglas, what she said about you. And so I wanted to steer our whole conversation towards my work with Douglas.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Because this is what I want and need to promote. The Radu books are very popular. They're very exciting. But she totally was in league with me because
Excellent.
She had met Douglas many years ago, and what she said to you about you, she said, you were so, what's the word? Soft and gentle, and very educated / sophisticated on a level that, people generally aren't. But they were so gentle. I said, yeah, he is. I said, but he grew up in a horror zone, and it's amazing you could be that way because I know you, and I know you are, and so it's like you haven't lost that despite all of the trauma you've been through. And she really resonated with that, and she had great sympathy for your story. She really didn't know. The whole picture of the ROSWELL thing. So she's already ordered the book.
Excellent.
And I sent her a electronic copy to start on it early because I had sent her the newsletters I'd written about the art elect.
Oh wow.
And she didn't know Aquino was dead. I sent her the article on that.
Okay.
And so, I really, truly believe in my heart of hearts that she gets it. As she doesn't live all that far from you, she says, "Oh, I'd love to, she mentioned I'm not going to mention on the air, a very specific place she'd like to take you to dinner or lunch where all of this Asian business takes place.
Wow.
Okay. I will tell you where that is afterwards.
Yes.
So I don't want people going there. And
thank you.
and they got the kitchen has sushi. It's human sushi. And then she says, well, but then I said, I have definite security concerns about Douglas. And she says, oh, well, that's not a problem. I said, well, no, but it could be a problem. So, she kind of got that. So, you'll work this out with her.
Yes.
And, hire Beaver as security if needed. But I don't necessarily think that'll be necessary. But yeah, so that was very good, and I truly believe she gets it, and she can help us propel and circulate this information, because her mission is to bring information and make it accessible to people in whatever genre she's working in.
Yes.
She seems to have a lot of correspondences with my work, but then again, as I tell her, with some of this stuff, it's like with the 24th gene pair, what do you do with it? How do you when you sit on the pot and grunt, and that's comical and humorous, but that's sort of a harmonic joke of making the lower chakras ignite the flame that goes upward. Actually, most people don't go to the bathroom correctly. They should squat.
Yes.
Should go out. Well, I don't know if they should go out in their backyard. In the olden days, you go squat. You can get a stool to put under your.
That's right. But just so people know, my parents taught me this from the days of Taiwan. So there's an Asian way of doing it. Yes, go on. Yes. And we have stools. That's I'm still used to using that stool. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Well, it's good for your bowels and good for your health and all of that sort of thing. I'm just sort of learning. My colon therapist, reminded me of it. Of course, I'd heard it well. Yeah. So the I feel a good energy coming in that will pour some Aquarian water into your chakras, healing water.
Great.
And so, and so as for tomorrow, Douglas, if I don't get up in the morning, because I don't know what my sleep will be.
Understood.
I like when I'm not doing the show, I like to go to sleep by 10 o'clock. I'm learning how to do that. It's very good for sleeping. This is a Qigong thing, sleep between 10 and 2.
Yes.
And I kind of do that, and then I get disrupted by doing the show. So my sleep becomes a little wacky.
Right.
But if I'm not down here at 9 o'clock, by 9 o'clock, feel free to phone me.
Okay.
Because I will get the phone.
Okay.
But
9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It would be 6 o'clock when you get off the air.
Yeah. Thank you.
6 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
We're now on daylight.
That's right.
Savings time.
Yeah.
I prefer the old time.
Of course. Oh God. Yeah.
So be it. I prefer real time.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, there's all kinds of psychological and neurological arguments against daylight saving time, and of course, we're trapped in a dystopian nightmare where
people mention on Facebook, how does this come from? And I tell them, and they don't respond.
Of course not. They just tune out. It's like, you know, they want to know, but when you explain it to them, then they tune out. It's just they, you know, they really don't want to know. That's really what it comes down to.
It goes into the complications of the insanity of the world.
Thank you.
And the world is complicated, and it's infinitely complicated.
Thank you.
And what we want is, at least as an individual, simplicity is really good.
Yes.
And I think if I was, if I got on Radu's the mind amplifier technology he uses, and you know, go in and ask these inner Earth computers, ask it a question: what happens to hoarders after they die? Hoarders.
Yeah.
No, not this is not directed towards you.
Understand.
What is all that stuff? What happens with all that stuff? You know, somebody's got to come and throw it all in the garbage or do whatever they do with it.
That's pretty much what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, but what happens to them karmically?
You mean, do they carry all that baggage with them karmically? Yeah.
I don't know.
I think in a sense they might, or in a sense they might drop it all, realize that none of it, you know, goes with them, you know, once they're in the new condition, so to speak. When you brought up the daylight saving, what was the thing that brought to mind? It brought something to mind that I was going to mention without going into the insanity of everything in any great depth, but oh, well, I'll remember it later. Continue with everything that you're saying and whatever else was coming to my mind. I'm sure it'll emerge.
Well, yeah, it's whatever it is. And we're living in the world today, March 10th.
Yes.
And new moon.
Yes.
It's a new moon today.
Yes.
So it's a good time to start new projects.
Yes.
Think of new projects, or to affirm old ones.
Right.
Like, let's reinvigorate this, which is, you know, what I'm trying to do with the ROSWELL book.
Yes.
There's also something I found out that Whitney Webb put out. Oh, she did an interview with someone who's really into Bitcoin, the Bitcoin channel. But it was a younger woman, and you see that people are, you know, they talk very frankly about, you know, the government has no credibility, and you know, this is not a person who's, I mean, they're very pro Bitcoin, seeing it as a possible solution. And so they're interviewing Whitney Webb, and Whitney Webb was very interesting because, of course, for those of you who don't know Whitney Webb is, she's kind of bills herself as a journalist who uses mainstream sources to kind of document the shenanigans going on in the world. She does a very good job, very thorough, very comprehensive. But she talked a little bit about her growing up. You know, she lived between Florida and North Carolina. In North Carolina, she studied religion. She didn't call it theology. And I think she had 2 degrees. One was, I think, a master's degree, but it was in theology. I forget what the other one, or not theology, but religion. And they kind of like tried to pigeonhole into what she should study, because she studied how, God, what was it about stuff, you know, how what's that? I think that group called The Family.
Right.
And how,
that's right.
And how there was some, I forget what it was a Christian cult, but these people funded people in Southeast Asia. I think it was Indonesia. There was all sorts of shenanigans over there, and it was like all of this, like, and it's like she's just going through mainstream sources. Very interesting. Her book is worth reading. I don't know what it's going to do for you at the end of it, except, you know, more shenanigans going on in the world.
Right.
But what she kind of just got into, what was her? She ended up moving to South America. I thought she moved to South America to escape. She moved to South America because she was managing land. You know, and she was managing land, and I think she has her own property down there in Chile, or Chile. Like, we call it Chile, they call it Chile.
That's true.
Chile.
Yes.
But since she said something very interesting, and I've always been interested in the connection between Roy Cohn and Donald Trump, and she's gone into that pretty deeply. But what she said that, and you can check this out, there's some stuff on the website, mintpressnews.com, shocking origins Jeffrey Epstein blackmail Roy Cohn, C-O-H-N. She talks about how Roy Cohn was very much aligned with this liquor magnate. She mentions Samuel Bronfman, who's the head of Seagram's, his son Edgar Bronfman, and who's this guy? Louis Rosenthal. Louis Rosenthal was like a bootlegger, as was Bronfman. And in bootlegging, they became connected to the mob. And then when liquor became legitimate, those mob connections continued. But part of particularly Rosenthal, and this goes back into, long time, where they're basically having parties, sexual parties, and they're accumulating blackmail information.
Orgies.
Orgies, yeah. And, eventually, Hoover comes into their realm and strong connections to Hoover. But Roy Cohn was part of this blackmailing thing well before he got involved with McCarthy or Hoover. So and some of this stuff came out in testimony, corroborated in testimony by Meyer Lansky's wife in the 1970s. But one of the things she was saying, well, first off, they used to use the Plaza Hotel in Manhattan for these orgy parties. Donald Trump bought the Plaza Hotel, turned it into the Trump Plaza, which people have probably heard of. This is different than Trump Tower. Got different buildings. Trump Tower is where he lives. But this is where they had the orgy. So Trump bought that. He also bought Khashoggi, the famous arms dealer. He bought his yacht where they had these sex parties and human trafficking of underage people. So Trump purchased the yacht. It doesn't mean he was involved. It doesn't mean he was not involved. But anyway, it was a very interesting thread that she goes down into some of these corners. And then, of course, as these blackmailing industry goes forward, it ties into this guy from Victoria's Secret and then into Epstein.
Of course.
Epstein was handpicked. So this is the forward. She just goes into sources that are mainstream and documents it. She's, her acumen for the occult just doesn't seem to be there. That's just not, she's more theological, and or religion, and some religionists don't really, they go into Satan sort of theoretically.
Right.
Or humanistically rather than politically or pragmatically. So when I look at any of these people, I say, this is, what's missing here. What's missing here. I'm also going to stir up your memory and see if you and or with the help of the Artilect can dig this one up. I asked you this question once before, but now I can frame it better. Long time ago, probably in 2010, when I was writing my play script for the movie I did at Atlanticron called My Kentucky Cousin, which is in the White Bat. That play was about the 24th gene pair. But I became fascinated with Kentucky, and that happened earlier when I found out there was, Kentucky used to be called Transylvania.
Right.
And this is during the time of Daniel Boone. He called it Transylvania, as they went into the Cumberland Gap. There's a Transylvania County today in North Carolina, which was part of that country. So based upon trying to figure out the connection between the two locales, that's what the play was about, and I included the 24 gene pair. However, I got interested in the name of Kentucky, Tuck. You can construe it as Cayenne or cyan, which is cyan blue, as in this is because it does go into the blue race, porphyria,
right.
all that sort of thing.
Right. For people who don't know, there's several different strains of people who appear almost blue or considered blue people in the hill regions of the Americas due to certain kinds of genetic conditions and as well as other factors. Back to Peter. Yeah.
Exactly. That's a whole subject that I've gone into in the Montauk Book of the Living. But now here I was revisiting it, and I'm going and looking at the etymology of Kentucky, and but it was during this time that I guess you might call it, well, I don't know if you call it anime, but it was a Japanese cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
And it was done, how the Japanese kind of tell their stories with almost melancholy sobriety.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a fairy tale. There's a sobriety in the way they tell their stories.
There can be. It depends, of course, on what kind of narrative is being conveyed. But go on. Yes.
Yeah, and they were basically telling this story, and it was like, it was like, it's as if they were describing the prince of Japan.
Mm-hmm.
The special, and it was all this control, or not control, but concern. And it was a young boy, and they called him the Kentucky.
Okay.
And it was all this fuss, like he was the Crown Prince Messiah, the Kentucky. And I asked you if you had heard of it, and you said, no, I never heard of it. They were talking about you.
Interesting.
They were talking about you. I never forgot it. And the Kentucky, and then I kind of put it together. It's like Kon-Tiki. It's
interesting.
Like, and Kon-Tiki, Khan is the same as Cohen, as in Cohen priest or Genghis Khan. It all comes, and there's also in Romania Mount Koyan is how we pronounce it. Koyan.
Mm-hmm.
It's spelled, generally Khogian. It's the same alliteration as Koyan. It's like the Mount Meru, the mystical mountain that doesn't have physical existence, and they might argue about this mountain is Mount Kogian or whatever, but it's a mystical mountain. And Prince Kon-Tiki, Kentucky. But there is some cartoon out there, and I don't remember how they spelled it, but it was like the Kentucky. is how they said it in English, the Kantaki.
Okay.
And it was like, this was the biggest prize in, I don't know if it was medieval Japan or what Japan it was. It was just a Japanese cartoon. And it's not easy for me to get or stay interested in a Japanese cartoon.
Right, right.
But I did, for whatever reason. And I think because they were using this name. And I stuck with it, and I watched it for X amount of time.
Wow.
I said, what the hell are they talking about it? They could never find out anything about it. I haven't been able to retrieve the cartoon. I probably don't even get that channel anymore.
If we spoke about it to Brendan Zoget, he would probably be able to follow up on that with better. He's so familiar with the anime. He's such a fan of it that he'd probably have a better chance of finding it. Maybe even Nemo Albano could help with that. It might take a few more, hints, hashtags, so to speak, of the subject matter. But it sounds like something that, we'll bring it up with them later and see what they come up with. But yeah, go on. Yes,
yeah. Because as they say, if the Japanese have some, crown jewel that has more information to offer than Douglas, please have them contact me. Of course, most of the Japanese that I'm exposed to are very much industrious, kind of doing their thing. They're not going to necessarily branch into this area. And as you say, you would say probably to the degree they do, they're not going to talk about it.
Yes.
But, it's a very busy race, they're very busy. What can I say?
Yeah.
So, and this field that we're in is rare, to say the least.
Yes.
Most people don't belong here, or most. If I go back to the 60s, they would refer to the straight world.
Yes.
And now the unstraight world has become straight. I mean, the Grateful Dead back in those days were the epitome of unstraight.
Right.
Now they've become straight.
Yes.
Bohemian Grove straight.
Yes.
Sir Paul McCartney. It's like, okay. So that was one thing I wanted to bring up, and we will roll back to that. Now we'll go address the apocalypse, because you were mention all of this stuff that's going on politically, which is it's kind of like the Lord of the Rings when everything's centering on Mount Doom,
Yes.
And it's like, this is the final battle. And but yeah, I was getting to see, and I mentioned it to you, and you said to bring it up, that I said, this is your experience with the Vox Arca kicking in, because the Vox Arca is, reference to the apocalypse.
Yes.
Because it's stirring up all of these ancient ones, this ancient grimoire that's designed to discombobulate the world.
Yes.
And the Defense Department / government is afraid of you because you, on an occult level, they're afraid you might unleash it.
Yes.
On them.
Yes.
And they probably feel that they are worthy of this recoil.
Yes. Yes.
What's now, of course, interesting, when they talk about censorship with Tucker Carlson, they don't go into the National Security Agency, because, of course, that would be breaking national security. We can't expose the Satanists or the Edomites because that would be breaking national security.
Yes.
This is the absurdity of it. Oh, we're protecting national security. It's like they're talking as if there's some, head, some detached head in the White House, like the movie Invaders from Mars. It's like directing Biden. That head wouldn't be so stupid. Although all of its minions of that head were just, they really were automatons, and even the people they took over weren't thinking straight.
Right.
They were following orders. Just following orders of the head Martian. So, but that's kind of what happens with people like Tucker Carlson. If they're not implanted, they have a virtual implant. Yes. Where they stick to a certain paradigm of quote unquote logic. He said, of course this, and of course we have to dismiss this. We can't. No. There's nobody who shredded documents or burned documents at the Pentagon or at the Presidio. No. Like, it's just like they're automatically going to denial because, first off, it's such an outrageous proposition that somebody who was doing what you're doing, who did in your life, it's like, like the guy at the Chamber of Commerce in Long Island said to me when I told him about what I was doing with Preston Nicholas. He says, "Where do you dig these people up?" Because I told him all this stuff. He wasn't denying what I said. He said, "Where do you dig these people up?" And so it's like, yes, it's not. I don't fit in at a dinner table as a guest if I'm speaking what I do for a living. In fact, my dentist asked me that the other day. What he said, I said something to him, and I go, "You don't want to ask." I said something about something, and I said, "You don't want to ask." And I told him a little bit about you. I said, "Oh, yeah, I'm working with this guy, burned government documents." I think I brought up something about the Biden because he's a really good doctor, and I really like him. And I was talking about I think the speech that Biden gave.
Yeah, State of the Union. Yes.
Yeah, it was really coherent. He didn't make any, he didn't really flub anything. I'm not talking about the content of his speech.
Apparently, there was a flub in his response when he was heckled. But go on.
Well,
yeah.
But he wasn't the standard Biden.
Right.
In fact, it looked like he was injected with smart drugs or something, and and that they really prepared him for that. He didn't, he didn't screw up. If he screwed up with one thing, big deal. Nobody cares one screw up if he didn't handle it right.
Yeah, true.
But that's not, because he's like fumbling all over his, and he wasn't doing that. And he was very, sort of angry and defiant. And without even commenting on the quality or the content of the speech, he was coherent, which was like a big plus for coherency.
Yes.
And I was talking about this in we were talking about, and he says, yeah, well, the other theory is, the other conspiracy theory is he was cloned. I don't think they cloned Joe Biden. I think they want two. I think one is enough to handle. But so some, I don't know what came up, but somehow, I started explaining. I told him a little bit, but it's like, okay. And we got down to the business of why they can't put a crown, why the crown doesn't fit. They use a computer, they scan it. And I said, there had to be some human element in that. The crown doesn't fit. He says, yeah, they probably thought it didn't look right, so they started changing it. So it has to go back for a new crown.
Okay.
It's like the computer's not going to screw up. It's going to produce a perfect crown, but some idiot's going to get in there and say, well, it doesn't look right.
Yeah.
So they start changing it, and they change it so much that it doesn't fit. Yeah. But so be it. But back to the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
The apocalypse is apo, is the uncovering.
Mm-hmm.
And as I've said in my own etymological studies, the uncovering of Kali ipso, apocalypse, calypso, Kali ipso. Ipso is Greek for by way of Kali, which, and you find a lot of Sanskrit is in the Greek language by way of Kali. The uncovering of by way of Kali, which is the goddess of time,
Mm-hmm.
the goddess of destruction, the goddess of fire.
Yes.
And of course, it's not all negative. Most of it is conveyed negatively, and a lot of it is negative. And Calypso was the goddess who initiated Odysseus, or Ulysses, on the island of Ogygios, which is in the Atlantic, which roughly corresponds to, what are those islands off the coast? David Childress has been there. I forget what they call them.
I forget.
Not the Canary Islands,
No.
but I forget the islands right off the. But
You can look that up, of course.
it could even be construed as related to the Canary Islands or off the
Right.
Canary Islands.
Just let me take a look at my map here, my favorite one, and I should be able to find it. Off the coast of Africa, essentially, North Africa?
Well, Western Africa.
Right, Western Africa. I should be able to find that in just a moment here. Give me a second. I'll just look at one of my favorite maps. And
On an island called Ogygios, and she initiated Ulysses for 7 years.
Cape Verde? Cape Verde Islands?
Yes, the Cape Verde Islands, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And the thing is, Odysseus went away for 10 years, and the Trojan War lasted 10 years before he figured out how to build a horse. And then he had 10 years on the Odyssey, because his name was Odysseus, and they called it the Odyssey. And he didn't get back home for another 10 years. So he was gone for 20 years from his home of Ithaca. And he 7 of that years was spent with Calypso, getting 7 years of sexual initiation. And his wife Penelope waited for him faithfully and patiently. And he later came back and took back his land. And he did everything he could to avoid going to war in the first place. The story was he pretended like he was totally crazy when they came to recruit him for the Trojan War. And he's doing his plow, and he's going around like a madman until they stick his son in front of the plow, and then he stops. Aha, you're saying you didn't kill your son. That was the sanity test. So he had to go to war. And if he didn't go to war, they probably would have lost the war. But then the Trojans, under Aeneas, escaped through the tunnels of Troy and emerged. They brought the flame of Troy, and that became the Roman Empire, the fire that the Vestal Virgins protected.
Yes.
The fire of Rome. I don't know what they called it. And then Romulus and Remus came to town, and it became Rome. But which was the sacred god of Rome was Mars, the god of war.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a virgin birth. Romulus and Remus were a virgin birth. But and as I say, it carried on the Trojan tradition. So, and then the Romans took over Greece.
Mm-hmm.
It all gets kind of kind of weird. And then Rome got, it's kind of interesting because Rome comes in to, what do you call it, comes from Troy, which is basically Turkey. And then the Roman Empire goes back to Turkey vis-a-vis Constantine. Kind of funny the way that energy circulates.
Yes.
Goes from one place to another and so on and so forth. The world is very different over there.
Yes.
Also we get is stories.
Yes.
They put them into movies and whatnot. But back, I was discussing the apocalypse. Would be the, I guess what you'd call the end game scenario. And I will say, and Timothy Leary, he described millennium madness. He says at the end of every millennium or every big date, like 100 AD or something like this on the calendar date, people manifest what's called millennium madness. Like we saw it with Y2K, we saw it with 2012, whereas there's sort of this frenetic belief, and people would ask me, and I said, don't pay any attention to it.
Good for you. Yes.
No, I mean, it's like, why? It's just, it's stupid. It's, my dates I get excited about are the biorhythms, like 2023 or, 2012 or 2013 rather. Those are the dates I get excited about it, but I don't make, like the whole world's going to end. Big, significant events. And they tie, peculiarly to my own research. But these big dates, but this is the same things that people happen with the apocalypse. It's like this big showdown. I had a friend in Scientology, and what I remember him most for, he'd say, "You got $10 I could borrow?" Sometimes I'd say yes, but usually I'd say no. And it was this joke, and he'd say, "Yeah, but," or I'd say, "No, but thanks for asking." He liked to say, "Thanks for asking." No, but thanks for asking. I'd thank him for asking.
Right.
And he really enjoyed that. But he would always say, "Something big's going to happen. Something big's going to happen." and I remember he was saying this, and we were both at that time in the rehabilitation project force in Florida, and they said, "Okay, we want all you people to get on a plane." I think they chartered the plane out of Tampa for $11,000 or something like that, and they flew us up to Washington D.C. to do a protest. It was supposed to be because there was a judgment on Scientology. A judge was going to make a ruling on Scientology.
Interesting.
And so, well, interesting. I remember we're flying out there after dinner, and it's kind of like a reprieve. It's like we're kind of, okay, wow, we're flying. We're probably even served food. Wow. And we come into National Airport, which is now Ronald Reagan, or maybe we flew into Baltimore. I don't remember, but we took this bus. Now, they don't have a hotel for us. It's the middle of the night, and we come into the founding Church of Scientology in D.C., and we go into the church, and okay, so we get about 2 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to sleep. Where do we sleep? We sleep on the floor. It's better than no sleep. That's all you can say. But you're not getting a lot of quality sleep.
Right.
We're all sleeping on the floor. There's a lot of us.
Wow.
And then we got to get up at by 8 the next morning. And I don't know. And we went to the FBI building. So we're all around the FBI building. And they needed bodies. And I think we hung around the FBI building all that day, walking around it. I don't know if we were holding signs or not, but it was really, it was an outing, but it was like we were tired.
I can imagine.
And we were tired, and we were there the whole day, and then into the night. And the tragedy of the whole thing was that the judge was, they canceled the date. They postponed it. So it was really kind of like, okay.
Anticlimactic.
The church is doing all it can to put up a good front. And I remember sitting there, like, just, and I remember Cole Hauser, he's not on this Yellowstone. I knew him when he was a little kid. And one of my friends was married to his wife, Cass. And she was there and she rented a generator to keep us warm. You know, so you'd kind of go, but the FBI didn't want us near the building.
Right.
But, you know, anyway, so we were there all night. And I remember a busload of people coming down from New York about 7 in the morning, or 9 in the morning. Like one of my current friends was on that bus. He told me, and they replaced us. We were so relieved because we got to go home. And I think when I got home, I slept for 12 hours straight.
Wow.
But yeah, it was, so we got to see the FBI guys. They dressed in all this, like, they look so, what's the word? Stereotyped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Though they have their own uniform,
Yeah,
so to speak. It's suits, but yeah.
Yeah, they were suits, and they were very much profile. They weren't. They were very much programmed, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
Think a certain way, act a certain way, be a certain way, and you know, we were completely outside of their paradigm.
Yeah, they're like test tube babies.
Yeah, and that the most interesting thing of the whole experience is like 1, 2 in the morning, something like this. And you could see into the FBI building and there was this whole classroom of people. It was classroom of people. They looked like they were college age, and they were there, like they were studying in the middle of the night, like they were some secret crew or something.
Uh-huh.
And they're kind of looking through the window and kind of like smiling at us, like who the F are you?
Uh-huh.
And we're looking back at them. Who the F are you?
Right.
You know, that was like, what the hell are they? Why are they studying at such a weird hour?
Part of the cult indoctrination. It's cultic.
Yeah, well, we were in a cult and they were in a cult.
Yeah, that's right. It takes one to know one.
Yeah, it was the war of the cults.
Yes.
And I had no real interest in any of it. I was just there, you know, looking forward to you know, to getting home and getting some sleep, which I did. They let us sleep as long as we wanted to, pretty much. I think I remember sleeping until like 7 the next evening or something, whatever it was, whenever I got home. And it felt good.
I can imagine.
Yeah. But my friend was saying something big's gonna, and that was the big thing that happened. Mm-hmm. So as life would go, something big's gonna happen. Something big's gonna happen. You know, he's always like looking for something big to happen. Mm-hmm. Something was going to change, and that changed things. It was kind of an experience for everybody. It was an event, kind of fun when you look back at it. It was an adventure. It's not fun not sleeping. And that was my first. It was my first exposure to DC. And what I noticed, we had to hand out literature. And the protesting, whatever it was, the white people would all refuse it. The black people would take it and look, oh, what do you have? Black people would look at it.
Interesting.
White people would not. I always remembered that. And black people would take you at face value. White people would dismiss you.
Interesting, yeah.
Not that I really cared if they took the literature. I really didn't care. I didn't care about any of the Scientology politics. Even then, I just thought it was all a bunch of bullshit. And but so be it. That was in 1978. That case was nothing compared to the other things they suffered. But anyway, this friend of mine said, something big's going to happen. Something big's going to happen. One thing he did help me with, though, I wouldn't consider this guy a particularly, I guess what you'd say, accomplished Scientologist. Mm-hmm. He worked in the public division, so he was, I guess used to dealing with public people to a certain extent, which meant he was pretty friendly. But he once told me, he says, if you want to get married, he says, write down the 10 things you want. Finally, when I did it, it worked. It just took me a long time to do it. Mm-hmm. Wait, write down, I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. He says, yeah, see, it worked. He was right.
Wow.
But this poor individual, I do remember one time when I was working in Manhattan with some, this was after I'd left Scientology, I was working with a couple of Scientologists, I guess I think they're still in, or they went back in. We were all out. Right. They went back in. And, he got my name, or he knew the company. I guess he found out I was working there, and he called me up and he asked me, he wanted to stay in a nice place. He asked me if he could stay with me, because he was in New York temporarily. And I said, well, I live on Long Island. It's, $10 a day on the train. That handled that, He's not going to be able to pay $10 a day on the train. Right. It's not that I really wanted him to stay with me. It's not that I didn't like him. It's that, he's in a different
space.
Different space, yeah. So it's like I wasn't encouraging that, but I knew how to get rid of him. I just say, it's $10 a day on the train. The discussion went no further.
Right.
But as life continued, I heard from a friend of his who she really cared about him. She wasn't like romantically involved with him, but we used to write on Facebook, and she said he was like, she would send him money sometimes because he was down in Clearwater. He was out of the Sea Org, out of Scientology. Well, he was like festering through garbage cans.
Oh man.
He became a bona fide, what's the word?
Homeless person.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't want to say bum. Bum's not what is it? It's a economically challenged person.
Right. Oh my God.
That's, you're not supposed to say retarded. You're supposed to say, what do they say? Developmentally challenged person.
They also used to use the term disabled till they started using the term differently abled.
Yeah, in school they had room 213 where those kids went. And so if somebody wanted to say disparaging, they call them a 213er.
Interesting.
Or a T1er. A T1er was a special designation. It's a T1er.
Yes. Special ed.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
These days they also use the term special needs. Special needs children.
Yeah, retarded is not a polite word. Bum is not a nice word. Hobo was a proud word.
Yes.
Hobo was not, that. These were people who wanted to work.
Yes.
But, so he ended up on garbage detail.
Jesus, that's so sad.
And I really liked him because he was good-natured. Mm-hmm. He was good-natured, and of course he passed away, and he passed away in a nice spot, and so many people.
You mean he died on the streets?
I don't know where or how he died. I heard that he died. I mean, I don't imagine it was in a
nice place
elevated situation. It wasn't on the top of a mountain on an Indian funeral pyre.
Jesus.
Nothing romantic. And there's so many people that I hear of who have these ill-fated, experiences, and their lives are, nothing to be envied. So many of them.
Yes.
And of course, there's a whole YouTube industry of former Scientologists who, what's the word? Opine, to put it politely.
Lament. They lament and
kvetch.
yes.
And certainly,
commiserate. Go on.
Yeah, and some of it has impact. And they just talked about a situation. They're protesting outside this restaurant where Scientologists go to, where the celebrities go to. And I think I know the restaurant. I think it was $2 bills. It used to be next to what they call the Celebrity Center now. It was then called the Fifield Manor, or the whatever it was called. It was in Franklin Avenue in Hollywood. And I lived there for a while, and that was kind of their first big building purchased, like major piece of real estate. And they had a restaurant across the street called $2 bills. I think now it's different. It's probably much nicer. Anyway, this guy came out of the restaurant, and the protesters were, I guess, getting on him. And one of the protesters, whatever happened, this guy broke the protester's nose badly.
Oh.
And the protester went back in the restaurant, or not the protester, the assailant went back in the restaurant. There's only supposedly one entrance. There's no exit in the back. And the police came down. One took the report. The others went in and claimed they couldn't find him. And then they later saw the guy escape. The police didn't want to arrest him. The police are sending in a message to the protesters, stop protesting.
Right.
They're supposedly in with Scientology. I think they are. But in other words, it's not a very productive way to spend your day, in my opinion. But in other words, there's enough upset and vehemence and hatred towards Scientology that it's become a,
considered a legitimate target.
Yeah. And then, of course, there's all of these YouTubes feeding on each other, creating a lot of news. And in the end, I have to say, well, what does it do? It creates a lot of news. It puts people on the ropes, but for how long? David Miscavige is he's actually been served. He's supposed to, they can delay these things in court.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I don't think these aren't criminal trials. They're
right.
Civil trials.
Yes.
So the civil trials are basically a legal form of harassment, deserved harassment, perhaps. And then, because he can drag out this case, and meanwhile he can have big fundraisers with his whales to, we're going to pay off this, and he can just continue to exist. It's like, how does one want to spend one's life? So, but back to what I was saying about something big's going to happen. Something big's going to happen. What happened in this gentleman's life, my friend, is that he degenerated.
Yes.
So the only big thing happened in his life was that he,
disintegrated. Yeah.
he disintegrated, and he went on to a new life, supposedly, hopefully. And whatever he was doing in this life, it's kind of like, the quick knee-jerk reaction is it's a failed life.
Right.
Well, the question would be, did he learn anything from the life? This I can't answer. That's why you don't want to judge somebody like that.
Right.
But it appears to be a life of failure, a major failure. But then again, what is the life of somebody who follows all the rules, dies with a nice IRA account, leaves his family money, and never really did anything but follow the rules?
Mm-hmm.
Let's, who can evaluate this stuff? One gets lost in the, variety of life experiences. You don't want to judge it. I said, but it's basically a life that you don't envy, to put it as politely as possible. So something big's going to happen. People have a predisposition often to wait for the big event. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? I go back to, 6th grade, and there's going to be a football game that night. So, we all go to the football game, high school or college, and, you're hanging in the stands, you see your friends, it's a social event. And a really big weekend would be when the high school played on Friday and the college played on Saturday. Okay, so you have fun. We, try and sneak in the game before. That was a lot of fun. That was the most fun part. Was climbing over the fence and taking the 25 cents or 50 cents your parents gave you to go to the game, and now that's your money. Now you earned it. You climbed over the fence. And then you're hanging out with your friends and whatnot, and that was an event. But of course, okay, it's over. But that's just a mini excitement. It wasn't the be all and the end all. And then I guess the big event in school is graduation. You graduate. Wow, everybody's looks the last day of school. Okay, it's over. It's done. Everybody goes a different way. That's the big event. The big event is not like, God's going to come down and kiss your ass. I don't know what's the big event, the apocalypse. And that's what, sort of the apocalypse is.
Yes.
It's like the big event. And, all the bad guys are going to come out. It's going to be a showdown between the mafia and the cops.
Yes.
And I don't think there's anybody who more tries to deter a showdown than the mafia. I think they don't want a showdown. The smarter mob bosses, want peace.
Mm.
And they resort to dirty business as a last resort. The smarter one.
Yes.
So it's all about control, and it's about power. So it all comes down to, what is your own personal life? What's the apocalypse of your own life? And we do have personal apocalypses, or climax periods, and they will often happen with the full moon. That woman when I was at Montauk, when she was on the show for a while.
Right.
She participated. I've been in contact with her because her brother, she might even be listening now, and her partner was listening. He pointed out some interesting things to me the other day. But her brother passed away. So I was talking to her practically every day. She's like, he was looking after him in the hospital and whatnot. It's like, wow. And I said, something's going to peak here on a full moon. There was a peak incident that happened on the full moon. He died after that. But you watch the moon. The moon will tell you when there will be certain peak crises in your own personal life.
Right.
I mean, they could be a mini crisis, like, a minor appliance leaks out or something like that, or the car breaks down, but you knew it was going to break down anyway, something like that. But, but like, say, the major apocalypses in our life, when we have, lose a loved one, whether it be through death or divorce, or somebody in the family has a sudden, serious illness, or we lose a job, lose a major client, some natural disaster ruins our house. These things happen.
Yes.
And those are the apocalypses we have to be concerned with on a personal basis. We had a group apocalypse with 9/11.
Yes.
And especially in New York. And my first reaction to that, well, not my very first reaction, but was, God, they could have made this a lot worse.
Yes. That's right.
They could have made it a lot worse. And I was very surprised and heartened for George Bush to come out and say, okay, you people, insurance is going to cover this. He made the insurance companies cover stuff they might not cover anyway. And they did cover them. In other words, there was a lot more insurance compensation than there could, or should have been. The same thing happened with Hurricane Sandy, which really wasn't technically a hurricane, which devastated all sorts of parts of Long Island. And FEMA came out and was, coming out and providing assistance for non-insured areas. Like, my friend got his whole downstairs repaired by FEMA.
Cool.
Because floods aren't necessarily covered. So in other words, the government came to the rescue of many people. And I'm sure there were people who were, but he was told, he didn't play football with us that day. He said, because I was told if I'm not there when they come, you're screwed. He was told to be there because FEMA was coming around to survey the damage.
Interesting.
And if he wasn't there, it's not like they're going to come back for you.
Right.
So he missed football. But so I'm saying is that was apocalyptic, but they could have made it so much worse.
Yes.
And they didn't. It was bad. A lot of people were killed and hurt.
Yes.
But I thought they could have, what's it called? Put the pedal to the metal and just.
Oh yeah, but just could have magnified the damage. Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, and then you had one in San Francisco in 1989.
Yeah.
When there was an earthquake there that, broke the Oakland Bay Bridge.
Yes.
That was apocalyptic.
Yes. Yes.
What was that like for you?
It really, to me, if I remember correctly, because we've had a number of earthquakes and they kind of conflate in my mind, but the Oakland one, I think that's the one that they interrupted a baseball game. They had to stop the baseball game.
It was a World Series. I was watching it.
Yeah.
And the TV went, I go, earthquake. I can tell earthquakes immediately.
Yeah.
I'm watching TV. I said, earthquake.
Yeah.
And of course, then they got on. But what was so devastating about that was that, the whole Mission District kind of collapsed.
Yeah.
I mean, the Oakland Bay Bridge was the least of the problems, although some people died in that, and the cars were all, some of them went off, but and I don't think anybody at the ballpark was hurt, but that was like what it did to the city of San Francisco. I know Joe Matheny was down in Santa Cruz. He said they were digging people out because that was like the epicenter in Santa Cruz.
Do you remember exactly what year? That was 89? Was that
89? It was October 1989.
Well, if it was 89, I think what happened was, let me see, I think I was involved with a security contract in Oakland when that earthquake went down, and so what was it? Were the riots happening at the same time? No, that wasn't the. Okay, so with the I'm also conflating it with my experience as to what I was doing during the Rodney King riots, which was, what year was that? But
90s.
No, 90s, yeah, but definitely when it came to the earthquake, yeah, no, it was, I was at work, and, how the hell did I get home? I'm trying to remember exactly. Jesus, a lot of, I've done a lot to forget. I've done a lot of drinking, taken quite a lot of drugs to forget quite a bit.
You were not in the Gulf War. 89, the Gulf War was...
No, the Gulf War wasn't until 91. Yeah, that wasn't until 90-91. So it wasn't the Gulf War. It was definitely before the Gulf War. I know that much. Believe it or not, I'm cognizant of that much. But it was mostly, I believe I was at a security contract. I'm trying to figure out how I got home. Because oh Jesus, how did I?
Around the top of the bay, or the south of the bay. I mean,
well, if I was in a security contract at the time, it would have been in the Acorn projects in Oakland, and
BART shut down. The BART system.
All that shit must have shut down. I'm trying to remember that whether where was I? Because. I may not have gone home for several days. It could have been like several days before I went home. And maybe the only contact I had with my parents was via the telephone. That was, that probably is what happened now that I'm thinking about it. I might have stayed with one of the fellow security guards in Oakland during that period of time, and they put me up. Someone who lived in Oakland, probably was Steve Suter, if I remember correctly. For this is the problem when a person starts doing personal memories and they start digging through their rummaging through the attic, so to speak. They start bringing up personal names, and that requires some context. So just briefly, Steve Suter was a older man who was kind of like the old man of the security projects site. And poor bastard, just in brief, just a little microbio here, a little microbiography. Poor bastard was originally doing security, or at one point in his security career, before he had shown up at the Acorn projects and was working where I was working with him. He had been working in San Francisco at a particular hospital, Children's Hospital, San Francisco, I believe, and a drugstore cowboy, meaning a drug addict that was violent, raided the pharmacy there, or had gone into not the pharmacy per se, but the storage facility for the drugs that the pharmacy had, like the pharmacy storage space. And so what happened was the first person to encounter him was an MD, a female MD. And in her arrogance or her ignorance, she told him to get out, and he proceeded to throw her down on the floor and rape her. And that's when Steve Suter arrived, and obviously they were unarmed, sadly, because the hospital said that security guards bearing arms would intimidate the patients. Just really stupid shit. And as a result, he proceeded to attack the assailant without a gun, and the assailant took out his gun and blew Steve Suter's face off. So Steve Suter's entire lower jaw was blown off, and he had this prosthetic lower jaw. So I stayed with him and his family during that period of time for a few nights, I believe, is what happened, now that I remember it. And you might understand what I'm trying to forget. So there we go. That's what happened then. But what I can tell you about the horror story is that several parts of the highway or freeway, however you would term it, leading to the Oakland Bay Bridge collapsed. And what happened was that the local residents, they swarmed like army ants or zombies. They swarmed the bridge with all kinds of pliers, really heavy-duty industrial-strength pliers, like the kind you would use to break locks with, because everybody there had these implements because they were constantly participating in theft. And so locks were, you'd have to get the strongest locks you could find if you were in the area, because they would, everybody be trying to cut through it. And every lock in the area, if you'd ever seen locks in the zone, they would have like bite marks that would be from people taking these very strong wire cutters or pliers and trying to apply them to the heavy strength lock and giving up after whatever amount of time or energy they expended. And you'd see the marks or the impressions, the indelible cuts left by their implements. So every lock in the area would have what we called these bite marks on it. And but anyhow, they were using these implements to not rescue people from their cars, mind you, but to break through the windows and then do evil shit like cut people's fingers off so they could steal their wedding rings and shit. So, and of course, they would just also raid them of their wallets and deprive them of whatever they could steal. Now, we weren't responsible, of course, for responding to any of that. That was outside of our jurisdiction. That was what the OPD was supposed to respond to, but they didn't respond worth shit. And so there you go, another ugly memory dredged out of the Dietrich archives by
Let me ask you this. Were your parents living on Green Street when this happened?
Yes, at that time we were on Green Street. That is correct. Just so people understand, the turning point in my life was City College of San Francisco. I had graduated. By the way, this is again one of those weird, funny things that my gang stalkers, particularly Steve Outram, attacks. Steve Outram, of course, is incredibly self-conscious about the fact that he has no education. And, the fact that he's got, $77 million because he sold short on Aquino's advice obviously does nothing for his sense of self-esteem. You would think that would be enough. But I guess it's like the guy who established the Wendy's hamburger franchise. I remember that old man. He later on got himself a high school diploma. And he was like crying when he got his high school. And he was like saying, "My greatest regret in life is that I became a multi-millionaire, but never finished high school." And I looked at him, I was like, "You're a fucking idiot." It's like, your average person's greatest regret in life is
that's why he didn't finish high school, but somehow he was good with hamburgers.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, your average person's greatest regret in life is that they finished high school and never became a multimillionaire. But this idiot, why he would do that, it just goes to show you people have incredible esteem problems. It's like, these idiot multimillionaires who have to learn martial arts, but they're all idiots, and the martial artists are just juicing them so that they can, make them feel like they're learning martial arts. But there's nothing you can do with guys like that. It's like, putting makeup on Roseanne Barr, or as they used to say, cosmetics on a swine or a cow. But when it came to the whole thing with Green Street, it was during the time of City College of San Francisco that I was attending, and that's when my sister, of all people, through her Jehovah's Witnesses cult connections, somehow got this flat arranged, and had nothing to do with the.
Say it again, I didn't hear you say this.
It had something to do with my sister's Jehovah's Witnesses cult connections. The landlord's family is not part of the Jehovah's Witnesses at all, and certainly has no. It was somehow because many of her friends, my sister's Jehovah's Witnesses friends, were, I guess, many of them might have been Asian or something, and somehow there was an Asian connection with that. It certainly wasn't through my underworld, not through my gang brother Beaver. But basically my sister somehow landed this flat at what was considered a comparatively reasonable rate. And it only could have been done at that time because, just so people understand the situation, they know that I grew up in incredible poverty in the Tenderloin, which, as I've said before, without exaggeration, is there's no place in the world that's worse. I've been all over the world in combat zones. I've seen the worst there is that the world has to offer. No place is worse than the Tenderloin of San Francisco. And but when I was basically growing up in the Tenderloin, my sister, of course, it was during that time she flipped and went to become obsessed with normalcy and being a normal human being, wanting to become quote unquote fully human, and renounced any of her vampiric traits, which she paid an incredible price for in terms of health, and aged very rapidly. Just everything was visible that she was, that she paid a price for that decision. It became very evident to anyone who knew the situation. Other people might have just thought she was a victim of hard drugs, and had maybe gone through a period of methamphetamine or crack abuse in her life or something like that, but that wasn't the case at all. It was because she gave up drinking blood. But she somehow landed this flat, and I don't know how, and I never cared to investigate. I just was glad she did so. And after that, did everything she could to dump us here and completely sever herself, and tried to move to a place where she refused to, of course, give us her new address, that sort of thing. She completely wanted to disaffiliate with us. But at any rate, that's because she wound up marrying some asshole from her insurance company she worked for, Alexandra and Alexander. Like I said, the midget dude. And so all that being said, so I was living in Russian Hill at the time, and the only way that could have been arranged was because Silicon Valley had not yet come into existence. Now, just so people know, in a sense, I was responsible for our being able to get this flat. And in that sense, it was by having the Presidio military base shut down. See, your average person has no idea how that military base, which is like, if you look at the map, and as I've said before quite a few times, you won't believe how much acreage in San Francisco, which is tiny. You hold your thumb up, as I've always said, and that thumbnail is San Francisco, and the rest of your thumb is the peninsula, South San Francisco, and all these cities south of San Francisco, Colma and shit like that. And San Francisco's so tiny, there's no room to bury people. If you die in San Francisco, you will not be buried here. The Colma is considered the city where all San Franciscans go to die, where the majority of them get buried is in Colma, south of San Francisco. But the Presidio military base is a quarter of that thumbnail, 25% of it. And that was the economy of San Francisco for the longest fucking time. So when I did what I did, that resulted in the Presidio military base getting shutting down the largest human child trafficking operation in history, that took the economy of San Francisco with it. So San Francisco had not yet had Silicon Valley to rely on, and because of that, everybody in Russian Hill, which was considered an elite area at one point, was just begging people to rent space. And because of that, a lot of the landlords were desperate enough to go Section 8, meaning that they started turning to the government, which would give them a regular check for the spaces they had to rent in exchange for housing violent crazies. And that's why I got into the habit where I would never take out the garbage without a knife, because I would be facing seriously violent psychotic people with knives, because they would be running around during garbage day taking their knives and cutting open everybody's garbage bag, psychotically hoping they would find hidden treasure or some shit, and recovering whatever they could from the garbage, because you're dealing with people who lived around you who were living essentially for free. The government was paying their rent, and they were all violent psychotics. It took years for the last of them to die off, usually by drugging themselves or other violence or some, or just whatever it is crazy people die off by. And their landlords, of course, we did everything they could to get rid of them. But, once you're on Section 8, it's almost impossible to break out of that contract. So to avoid that, somehow my sister's connections had finagled the landlady's family. Originally, of course, she was not the landlord. It was her father who owned the space, the building. And her father lived upstairs. And, of course, they paid the price for that because her father and mother lived upstairs because that's where the sun was, that's where the heat was, that's where the pipes still worked and gave potable water, what's called potable water, water you can drink. But they paid the price for it because they were upstairs. So when they both got old and feeble, they were stuck. They were literally stranded because those stairs are a bitch. You know, anybody who's been to San Francisco, living upstairs is not like, you know, a few steps. Living upstairs is like, you're talking like they install those miniature elevators to get up, or those little seats that they put on the rail so that you can use the seat to slide up and down the rail. And the landlord was too cheap to do that, so they were just stranded upstairs till they died, or close to death when they were moved into a hospice or something. But certainly the landlady died upstairs. I think the landlord died in a hospice. But they were stranded upstairs for years. But what happened was that, you know, because of what I did, and Silicon Valley had not yet come into being, during that little phase in between when the landlords were just desperate, that's how we landed this flat. And so by the time the landlord died and the landlady, his daughter, inherited it, that's the one I deal with now, very indirectly, because now she has her relations living upstairs, and they pretty much are supposed to handle everything for her. She's kind of like, how would you say it? Kind of like what Laurie and Ann Fenton did to me regarding Peter Moon. There was a period of time when Laurie and Ann Fenton said to Peter Moon, I can't handle him anymore, or something of that nature, and tried to fob me off onto Peter Moon. That's essentially what my landlady did to the people upstairs, her cousin, essentially. And but, you know, they're stuck with me now because I grandfathered in and rent control and all that. So this is the only reason how I can live in San Francisco. So you had a coincidence of events there, but once Silicon Valley came into being, oh man, they managed to purge relatively quickly everyone that they could out of this neighborhood and replace them with Silicon Valley employees. And that included my lycanthrope, a friend, my 3D graphics modeler, who wound up moving in with as part of that wave eventually. And he was working, of course, with various computer companies, originally for Google. And it was, you know, the rent in his place, which is just a few doors down from mine, is literally something like $4,000 a month for a flat equivalent to mine. He's living with like 3 or 4 people. Of course, for a while there, when he was working for Toyota, he was making so much money, he seriously considered just kicking everybody out and just maintaining the flat for himself. That's how much money he was making. Then, of course, that stopped after a while. But he had made so much money during that time. My impression is he's doing okay. I mean, I still see his big red Raptor truck around. So should give out too much about my friends, but there you go. So there you go with that. Yeah, so we were living in Russian Hill at the time that the earthquake happened and interrupted the World Series, and I was working a contract, and we were witness to a nightmare of, like I said, like army ants or zombies. All of the local residents in Oakland just you know, swarming the collapsed highway, freeway, and robbing many people, killing many of them who resisted, and taking everything they had, rings, wallets, including, like I said, cutting off fingers or noses when they were going for nose rings and shit like that. I mean, it was just ungodly. We could hear the screams. But again, outside of our jurisdiction, we were manning the project site, the largest project site on planet Earth. 162 units, 10 square city blocks, Acorn housing projects at the time. So there you go. That's the memories. Of course, I could go into further details if further questioning pries it out of me, but I think that's a good general, you know, foundation. Back to Peter.
Well, yeah, I was just asking where you were.
Yeah.
And I was talking about, you know, big events.
Yeah. That was a big event.
Exactly. Big events to change one's lives, change one's life.
Yeah.
And certainly and that's what we're dealing with now. When I've been doing work with the what's it called, the red thread of fate.
Yes, thank you. Excellent.
I've been doing it in my own life.
Wonderful.
And looking at who we are connected to in our lives, and it goes well beyond our spouses or significant others. You just look at I look at all the different people I was connected to with a red thread. Yourself is a big connection, as well as your mother, who connects through the dream state.
Yes.
With a dream I had, but I think of characters like L. Ron Hubbard, very much connected with a red thread with him. Yes. Preston Nichols, the Wilson brothers, certainly, who are enigmatic, borderline fictitious characters. Very strong thread with them. David Anderson, who brings me to Romania and changes my entire life. Yeah. And then I also have this thread with the Mount of Olives and all that represents. And it's not local to just Israel, but it's ties to the olive pharaoh of the Montauk Indians, the death of my parents. It's like, wow, you see these threads. And I suppose everybody has these threads. They're different. They come in different forms. They could be equally, if not more spectacular than my own. But it's all a question of seeing them, is perceiving the threads of fate. And fate is something that the Greeks, pontificated on. And it's an eventuality. Very interesting, eventuality. And what is the apocalypse? It's an event. It's a big event. Eventuality. It's like something is being invented, a future, something is going to transform into an event. Event could be an illness, it could be a death, it could be a victory, it could be a marriage, it could be a time of great happiness, it could be anything, but it's an eventuality. And then you take a concept like the black hole, which is called the event horizon. Like, there ain't no event after that horizon. You look at the horizon, all you see is a black hole. That's why it's called the horizon, because the horizon, where is it fuzzes out. Like if you look at the night sky, you see the horizon, which some people like to pontificate about a flat earth, which is a waste of energy.
Thank you.
You see that, well, where the sky meets the, meets the land. That's the horizon. When you can travel to that horizon, well, the horizon is just an image. It's not something that's really there, because when you get to where that is, you see actual physical land. When you get to the event horizon, it's known as a black hole. And I will reiterate that it's called a horizon because that's as far as you can see. You can't see beyond that. There's no event. It's a black hole, which consumes you.
Yes.
So it is believed. And that event horizon, according to the stuff in Radu's book, Inside the Earth, is very diligently explained. That's, we come out of the event horizon. That's how the world comes out of the black hole, starting with ice. Not an ice as we would know it, nevertheless an ice. And the world forms from within and goes outward. And now our challenge is to go back in to see where we came from. But that whole concept of an event, I mean, that's like the ultimate, like, where did we come from? But you know, it'd be interesting because I've had occasion to go back to pretty much all of my old schools. But the one that's most dear to me is where I went to my first, through the kindergarten through the fourth grade in Lakewood. I go back there and I say, wow, the school still looks the same, very little change. I said, wow. Life was so, it's hard to believe, and I went there so many years ago. It's like, wow, well, all that's done now. That event, it's like, but you go back and that's where you came from. Or go back to my old neighborhood and it's like that's all done now. It's done. There's no, you can't go back. You can go back and all you can do is wax nostalgic about the memories, but that's done. So it's like if you go back in time to where you came from, to where this is where we all came from in the black hole. Where the hell it is, this is where the first, fish. The fish named Moanas came onto the land, and then he went back into the water, and then he came back about 3 or 4 times, and then he formed into some form of humanoid. It's like who cares? It's like, wow, he was such a nice salamander. It's like it's like, what's the point? It's like there might be some scientific or even theological existential curiosity to some certain extent, but beyond that, that's where you were. That's the event of the past. And then you go to the event in the future. That's what becomes much more meaningful. Where are you going to end up? Are you going to sit in the plush balcony seats, or as they would have now in the skybox? But then you spent so much money on the skybox, impressing your friends, that you're going to, be eating oatmeal and powdered milk for the next 6 months. What is the event that you're trying to, where are you going? And I think so many of the events in a personal life are, what is the discomfort we will negotiate in tomorrow, in 6 weeks, if we don't take care of this, that, or the other thing. These become the real key events, the present. These are the key events in everybody's life. And right now, Douglas, what I'm trying to do and what I see flowing inward is trying to create some more abundance for you.
Thank you.
Outside of the, I guess, what you call jaded abundance you enjoy. I'm not including the blood in that, the jaded part. That seems of a necessity.
Yes, thank you.
It would be viewed as jaded by many because it's so offbeat. I was explaining that to my new friend the other night, giving her the rundown on Sugar Daddy. I say,
our mutual acquaintance. You were telling her, or was this?
Yes. And I said, Sugar Daddy. Of course, I said, that's not his real name. She goes, of course it's not his real name. Sugar Daddy, that would be some name. But I don't want to underestimate how much the audience does help you, and to keep your donations coming to Douglas, even if they're modest.
Thank you.
They're very helpful to him, because although I'm trying to make his life more abundant, it's not like going to happen overnight.
Right.
So if you go to douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button, it's very helpful to maintaining this stream of information. And I also say I'm not really going for the jugular here in terms of information right now, because when I do, it gives me too much information to process. I'm still catching up with, the stuff I've already mined him for.
Thank you.
It does a number on both of us when we get into these deep esoteric threads. But fate and fortune. There's a part of astrology called the part of fortune. You can go to certain websites and look up where your part of fortune is. That's a whole way of analyzing a chart that you don't hear about a lot. I learned about it from one particular lady who was really keen on it. A part of fortune. There are so many intriguing aspects, and when you look at it and play with it and figure it out, it will generally tell you something about your fortune, your good fortune, your not good fortune, whatever it is. We all have fortune, we all have destinies, and I guess to see the destiny or to get some glimmer of it is comforting. One of the most grueling destinies in I guess you'd say literature is the story of the Christ in the New Testament. Mm-hmm. It's a horrible destiny.
Yes.
Sadomasochistic experience of taking on the entire morphogenic grid to save humanity. It's a drama. And not a very pleasant drama, and a drama that does not have a good ending. The ending is actually the resurrection, but the aftermath. Scientology, the Leah Remini has a show called The Aftermath. Well, this is the aftermath. We're doing Scientology, They should do an aftermath show for all the Christians that got martyred.
That's horrible.
Christianity has a lot of dubious history, but martyrdom seems to be par for the course.
Yes.
The Dark Ages didn't get their name for nothing.
That's true.
And the Dark Ages started before the plagues and all that, because they were, what's this thing about murdering people for their beliefs? It's like, it's got to be very politically motivated. And how can a religion of peace and love, which it purports to be, induce, such violence? Might it? And the Baha'i faith is one that suffered much martyrdom. And wouldn't it be more pragmatic to say, well, I love peace and love, but I'll make a deal with you. I won't flaunt it in the face of your senators or whatever it's bugging. You know what I'm saying? Can it be done in a like where is the sticking point? Where is the sticking? Now I can see, and if you go back into the first century time period of Israel or Jerusalem, whatever they called Palestine. Okay, there was, political, religious, theological issues going on there. But, what's the big deal in Rome? What's the big deal? I guess you're completely changing. It's kind of like the hippies completely rejecting the so-called establishment. It upset status quo. Grace Slick naming her son God, or I don't know whether it was a baby or the girl. I think it was the girl, but they named the baby God, and it would not be allowed. It upset the whole city structure.
Yes.
They had to change the name. They would not let God be on that birth certificate. And so that was very upsetting, psychologically upsetting. And, you know, San Francisco is supposed to be the, you know, most left-wing place in the United States. Well, all that left-wing stuff was flying in the face of the extant government at the time.
Yes.
The government was not left-wing.
That's right. Including the San Francisco government, just so people understand.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they were just as you know,
conservative.
Uptight. Yeah, uptight and conservative. And those people were being, you know, their psychology was being assaulted, but there was such a, I guess, a plethora of energy that was banging on the door.
Yeah.
So I'm saying if you go back to the first century, I don't know how big the Christian movement was in terms of people, but whatever it was, you know, it was very, very threatening. And then against Rome, and then you have the same time in Rome, you have the rejection of the religion. Even before the advent of Christianity, Emperor Augustus was complaining of people losing interest in the religion, trying to revive it, revive the temples, revive the priesthood, the archetypes. You know, it has its own life. It's dying. And when we see the likes of Professor Sheehan and Tucker Carlson shilling for UFOs and pretending that they have secrets and pretending that they're on the up and up, it's like they're falling.
Yes.
It's like when I've seen newscasters, they're getting old.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they get replaced by some young looking person, ostensibly or theoretically good looking. Certainly better looking, and their cheekbones and skin are all tight. I kind of think it's like God, the guy who preceded him, it's like they sing, "My face is falling off, my face is falling off." It's like falling faces on broadcast news. Where you really see the women, I've seen the women manicured to the hilt, and it looks kind of like really phonies on TV in Romania.
Interesting.
The women are so manicured. Like, you know, I consider Paula to be a very beautiful woman, and she'll make herself up every day. But if she were to be, and she was trained to be in broadcast journalism, but for monasteries, but if she were to go on that TV and do one of their jobs, she wouldn't look the same.
Interesting.
They'd have like such, she'd be so, her, you know, whatever she does to herself to make her look more pretty in the morning, she'd look so much more aggressively beautiful, to the point where it would, you know, it's not, it doesn't really look quite human anymore. This is what they do. These women,
yes. Yes.
Too much. It's too much. Okay, you got too much liner on, too much makeup, too much. Yeah, you're very beautiful, but you're not real. But they don't do it as much in America.
No.
They tone it off. But so yeah, we have this fake, phony news, and it's like it's done. So I say, when the newscasters, his face is falling off, they got to get rid of him. That's the decision they make. Editorial. Nobody wants it, because certainly, I don't think young people want to watch old people giving them the news. Maybe in certain cases.
I mean, maybe in the old days, but things have so radically changed
Well, and you can relate better to your own people because they're talking to you on your level.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't know. The newscasters yet don't have a cell phone. They should be doing the news while they have a cell phone in their hand. Saying, hey, I just took a selfie. I took a selfie of me giving the news. Now, here, everybody take a selfie of me and send it to me on my social media. But, yeah, it would be, because what happens is there's a certain point, like kids are always known to tune out adults. Not necessarily for the right reason and not necessarily for the wrong reason, but kids will just tune out adults. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this. Or tune out a teacher when the teacher comes and talks about certain things. You know, we all tune out. You know, you can tune out people if they're channel surfing will tune out on certain things. One thing I will tune out immediately is any of these crime investigation shows. I can't watch them. Now, arguably, they might be interesting if you got into it. Arguably. But I think one of the things wrong with legal show or crime shows is that, you know, it makes people think that they're criminal investigators, and the law doesn't necessarily work that way.
Right.
It could, but it generally doesn't because it's also slanted.
Yes.
You know, I think if you went into a court under any circumstances and presented your case, they'd laugh at you. Unless you had an attorney.
Yes.
Then you just shut up and the attorney will do all the talking for you.
Yes.
And if there's enough money, you'll get the best decision available.
Yes.
Like what I say, Paula had a speeding ticket that would have gotten her license suspended, and I paid for an attorney, and they whittled it down to $250 jaywalking offense.
Right.
Now, what's that? That's ridiculous.
Yes.
And she would have gleefully paid the ticket if I didn't stop her, and she would have lost her license. She didn't know that.
See, that's the horror of yeah.
Well, that's like, you know, thinking that you're going to do the right thing or whatever.
Yes. The naivete of someone who's just not familiar with the corruption of the American system.
But she knew the ticket was incorrect, but she was speeding. You know, but not that fast. You know, she's probably going 35, and he said she was going 68, and that's where she would have got her license suspended.
Right.
So it's like, you know, welcome to America.
Yes.
You know, you might be a citizen and have lived here X amount of years, but you don't know the rules.
Yes.
You know, it's like we still have some things up our sleeves to screw you with.
That's for sure.
So, but, you know, as I say, things have their own life. Things have their own life, and the UFO movement, like this guy who was talking to Tucker, was basically saying, you know, how he didn't really believe in any of this stuff till he got, you know, inside in certain positions. He says, yeah, I used to watch Ancient Aliens and stuff. Like Ancient Aliens is like a, you know, a model of something. You know, and then he finds out the real deal, and it's like they're real investigators, and it's just completely phony news. And as I say, my question is, to what degree do they know that they're phonies? To what degree?
I would dare say that they know it all the way. That's what I would.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
You're probably right. You kind of have to see it face up, you know, see it to believe it, sort of thing.
Thank you, because their certitude is so unbelievable.
They're acting. ability to act.
Yeah. Well, it's not even so much acting. They're just, in a sense, it's acting, but it's just, you're just, I guess you could call it acting, but that's almost dignifying it.
Yeah. In other words, but somebody, this guy, I forget his name. I mentioned him before, who goes after Alan Dershowitz.
Mm-hmm.
I think his name is Finkelstein. He just, chews apart Dershowitz, and he says the most convincing thing about Dershowitz, he really believes what he says.
Interesting.
Even if it's a lie. He says that's the most convincing thing you can do is to believe,
Which, by the way, is a form of psychosis. That's a form.
O.J. Simpson defense is that they said, he had to convince himself that he didn't really do it.
Yeah.
And then the outrage of him because he was not found guilty in a criminal court of law. He writes this book, If I Did It.
Yes.
It makes this tremendous amount of money off of it. If I Did It.
Right.
And I think that was before he lost the
civil case. That's right. And he was interviewed one time, and he was among a group of people at like a roundtable interview, and actually said, even if I did kill her, he said that on TV, even if I did kill her, it would just show how much I loved her. I mean, it just, textbook psychoses. Just, that's what a textbook psychotic would say. And he came out and said it. It was just, the whole thing was an outrage. Of course, ridiculously, my mother found it morbidly funny as hell. He had a Japanese judge, Judge Ito, who basically let him go, essentially. Certainly the father of the Jewish young man who was murdered, Goldstein. Yeah, Goldman. Yes, he hated Judge Ito with a passion, and I could see why. But when it came to the other Japanese person that's brought to mind, just how weird Asians get when they're Americanized. Hayakawa, you were bringing up California and you were bringing up San Francisco and how conservative the government was, which, just to give people some detail on that, when Peter Moon's expressing what he's expressing it in a kind of manner that's easier to understand today, which is the political spectrum of left and right, and that San Francisco, people think of San Francisco as Peter said, as left as you can get. Politically is what they think. I've gone over the scale of economics before in terms of how that's supposed to be analogous to politics and why our models are far too simplistic. But the way that it was understood by my father when we fled New York, after I did what I had done to my legal father's father, my legal grandfather, my legal father took us to San Francisco as far away from, there were several reasons. One of them was, of course, his history as a sailor in San Francisco. He was intimately familiar with San Francisco. The other was the Presidio military base because as a veteran, we had full access to the military base and the privileges that the Presidio offered, quote unquote, was supposed to offer. It was a promised land of a sort. Of course, it all turned out to be just the opposite and a complete dystopian nightmare. But when it came to the fleeing of upstate New York, moving towards San Francisco, there was another factor. My father said it was leaving European America. That basically the rest of America, in one way or another, vestigially at least, especially on the East Coast, and paler and paler in terms of shade as you got towards the left coast, you had this essentially European culture. And once you entered California, you were not in that European cultural spectrum anymore. The way the United States would look at it would be that California was part of the United States strictly by geography, and that San Francisco was Oz. And of course, for those of you who do not know, the author of The Wizard of Oz was, of course, a Californian. And so The Wizard of Oz, of course, was an enormous series of books that gained him fame and wealth, and It was an incredible series of thoughts that he put together, images, ideas. Frank Baum. And what you don't know, of course, was at the time that he was alive, he was a genocidal maniac. And by the way, they made an extension, like a sequel. They did a sequel to The Wizard of Oz, the film, that was produced by Disney. And Disney had to go all out and pay, I think it was Universal, or who was the owner of the original Wizard of Oz? The original license was
I think it was MGM.
MGM. Disney had to pay MGM millions and millions of dollars for those red shoes, because the red shoes were just an indispensable part of the film. So MGM owned the red shoes, and so Disney had to pay him millions for those red shoes. And they made a sequel that almost nobody knows about. But the sequel is, as far as I'm concerned, infinitely superior to the original film, and nobody's ever seen it. But people should check that out.
I mean, they made one on the Sci-Fi Channel.
No, not that. No. It was Disney, and it was done during the 90s, and it was dark. What's it called? It's just called The Wizard of Oz, Disney. Just look up Disney Wizard of Oz, the Disney Wizard of Oz. They had some kind of subtitle. I don't remember it. But
I don't even remember hearing about it.
Yeah, but its special effects are excellent. Special effects were for the 90s. It was as advanced as you could get. And you never heard of it. But you'll recognize it with the pumpkin head. Had the pumpkin-headed guy. So it's instantly recognizable through that. You'll know you got the right one when you get the pumpkin-headed guy. But at any rate, Frank Baum was this genocidal maniac who advocated the complete and total extermination of the Native Americans and the eradication of the incoming Asians. He was this murderous fiend, and he basically, at the time that he was alive, people in the United States would refer to California as Murder State. They called it Murder State because of the amount of genocide that was going on here. So it was, and at the propagandist for that was Frank Baum, the man who wrote the Wizard of Oz novels. I'm not quite sure exactly where he stood on the Asians so much. Just the normal racism with them, maybe, kind of like eradicate the Asians as immigrants. But with the Native Americans, he was definitely exterminatory. And exterminatory to the point where he stands out historically as an ideologist of Native American genocide. Someone who actually congealed the idea as an American policy. The policy was so extensive that I had one man write me at one point when I was still on Facebook. And I think it was on Facebook. He wrote me a private message talking about how he had a relative who was in the Appalachians, and that he was visiting a friend, and he didn't live in the Appalachians so much as around them, and like he was more like, if you were Scottish, there's a difference between Highlanders and Lowlanders. Most Scots are Lowlanders, but everybody remembers Highlander because of the movie franchise, and they think all Scots run around in kilts, cutting people's heads off. No, that's only in the mountains. That's why they call them Highlanders. But at any rate, when it comes to what he was doing in the Appalachians, he was visiting somebody in the Highlands, and he was sitting down with them, rocking in a rocking chair on the front lawn, the front porch, and then he was witnessing down the hill at a stream, a Native American bending over to refill his canteen, his water bag. And then the white man next to him on the porch pulls out his gun, or rather pulls up a firearm, not a handgun, but a rifle, pulls out his hunting rifle, essentially, that everybody had available at all times, pulled that away from whatever crook he kept it near his rocking chair, leaning against the wall probably, and killed the Indian. Just shot him. And then said, when the man next to him just was, of course, aghast, just flabbergasted, like, to see someone casually kill another human being. And when he looked at his perplexity, he said, "What are you, stupid? You don't know that the government pays you $10 for every Indian you kill?" And he said, "Let me go get his scalp." And he pulled out his knife and went down to scalp the Indian. And that was how he'd get $10. That policy, as a national, federal policy, which, by the way, when the man witnessed this murder, was something like World War One. Something like, we're talking like maybe like after World War One. This was like the policy until like just before World War Two. So that's how the man was able to write me, was that it was his father, not his grandfather. We're talking about World War II era, and he was saying that it was like, just before World War II, now that I remember it. And he said that policy was still on the books and people were still getting $10 for scalping Indians. That federal policy was instituted due to Frank Baum in the murder state of California.
And under what auspices was he doing it?
Frank Baum was probably an attorney. Ironically enough, the man who played him in a biography film that was made about him was the guy who played in Three's Company, the original Three's Company guy who later died fairly young of a drug overdose. Played him in that, played him in like this biography that made him look like a charming, like a charming normal saint instead of a mass murderous psychotic who wrote children's novels. I mean, it goes without saying, right? The guy's writing children's novels. Of course, he's a mass murderous psychotic. That's just given. That's just a given. It's like, I think that's a prerequisite. But at any rate, when it came to Frank Baum in California, the conservative nature of San Francisco, which people didn't realize, people think of San Francisco as Oz, because of Frank Baum. That's where San Francisco got the Oz, that's where the Oz the reputation started. Was like, oh, fuck, he's writing about San Francisco. Everyone thought he was writing about San Francisco, fucking wicked witches and shit. They thought that was an analog for, real mean-ass fags and drag queens, and they would think of the midgets as kids that he was fucking and shit. Tiny Town was all the kids that everybody was fucking. I mean, people really interpreted it this way back when it was, in its first round of publication, in its first release, original release. People just thought, oh, that's San Francisco. And he's really talking about, all the pedophilia and all the faggotry going on over there. But if you were in San Francisco before Chief Gaines came in, that was a police chief named Gaines in San Francisco, who's fairly recent.
There was a police chief named Gaines in L.A. Are they related?
Probably. I mean, Jesus Christ, they're all Irish mafia, right? I mean, they're all like Irish family, extended Irish family, Irish mafia back in the day. It's not like that anymore, but that was the way it was for generations. That was why there was a running joke that's why the, all the Irish were firemen and policemen. And the joke was that's why all the crime rates go up and the cities burn down. That was, of course, I say that because my dad, my legal father was Irish, a quarter Irish. And so I would hear jokes like that. But when it came to the Chief Gaines, when he came in as police chief was when he started trying to change the politics of San Francisco's police force. But people don't understand that when before he came in, while I was growing up, I would literally see the police go by with bullhorns, and basically tell the blacks, do not congregate, because they were afraid of another Watts riot. So, I mean, literally, I would see police in their cars go by with a bullhorn saying, blacks, disassemble now, or we will begin to use force. They would, make those threats, and blacks would have to break up because they didn't want them congregating. So when you had that going on, and all of the police had on the cars had at least 2 American flags, as if they were like a diplomat's vehicle. If you've ever seen a diplomat's vehicle, it'll have 2 flags. Usually one will be the nation of the diplomat and the other will be the American flag, or it can be both flags of the nation which the diplomat represents. You'll see them on cars that are taking diplomats in and out of consulates in San Francisco, for instance. But all police in that manner would have two American flags, little American flags, on the hood of their car towards the fender, bumper, back when cars had fenders and bumpers, actual fenders and bumpers, and were made of metal and could withstand crashes and shit, and bullets. Which, of course, modern cars, you might as well be behind a rose bush. There's nothing going to protect you from bullets from a modern car. It just... But old cars, you could consider them bulletproof and hide behind them as cover. And that's why you used to see in the films police shooting from behind their cars. The way cavalrymen would have their horse lie down. Everybody thinks that the horse is dead and the cavalrymen shooting behind a dead horse. They would train their live horses to lie down like that so the cavalrymen could shoot from behind the horse. And sometimes it would wind up dead, catching the bullets, but that's how police would use their cars. And they would all have these two little American flags on front, and everywhere you went with the police, they all had American flags on their uniforms, stitched onto their sleeves, as if it were a patch, like their police patch, like their unit patch. And Chief Gaines made them get rid of all of that because they were treating every minority, and that means sexual as well as racial, every gender minority, racial minority, the gays, they considered these to be like some kind of hostile insurgency that they were determined to eradicate, as if they were combating in a counterinsurgent sense. So they had this paramilitary attitude of fighting a counterinsurgency against insurgents who were gays, blacks, and anybody different. And that's when Gaines, the first thing he did when he became chief of police in San Francisco was he said, get rid of all those goddamn American flags. And that was how he phrased it. He said, get rid of those goddamn American flags. Get rid of all of them now. It was because they gave this entire military occupation mentality to the police force. So he got rid of all the American flags. Then he went to dance at some gay party just to show that he meant business, that he's trying to cooperate with these various minority cultures. That's what changed the entire culture of San Francisco. Until that point in time, San Francisco's politics were completely right-wing, as exemplified by another weird Japanese guy, Hayakawa, who became the senator of California. And Hayakawa, if you talk to the average person in California, they'd say, yeah, the Japs must have won the war because they installed a fascist dictator, and California's got a fascist prick named Hayakawa running California. So a lot of people don't even remember Hayakawa. But when you see those protests in the 70s and the 80s where they were really going apeshit and police were electrocuting them with those electrified batons, not just tasers. I'm talking about like electric batons like you would see in Planet of the Apes and shit, or THX 1138. That was the rule of Hayakawa. That was under Hayakawa's regency, so to speak.
Well, he was a senator, was he not?
Yeah.
Did he have a role in the government of San Francisco? He was
involved with San Francisco State University. He was the president.
But I think his only government job was as a senator.
That's correct. That's correct. But somehow they kept focusing on Hayakawa. I think he was very vocal. He was very vocal about his conservative bent. And so a lot of people hated him. I know that he was just... he was the anathema of so many of the liberals in San Francisco. They were constantly bitching about him. That he thinks he's Emperor Hirohito. Yes, I would hear that a lot. It was bizarre. It was just a surrealistic environment. And but when it comes to other aspects of that whole bizarre culture, or bizarre facts that it brings to mind with our recent change in time, which of course, like I said, anybody can do research on this and you'll realize just how bad daylight saving time is, neurologically, psychologically, all the accidents it causes. If you look it up, just to confirm that Japan and Taiwan, which was part of Japan, won the Second World War. And a lot of people don't know that Taiwan was part of Japan, an integral part of Japan, just as Austria was under the Anschluss of the Third Reich. and Hitler was Austrian. Think of that nature of relationship between Taiwan and Japan. Neither Japan nor Taiwan uses daylight saving time. The only time they ever used it was during Reconstruction, so they could keep it on the same time with the Americans, because they needed to coordinate with American Reconstruction. And so as soon as Reconstruction was over, 1952, the Japanese got rid of daylight saving time, and so did the Taiwanese. I think South Korea doesn't use it either. And of course, South Korea was part of Japan. The Japanese Empire was considered literally part of Japan. When the Americans and the Communist Chinese and a bunch of Russian advisors, primarily the MiG pilots, were fighting over the Korean Peninsula, they understood that to be, in a sense, the culmination or the realization of the battle for Japan, because Korea was considered a part of Japan on the maps, until you finally had, quote-unquote, North Korea and South Korea really make peace. Of course, they never made peace. They conducted a ceasefire, which is still in effect, but they've been legally at war ever since. But even the South Koreans got rid of wartime. So it's like, any sane culture, which is all the Asian cultures, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, none of them have daylight saving time. All the crazy cultures, the Western allies, maintain daylight saving time because of this rationale that it helps because we're in a state of war with the Third Reich, which is in exile. And of course, at this point, Taiwan is considered a part of that. In other words, the United Nations considers Taiwan the last standing member of the Axis nations on the surface world. And therefore, the United Nations is rallied against Taiwan. And it's in the United Nations Charter, of course. By definition, they exist as a united front against Hitlerism, specifically. And they believe that Taiwan is the final manifestation culturally of Hitlerism on the surface world. All of this, of course, is based on the fact that, as I've said before, people can research this, the Taiwanese still use what the West interprets as the Hitler salute, the ad locutio, the ancient Roman salute. And they use that, of course, to swear in oaths of office and various other events of importance socially. You'll see them with the ad locutio, the Taiwanese basically saluting what Americans would think of as Hitler fashion. Or in the Nazi salute, however the Americans misinterpret the ancient Roman ad locutio. So when it comes to the realities that I'm just discussing in this kind of flood of memories, Hayakawa, the weird conservative bent of San Francisco and California, of course we gave the world Ronald Reagan after all. Which, by the way, if I don't get to it tonight, I'll bring it up while Peter's here, just as a aside. When it came to, oh my God, who was it that craven Israeli who was alive and ruling Israel at the time? Menachem Begin. Begin, basically, so people understand, I've often talked about Ronald Reagan being essentially demented, meaning suffering from Alzheimer's dementia by the time he got into office, but
wasn't as bad as Biden.
no argument. It's but he had moments of lucidity. And one of them was in 1982 when the Israelis began this bombardment of Lebanon. And Ronald Reagan, by the way, you hear Biden saying, Netanyahu's bad for Israel, but he's not stopping any of the weapon shipments. Reagan stopped the weapon shipments. In 1982, when Prime Minister Menachem Begin began bombing Lebanon and killing all these women and children Gaza style, Reagan called him on the hotline. And he said, quote unquote, you Jews are guilty of a fucking Holocaust. Exact quote. He said, Holocaust. And, of course, Menachem Begin said, we're Jewish. And he said, so fucking what? You're genociding. And he said, withdraw your troops or I'll start bombing you. And Menachem Begin ordered a halt on all attacks on Lebanon 20 minutes after their phone call. That was Ronald Reagan in maybe one of his few lucid moments as President of the United States. He said something about, I've worked with you bastards in Hollywood for years. He said, I know you people, and none of you give a shit about anyone else. And you'll kill anybody without a thought. And he said, the weapons stop now, and I'll start bombing you if you don't stop killing women and children. Now, nobody would dare say that anymore. Reagan was like the last of a really old generation. It was like, I doubt that George Bush Sr. had those balls. And it was because I think Reagan just didn't give a shit. Because maybe it was because one of those lucid moments that he had, he just realized that, well, I don't know. I'll turn it over to Peter. How would you reconcile that with?
Well, I think, Reagan is a very complex, as are most human beings, character. He was an actor, and he was, very corrupt. Yet again, his corruption was, he was the president of the Screen Actors Guild, and he also held a job with GE. He was compromised. And when he testified in front of the Senate, this is before he was governor, he basically just, give the defense of, I don't remember.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, he was doing that all through the Oliver North trials too. Go on.
Well, that was much later when he was president. But, and he was the, child of an alcoholic. His strength was as an actor. And he even said that this parlayed into real life. When he'd find himself in situations as the president, when he didn't know what to do. Because, well, how would you know what to do? And he said he'd just go into his role, draw on his Hollywood. Yeah. Well, okay.
He was just always acting. He was just always acting.
Playing on the role. And now he was very close with Errol Flynn. Errol Flynn was a great Nazi sympathizer. Yes. Reagan was tied into the Vatican. He brought the Vatican back. He was tied into William Clark and the Compound, which was extremely right-wing. He was extremely right-wing. And he was, although he was not a Catholic, he had the Catholic sentiment with the Germans. His secretary, Helen von Dahm, he called her the little Nazi. She was later the president. He brought her to Austria as ambassador.
Oh.
She was, so he had a lot of sympathies. Mae Brussel went off on this. So I don't think he liked Jews.
There we are.
So that's probably, it might have stemmed from his hatred or dislike of Jews. And it might have been a very genuine dislike that caused him to do that. But then again, I don't really know. I hadn't heard that, but that would certainly make sense.
That's why it's so unbelievable when they say Biden has no leverage. That's what makes it so offensive. That they keep portraying themselves as somehow this is like, oh, we have no power.
He has no leverage. He needs the Congress to vote for the border to be secure, but Trump's stopping that. So it's like, it's just ridiculous. Like, it's Trump's fault, and it's just so stupid.
Yes.
It's a big blame game, and yeah. So it's and Reagan Reagan he was an actor. He could present an image. He was also likable. He was likable. Even his opponents liked him because he's an actor. And Biden, people I understand are getting very upset protecting Biden. They get very hurt, insulted when people go after Biden because, it's probably all about not liking Trump, but yeah, they get upset when people go after Biden. But I mean, look, you're in a position where you're supporting one or the other, and it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's
and Trump has his personality issues, but Biden is just like this complete, like, how can nobody takes government too seriously.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, Biden's got his personality issues, too, in that he doesn't have one.
He'll say what's ever expedient, to get him, out of the next, faux pas. It's, you'd say, who are the two biggest jerks we've had as presidents? You immediately, George Bush or Joe Biden? Who's a bigger jerk? I mean, they're really, Bush got to where he did through, his family. Biden got in through probably good old-fashioned lying.
Just
he's kind of a self-made liar,
right?
Whereas Bush was just.
Well, Bush is just a village idiot who just got in through privilege. It was, I mean, if his brother in Florida hadn't talked that judge, which, didn't take much convincing, but, hadn't used, that judge to literally put him into office, he would never have made it into office. He had lost the popular vote, but such being said.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, that election, yeah. You don't have to be snippy about it. That was pretty good.
Yeah, the Chad. It's so embarrassing to walk out of the voting booth with my Chad hanging out. Yes, that's right. The hanging Chad. The infamous hanging Chads.
I forgot all about that stuff.
Yes. We all tried. Yes, we all tried to forget it. Yes.
I didn't believe in elections then. I don't believe in them now. In fact, Richard Hoagland said one very funny thing about the election. He says, and he had a point. He says, Clinton won the election, but I don't know anybody who voted for him. I thought that was.
But by the way, that's a legitimate point. Just for people who do not know, William Clinton lost the popular vote in both elections where he became president. He did not win the majority.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Yeah. In both cases, the only reason Bill Clinton got into office in both cases was because Ross Perot had stolen enough votes from the Republicans, a sizable enough chunk, where Clinton got in by default. In other words, both those elections were won hands down. The overwhelming majority of Americans voted Republican in both those elections where Clinton became president. Unfortunately, it was, or fortunately, depending on where you stand on that, it was Perot who had basically ensured by stealing enough as a third party or splinter Republican candidate that by default Clinton won. So this is, you can imagine why George Bush Sr. wanted him dead. Just
well, the story on that is that Perot was winning hands down, and then Bush threatened to kill his daughter.
He did. No, all that's true.
Yeah, and then he says, yeah, well, they made certain threats about my world-class daughter, and then they portrayed him as an idiot for saying that.
Of course.
And then he withdrew from the. And then he went back in the race.
Yeah.
And he just, acted like he was psychologically unstable, what I found most disturbing about Ross Perot, aside from the fact that he looked like a combination of
a cartoon character, a caricature.
Of Atlantean experiment with combining human DNA with the Chihuahua DNA.
Chimerical. He was a chimerical hybrid.
He was part Chihuahua. What he said was that, he wanted to abolish the U.S. Constitution.
God, he said. I never even knew he said that.
I heard him say it. In other words, it's outdated. Well, number one, it's not really used. The only way, it's so.
Oh my God. Yeah. And by the way, just so people understand what Peter Moon is talking about, Ross Perot was winning, and he was winning hands down, or a leading majority. And then what happened was he went on public television, national television, and he said, yes, they're threatening to kill my daughter and myself at a wedding, or a wedding that his daughter was going to have. And he said at the pending wedding, they've been threatening with taking us both out there, and I have to withdraw because of this. And of course, the media immediately took that and spun that into making him look as bad as possible, which of course didn't take much work, because unfortunately, as Peter has articulated, there was plenty that was wrong with the man already. But when it came to Ross Perot, what I personally dislike about him is, of course, as I've told people, my relation, Maya Ying-Lin, who is the architecturist who designed the Vietnam Memorial Wall, among other civil monuments. Has my family name Lin, of course, and is related to myself in a manner that I've gone into before. Of course, I try to go into it as little as possible, because Maya Ying-Lin has suffered enormously, not just because of any relation to myself, but just because she was the designer of the Vietnam Memorial Wall. A lot of people have no idea about this. But Maya Ying-Lin, of course, in case you didn't know it, she's Chinese. A lot of people think she's Vietnamese. But for designing the Vietnam Memorial Wall, rather than it being awarded, because for people who don't know, it was a contest, and she won the contest. And she immediately began getting threats against her life for, why is it a gook is designing the Vietnam Memorial Wall? It should be all about killing gooks. And starting that moment in her life, she never had any rest. Especially Vietnam veterans threatened to kill her. So for those of you who don't know, all the Vietnam vets, they go to the wall and they cry. And everybody just exploits that because these Vietnam vets are exploiting my half-sister for dramatic effect. But these are the same Vietnam vets who cry at her wall that send her death threats. So she's gone into deep hiding because the enormous amount, it's like every other letter is a letter bomb from Vietnam vets who say, we want to kill the gook whore who built the Vietnam Memorial Wall because it should have been a white person, and it should be all about killing gooks. And then they go there and cry. It's sick. And people wonder why I say what I do about Americans. Why I say what I do. It's you people just don't fucking get it. You're not.
Yeah, but I also think most Americans aren't exposed to that insanity.
Thank you. Yes.
And then so it's like they don't relate to it because they don't know it, they don't see it. So, that's probably why. But and of course it's deeply personal to you.
Yes.
Understandably so. And of course it's like, as far as they're concerned, they're all the same,
Yeah, that's right.
And that's, that's an absurdity in itself. But that's how people think.
No, thank you. I mean, this was pointed out by Brendan Zogit, who when Lena Shea / Lena Crane, who was married to a Chinese guy, hence that's how she got the Chinese name Shea, when she was married to a Chinese guy, and supposedly had 2 children with him. Cough, cough. When she basically was, of course, when she turned total Edomite, or exposed herself as such, she began claiming, of course, that all my photographs were false, and claiming that you could visit the actual models on these sites, that when Brendan followed up on it and went to these sites, there were all these different Asians on these sites. It was like, he said dozens, if not, hundreds of different Asians on these sites. But she was saying that these photographs are what Douglas Dietrich is stealing from. And Brendan could tell these are all different Asians. And it's like she couldn't tell them apart, like they were all the same person. Like, it was like, and she's supposed to be, cohabitating in love and having found her soulmate with some Asian guy, but she couldn't tell any of these people apart. I mean, this is the madness that I contend with. And of course, perhaps she could tell them all apart, but was just going all out in service of Richard K. Cole Jr., who she had paired up with by that time in operation to try and claim that all my images are falsified or quote unquote plagiarized from the sites she gave out, which of course are community sites. In other words, there's no way I could maintain a photographic narrative as I do by simply sourcing scattershot sites. But this is like, I guess she's either knows that these are all Asians and can't tell them apart, or she's banking on the fact that other people cannot tell them apart. Probably a combination of both, but this is the kind of madness I've been dealing with, and that's where Peter's coming from when he says this is the problem. People just assume, the Asians are all alike and or look alike to them. And it's just awful. But Peter, you've done a great job articulating quite a bit tonight. What's the other thing that comes to my mind to bring to your attention? I guess I pretty much shared the majority of what I guess we'll be covering. I've had my rest, of course, and I've come back refreshed. But who knows? If I go into monologue tonight, probably will inescapably get back into politics, but I'll try not to get too emotionally involved in it, as you warned. Peter was...
That's at your discretion. So you might want to go more on the humorous side of things, if that's, palatable.
Yes. Good idea. Yeah, try.
And so then we'll, as they say, if I'm not up in the morning...
I'll call you at 6 a.m. my time.
On the landline,
yeah.
And we'll go over that. I'll try to be down. Remember, people, to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
At douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. I did hear from Yonda while we're on, and she's, going to definitely confirm she's coming out on Wednesday. So there'll be a very interesting show with her.
Excellent.
I won't have to do too much talking, which is good. And then we'll follow that up on Sunday with Hawaii.
Yes, the Hawaiian Princess. Yes.
Hawaii 317, not Hawaii 50, Hawaii.
Yes.
317. And she'll be on at she'll come on at 9:30 my time, 6:30 your time.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. I will precursor that with some of my Hawaiian stories that I wrote about in the book, L. Ron Hubbard, right. The Tao of Insanity.
Actually, she'll come on 7:30 my time, 10:30 yours. More than likely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's an hour and a half. So I will go into. It'll be a Hawaiian show. If my friend Susie is still in Hawaii, I'll try and get her to listen.
Excellent.
So it'll be Hawaiian night.
Yes.
So good. I will say goodbye to everybody, and see you on Wednesday. That will be March 13th.
Yes.
That's the L. Ron Hubbard's birthday.
Yes, and maybe I'll timestamp it for you. I'll explain a little bit about tomorrow's holiday after, as soon as you retreat into the gentle night. Tell people
every day's a holiday. You keep track of all the holidays. I can't keep track of the holidays.
Oh, well, one of them is more of a commemorative day. It's 3/11. It's Japan's 9/11. Japan's 9/11 is tomorrow.
Oh, like Fukushima.
Yes, that's correct. So I'll go into that. The other one is an actual holiday in the holiday sense in Taiwan. So I'll go into that, and it's more of a folk religion-based holiday, but it's still national. But aside from all of that, we love you dearly, Peter. As always, an honor and a privilege to have you here, and we look forward to Wednesday the 13th, and that'll feel just like tomorrow. By the time it rolls around, I'll call you tomorrow. At this point, later today at 9 a.m. your time, and you say use the landline, so I'll use the speed dial cell phone number that I have with you, the one that you and I exchange texts on every once in a while.
That is the cell phone.
Oh, that's
the cell phone. I will have that with me as well.
Okay, so I'll use the landline, which will be the other one.
I can hear you clearly on the landline, and I'll probably be down here.
Okay.
I'll probably, be able to interface with you. But I'm just saying, in case I don't.
Sounds good. Well, yeah, in case you don't, I'll start with the landline cell phone number, and then we'll probably transfer to Skype shortly after that if you're in area of your computer.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Take care. And that's Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com. With that, of course, we're going to call as many people as possible and bring them on with us. This will, of course, include Jennifer Hawkins and see if she wants to join us tonight. She sent me a cellular message saying she would most certainly like to. Let's I'm going to start slurring. Let's test the audio of Aristides so he could begin saying a few innocuous platitudes to burn bandwidth while I engage in this.
Innocuous platitudes.
Yes. By the way, thank you so much. I just noticed you sent something about this incredibly erudite, obscure, academic, theological dissertation of an Armenian historical religious figure.
I mean, okay,
oh my
I don't
God.
know what it is. I just saw the title, and I'm like, because I kind of have a lot of books, files pass by me, and I was like, well, that Armenian. I'm like, that looks interesting.
Yeah, definitely appreciated the offer, but thank you. Oh God, that's too specialized. That is actually far too specialized. Oh my God, that's incredible. I mean, I'm just looking at it later. I'll give it it the attention it deserves in terms of just.
That's just the cover page. I didn't send the file.
Understood. I get it. I just want to take a look at the cover and. Get a feel of it, and but definitely I can already tell you that as far as I can see, it's just far too specialized. That's like very, whoa. By the way, the Hawaiian princess that Peter was mentioning is Kamakapualani. I think I've got that right. Yeah, Kamakapualani Pahinui. Kamakapualani Pahinui is her full name. Try saying that 3 times fast. And
I can't say it once.
Well, I hope I impress her with my pronunciation. With that, let's see if we can bring Nemo on. Nemo was contacting me during the opening hours. He was trying to show somebody a picture of the Cho, so I gave him that photograph. Which you've seen before, along with the photograph of Joe Tai. He gave both photographs.
I remember. Nemo might be. I did talk to him a little while ago. He said he was getting tired, though. I said, "Hey, you going to be around?" He said he's been up for a long time, and so if he doesn't join in, that's the reason.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully he does join us, but if he doesn't, thank you for giving us the reason why. Of course, he gets tired so easily, he really needs to talk to Brandon about some kind of, I don't know, vitamin or something to give him more energy.
I think he's got weird hours too. So he said he's been up for like 15, 16 hours already. So. Oh
yeah, he's probably involved with that gaming. These gamers, this is what they do, and it's. This is so sad, and it's, there's Brandon Young who's joined us. Thank you, sir, and hopefully we'll have a little talk tonight, and I'll tell you what we were saying in the opening hours, and we'll get back to that, and it's, in interim, hopefully Brandon can hold a running conversation with whoever else will respond to us. If not, I hope you two guys have got this while I refresh myself, because I really do need to refresh myself. Did I contact Mark H? I can't remember whether I did or not, so I might as well press the button and add him. I think he's alluding to wanting to come on. Let's see if he responds, because I don't think he's showing up on my thing anymore. Okay, there we are. So I'll just press the add button there, and I'll wait to see if he joins us before refreshing myself, because otherwise it's going to be just Brandon and Aristides. And, yeah.
I can hear the skepticism.
Yeah. And that leaves me scared. That leaves me frightened. No, hey, it's these.
I'm still plenty awake.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. And certain topics to avoid, like, of course, drug dolphin rape.
Yeah. Well, speaking of, I don't think Sid has joined us. I don't know.
Sid, did I not press Sid? Let me see if I can press. Yeah, that did. Yeah. I should have pressed Sid. I don't think I missed him. Let me take a look at what's he listed as? Acid Head, right? So let's see now. Did I not call Acid Head? Here we are. And okay, so here we are. Did we press the button there? Here we are. Oh my God! I thought I pressed him. Brandon. There we are, thank God. Okay, I can't believe I'm saying that. Sid, what was in your bong the other day? It looked distressingly like laundry detergent, like liquid laundry detergent. It was blue. It was sky blue, and you were ripping at that bong, and it was like watching a wash cycle. What was that? Or do you remember?
Oh, no, that was a particular glass piece, which the inner glass tube is blue. So the vapor you saw would have possibly had like a blue tinge to it visually.
Okay. I'm in.
Like.
Go on. Yes, go on.
Yeah, it was some very good hash concentrate.
Oh man. Yeah. Yes. Well, there you are. I'm envious in a certain sense. In another sense, I'm beyond shock. So welcome aboard, and we're counting on you. And remember that the other day after the show was over and Peter had a hard time understanding you. So just remember to speak directly into the microphone and consider it just like that bong. Get your mouth right up there against it and, go at it. And we're going to... Brandon's been distressingly silent. Brandon, hello? Let's test your audio. Let's see if people can hear you.
Alrighty.
That's just delightful. That's Brandon. Okay, you all right?
Doesn't he lose consciousness?
I said he has narcoleptic moments where he'll at least he used to. I can't imagine that's gone away. Brandon Young, shall I call the police to conduct a well-being test, Brandon?
Oh boy, here we go.
There we are. That drew him out.
There he is.
That drew him out. Okay, this is kind of like when I said I blame my yeast infection on Brooke Gibson, and then she came online. Then she came online after that. That was wasn't answering till then. But she answered after that, came on, demanded to be brought on, as a matter of fact. So we can...
Hey, I'm sure a lot of people blame their yeast infection on Brooke.
That might bring her on again.
I know, I'm trying to
All
stop.
our yeast infections on Brooke Gibson from now on.
Oh gosh, well let's not go there, Sid. It's kind of like without the context.
I already owe her an apology. Maybe I don't. I think I'm worried that she's been avoiding me.
Oh, why would she do that?
Or just a hello with one of my pictures of my little truffles.
Uh-huh.
The little razor blade in it that I've been using. Just because I think that it looks cool, and I just worried that, I mean, after hearing a bit more about her past, I worried that I might have, like, triggered her.
I assure you, you have not offended her. I can assure you that it wouldn't be that. I think what it is this. She's just afraid that she would be so tempted that if you were to send her a package of those truffles, she would offer them to her meth head boyfriend so that she could permanently put him out and down and out, or, you know, into permanent organ failure so that she could watch him die. And that's
not particularly in favor of giving these to anybody. You know,
that's for the reason I just articulated. That sounds like a sound decision on your part. Yes, you know, I mean, say her son Noah came home. Hey, look at this heavy metal chocolate. All right, yeah. No, not a good scene. Yeah,
I won't be doing that.
Yeah, and again, just a little louder. Be loud. Yes.
Legitimate wants to. Yeah, I'd rather not.
That's not loud. What was that? Were you glitched? Was there an interruption in your sound, or did you just stop talking?
Can you hear me now, Douglas?
Yes.
Oh.
Shout.
But I glitched before.
Shout. Just shout. Sid, shout. When you talk, don't talk. Shout. Don't talk. Shout. Whenever you talk, just shout.
I'm gonna move the microphone closer.
That might help.
So
just tape it to the bong.
Tape it to the goddamn bong. Tape it to the goddamn bong. Yes.
That's not a bad idea.
Oh my god. So.
I'm very closer.
All right. So, what? Let's get you guys started on some subject you're passionate about. Last time it was Stephen King novels. What might it be this time?
I'm sorry, I didn't chime in a lot on that. I did read some Stephen King when I was very young, but I don't recall enough of it to the detail they were talking about.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably accounts for a better state of mental health on your part.
No.
Probably.
I was young too. I was probably a teenager, so to remember all the
that's the reading level of Stephen King as far as I'm concerned personally. But you know,
I've read a lot of Asimov and stuff, and I know he's got detractors too.
Well, I mean, Asimov has a son who's a convicted pedophile. That is no doubt a product of the weird ass parenting he got from Isaac himself. So, I mean, I think it's beyond a little beyond just criticism there. I mean, it's not just detraction. There's some traction as opposed to detraction, if you get what I mean. So that being said, okay.
That's when I was young, and then, finally I got, later on, I got to Peter's books when they came out. So,
oh god.
Then I was finally reading something good.
Yes. Keep telling yourself that. I love Peter dearly. It's as far as I'm concerned, Peter.
I mean, if you like, first of all, if you like sci-fi and all this shit, and then if you start, going down certain rabbit holes, and you're like, oh, what's all going on? And then you get to that, you're like, oh, well, it's like, at best, it's good sci-fi.
Yeah. I mean, Peter, as far as I'm concerned, is reaching his apex now. Obviously, I would say that, right? He's reaching his apex now. Working with Douglas Dietrich, but he seems to feel that as well. So, that's a
lot of interesting information in his books. There is.
Yes. Okay. Now I should give them more attention. So we're getting another photograph here, and holy shit, what is this? What is that?
That is a fun little juice box stab rig which has has mushrooms all over it, which glow in the dark.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Well.
That dab rig.
Yeah. Yeah. That. Yeah. That's like.
That's pretty fancy, man. If I tried to get high now, I'd be like fumbling, trying to put some crumbs in a paper and twist it up. Be like, he's got a dab rig.
I don't mean this as an attack. It's not an interrogation, but where do you get the money for this stuff? I mean, this stuff is like
impressive.
Impressive. It's like you're equipped. So, is it dealing? Are you dealing on the side to sponsor this habit of this collection, this kind of collection? Because you got a collection.
Very good at shopping sales and what have you. You know, buy myself a little. Treat once in a while.
Right. I mean, yeah, like I said, no, I'm impressed. I mean, look, you've got an impressive collection of equipment for what you do, which is blowing your brains out. But you blow your brains out with style, and you have fun while doing it. Can't deny that. So it's yeah, this is his flight equipment. This is his flight equipment, people. He's got it's his private aeroplane collection. And, so he knows how to shop. And, damn, why don't you, advise the president on the national budget or something? Maybe they'd be able to afford a new re-equip for all their warships. They certainly need it. At any rate, I am going to refresh myself. I believe you gentlemen might have this, but...
We've got this.
Okay. They've got this. If only I could get a female on board. Amy, God, she's probably angry with me. She probably thinks she's asleep. That's what it is. She's asleep. She sent me a poem. She sent me some video of the empty roads up there in Vermont. I don't care what you say. Vermont looks fucking to me, looks like a wasteland. It's wintertime, of course, but it does not look attractive. Vermont doesn't look like any place I want to be. Okay, it's damn. They can have it. So, all right. And then I'm going to gonna go refresh myself. Let's take a look at the listeners. Let's take a look at our numbers. Then I'll take a look when I get back. This is not a test. Numbers are good. Numbers are good. Yeah. Everybody out there, stay here. I will be back. Now, these guys are going to try. They're going to try. So let's
try.
Yeah, help them out.
Yeah.
Help them out. And,
the ideas for conversation topics. Go ahead and put them in the chat, maybe.
Oh my God! Let me try something before I go. I'm going to try something here, and I'm just going to try and see if I can call Brooke and see if she responds. It's after midnight. She probably won't. I think she's going to bed early these days. That's the trick of it. Is I think that she's really going, and that's good. That's good. I mean, she's leading a healthier life, and that's good. But it makes it harder for me. And but
for us too,
What's that?
It makes it harder for us too.
Okay. Just remember, you want to avoid people asking you to repeat yourself. So we're gonna have you shout. I'm gonna call. Then I only have one ear. For those of you who don't know, I'm deaf in my right ear. So I've only got one ear. So I'm putting that ear now to the phone, so I won't be able to hear these guys. I'm giving you kind of a narrative. This is probably just going to ring out, and she's not going to respond. If I get her answering service, I'll leave an innocuous message like "I love you" or something. Or she left me a message. Like I said, she left me a text message. "I hate you." It's going to voicemail.
Has there been anything besides after the "I hate you"?
Yeah.
Or is that the last communication?
Okay. I love you. I love you. I really do. I think about you all the time. You have no idea. I've been wanting to call you. I really have been wanting to call you. All I've been thinking about is calling you. That's That's all that goes through my head when I'm not fucking hookers and drinking blood from little boys. Okay? I just want you to know that. Mwah. Okay. It's not hanging up.
Who would have thought? I mean, there were days.
How do I hang up? Why isn't it hanging up? It's not hanging up. How do I fucking hang? God damn. Okay.
I mean, would you believe some days in the past like that we would have been sitting here saying, "Man, I miss Brooke Gibson."
Okay.
Rad.
Okay.
Always been rad. She just gets radder and radder.
Okay. I'll be back. I'm going mute. Go on mute.
Yeah.
All right. All right, Sid. So, is Brandon still with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, that's cool. Glad you're there.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Yeah.
How are you doing right now, Brandon?
Great. How are you?
All right. You doing all right over there? What are you up to?
Right now?
Yeah.
Just chilling.
Yeah. Is it late where you're at, or?
Yeah, it's about what is it? Oh, 12:40.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So you're Eastern.
East Coast, yeah.
Yeah.
Me
too.
Yep. So that's it.
Yeah, these Cali guys got it easy. The show's all early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
we gotta
not
stay up
that
all late.
if you want to have any kind of daytime stuff going on during the week, which I guess I don't, so it works.
Yeah.
It works.
Well, there's that too. Yeah. I have daytime stuff going on too. So it's tough. So sorry, if I'm ever kind of half useless because it's probably past my bedtime.
Well, either you guys see any good shows, or you read anything fun, or what? You learn anything?
I haven't been watching TV. I don't have like TV. I'm sure you can find any number of shows online. I usually don't seek out shows. I mean, by the time you click on enough, like, if you're into wherever you're at, social media or chatting, or people will, be like, oh, check out this video, check out that video. And people think nothing is sending you like, well, this explains it all. It's like, and they send you a video. It's like, what, half an hour, it's like an hour. And I'm like, thanks, man. It's like, all your time could go right there.
I've been seeking out some videos about the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk Project, and some stuff that we talk about sometimes, just trying to get it to sink in more, because my short-term memory is fucked.
Yeah.
And my long-term memory is pretty fucked too, especially if I'm like doing any kind of public speaking. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about from 1 second to the next.
That's okay, as long as you're talking. There you go. So Philadelphia experiment. So have you read the original Montauk book?
Yeah.
Who was that? Brandon?
Yep.
Okay. Nemo, when you're done.
You mean Peter Moon's books?
Yeah, like the first book that broke like the Montauk, like the first Montauk book. Have you read that?
No, I haven't. And
you haven't?
I would like to. I would like to check out Peter Moon's stuff. How much of his stuff have you read?
I read most of that and several books after that. What I haven't really fully caught up on is the Reïnstated books. I'm part of the way through that series, but I kind of put it down, haven't got back to it. And I haven't been good about picking up whole books lately.
So,
the problem with like being online is like you can just be deluged with so much to read and so much, I feel like I'm reading and looking and watching stuff all day, but none of it is like a whole book or a whole show.
Yep. I know exactly.
It's like, you're like, oh, I'm going to watch this video. This is interesting. It's like click, and like,
Yeah. I mean, I can find some fun stuff on YouTube. Like, I mean, I like some of the spooky story channels, and some of them cover some interesting things. Like, I don't know if we're allowed to name other channels that we like. Are we?
Sure.
Like Mr. Ballin is a channel that I kind of did. Storytelling channel.
Where is this?
On YouTube.
Okay. Oh my God. I mean, you could, like, even if you just limit it to YouTube, you could sit there all day. If you just knew where to click, you could find stuff that you really wanted to watch all day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, YouTube is pretty good. I actually prefer it to most of the stuff that is on TV or most of the movies that come out. Just the weird infotainment shit that I find on YouTube is somehow, I mean, it's more gratifying. It's more fun.
Yeah.
It's worth the 18 whatever bucks a month it is now. I mean,
what
way
do you pay
more.
for?
I think I'm paying like 18
for what on YouTube?
For YouTube Premium.
Oh, yeah, the YouTube Premium.
Yeah. No commercial.
$18
Yeah.
a month.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. So they raised it a bit.
Yeah, they raised that shit pretty steadily.
What do you get? What's the main benefit of getting a YouTube page?
Ad free.
Ad free.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Completely ad free, and then I don't know, maybe a couple.
There must be some other. Maybe if you're hosting, but I don't even think Douglas pays for, like, you can host a whole channel. You don't have to pay, right?
I like to listen to that stuff. I don't want to absorb ad shit in my sleep.
Right.
Things
I'm just wondering how, like, where they're getting money, so they want to get paid money to stop their ads, but they still let you have a channel for free because I guess that brings in more people and lets them show more ads. So they'll let you run a channel for free. So they can put ads on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And then they'll either, they're making their money one way or another. They'll sell you a subscription, or they'll sell airtime to people with ads they want to show you, whatever. But like, it's $20 to rent a movie on Amazon, and they fucking suck these days. Overwhelmingly. I mean, just apart from just being shitty, it's like they seem just overtly, like, psychologically hazardous. Like, they seem like a psychic Hazardsville to me.
Like what? Can you give us an example?
I never thought I would be one to complain about like downer themes and somber shit in movies and whatever, but the stuff that they make nowadays is just so fucking depressing. It's just it's depressing in a different way. I mean, like, there's stuff in the 90s that was Pet Sematary is depressing, but it's good. I mean, I don't know, Pulp Fiction could be depressing, but I think it's good. But the stuff nowadays is just, it reminds me of, like, when Douglas has pointed out Aquino's tactic of boring people to tears, boring them to the point of tuning out. In some of his interviews, it just seems that way with movies.
Interesting.
Me.
Yeah, because Oscar was tonight. It was the Oscars tonight. The big movie award show.
Yeah. I haven't watched in a million years.
I haven't seen who got Best Picture or whatever, but there's Barbie, which I heard about, and Oppenheimer, which is about Robert Oppenheimer, who developed the atomic bomb. I'm sure our listenership knows that. It's interesting though, that film. I watched it, and he becomes Death the Destroyer while he's in bed with a woman. He realizes that, which is very interesting.
Yeah, wasn't Douglas saying that his belief was that these tests would actually annihilate planet Earth?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Is that like generally known to be the case, or is this like a major revelation that
I don't know if people would be so surprised if they heard it. But I don't think anybody knows it. Yeah.
It's not the official history.
No, for sure. I mean, but
Okay.
That's
pretty fucking wild. The idea that he would like want to record that, just to record it,
right.
even as the whole thing goes up in flames. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. He did record it while French kissing Richard Feynman, which was, I thought, bizarre.
What is this?
This is a joke, like a really dry joke.
No, it's a true story. This Robert Oppenheimer, he met that young Richard Feynman in Los Alamos, and he found him and smacked him across the face a couple of times and just kissed him on camera. And that is the whole FBI file on Oppenheimer that no one knows about. No, I'm joking. That is a joke. That's a very dry joke, as Brendan said.
Very well then.
Yeah.
Okay. And was this a show or a movie or?
No, it was
This is the secret history.
It was a gay pornography film. I was
I
recommend
gay pornography film.
Yeah, and Peter Moon had actually sent me the link to it, and
Who did the film? Who was in it?
Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson. They were both in that. You never seen this?
Oh, really? Oh, no. Could you send me the link?
You have to ask Peter for it. I think it's buried in my Gmail.
Okay.
So I find it, but it's going to take like 2 minutes, so I don't have the time.
So who is the top and who is the bottom?
What do you think?
Between who are we talking about now?
Brooke, Peter,
and
Oppenheimer. Yeah, and Richard Feynman. Yeah.
I think Brooke is the top, and both of them like a strap-on experience, perhaps.
Yeah.
So this is a hypothetical thing, and you're saying they were in a
no, this is a factual.
No, Brandon actually sent me a link to.
You got the link finally? Okay. Good.
Yeah, we weren't gonna.
Are you watching it now?
Didn't realize we were gonna discuss it publicly, but.
So as he said that that Brooke actually is the top in this situation, in this scenario, as you would say. I mean, they're supposed to be actors, but I don't know if Peter Moon likes being pegged this way as much.
He doesn't want to be pigeonholed in this way.
Right. So, I mean, I love Peter, but, You know, as an actor, I wouldn't want to do that. You know.
You would not want to take it up the ass.
Not really. Not even that. Like if I had to pretend to be, you know, Julius Caesar or whatever. You know, I just a King Lear or whatever. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take it to that extent. I can pretend that it happened. You know. But
like would play like a hardcore like gay sex scene in an art film as long as there's not actual penetration.
Yeah, I mean, I can. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like as long as like, yeah, I mean, leave that to the pros like Peter Moon, you know, or Brooke Gibson, who know the proper way to, you know, do that stuff. So I'm not the best at that. I'm more of like a character actor. I'm more of like a Daniel Day-Lewis, if you will.
Is he? Did he play some kind of cripple?
Yeah, he does. He plays cripple.
Something wrong with his foot?
Forrest Gump. Yeah, he was.
And he likes Dr. Pepper?
Yeah. You can run.
In the book, he even went to space.
That's right. He worked for NASA. I read that book because I thought he was a genius or something.
They sent him up there with some ketamine and an emotional support dolphin.
Oh my God. We were told not to talk about this.
Yeah, that's the tab topic.
Which means we have to.
Now, do dolphins, you know, and who is the top, who is the bottom, and who does more K? I mean, you know,
Wait,
and
we got a dolphin. Who else we have?
Yeah, who's up there in space? Oppenheimer?
Well, you have Oppenheimer, because Oppenheimer went to space. Not too many people know this. He took a rocket immediately to space as soon as it happened. So they sent him to space with that dolphin. And I think the first thing they did do was have sex. Douglas won't admit this, but he knows this is to be true. Is that Oppenheimer went to space with a monkey and I think a dolphin. And they swam around for a while and then they had sex, which is like, I guess that happens in the cosmos. You know, I don't know. This is on. Not telling.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is Department of Defense.
Classified
documents that are
absolutely.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I thought that like blew up, but in fact that was just a projected image, right? And in reality,
yeah, he wanted to project the fact that he had sex with dolphins, but the reality was that he had sex with like various mammals, you know, because dolphins are mammals essentially, right?
Yeah,
and dolphins are fish.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're mammals. You know, they're not really fish. They can, you know, like Oppenheimer would do experiments where he would put, he would crossbreed, he would splice a dolphin DNA with a monkey DNA, and then he would make it walk and, you know, dress up in like top hat and a suit. And
would it be boy monkey dolphin?
Yeah,
or girl monkey dolphins?
No, it was a boy. He had a cane.
So is it monkey dick or a dolphin dick at that point?
He had a it was dolphin dick. Luckily,
Oof, that's a mean critter.
No, he was not. This you can look this up. He was not. He got arrested
in space.
No. Oh, when he came back from space, he came back in Florida, in Cape Canaveral, and he came back, and he became like a big bastard in Florida. And then his son came and killed him. It's a big story. You can look it up on the true crime websites and all that.
How'd the son kill him?
With his dick, actually. He
Stuck it in crooked and fucked that fat dad to death.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, he yeah, sure.
Is this still Oppenheimer?
And
Yeah, that's the story. If you haven't seen the movie, that's how it ends.
No, I haven't. I might need to now.
Yeah, spoiler alert. I know he won the Oscar tonight, so
Eminem wrote that one song about this after they all got together at Yosemite.
Dan, yeah.
Compared notes and tripped out with Bigfoot and
yeah.
Tripped out with Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Is that like a retreat you can go on?
Yeah, Mount Shasta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
You know, because you hear about people like, you know, they'll
Trip
do
out.
like, they'll book like the ayahuasca trip, you know, down the jungle, but like you can go like trip out with Bigfoot. Is that like a thing?
Well, that the secret
yeah.
people really don't know about ayahuasca retreats is that you actually end up getting raped by Bigfoot.
That's true.
It's all Bigfoot rape.
Yeah, it's a big not too many people know this, but the
You don't
whole
get raping, you get to be the rapee.
well, the whole like business of like all these tech giants going down and do ayahuasca and finding themselves, no one tells them that they've been raped by, you know, and that's
I want everyone to think that it's all about micro dolphins.
right.
But really it's about Sasquatch semens.
That's it. Yeah.
And then invent new technologies, breakthrough technologies, like
Right.
and they tell us it's anomalous.
Well, I mean, you know, he's like an angel, you know. He's like this angel that gives gifts to humanity. But there's a price, right? There's a price for everything that you get.
You have to catch the dolphin dick.
Yeah, and that's part of it. You know, like everybody who takes that ayahuasca trip knows what they're getting. I mean, they should know. If not, they might not have a good experience. You know, if they do,
might not.
then it's a good experience. I mean, it might be a good experience. If you're Peter Moon,
Well, a lot of them go out there expecting it to be like all lovey-dovey and like rainbows and teddy bears and shit.
Right.
But, you know, a lot of them end up facing their shadow side, and they're stuck with that shadow work with that dolphin dick up the butt from Bigfoot.
Well, they haven't
and
done
then
shadow work.
They need like 12 steps for talk therapy.
That's it. That's exactly right. And
But
this is
definitely like SSRIs right away.
Yeah, these are facts. These aren't opinions. These are facts that are on the record, by the way.
I'm here to expose some of these things, you know, having had some contact with the psychedelic therapy scene myself. I can attest to their fact and with the splicing dolphins and chimpanzees and that's what they're all about, man. Dolphin dicks and Bigfoot and
okay, I just got back in time to hear dolphin dicks. Now, our numbers have gone up by, I don't know how you did it. Maybe it's the dolphin dicks, but yes, Nemo Albano says, Sid, change the topic of gay sex or anal penetration. And Six Sad World says, no shit, went to space.
There was some talk of, and I hope they're fictitious, some type of pornographic films and some very fanciful things. Still trying to process what I heard, but
at any rate, how did we get here?
Brandon can explain.
Brandon.
Why is it me? I don't know.
You came out with something about a porno and Peter Moon and Brooke, and I was just like trying to keep up.
You guys are funny. No, I have no idea.
Okay. Wow. So
Douglas, you'll have to go back and just review that because
let's go back in the record.
Yeah, you said something, Brandon. When I got back, all I heard was, "You're on record." Like Sid was in court or something, and then Sid said something about, "Yeah, I'm just here to expose the dolphin dicks," and I still have no idea.
I
don't want to take us back there. I don't want to.
And people think they're going on ayahuasca retreats, and really they're about to be raped by Bigfoot with his dolphin dick.
Whoa! Like, okay, the retreats. Yeah, a lot of these people who go to these retreats are a bunch of like Silicon Valley types who deserve to get raped.
Yeah, well, he said tripping out with Bigfoot, and I was like, is that like a retreat you can book?
Yeah.
Just like they got the ayahuasca guy, got these like ayahuasca, shamans, and I don't know what you were talking about it, Sid, or something. It's like, they're native guys, but somebody went to them and were like, look, we're gonna syndicate and commercialize this, and they so maybe they went to Bigfoot, and they're like,
yeah, well, they collaborated with Bigfoot and with that Lily guy.
Whoa! Wait a second. Bigfoot and Lily work together?
Yeah.
Sure.
And lots of ketamine, and they ended up with Bigfoots with dolphin dicks.
Whoa! Wait, dude.
So it's like a chimera.
Yeah, whoa!
It's not like
chimera.
It's literally a chimera.
Well, I mean, so look, I'm not coming down on you. I'm just curious. What do you believe this?
I mean, if Brandon says it's true, then
it must be true. So Brandon said this.
No, I didn't say that. Well, I mean, we all know there are chimeras in the world, and that this is a mythology. It probably goes back to the dragon and Mithras and the griffin and all that stuff, right?
Bad dragon.
No, this has been a perennial philosophy, as Aldous Huxley would say, right? So, but
open the door.
They could be dolphin dicks.
Open the door.
Okay. So it's your humor. We have to talk about this, Brandon. This is what we're talking about: expressive asphasia. So. Yeah.
I looked at it as an exercise of like telling a story that just got more and more fanciful, and you were trying to see at what point the person didn't believe it.
That's what I presume.
You got it.
So that's what happened.
Okay. So you are dealing with someone. You're dealing when you're talking to Sid, Brandon. It's not fair. You're dealing with somebody who went to Disney while he was on acid, I think, and. And it just felt that the entire environment was hostile and negative and was full of children disappearing, and I pointed...
Fine.
Oh, is that you or Brandon or both that are just kind of glitching in and out there?
I had a good time on acid at Disneyland.
I thought you said you felt that the whole place was...
World, there's a difference. I work for them. I used to work for Disney.
Disney World would feed the children to that.
Oh, in Orlando. Okay.
And they keep the those monster monkeys out on the island, and they
the monster.
They exposed that on that one scary story channel on YouTube.
What?
There's a few of them. So, you got to be more specific on that. But
yeah. I mean, Monster Monkey Island could be where places where certain human beings hang out, but we just call them monster monkeys. So it's but anyhow, Sid, if I remember correctly, you were at a Disney facility and you were feeling tripped out and negative, and that so you got this impression that this could be all true, that kids were disappearing there because you were getting all these negative vibes. So when Brandon starts his trip and he starts this kind of like, oh, I'm just going to go on a spiel and just kind of get fanciful, it's like, you've got an unfair advantage with Sid in that Sid kind of just, he buys in and just kind of like, his mind is kind of easily manipulated in that sense. So in your case, Brandon, the problem is nobody understands that you're joking because you have a flat delivery based on an affect that is impacted by expressive asphasia. So I want to ease into the subject with you. I want you to understand that I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder myself, and so I have a psychological injury that literally changes the shape of my brain. Oh, by the way, we are joined by Mark H., and perhaps if he had been here earlier, he would have participated, maybe. And past being prelude, we're not sure of that. And he would have maybe prevented it from going in such an odd direction where we had people kind of commenting on it in chat and other places. Now, luckily the numbers didn't go down, but okay.
It didn't start out that way. We were talking about like books and movies, and I'm like, well, if you're online, like there's no end to the content. You don't have to have TV or books, right? You could just be reading and watching shit all day, and we were kind of talking about that, even if it's just YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I should have literally, what I need to do next time is kind of start people on a conversation, and I'll have to do whatever it takes to find something to just start you guys next time. Yeah, but as Aristides said, he started off pretty neutrally, but maybe that's the problem. It's just too neutral, and then it just goes into odd directions. But yes, back to Brandon. So I do welcome Mark H., of course, to speak when he feels like it. Let's test his audio technology. Say hi, Mark.
Hey, Douglas. How's it going? It's good to talk to you and everyone else. I miss speaking to everybody.
Much the better for all of us for your being here, yes. And so, yes, and of course I encourage your participation. So yeah, right now let me get into the heart of what I feel is an important issue. And to ease into this, Brandon, and but you and I will almost never certainly get the chance to talk privately. So some of these things we have to cover publicly because you do behave in a certain manner publicly when you're on bandwidth that disturbs people, and like I just described, and it's basically has to do with the flat affect. The delivery is everything when it comes to humor, and the problem is that you see humor in a lot of things, which is normally a positive, but you're relating that humor to others does not come off well because of the delivery issue. And so since delivery is everything, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. This is, in your case, I'm going to ease into it this way with an example of my own. I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a psychological injury. So people understand who are listeners, it's not a mental illness. And Brandon Young doesn't, so far as I know, have a mental illness. That has yet to be diagnosed, so I'm still hoping. But that being said, see, I can do that. Because I have delivery, because I could change the tone of my voice, and I don't use a flat affect. But that being said, okay, now, a mental illness would be, of course, some other aspect of my personality, perhaps, such as the fact that, as I've pointed out, with Brendan Zoget many times, the assassination attempts on yourself, on Amanda Yu, and on, Brendan Zoget with his own occult siege that he's been suffering and many other misfortunes, without a doubt or any kind of self-indulgence, all of this happened because of me. Now, people might say that it's a symptomatic of a pathology that I don't feel any guilt about it. And I don't have a problem with that. But that being expressed, see, I could get away with that because delivery, got it? And people might still say that that doesn't, of course, dispel the potential of there being some diagnosis in that area or to that effect at some point in the future, but I haven't had one yet. Such being said, however, obviously I do have a processing that is parallel or somewhat verging upon sociopathy. And but I'm open about that. And again, I can be open about that and be myself because that's the way people should be for the politics of today and tomorrow, as opposed to the politics of the past.
Fuck.
Yeah.
No?
What was that?
Sorry.
Oh.
Wait,
no.
wait. What was that, Sid?
Oh, I was trying to cut myself a piece of shatter, and I accidentally sent maybe a little bit of it flying, but not too much. So I have plenty more. No big deal.
I'm so sorry, Sid.
Yes,
I
life's
just
hard.
got stuck.
Life is hard.
Life is hard.
There's kids starving in Ethiopia, Sid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Starve.
there's people out there that are just, looking for food, but Sid, he sent some of that shatter splattering, and oh my God, it's a hard life. It's a hard life. It's like, and look at those photographs. I mean, Mark, you're here now. Look in the text box. Look in the text box. The photographs he can suck that skeleton man's dick. He's got that big skeleton bog with it's just coming out of that
That's
pelvic.
crazy.
Oh man, glow in the dark. Suck that bong. It's a bong cock.
Skeleton's dick.
It's
as a
yes.
That's crazy.
Incredible. So it's like other people out there are trying to collect cans to recycle. Yeah, but not Sid. Not Sid, man. He's living it.
I cycle a little bit of this hash.
Yeah. He's living the dream. Yeah, hash, not cheap, by the way.
I was gonna say hash. Where do you even get hash?
Thank you. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, I mean, but this guy's...
You can't get it at the store, no.
Yeah, no, this guy's rolling in it. He's got a skill. Oh, like
I'm like a ruffled pig. I sniff out the hash,
Yeah, like I said, he needs to be budget advisor to the fucking president so we can, re-up the economy. Okay, that being said, so my post-traumatic stress disorder, it alters the shape of my brain, and it has changed the shape of my frontal lobe, and this is, of course, how my psychiatrist was able to prove that I am physiologically impacted by this phenomenon to the point where I was able to cash in on my SSDI, and that is, of course, part of my working disabled program that I'm on that I was describing to Peter Moon the other day. It's not disability, it's working disabled program, which means I have to work. Or I would be guilty of serious government fraud. So this is my job, and what I'm doing right now is taking advantage of the show therapeutically with every episode, and I do my best to adapt, and therefore I think I've pretty much gone to a level of making this a positive. I've processed this into a positive. So what happened to you was you were brain injured due to the car accident, as you call it, which we've got to stop calling it that and never refer to it as that again, the assassination attempt. And the assassination attempt put you in a comatic state for a while, about a week at least, maybe longer. Yeah, maybe 2 weeks. Either way, you did not come out of that unchanged, and it's degenerative. So I've dealt with serious brain injuries through my mother for 10 years, and I know for a fact you've got expressive aphasia. My mother's symptoms were quite different because, of course, her traumatic brain injury was quite different. And there was all kinds of occult phenomenon involved, and there was also the fact that she's not baseline human. She was half vampire. You, on the other hand, are baseline human. And in the case of Nemo, who is not joining us on bandwidth, but he's certainly welcome to do so, Nemo Albano, I presented the analogy where Nemo was in a life-threatening vehicular accident. It's not an accident, really. Well, maybe in his case it more was, but his father was basically suicidal and basically was prepared to take him with him. So, in a sense, it kind of counts as some almost subconscious suicide attempt or something like that. But at any rate, he came out of it with his legs impacted as well as other parts of his body, and he did not attend rehabilitation when he should have. And as a result, Nemo has at least one leg which is atrophied to the point where it's fairly vestigial. Just kind of, he drags it around more than it helps him propel himself. So in that case, he knows he should have rehabilitated or tended to that more aggressively, but, you know, there's a lot about Nemo where he's got motivation issues. And in your case, I don't know what it was, but whatever rehabilitation you went through, you need to be dealing with something now to deal with what is no longer a brain injury. This is not something that can heal. You have brain damage. It's impacting you through your expressive aphasia. Wait, I see this every time you're on with us. No, this isn't a medical diagnosis. This can't be taken as a medical diagnosis. I'm not a doctor. But like I said, I worked with brain injuries with my mother for, over 10 years, that last 11 years of her life. I know brain injuries, traumatic brain injuries. So either you have expressive aphasia or you flat out have a mental illness, which I'd rather prefer the expressive aphasia because...
Wait, give me of what you think is expressive aphasia.
It's pretty much the flat delivery of your jokes. This is something that we see consistently. That might be like a Norm Macdonald sort of delivery of like... Whoa, wait a second. There are people who speak humor, or they deliver it drolly. There's a dry or droll humor. You do not have a dry or droll humor. You may think you do. It's not.
I don't think these are real.
Let's put it this way. Again, this is not an attack. I'm not attacking you. We have no opportunity to speak privately. And the reason that it is apropos for me to speak of this publicly is because your humor is constantly delivered publicly. So when you come on my show and you deliver what you feel to be humorous anecdotes or just stories, okay, nobody understands that. And
well, I heard a few laughs from the crowd here, which is what matters, I think.
Sid is like he's in the stratosphere. He's not. That doesn't count.
Cool, that's who I'm speaking to. That's my audience, man. Brendan and like all the. I mean, as long as it can make them laugh in a weird way, that's fine.
It's and I'm not down in Sid either. But just to hey, don't judge yet. Don't judge yet. Let me just finish the anecdote, or the, shall we say, edge my way into the delivery of my message that I'm trying to deliver. Is that this is my impression, which is not a diagnosis, but I do feel you need to consult a professional, and I mean like a physician. I mean like a fucking neurologist.
I mean, come on.
A neurologist. I didn't say psychiatrist.
Of course.
But it wouldn't hurt to consult. I consult a psychiatrist and I consult a psychologist. So,
yeah.
But okay, but this is what I'm saying. At this point, this is my impression. My impression is...
All right, be totally serious. Brandon Young, totally serious. Here we go.
But wait! Right. Let me finish. My impression is, without... You don't have a brain injury because that would imply that this could be healed. You have brain damage. And at this point, you're treading water. And in order to prevent yourself from degenerating further to the point where nobody understands you and nobody wants to be near you, you need to see a neurologist about expressive aphasia in particular, because your biggest issue is communications. And one thing that Sid was saying, and this is Sid. I mean, think of it. We're talking about acid head here. It's not even acid head. It's acid neutron bomb warhead. Says he couldn't keep track of where you were going. So
No, that's what I said, Douglas. I said that I thought he was trying to keep me from keeping track of where I was going.
With Stephen King?
Yeah, see, you're wrong, Douglas.
No. Sid will back up on anything he says. You can't count on Sid. He'll say one thing one moment and he'll say something else the next. He's just covering his ass. Sid said when he was talking to you about Stephen King that he was trying to stick to a subject, but you kept changing it.
This was last week. Was last week, and we did talk about.
Stephen King. Now, is what I'm saying a lie, Sid? Did you not say that you were trying to talk about Stephen King, but you couldn't stick to a single subject because Brandon just kept going all over the place? Did you not say this?
Yeah, I said I said that.
There.
Well,
you just got to rephrase it. So there's this thing about train of thought. There's this thing about delivery. And what I'm trying to do is, as someone who cares about you, someone who needs you, because of important reasons that you should already understand, you are someone I'd like to have around and keep coherent enough where you can attest.
I'm fine. You know, like this whole thing about brain, just because I joke around doesn't mean I'm not like with it, you know? And I just joke around. My as you know, Douglas, my sense of humor is very dark and very dry, and that's what I find funny.
Are you not in any way, shape, or form open to what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I am. I've listened and sunken in, and I've heard it before.
You did?
And, yeah, from you many times. You know.
Okay.
So,
but I mean, you've never followed up with like seeing somebody about this.
Well, I have. Like, this is like you're talking about something that happened 10 years ago. You know.
Yeah, and these things get worse.
But I've maintained like a real life, you know, and I don't talk about that. In on the show, so like there's very limited to what I can talk about.
I mean, I wish I could talk to you privately because I am curious about some of the things that have happened recently, but that is an example of some of the humor that you've displayed, quote unquote, that Brooke and I were concerned about. Yeah.
I mean, I can just be a dullard, and
no, I didn't say that. No,
I'm just saying.
But let's put it this way. If you're speaking at a normal pace like you're doing, you don't need to drift off into these odd areas because it's indicative of something that's disturbing to me. Like, say, for instance, when I left now to do my lines of coke, which this is why I'm not judging anybody. Yeah. So yeah, when I went now to do those lines, I come back and you're like saying, "You're on record," while Sid is talking about dolphin dicks. And I'm like, okay, how did we get here? And it's like, well, it comes back to Brandon. And Brandon...
It's not my fault.
Else keeps...
Whoa, wait a second. How is it not sourcing back to you when you were talking about something and then drifted off into chimerical breeding of dolphins and Bigfoot, and then you have poor Sid following up on that. You're stringing him along, and then Sid bites and runs with this bait, and that's what I came back to. Now, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, okay, you started with a narrative that went off, and it's like, this is the problem. Sid bites because he doesn't know you're joking, because no one can tell you're joking. Because you have a flat monotone. So when it comes to
comment on this whole politics of the paranormal is that you don't know, because the shit people say is so fucking crazy that they might, you know, you might take them for true. You know, they might take that for a truth. You know, but
How does that rationalize what I've just described?
Well, it doesn't really, but it just shows that, like, I mean, I'm just having fun here. I'm not.
Well, no. I get it, but I don't. Because you
right,
might think you're having fun, but no one else is necessarily having fun.
Well, I've heard a few laughs, and I've gotten feedback and letters in the mail.
Wait a second. Well, okay, let's put it this way. Is laughter, if what you say is true, is laughter that important? Is it so important to get a few laughs that you come across sounding insane?
Fine. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, people, as long as they laugh, it's fine.
That's not fine. But believe me, trust me, I'm doing you a favor. I am doing you a favor. This is not fine.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you from people running away. You know, this is like, we'll talk privately, and when we do, I'll try and probe a bit more about like what might have happened with a few things. But right now, I'll respect keeping the privacy of other people that have been in your life. But the thing is that, you know, let's put it this way. You've been coming on the show more recently, and and so I want this to work well for all of us. So I want you to be able to interact without going into weird, just.
Well, I'm not the only party here responsible for dolphin whatever. You know?
No. I mean, no. I in a sense am responsible because I kind of started sit on that. I started to sit on that trip because I'm just trying to burn bandwidth, and
so, you know, I mean, it's like, I don't know.
We can like relieve pressure on you. We can relieve pressure on you and just kind of like ease into another topic, but you know, just dwell on that.
I won't be.
Yeah, and work with it, and find someone to work with on this, because your communications. I believe this is a big issue in your life that you have not confronted, and I believe if you had confronted that issue, I think things would be different for you personally. It's kind of like with that, what's his name again? The blind bard, John Evans. It's like John Evans. John Evans, there was different issue completely, but with John Evans, you know, he's blind. But aside from that, the guy like wants to join the Roman Catholic Church in a position of some level of eschatological responsibility, meaning like a priest, but he wants to have sex. And he's pissed off at the Catholic Church because they don't change 2,000 years of their adherence to a vow of celibacy. So he I'll become a Protestant. So it's like everything is based on his dick. It's like, this is not faith.
That's not me though. You know. I mean,
no, I said it's not you. I said it's a totally different issue. But
so what does it have to do with?
But the example is, he's not just blind physically. He's blind in every way imaginable. He cannot see that the whole point of the Catholic Church is to maintain continuity through 2,000 years. That the idea that he can go in and say, geez, I'd like to be a priest and help these people out, but they won't let me fuck around. It's like, maybe they're all hypocrites, and maybe they're all fucking each other. Maybe the nuns are all having lesbian dildo sex. Maybe it's all going on behind that black curtain, but as a facade, at least they have to keep up the pretense. But he's not even willing to go in with the pretense. He could have easily have said just this. He could have just said, I want to be a priest, and go for it. And then secretly get some sex on the side. I mean, God knows we've heard enough about priests that do that.
That's true.
But no, he had to be, you got to change for me, man. I mean, that is just, he's psychotic in that sense. There's pathology there.
I don't think it's psychotic to want to be married and serve God.
No, it is if you want to be a priest. Yes.
No, it's not really. I don't think
That's
so.
like saying, whoa. That's like saying, I want to be a frontline soldier, but I don't want to kill anybody. There's no point.
No. because there were priests that were married and had kids, and there still are to this day.
Yes, this is historical, and this is based on truly exceptional situations, and he doesn't fucking qualify. He's not part of a historical matrix in which that counts. And you know that.
He thought maybe he could be, right? So
yeah, well, it's you know, such being said, I made my point, and I think my point sticks, and I think plenty of people would understand what I'm saying. So, you know, that's been said. But your parallel here is that when you come on the show, the issue that I have is that there seems to be an inability to stop what you're doing. In other words, like, say, for instance, the other day, I may have come across as harsh, but we were in somewhat of a hurry, and you said, "Oh, I'll make this quick," and described something that was going on with some concept you were trying to explain or some incident. And then you said, "Yeah, it started in Europe when I was with the Chippendales, and I was doing my strip tour across the continent." And of course, there's that flat affect, and we just take this at face value until it just gets too much. And that's when I said, is this a joke? And you said, yeah, I'm just joking. I said, you said you were going to, you know, make this a short narrative, and then you went to the narrative and completed it at that point. See, at that point, there's an issue here with whether or not you have control of this. It's like, this is what I think is kind of apparent to all of us, but very few people can express it, is that you don't seem to have control over this. It seems to have control over you.
No.
It seems compulsive. It seems.
I see.
Yeah,
but it's not. That's not the case. I have control over it, and I can go that way, and I think it's fun to like just. I have a.
It's not fun. It's not fun for us.
For me, it's really fun.
No. Let me give you an example. When Brooke and I were here, and we were sitting here, and you went into Kelsey, and you said, "Oh, Kelsey was at high school, and this horrible chemical accident, and oh my God, this chemical spilled all over her, and then she lost all of her hair," and we're just sitting here absorbing this and trying to express our sympathies. And then you said, then she started growing all that hair on her tits, and that's when Brooke and I are like, okay, is this? We find it impossible to accept that, so we asked, is this a joke? And you said, yeah, well, you gotta laugh about it, right? Because it's a serious subject. It's such a serious subject that if you don't laugh about it, you're gonna cry. Well, at that point, we have no idea how much to take serious. At that point, it eradicates the narrative. It's everything you've just related now comes into question.
That's a good point. Is that I joke around way too far, and like, you don't know where the line is between like reality and what's a real joke.
Thank you.
And you're 100% right. And like, when I was a kid, I was like in 8th grade. Just give you an example. My friend, I called my friend up and I said, "Hey, he had a bully," and I called him up and I said, "I'm the bully. I'm coming after you," right? And I laughed, and I thought he knew, assuming that it was me.
And he didn't know, and he killed himself. And ever since, you just kind of shrugged your shoulders and said, "I have the power of life and death. I'll keep doing this the rest of my life." Right?
See, now going off on a joke, but no.
See, I can do that though, because I have delivery.
See, so what happened was, and then all of a sudden I'm laughing. And this is before like smartphones and everything. So I'm in the kitchen and I'm making like eggs or something. And I see like 4 cop cars fly by my house, and I'm like, oh boy, I wonder where they're going. And they were going.
This is hideously funny. Now that's hideously funny. Yeah, go on.
So they went to his house and they because he called 911 immediately and said this bully is trying to kill me or something, And
can you blame him? Can you blame him?
It's his fault. No, just kidding. No, but he should have known. I thought he knew I was his friend.
And this is before the comatic state. This is before.
Oh, this is 8th grade. Yeah, right. So the comatic state.
You're not helping your case. You're not helping your case. That turns it from the result of a brain damage condition to a condition of pathology. That's
fine. I'll take it. You know, I mean, it's just like, but I do recognize that jokes go too far, and I do need to stop that. And but sometimes I have fun, you know, and I like these guys, so I have fun. And I like you, and I love coming on.
And so your logic is you always hurt the people you like the most? Is that the logic? I mean,
no. The logic is I can make you guys laugh. And
dude, let's go over this again until you get the message. Nobody finds it funny. The overwhelming majority of what you say. And if you insist that some people do, we really need to analyze who those people are.
All right. Well, I'll show you the letters that I get in the mail.
You get letters! Letters! People, are you serious? People send you fan letters. I love that time you were on Doug Dietrich's show, and you said, I don't get letters. Not physical letters. Physical letters in the mail.
10 letters a week I get.
This is
from
see, that's funny, but it's only funny because of the context. We get the joke. But there's no letters. There's nobody backing you up on
plenty of letters. I can show the letters, and they're all.
And does that make it all worthwhile? Does that make it all worthwhile that the rest of us have no comprehension of where your fantasy ends and your reality begins?
No, that's fine. I mean, just know I might be joking. That's all. But I mean,
but we don't want to do that. We don't want to say, "Gee, he might be joking." Yeah, we don't want to go through that every time you open your mouth.
I won't joke then. Okay?
Yeah, it's like that. Or if you know, I hate to say this to anybody because jokes are like poetry, and if you have to explain them, it kills them. But in your case, yes, you warn us before you say a joke. You are probably the only person on earth I would say that to. That's because you need it.
I agree. I'll agree with that. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and oh my God. So it's like.
Did you say I'm up everybody's ass?
Who are you talking to, Sid?
To yourself.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Everybody heard me say that. Mark, Aristides, help me out here. Come on, gentlemen. I mean, we can't count on Brandon because everybody will think he's joking. So, Aristides, Mark, did you not hear me say that? Of course I did. Yes, tell us, Mark.
All I heard was you said something about someone's ass. What was the comment?
It certainly wasn't anything about Sid being up anybody's ass. Is that what I said, Aristides? Oh. Come on, Aristides, let us know. That's certainly not what I said. But Sid, here's things. See, this is the problem that we're dealing with. There's real communications issues here, and there doesn't need to be. So when it goes, Aristides, are you there at all? You're there, right? Oh, jeez. I guess he fell asleep.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Jesus, that doesn't help.
I don't recall any being up anybody's ass statement.
Thank you. No one said that, Sid.
I could have missed it. I don't know.
That doesn't help, Aristides.
Trouble keeping up here. So, what else is new?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, if this is a bit awkward,
to talk to you about, but I should keep better notes of stuff like, oh hey, I thought about this thing we were talking about and I wanted to ask you about it, and I can't think of anything right now, even though there's probably 100 things.
Well, we can bring something up. We'll turn to Mark in a few minutes, but one of the things that I should have done when I left was brought up, of course, the fact that, there we are, Troy Bellamy says, the Arcane Observer. Let me call Jennifer Hawkins again and Troy Bellamy, since both of them seem to be here. Nemo says he's going to bed, so let me tell her I will call you, Jen. I will call you Jen. Okay, and aside from that, when I'm on these like little missions here, feel free to talk, gentlemen. Try to be spontaneous. It's a habit that you can cultivate that will help you in conversation. Again, someday you'll thank me. As for Sid, I think that you really got to understand when you hear something like that, SID's up everybody's ass, what would be the context in which I would say something like that? Where would that come from? Try and use your common sense. It's just not something I would say, for one thing. But another thing is, what would have led to that? Do you think I'm saying that to Brandon? Like, SID's up everybody's ass. What does that imply? Is that symbolic of something? Is that... It's just... This, too, is disturbing. It's disturbing because half the time you speak, it's not just me. Most of us can't hear what you're saying. So we don't try to fill in the blanks. Just try and, not fill in the blanks and ask of, something. I guess you did the only thing you could do, which is you thought you heard something and you asked if I said that. But it's kind of disturbing that you would think I would say that because it's not me. It's not me, and it's not... It's like when you came on the other day after asking me the question about, hey, what do you think of Manly P. Hall? In the middle of my lecturing on geopolitics. And when I'm lecturing on geopolitics, you suddenly come up out of nowhere. I mean, nowhere. Hey, what do you think of Manly P. Hall? And that makes no sense. There's absolutely no context. So then when I said, well, let me bring our man on so I can discuss this with him, I'm going to indulge myself in a little bit here on talking to Sid. And the first thing you said, and it's on record, is you said, oh, go ahead, make fun of me. And I'm like, where does that come from? Like, what makes you think that I'm going to bring you on and just steamroller you? It's like there's real esteem issues here. There's issues of, just projecting onto other people a kind of, I don't know, bullying, I suppose, or a kind of imposition. It's, you need to deal with these issues. It's, you don't need that baggage. So that being said, I just tried to call Jen right now. Let's see if she responds to this. And Troy, we'll try him again. Numbers are good. They've been going up higher, so I guess everybody enjoys my lecturing people on this. But hey, the other day I was talking about the fact that there were a number of female archaeologists that I knew. They all seemed to come across really hard lives where they didn't seem to be happy, and a lot of things were going on with them. And I thought that archaeology had a bad impact on them because they're digging up things that people had buried so that people wouldn't dig them up. And when I brought this up, Clarice Claudette responded to me and told me what had happened to her in Israel. I should ask her permission before I relate that, but I certainly will try to find time to read it. So if you're listening, Clarice Claudette, I want you to know that I've gotten your email. I'm aware of it. I'll try to get to it. There's a number of emails I want to get to, but I've been incredibly busy. But you're one of them. And so that being said, should have started that off with archaeological subjects or something, perhaps. Just trying to think aloud here for what I'll do next time when I walk away. Aristides did the right thing, and then it went in a direction that I now have kind of responded to. Wasn't a bad direction. Numbers didn't go down, but I still think we can always improve. So that being said, Mark H., now join us and catch us up on everything that's been going on with yourself, please.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. And I have a guest who I was having her look through the Presidio case, and you're rolling it because we were talking about it, and she was really like balls deep, so to speak, and looking at it, and all we just kept hearing probably within 20 seconds dolphin dick. So she's really she was going down the rabbit hole, and all she kept hearing in the background was that. She's like, what the hell is going on? No, hey, listen, it was kind of interesting too. It was interesting to hear to the gentleman. I haven't heard Brandon. Is it Brandon or Brendan?
It's Brandon in his case, yeah.
Okay.
No worries. Yeah, go on. Haven't heard him in a while. Yeah, no, he showed up after a long absence. Yeah. It's so I'm always concerned about his well-being. But I do feel he tends to look too deeply into a lot of dark subject matter, and when you stare into the abyss, as Nietzsche said, it stares back. And you stare in it long enough, you will find the abyss inside of you. So we do fear for Brandon. We do fear for Brandon. And
Oh my!
is that bad?
Yes,
Why?
because concern trolling can be.
Concern trolling. I like that. Concern trolling.
Well, it's like these people who are like, "Oh, I'm so worried about."
No, it's called Doug-splaining.
Oh, there we are. That's nice.
No,
Sid.
but
So,
there is
so Sid, is that funny? Is that is that if you don't appreciate what I say, what are you doing here? It's kind of like
No.
you're here,
Yes.
right?
Is supposed to be funny.
At any rate, you volunteer your time, but it's
Well, I like
it is what it is. So back to Mark with this before we can leave the awkwardness of these two gentlemen and turn back to Mark. This guest of yours, is she someone who's going to come on the show?
Probably not now, but just kind of introduced her to, like, the whole subject matter in itself, and she's super interested in it, and kind of read through the whole thing, and that's why I think it was actually quite funny hearing the show in the background while I explained to her the connection between you and the Presidio. So it was pretty cool to go through that as well. And then I remembered from the last show, I think some of the same guys are talking now, Sid and Brandon, I think they were talking about Stephen King.
Are trying to, yeah.
Yeah, and I remembered I just ended up recently got a book that Peter mentioned about his book on writing that I thought was pretty interesting. So starting to look through that a little bit.
Yeah, on writing. That's one of his only nonfiction works on writing, and they taught that in graduate school MFA writing courses at UMass Amherst. So that's where I came about it, and I was like, I don't think, is Stephen King a good writer? This is me reading like heavy nonfiction historical citations and stuff. So I thought fiction, BS, so, but I realized that it's one of the best books ever. Like, it's very slim. It's not that much words in it, but Stephen King knows a thing or two about actually
writing itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't Peter Moon say that he hates the use of adverbs or something to that note?
Yeah. Yep. Right.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. That it would be was it like a required reading for masters?
It was at that point. It was an MFA program, and they had it. I mean, it was in these MFA programs. They're basically you write your thesis, so it's like it's one of the books that are talked about. And one of the other ones was True West by Sam Shepard.
That's awesome.
And Cormac McCarthy, and so we would discuss these but on writing always stuck with me because I was like, oh my God, this is like what have I been missing out on Stephen King? And then when pandemic happened, I basically was like, all right, I'm gonna see what the Stephen King is all about, and I read everything I could, and so that's the journey I've been on, and I love it.
Yeah, that's cool because he's got it kind of brings and derives from his he had a near-death accident in 1999 as well.
It did. And then he wrote the Alien book that he has. What was the Alien book about? Dreamcatcher was the name. It was made into a film with Donnie Wahlberg and different people, but it's called Dreamcatcher. He wrote that when he was recovering from that accident, which happened kind of during his career after he was famous. But yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. Are you a fan?
I mean, honestly, I'm a movie buff more than anything, so I do like the movies. I never really read any of his books. I've come across people that are obsessed with his books and just, you know, love his writing and things like that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mostly just appreciate, you know, I really love movies in itself, and, you know, the Pet Cemetery, you know, like sometimes dead's better, you know, that kind of stuff. Like I love like lines from those movies. So
How about The Shining? You ever see that?
oh, of course, man, that's required watching, of course. Yeah, you got to see The Shining. And you know what's funny? A lot of people didn't like The Shining. Like Spielberg spoke about not liking The Shining, I think, the first a few times
Really?
he watched it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Let's try again and see if Jennifer has fixed her Skype, because she's definitely in the chat. Seems to indicate that's fine for me to bring her on, but she registers as unavailable on the Skype. By the way, what is that echo that we keep getting from you, Mark? Is that, are you like turning on like an intercom or something every once in a while? Or why is it like sometimes and not always is what I'm curious about.
It might be just because of the echo coming from you from my speakerphone, so I can just turn it down a little bit to make sure it doesn't happen.
Okay. And that's, of course, it's disconcerting when we hear it. So aside from that, yeah, it still says she's unavailable. Let's see if she responds otherwise. And it's Tad says he hears me typing, of course. Well, like I said, this is like a newsroom. You might as well get used to that. Think of it like the old newsrooms where you'd have the typing in the background while people are... See, there it goes in the background. There's that echo. So make sure people can't hear that. Now, is there a way that you can be on this call without your computer being on? Or is this something on so that your guest can hear the show?
Oh no, I'm just on my phone using the phone as well. I can't really imagine it being too bad of an echo.
Okay.
So I'm listening to it back and I don't hear it unless anyone else hears it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like once in a while. It was like earlier when I was talking to Brandon, it was there. It might have been maybe that you had the phone on and we're in the same room as... I mean, you don't have a computer on simultaneously in which the show is on, right?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Like I said, I think it was because the speaker was up loud and maybe two of you guys were talking at the same time and it just picked it up on the, you know, like I think that's what it was.
Okay. All right. And so it seems all right now, though your voice is a little echoey. And you know, just it's fine so long as it doesn't keep cropping up. With that being said, certainly what I can do is go into monologue anytime that I feel... Well, but then again, we've got George coming on, or he says he's coming on as soon as he can. So we'll hold on, and he'll probably talk about daylight saving time, and that's important. As it is, let's see if Jen responds again in the chat, because she was there a few seconds ago. Try calling her again as well, because that's always important, and she leads us in. Oh, she joined us. There we are. So Jen jumped onto the call, and whenever you do that, Jen,
Hey,
never be afraid
I'm sorry.
to... Yeah, never
Can
be
you hear me
afraid...
okay?
Yeah. Whenever you do that, never be afraid to let us know you're here. And you have no idea how glad I am to see you. So, such being said, honey, take the conversation anywhere you wish.
Sorry, what?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah, I just
Mhm.
I mean, but I missed the Skype call because I wasn't signed into my Skype,
Okay.
and so I popped in here. But I mean, I can go if you guys are busy. or
No,
something.
no. What I said, honey, that's... Oh, don't be like that. If anything, we are all appreciative of your being here, and and I'm the one here that's the most important, I desperately need you here. You have no idea how glad I am to see you, is what I said. So I said, after saying that, You can take this anywhere you wish. Start by talking about whatever you wish to speak about, Jennifer. Believe me.
Well, you guys are going through some tensions here. I mean, it's pretty
You definitely
obvious
feel it, yeah.
from the outside watching the chat and everything else and the conversations.
Numbers are up, though, and it's definitely stuff that needs to be said.
People love drama.
Yeah.
And so that seems to be the theme of the day for most people, is watching a lot of drama.
Yeah.
Can you help us out, Jennifer?
Why don't you shut up, Sid? Yeah, how about that for tension? Yeah, go mute, Sid, for now, or I'll mute you. I just don't need that. I especially don't appreciate your comment about quote-unquote Doug-splaining. I mean, that's just bullshit. So, that being said,
kidding about that.
I don't think it's funny. Yeah. And so, such being said, Jennifer, by all means.
How have you been, actually? I mean, is the better question. How's everything been?
Pretty good. I mean, considering it's certainly the roundtable thing is, I wanted to definitely talk to Brandon about this. Thing's been developing for a while. That I
did hear some of that. I did hear some of that.
And
I heard some of it earlier, and I had to go.
Oh yeah, we don't need to rehash it. But it was like this is part of the tensions that you stepped into. There's other things I could speak about, but I don't think I need to speak about them now. But basically, there were communications issues with pretty much the majority of the gentlemen here, except for Aristides, and the communications issues had to deal with just different things, the way that people kind of have problems either responding or processing with our man Brandon. It's already understood. We've covered that. Sid, we've barely gone into. Mark, of course, there was an issue that I've expressed my position on several times already, so I don't need to really go into that at the moment, but we might cover that briefly in the near future. It's something that when you're doing what I do, this isn't like a normal situation where you're running a talk show and people just express like perspectives or opinions. This is something very different, because every show that I host, I risk the channel. I risk the channel being shut down. So the channel has strikes, and we have a dedicated network of people that are trying to bring the channel down. And so what I try to look for is certainly a degree of support, moral support, degree of smoother communications, because without that, it's just going to have to be myself monologuing, and I just can't do that for too long a period of time. And I try to bring other people in simply because this is what people want, and
you put yourself out there a lot. I mean, you spend hours with everyone. You put yourself into this is full investment of energy. I mean, the least you could expect was just, it is just some regard. That's not a free-for-all necessarily, even though you do make a great deal of allowance.
Thank you.
For a conversation. And so I think that it could cause some issues at times, because people become so comfortable. But at the same time, you don't want them to be uncomfortable. So you want to allow a free forum of conversation. But yeah, I can see how.
Yeah, to a degree.
It can get out of hand, especially all the personalities, and there's a lot of personality in most of it, and a lot of it. And it's worthwhile and it's interesting, but also too, I mean, like it's just how it goes. I mean, people just.
Here's an example. Here's an example in terms of seeking a balance. When I took a break fairly late into the transmission, I think it was the transmission before last. Then Peter Moon was up at that time. He got up early in the night, and he was listening to Sid and Nemo talk, and they were speaking about their experiences with narcotics, recreational drug use. And Peter found that Peter really found that offensive. And that didn't bother me at all. I mean, to me, that's not even
Right.
an issue. So there's different things that different people
Trying to
find.
please
Yeah.
a lot of- yes.
Yeah, and Peter is, of course, concerned about the audience in a different sense, about what kind of audience is attracted. It's not really an issue of that in my case. It's kind of like we'll take what audience we can get, and you have to, of course, be open to a degree. But as you say, there is a problem with my permissiveness and my tolerance, and one of the issues that I've had all my life is
Well,
my
that tolerance when it bothers you.
yeah, when it bothers me. But I'm the one that counts because
Yes,
I'm the
that's
one
what I'm
hosting the
saying. And
transmission.
actually, the facts are
Yeah.
that this is your show.
Yes, and it's my channel that's threatened when you see, like when I was tolerant with this idiot named Ian West, and then he got a strike against my channel. Now, this is not something that is like casual. It's something that threatens my very livelihood because
Right.
this is how I earn my money. So when
Right.
people come on my show and they're not respecting me, then they really show what they are worth, which is nothing. Because if you can't respect the person who's hosting you on a channel where it's not syndicated, his job is not guaranteed, his only income hangs by a thread, and they're not respecting that, this is what I'm dealing with Acid Kick and Brandon Young and Mark H. Is that they really don't give a shit because it's not their life, their livelihood. It's mine. And they can come here and have fun and express themselves, but when it comes down to it, I'm the one who's always left hanging alone with the channel strikes. And I don't appreciate that at all. And they don't appreciate me, so I don't appreciate them. It's that simple. That's where the tension comes from.
And they know, the people know, right, that you're talking about.
I don't think they're aware of it at all. I don't think they give a shit. I think they're having problems processing it because you've heard them all just now. It's like, oh,
Right.
no, there's no concept of what they're dealing with. It's like, this is something that they've got to recognize. This is my show, and you've got to stop doing what you're doing. Which is, like, for instance, when Mark H. asks me a question, and I go into intense detail answering it, I am risking the entire show, because I talk about what he asked about was an extremely sensitive subject, human child trafficking. And when I finished what I had to say, he didn't say anything. He just left me hanging. And it's like, there's nothing worse than dead bandwidth. And finally I just said, oh, maybe you better not incriminate yourself. And I said, God, I really blew my voice on that. Let me have you take the stage while I refresh myself. And it's like, oh no, I got to go now. Not even a thank you for my answering his question. So you got to understand, I'm betrayed. I'm just betrayed by that. I get
It
this
seems to be.
guy here, named Sid, who comes on,
Yeah.
and he's high out of his mind. And I don't mind. I just need somebody to hold bandwidth. He volunteers his time. Then he says something like, oh, he's Doug-splaining. When I'm talking to Brandon about a serious subject concerning whether this is a brain injury or a pathology on his part, that he gets on my show and destroys my credibility by going into things like, oh yeah, then I was with the Chippendales touring Europe, and then I was, this chimerical hybrid project breeding a Bigfoot and dolphins together, and he's delivering it all in such a way that nobody tells whether this guy is being serious or not. Okay, this is like, it doesn't impact him, it impacts me. And these guys don't care,
Right.
because it's not their livelihood. So I have to express it, and I have to put an end to it. So all you guys understand this. Man up, drop some balls, and behave responsibly. So Jennifer knows all this, and she gets it all because she has a mindset that's very professional. So it's important to bring her on to serve as an example, and she can help bring me down from this tense moment of dealing with the three of you and your shortcomings. And yes, they are your shortcomings, not mine.
Well,
So
I just want to say, I love you. I adore you, Mr. Dietrich and Mr. Moon, all of you guys. And sometimes the outcome can be misunderstanding, bickering.
Well,
etc.,
it's not
but-
misunderstanding or bickering. It's just asserting myself. I have to assert myself, and I have to just lay out some ground rules here. But Jennifer, you and I don't have those problems. When you and I communicate, we don't have those problems because you're not going to do something like that, and you never did. You never have. But yeah.
And we are here. We're here to stand against destroyers of us all, you know, and those who want the worst for us, and we can get past anything, even if we don't always agree. But they're
yeah. Well, I mean, we know the
other.
situation. Yeah, we know the situation, and
unless, of course, spies and destroyers infiltrate, and of course they will. But I understand, and I'm here to learn and also spout ideas of my own through my research, and I just hope we all of us can and are true.
Of course. That's right, Jennifer. And it's well taken. So, Jennifer, such being said, you asked how I was. Let's put it this way. My situation is basically I spend most of my time whenever I can at my son's husband's estates, where I tutor history for young lads that are adopted as transfusion affiliates, meaning that they take part in parabiosis, which means that they donate blood regularly to the estate holder and members of his staff, certain select members of his staff. And while they are being raised until the age of 18 because they're adopted from homes that have rejected them, this is quite common because most parents reject particularly young men when they find out that they're gay. And so most of these are overwhelmingly gay young men, if not all of them, rejected by their families. And as a result, rather than going into regular orphanages, they are adopted by a man who can afford to give them a good home. And of course, they are kept safe from drugs, kept safe from various other negative influences that would be considered negative impact to their health as blood donors. And as a result, they need tutoring. There are many other people hired to tutor them in math, physics, and other sciences. I am hired for history. But my payment is in their blood. I am allowed access to their blood, and I, of course, drink it. I take it orally as opposed to what other members of the staff do. I don't know how aware you are of this. You probably heard me allude to it, but for new listeners, just so I can clarify, Silicon Valley has an established and growing culture of vampirism, but it's not vampirism in my sense. It's vampirism in the sense of people engaging in blood transfusions to maintain rejuvenation because it is efficacious. It's medically proven. And as a result, they take it from healthy young men because they don't want estrogen from young girls or women, period. And this is because Silicon Valley's power elite are overwhelmingly male. And as a result, of course, the situation developed where it did, where when my son married into this situation, I was given access to this to take advantage of it for something that helps me as a person who's genetically a quarter vampiroid. Now, such being said, I spend most of my time there and I check out completely when I'm there. However, because I earn no money through that, I'm literally doing this in exchange as barter. It's not out of the goodness of my heart or the goodness of my son's husband's heart. It's something we've worked out together. I originally started as his private security at early point years ago. That's how he got to know me and ultimately my son. So when it came to this individual and his getting to know myself, it's been pretty much business, and I have to make certain I don't violate any of his tenets or anything that would offend him. But otherwise, when I'm at this state, it's pretty much I'm enjoying myself, and that's because the environment is so much better. When I come home here to the crypt, it's to sleep and conduct these transmissions. Now, the transmissions are my source of income, and this is how I maintain my rent, because whenever you have a good thing going, you never expect it to last. You always prepare for it to end. And so I'm doing my best to just survive. So basically, this is where I'm at, hanging on by a thread every month, barely making rent. My supply runs are constant for other things besides the blood, of course. There's other things I need to hydrate. I do need to hydrate. And I do take in a lot of things to kill the hunger pangs when I'm not at the estates and blood is not available. I've told people the issue with that and the problems that I can have with solid food, but my body can tolerate it and it kills the hunger pangs, but it's not really processing it. So most of my body sustains itself when I don't have a regular intake of blood. with supplements. My buddy does process supplements much better, and supplements are expensive. And these aren't recreational narcotics; they're vitamins, and so I do have to spend a lot on that. Aristides has been very helpful in many cases with care packages, as have other people. So when I come back here, there is kind of a decompression going on. But tonight was, I guess, particularly tense simply because, I'm confronting 3 men at once about 3 different issues. And but you're coming in, you've been very graceful with an awkward situation. And we're going to move on from the awkward situation, and we're going to enter this period of grace now. Now, George Knight has joined us, and first thing I'm going to ask both Jennifer and George is how much time we are gifted with both of them. And hopefully a little bit of a time left with both of them. George, how much time do we have with you, dear sir? And tell us how you're doing.
Yes, thank you very much for having me on, Douglas. I've got a good 45 minutes.
Okay, good. And Jennifer, how about yourself approximately? I hope you have a little more.
Oh, about an hour or so.
Good. So what we're going to do is allow George to talk a little bit about daylight saving time, and I want to hear your ideas on that, and then, help take the conversation wherever you want, along with, having George start it. Let's have George start us, since we're gifted with his presence. And do me a favor, George, and make certain that you check your private messages on Skype much more often.
Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes, very much appreciated. Yes, and I do believe I did read the article you sent me and the other two as well, Douglas.
Excellent.
I do believe daylight saving time has gone into effect in the United States. Is that correct?
Yes.
On March 10th, so it's in an effect.
Yeah.
And in the UK, it goes into effect on the 27th of March this year. And so that's when daylight saving time goes into what we call wartime. It goes into daylight saving time. So it springs forward, hence the term spring forward. So the clocks will go forward by 1 hour, enabling more daylight throughout the day in the mornings and evenings, which gives us longer days. And this has been in effect since World War II. And if I go into some of the negative impacts of daylight saving time in a moment, Douglas, but essentially what this is a factor into your national emergency. It's an unlimited state of emergency. This is just evidence that you're still on wartime. You're still legally in a state of war. So like I briefly alluded to last transmission, we went into your unlimited states of emergency, these emergency wartime statutes that are still in effect, such as excise war taxes that are still present on your phone bills that you get charged for each month of the year, which is you are charged each month. That's important to note because some like utility services, some utility bills you can pay quarterly, but you are forced to pay your national landline or mobile taxations every single month. You are forced to because you're still in wartime. You're still in a legal state of war. So with daylight saving time, this is it was all round, and they've taken it off all year round, and I believe that was in the 1970s, Douglas. And just reading back the article, just to refresh my memory, going back to some of the ramifications of having daylight saving time. When the children, if you're in high school in the United States, you will go to school in the darkness, and you will come home in the dark, which will enable prowlers or the some assailants to attack you or to assault you on your way home. And in the morning, kids were getting run over in the 1970s and 80s because of daylight saving time. So it has negative impacts just for you conducting your everyday life, just from conducting your everyday lifestyle. And so with wartime, you're still legally in a state of war because you're still at war with 1,000-year Reich in exile, the breakaway civilization that descended and relocated into subterranean existence.
Explain to Jennifer and our listeners about how the ladies used to physically connect the jacks in the phone and why how that resulted in this tax.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Absolutely. So with this excise war tax, which was put into effect under the Franklin Delano Roosevelt administration, this is because back in the days, back in the 1930s and 40s, you had women telephone operators that would physically jack into a phone booth circuit system to jack a phone line to connect a call. Now, for the women that were these telephone operators, this was during wartime, so this was during proactive prosecution of hostilities. These women were being overwhelmed and overburdened during time of war by millions of calls being simultaneously being made at the same time. So this will cause the women to be discombobulated, overwhelmed and overburdened by making physical connections simultaneously all at the same time. And so they'll make mistakes. So in order to discourage unnecessary phone calls being made at the same time, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and under his administration, the government instated a Federal Reserve phone tax on making short distance and long distance calls, forcing you to pay a taxation on top of your phone calls. So every month of the year, you were being charged for making unnecessary phone calls during wartime. This was to discourage the average population from making unnecessary phone calls.
And overwhelming these women in terms of their duties.
Yes. Thank you, Doug.
But
do you remember as a child? Yes.
Yeah, go on. What do you remember as a child?
Oh, I was going to just say, I do remember, even me, I'm now in the later half of my 30s. I remember telephone operators still being employed. I do remember speaking to telephone operators. They were still in effect, even though everything upgraded, technology moved forward with these line cards that you have in these telephone exchanges, they still had telephone operators. And so, but it was to ease off the tension, ease off the overwhelming burden of these millions of calls being made simultaneously. Because back when I was a child, there was a lot more people making phone calls because phones were more readily available. But the women during wartime, because the population were checking on loved ones and checking the safety, making sure they're all right, this overwhelmed these women from making these connections. So this was one of the emergency wartime statutes that were put into effect, which are now perpetual. Which, if you look at the Revenue Act of 1941, 1942, 1943, 1944, this was then reviewed by Congress, and then they instated it indefinitely. The term they use is indefinitely, which means it's in effect forever.
Right, in perpetuity. Now, just to put this all into context for Jennifer or any of our other listeners, the importance of this, because it may not seem on the face of it very impressive or very impactful. The daylight savings, of course, is in its immediate effects on all of us. And so I do want everyone to understand that when I grew up, we were busing. They had this incredible social experiment that Jennifer is probably much too young to remember. And this was the social experiment where they decided they were going to forcefully integrate schools so that white kids and black kids and other races would be forced to intermingle, forced to integrate. And they decided to bus people out of their ethnic neighborhoods into schools where they could balance the races into a kind of even soup that was more like a powder keg. And they were just going to have them all get used to each other. Now, what compounded the felony of this fiasco was that they made daylight savings 24 hours a day. This was not something that was done even in World War II. Daylight savings was supposed to be only a short time of the year. It kept expanding and expanding. They kept extending daylight savings to include another extra month, till they finally said, let's make it all year round. And when they made it all year round, it was catastrophic. The number of children getting hit by cars in the dark, the number of children trying to find their way to school buses in the dark, especially in extremely rural neighborhoods like Jennifer grew up in, oftentimes didn't make it to the bus or didn't find their way home. Something got them in the dark or someone. These sorts of things became so common that they had to stop. But the thing that should impress everyone about the sinister nature of daylight saving time, which was originally called wartime and was certainly instituted as wartime, very specifically so, is that they always talk about extending it all year round or you tolerate it as is. No one ever dares to touch the third rail of just stop it. There is no daylight saving time in Japan. There's no daylight saving time in Taiwan. There's no daylight saving time in South Korea. There's no sane nation has it. Only the allied nations of World War II maintain wartime, daylight saving time. The other advanced, developed industrial nations that won the war, like Japan, the war ended for them in 1952, which people can understand if they read my book, The Roswell Deception. They don't use daylight saving time because, well, they won the war and the war is over. And South Korea and Taiwan were both an integral part of Japan at the time the Japanese Empire was at war with the United States. But here in America and England, no, they still keep using it, and they give you a choice. Well, either, you bear with it, or we do it all year round. And you know what happened then, and people just surrender. They never ask, why do it at all? And when they do, Congress or the various governments will never speak to it. They won't address the topic at all. They just will say, oh, you got a choice, all year round or take it as is. So there, back to George Knight. That's the sinister nature already. Of course, George can go into other details, including the health aspects, which are monumental, and the causes of accidents, etc. But it's a disaster. Go on, George.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And regarding Japan itself, people can take a look at this. That they can look at that during what they call occupation, quote unquote. And I'm quoting that, Douglas, quote unquote, occupation. The average person that perceives the post World War II era, from what people understand as the end date of World War II. What we know, what me and Douglas have always, through our expositions, have told people that this was during reconstruction of Japan, during the peace talk-down processes. Now, they abided by daylight saving time, but when it was redacted on September 8th, 1951, the date that the peace treaty of San Francisco was signed. That is when that's when Japan didn't abide by daylight saving time. People can look that and verify that historically. So today, they are off daylight saving time. They are off wartime because the war was over on September 8th, 1951, and then it went into effect on April 28th, 1952, on the eve day of Emperor Hirohito's birthday. And people can look up the Russian Federation. Now, they abided by daylight saving time up until the fall and the collapse of the Soviet Union on December 26th, 1991, when the hammer and sickle flag was lowered from the Kremlin spires for the very last time on Christmas Day, 1991, and Mikhail Gorbachev, he defected to the United States, and we went to go work at the old postcard office in the
Presidio
military base. Yes, where Douglas worked at the very same time. And the Soviet Union fell. It went into history, and they went off daylight saving time because the war was over.
For them.
They are on the northern hemisphere, and they should.
And they're still legally at war with Japan, however, just so people understand.
Thank you. No, just to clarify and to disambiguate with the war, Japan and the Russian Federation to this day are still legally in a state of war. And then if you ever take a look in the Google search engine, you will see that, it's about the Kuril Island disputes. No, it's got nothing to do with that. They are still legally in World War II. They are still legally in a state of war between the Russian Federation. And just to also add, Douglas, that the late former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
Yeah. Just so people understand, the Japanese put the family name first, so the Japanese would say Shinzo Abe. It's a lot of times it's hard for Westerners to tell which is the first name and which is the last. But Americans looking him up would have to look up Abe Shinzo. But go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. They met at a G8 summit with Vladimir Putin. I believe it was something around about 20. I keep forgetting the numbers, 20 or something times, 22, 24. 28 times, something like that, regarding a peace deal regarding World War II. And yet every single time Shinzo Abe just rejected it. Every single offering, every peace offering that Vladimir Putin offered, because they couldn't maintain those islands. They wanted to settle a dispute. Vladimir Putin did, but the Japanese turned around to the Russian Federation and said, hell no, we're not going to settle this. We're not going to go by whatever concessions you want to try to force onto us. We're not taking anything. So this just shows you the convoluted naivete of the general populace when they think that regarding Japan itself. Japan was never invaded during World War II, so it's just preposterous to ever think that the Japanese lost the Second World War. I won't go in that direction right now, Douglas. I'll go off on a tangent. But when it comes down to the 1,000-year Reich in exile, they're the most persecuted race on Earth. The Germans were the most persecuted race on Earth. And I was just yesterday, Douglas, as well, briefly looking at the quotations by Ziev or Vladimir Jabotinsky, the most extreme radicalized Zionist. And the people look at his literature and the quotes that he was stating.
Yeah, before you reiterate what Jabotinsky was saying, just so everybody, any of our listeners can understand, when George says the Germans were the most persecuted race on Earth, understand that before World War II, there were 180 million German people in the European continent, spread throughout Europe. And these included deep into Russia what were called the Volga Germans, which were brought over by Empress Katarina, that brought a lot of technology, architecture, and engineering to Russia that they otherwise would not have had. They didn't have the cultural background, being a feudal medieval state under the Tsar. The Germans, or the Volga Germans, the Germans that resettled in Russia, brought them into the 20th century. When Stalin deported them and the later deportations occurred with the Soviet invasion of Central Europe, 80 million people disappeared. When the census was taken, putting the populations of East and West Germany together with Austria, you're talking about 100 million Germans. And so that's 80 million Germans disappeared. Many of them exterminated. There was one Jewish commissar that bragged about killing more Germans in the converted death camps that had been converted over for Soviet use than Jews were killed by Germans throughout World War II. So the reason that this becomes a race issue, just so people understand, is because of the Pale of Settlement, in which the Jewish people had settled into Western Russia and Eastern Europe. This stretched from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea. The Jewish people were the people of the book. They were the accountants, the lawyers, the doctors, and the dentists. These were the educated class that served the nobility. And every other Russian that wasn't a noble, which was pretty much every other Russian, other than the 1%, the fly speck at the top of the pyramid, was illiterate. They were never taught to read or write, and they would sign with an X or a thumbprint. So when it came to the Soviet Revolution, they made these Jewish people their commissars. The commissarocracy was their middle class, and they were in charge of the bureaucracy and function of the Soviet state as the only people who could read at that time. As a result, they were responsible for many of the massacres that resulted in, for instance, as an example, the Holodomor, which was the extermination of over 15 million Ukrainians, which was why the Ukrainians sided with the Third Reich during World War II. That, of course, is a number that's higher than the amount of Jews that were killed in World War II by the Third Reich, which the Jews, or rather the Jewish diaspora or Jewish academia, will insist is 6 million, because they do not count the other 6 million the Nazis count. The Nazis say they killed 12 million. The Jews say it's only 6 million because they don't count someone who is not inherently Jewish through the matrilineal line. And as a result, their own sense of exclusivity renders their numbers smaller than that of the Third Reich. But such being said, the amount in sheer numbers pales in comparison to Ukrainians and Germans that have died. So this is the horror of the situation, is we really have a stolen Holocaust. But back to George Knight with...
Yes, very much appreciated. Yeah, well done for explaining that as well to the listenership. This is the reason why Vladimir Putin himself refers to the Ukrainians as Nazis, quote unquote. Nazi is a wartime acronym that was comprised during World War II. It is an Anglo-American propaganda creation, which means National Socialists. So this is used applicably during academia, used by scholastics and scholars and historians. They still refer to National Socialism as Nazis. And this is why Vladimir.
It would be like academia. It would be comparable to academia talking about World War II Japanese as Japs, or calling communists commies. It would, which is a derogatory term in abbreviate, which doesn't make any sense, doesn't help with communication. It is at this point, of course, a trigger word, and it inflames people's sensibilities. So it's now an insult, and to be used academically, it confuses the issue terribly. But eventually, at this point, I've almost come to the point of just owning the term. It's kind of like the gay community owning the pink triangle, or owning the word queer, and just taking it and redefining it and running with it. At this point, I'd almost recommend, or maybe even just out and out recommend, just running with it. You're kind of like, you trying to educate people about it is almost pointless. But of course the background explanation is necessary. Go on.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, so the term Nazi is the colloquial term, so that's why Douglas has just emphasised that. That's the reason why we use it. It's because then it just just makes
at least it's recognizable,
simpler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. If we try to use something like NSDAP for the National Socialist Deutsche Arbeiter Party or the National Socialist German Workers' Party, it's just everybody goes blank and nobody knows what you're saying anyway.
Yes. And it's like when I use the Deutsche Sprache language, when I use the term Totenslagen or the Dritte Reich or the Dritte Mark. The third power to understand what I'm saying, so I just use the term Nazi.
Though I would say Jennifer and many of our listeners would almost certainly be interested in the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile and the Subterranean Civilization. Whatever you have to say about that would probably be much more immediately interesting to Jennifer and our listeners. So if you bring up the breakaway civilization that the Allies are still at war with, I think that's an important issue.
We will, yes, Douglas. And that's something I do want to go over in detail with Jennifer in the future. I have the quote from Ziev or Vladimir Jabotinsky. And by the way, for people who don't know, the current Prime Minister in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, his father, Ben-Zion Milokhalinsky, was the personal secretary to Vladimir Jabotinsky, the most radicalized right-wing Zionist. That is, it's just to note that for the listeners, if people don't understand or who the connections between the current regime, the current administration in Israel, and to these radicalized Zionists that sought the destruction of Germany, who advocated for the destruction of Germany. And one of the quotes by Vladimir Jabotinsky: "The fight against Germany has now been waged for months by every Jewish community, on every conference, in all labor unions, and by every single Jew in the world. There are reasons for the assumption that our share in this fight is of general importance. We shall start a spiritual and material war of the whole world against Germany. Germany is striving to become once again a great nation and to recover her lost territories as well as her colonies. But our Jewish interests call for the complete destruction of Germany." And another quote, Jabotinsky insisted that all energies be expended to force the Congress to join the boycott movement. Nothing less than a merciless fight would be acceptable, cried Jabotinsky. The present Congress is duty-bound to put the Jewish problem in Germany before the entire world. We, the Jews, must destroy them. Not only with the boycott, but politically support all existing forces against them to isolate Germany from the civilized world. Our enemy, Germany, must be destroyed. And this is, again, Douglas, like we've gone into the
what year was this? What do you know? What year that was?
That was in the I believe that one was in the 1930s, or in the into the later half, or maybe the early 1940s. I can find the exact dates.
Right.
So some of them could be interpreted during wartime. Right. But some of the quotes that I was reading yesterday...
No, they're definitely before the war. They're generally before the war.
1920s.
Yeah.
Yes, was in the 1920s. But you can see that was prior to the declaration of war in Europe. So, yeah, people can look up in the European theatre of war, and during proactive prosecution of hostilities. People can look these up. But these are the quotes. And this is the reason why the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile relocated into exile to escape persecution. And so this is one of the factors into that. So this is why I state what I stated earlier, these are the most persecuted race on Earth. The Germans, or the ethnos of the Teutonic order, the Teutons, the Germanic, the ancient Germanic tribes of the Teutonic Knights of the Old Order. They that would stretch.
So
throughout.
to put this into further perspective for Jennifer and our listeners, one of the constant themes that you will find in popular culture or literature is an attack on the sensibilities of Adolf Hitler or the Nazi leadership of the Third Reich by claiming that they somehow did not know what they were doing or were quote-unquote making mistakes. You're going to see this as ubiquitous. It's simply a pervasive concept that's taken as axiomatic. What you're going to see people again and again coming up with on any historical YouTube videos that are produced and published is going to be this theme of Hitler's mistakes or the Nazi leadership's failure and this is a constant theme. But when you understand it in context that Adolf Hitler was calculating or pre-calculating before the war that the Allies, who were already starting hostile actions, again, Jennifer has been made aware of this, but for our new listeners, because our numbers are up, just understand that the attacks were first made by the Soviet Union concerning the war in the East, and they invaded and took parts of Romania and the Baltic nations and began deporting populations. This was something that, of course, the Germans had to respond to because they were in defense alliance with these nations, their own version of the precursor to the Warsaw Pact and NATO treaties. And as a result, the Germans had to respond. And when they did respond, which anybody can research this themselves, and launched Operation Barbarossa, this operation took into account that everyone was advancing with them as a united front. And there were Italian soldiers, Romanian soldiers that advanced into Russia with the Germans and fought at Stalingrad, where there was a heavy Italian and Romanian involvement in particular, as well as many other nationalities, Ukrainians, etc. I could go on ad nauseum. But the point being that all of this was not with the strategic objective that people would assume, which would be taking Moscow. A lot of people don't understand why Germany stopped only within binocular vision, literally with the naked eyesight of Moscow within miles. Yet they didn't understand Hitler's logic was to simply plunder everything in Europe, steal everything that wasn't nailed down, and then relocate and move off of the surface world into Unterland, which had by that time been established as a reality and the objective of the Aryan peoples. So his idea was to preserve a population base that was ethnically specific, but at the same time brought in enough viable genes from other races so that they would not go down with interbreeding or rather morbid inbreeding, that they would have enough interbreeding to avoid morbid inbreeding. This is why large contingents of Ukrainians and other ethnicities also went into Unterland, which accounts for many large displacements or missing populations that nobody has ever explained from World War II. Back to George with that.
Yes, Douglas. No, thank you. I can actually, allude to so many different aspects of what you were just saying regarding the displacement of the population. So, as you've always mentioned, that during the Operation Hannibal, which was the largest mass civilian and militarily and diplomatic relocation in all human history, from out of Estonia, the Baltic littoral, over Latvia and Lithuania, all over, and Prussia, East Prussia, in Poland, in Austria, Hungary, all these nation states, these were all comprised of Germanic peoples. And they relocated, and Cross-Admiral Karl Dönitz of the U-boat Kriegsmarine, the Admiral of the Navy of the Wehrmacht, the defense force.
Well, specifically the submarine branch of the German Navy.
The submarine branch.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And just to simplify what you said, Admiral Karl Dönitz was declared after Adolf Hitler the Führer of the Third Reich on the surface world. And this is because he had successfully carried out the largest mass evacuation in human history.
Yes.
So take it, George.
Thank you. And as you were just articulating earlier, Douglas, with the demographics of the population of these nation states, they comprised of 180 million Germans or Germanic peoples, and the displacement and relocation of these peoples nobody ever alludes to, nobody ever talks about it, and this is one of the factors into that mass relocation was during Operation Hannibal, and he was appointed the last Führer by Adolphus Jacob Hitler himself, and this is one of the things that really surprises me that people don't know about that. Yes, the last Führer was not Adolphus Jacob Hitler on the surface world. It was Karl Dönitz, who was he spent several years in Spandau prison, which is the place where my uncle guarded in the 1970s, and including Rudolf Hess's cell himself. And he lived to the year 1980, and he died in West Germany. And most people are unaware of that. They kept him alive. They kept this man alive for all that time. And so this is one of the convoluted situations that people don't know about their history.
Right, and he might have lived. He might have lived longer, except that he actually had symptoms of radiation sickness, and this is because, of course, of the atomic bomb that was deployed in Estonia. So, and just so people understand, that was the first use of an intermediate-range ballistic missile, an IRBM, which was one of the V rockets with an atomic warhead. And so this is another constant theme that you'll find in conventional media, is the constant claim that the Germans failed to develop a bomb, but the Germans succeeded in developing a bomb, and that was the kind of bomb that became the model for the standard ordnance produced by Japan and Germany. That was dropped on Hiroshima. This is the reason why the Americans did not test the little boy bomb. The Americans will tell you we didn't test the little boy bomb because, by the way, this is important in light of Oppenheimer winning all of these Oscars, something like 15 Oscars. I mean, 15 Oscars to Oppenheimer. As I brought up before, there are aspects to Oppenheimer that are completely avoided. One of them is the fact that he was a cultist of the Edomite cult, to the point where he and his wife, who were members of this vile cult, the same kind of cult which has aligned itself against me when I exposed what I did about child predation and child trafficking at the Presidio, their own daughter killed herself. And the daughter of the Oppenheimers killing herself is not addressed in the film at all. Nor is the fact that when friends were asked about why she killed herself, they said it's because her parents were the Oppenheimers. And when it came to the Oppenheimer issue, all of this uranium that they were getting out of the Congo was dug up by blacks with their bare hands in the Congo under the brutal colonial regime of the King of Belgium. And that's why it was called the Belgian Congo, which used to be the name on the maps. And the Belgian Congo killed well over several million Africans in a true Holocaust. And, of course, they asked Adolf Hitler for help. And this was how Adolf Hitler got the uranium, was through blacks smuggling it out of the Congo and making certain Adolf Hitler had enough uranium to build his atomic bomb. Now, what I'm going to do over here is simply reach over for a book that will just give me a second and give me a name so that I can say the name of the black man who was asking for help from Adolf Hitler. If I can find it, and it might take a second here, and I think I can find it, but in the meantime, while I'm looking for that, go ahead and, of course, continue.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, and for people to reference any dates, it was on October 12th, 1944, which is when the atomic ordnance, and as you just explained, Douglas, that the standard model of that ordnance was a little boy bomb, the uranium bomb, which was designed to fit inside the fuselage of a medium-range bomber, and the delivery mechanism was the pilot himself.
Yes.
Or herself. And so, yes, this was deployed in over Courland, spelled in the English, C-O-U-R-L. Sorry, yeah.
Right.
Douglas.
I was just going to say what George is trying to say is that it was a suicide bomber. The Germans and the Japanese were willing to deploy suicide bombers to deliver these warheads. Go on.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes. And so, it was deployed over Courland. In the English, it's spelled C-O-U-R-L-A-N-D. And in the German, it's spelled with a K, K-U-R-L-A-N-D. This was deployed in Courland and the whole intent and the purpose of these ordinances, these atomic ordinances, was to become line breakers as opposed to terror bombs or terrorist weapons. So they were designed to break the enemy in the field as opposed to destroy them. So this is how they
as opposed to destroying civilian targets.
Exactly, Douglas. Yes, thank you. And when I was talking to that guy the other week about the deployment of these bombs, I was referencing these old newspaper articles stating that when they dropped the Hiroshima bomb, they deployed it over a military target, which was a complete fallacy, which was a complete lie. It was over a civilian population, targeting just women and children and seniors. So this is the way that the Allies viewed the bombs as opposed to the Axis. And they were both deployed by both sides during World War II, which is something that people aren't aware of, and including the when that bomb detonated on October 12th, 1944, it actually taken out several national grids, or it was detected or received around the world several times, and including the British in their broadcast stated that we're on atomic alert. And this is why when the men landed on the beaches of Normandy, they arrived with Geiger counters. And so, yes, this is another part of history that people are aware of. But please continue, Douglas, before I carry on.
No worries. So what George is referring to was the month of October 1944. What happened was that there was an affidavit concerning the interrogation of the Luftwaffe test pilots released during the Clinton administration, which provided irrevocable evidence that the Third Reich had deployed the atomic bomb via a cruise missile delivery on the Isle of Riga, R-I-G-A, near the V2 rocket island of Peenemünde. And of course, this was 8 months before the quote-unquote end of the war, the end of proactive prosecution of hostilities, actually. The war continued in ceasefire. It was several months before Trinity, October of 1944, and that's when a mushroom cloud on the Baltic coastline that was a full kilometer in diameter with continuous internalization of combustion, indicating, of course, nuclear fission, leading to electrical interference with instruments all the way to Berlin and Great Britain. That put all the constables and fire departments and medevac, or medical evacuation teams, within the civil defense infrastructure on atomic alert. And that's why the United States troops hit the D-Day beaches with Geiger counters. The man who made this possible was a black man from the Belgian Congo, in the heart of Central Africa. Simon Mpadi. M-P-A-D-I was his surname, his family name. First name Simon, Mpadi, M-P-A-D-I. He was the leader of a Christian pagan religious sect. Mpadi had come into conflict with the Belgian colonial administrators and sent a official letter to Adolf Hitler asking him to come and rescue his people from the Belgian oppressors. The Germans responded with the Afrika Korps that they deployed, and elements of the Afrika Korps, special forces units, went deep into Africa, where blacks with their bare hands dug out uranium elements that the Germans could take home and ultimately build their bombs with. This is what made that deployment of the bomb possible in Estonia, so that the Germans could continue their evacuation of the civilian population. Many of these people taken to Unterland. No one ever speaks of Operation Hannibal and the largest mass evacuation in history for that reason. The Americans and English and the Russians in particular were desperate to stop the mass exodus to Unterland, and that is why the Germans sank the large civilian cruise ship, the size of the Titanic, that was carrying thousands and thousands of German civilians. We could look that up, of course. Thank you. The Friedrich Gustloff, I believe it was the full name.
Yes,
Yes.
that's it. 9,000 fatalities from that. It was it was a Soviet submarine that sank that civilian ship. It was a war crime, an atrocity that was conducted, and that's the largest loss of life in a single attack or during, quote unquote, I hate to use it because people always talk about the Titanic, but the largest loss at life at sea was during World War II, and it was on the Gustloff. Yes, and that was an attack. It was an atrocity that was committed by the Soviet Union. So yes, this is what Douglas is referencing. Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
It's important.
Thank you. There, we back each other up, see? There.
Yes, we do. We bounce off each other. We could go on for hours about this, Douglas. We certainly can. I've got a few more minutes before I do shoot off.
Well, I do hope that Jennifer interviews you someday, after she interviews myself, of course, on St. Patrick's Day Eve Day this Saturday.
I will absolutely be happy to interview you. I
Wonderful.
hope I can, interview him well. We'll try to get there.
You always do, honey. You don't even give it a thought. You do fine. You do excellent. You have no idea how appreciative people are of you. I still get comments, even on Rumble, where almost nobody views, but they view your interview of me there. So, yeah, you do great. Do you have any questions for George based on what he said, particularly about, well, anything at all?
Yes, they're ruthless. It appears that we are living in the same age as we did, all the way back through time, to the beginning of time, to the ruthlessness of these rulers over these certain areas, which they keep secret to themselves, of course. I mean, even the context of I hate to bring it up, but even the mockery of the term prince, as it was coined in the terms of angels ruling over different areas in Hebrew, the term is Nazi. It's Nazis.
Fabulous.
The concept of having this rulership over these regions as they annihilate the humans and masses. And these wars that are being fought, they don't have to be fought this way, but they are to instill fear and terror in the masses of the civilians, as well as the soldiers. But the civilians take the impact for generations about these wars. The motivation, as far as what their intentions are long term, it's not the boundaries of the countries and the land itself, but they trade freely within them in open order to some extent, always eventually for their own gains. So it's not, they are these small skiffs about trade, but that's the excuse to annihilate thousands, hundreds of thousands of civilians that are not involved in their own wars. So the true motivation of these wars seems to be about wiping out vast swaths of areas of certain humans with some type of intention. And it continues to this day, as it is right now occurring, where we've lost an irreplaceable generation, for example, in the Ukraine.
Yes. By the way, two things to relate. First off, Tad Ricketts, I believe, says, "So stoked to see the arcane observers here," with 3 exclamation marks. People are very excited to have you here, Jan. And, of course, people are thankful for George's explanation, especially cultivated image. And he also asks, did not the term final solution source from Theodor Herzl, George?
subconsciously, peripherally, Douglas, from memory. That's something I have to cite over just to clarify that. That's something I can't answer where that
right now.
Yes, thank you. I will come back to that. But the what I was going to say is, the response to the final solution was a response. It was collateral to the blitz. To the strategic bombing of the Allies. Just we can go into that another time. That's an entirely different segment, an entirely different transmission. We could go into that, which will take hours to articulate and put into context. Certainly with the final solution, the reasons behind it. It was something I was thinking about yesterday, Douglas, and it was the reasons behind the relocation or the Aryan exodus into Unterland, which is the reason for that whole relocation into the subterranean environment.
That reminds me, so Jen and everyone listening can hear this. I do want people to understand, obviously, the question that people will constantly challenge myself or George with is, why didn't Hitler use the bombs to win the war? Do explain Dr. Joseph Mengelé's report Adolf Hitler.
Yes. I was going to say, Douglas, would you like to explain or would I? But yes, thank you. It was Joseph Mengele, and the individual regarded as the angel of death. That was the other colloquial term that people reference or know him by. The individual, once the Operation Hannibal, during Operation Hannibal, the major mass evacuation of civilian populations from all over the Baltic and the Baltic littoral and over the just all over the Baltic, like I stated earlier with the nation states. Once the atomic ordnance was detonated over Courland, and thank you for bringing up the location of the V2 rocket, Douglas. I really appreciate that, because that's jogged my memory a little bit as well. But after the detonation, once the mushroom cloud, as you expressed earlier, once the emissions from the radiation was basically it was monitored, and it was concluded that the radiation breaches the cell wall of basically the nucleus inside our cells is penetrated and breached from radiation. There is no immunity against radiation. This is what Joseph Mengele was able to prove from the detonation of this atomic ordnance over Courland during Operation Hannibal. And he reported this back to the Führer, Adolf Jacob Hitler himself, and he explained that there is no immunity against radiation. This is compromising our very genetics of our future. What do you want to call it, Douglas? The
way that he expressed it, he expressed it was that unlike a conventional biological disease, the cell has no ability to respond by developing any kind of antibody or immunity to radiation. Therefore, it would impact our very genes. And the term gene did exist in those days, and it was perceived as a unit of mathematical inheritance, but it was known to be affiliated with the nature of the cell, and therefore that this would cause mutations, which, of course, take it from there, George.
No, thank you very much. So there's no resilience. Your body cannot produce any normal anti-body resilience. It cannot repel radiation. It breaches and it penetrates the cell wall, which then will get into the nucleus, which will cause mutations. I'm talking on layman terms as opposed to I'm not a practitioner in any way. I'm not an expert in the field of genetics or into genes, but basically just to get the message out to people is that this would compromise the future generations over Europe. So that is why Adolphus Jacob Hitler ordered that no deployment of any atomic ordnance will ever be deployed across the continent or the peninsulas of Europe ever again. And this is why he ordered, I'm trying to think of the individual's name, Douglas. He was...
Erwin Rommel. Erwin Rommel.
Yes, Rommel, yes. Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, Erwin Rommel, or Rommel, some people call him. He ordered him to commit suicide on October 14th, which was 2 days after the atomic ordnance was detonated over Courland. He ordered him to kill himself because he was demanding that he use the atomic ordnance. This is the real reason why Owen Rommel killed himself.
Yeah, by the way,
had nothing to do with...
Yes. Just so people understand this, when you see the movie with John Wayne called D-Day, you see at the beginning of that film, they have a man portraying Erwin Rommel. And Erwin Rommel's greatest accomplishment militarily was not with the Afrika Korps, although he certainly accomplished what he set out to do. Two things to be brought up here in terms of films. When it came to this incredibly boring film called The English Patient, the point of The English Patient is that the English patient is not English. He's a German Special Forces agent from one of these Rommel's Afrika Korps units that was shipping in uranium from the Congo. This is why he has radiation sickness and is dying. That's the point of the movie The English Patient. Nobody gets it because it's so boring and it's so subtle. Nobody gets the message because they could not outwardly deliver the message because it's so sensitive that people have to figure it out for themselves. It's only people with inside information understand what the film is about. To everyone else, it's an inexplicable film. They don't understand why. This is why in the Simpsons, you see the Laotian guy when he's trapped in a cave with Homer Simpson. He says, "I'm going to die a long, boring death like the English patient," he says. But the English patient is basically, this man is apprehended by the British. He's a German Special Forces. It's the German Afrika Korps version of the SAS. So he was a member of the German version of the SAS units, which used to go around in the desert in jeeps that they called desert rats. So he was a member of this commando unit that was helping to smuggle uranium from the Congo. So they went far deep into the field, whereas the Afrika Korps was mostly known for major operations in North Africa. Now, as important as Rommel's accomplishment was there, his most important role, as far as Hitler was concerned, was at Normandy. And at Normandy, they open the film D-Day, the movie that has, among others, John Wayne. But it shows a man portraying Erwin Rommel at the very start of the film who says, "There's not a single American soldier that will reach these beaches alive." He says this definitively, not a single American soldier will reach these beaches. Forget landing on the coast, or he was going to just kill them before they even landed. And so he said, there's not a single one of them will reach these beaches alive. And somebody would have to ask, how can this man be so maniacally certain that he could do this? And this because he had the uranium. His men had shipped the uranium to Adolf Hitler. He knew about the atomic bomb. But Hitler, of course, did not want its deployment due to the threat to future generations of Aryan man. However, even after he ordered Rommel's suicide, Rommel's accomplishments still proved themselves. Rommel had set up in-depth defense so incredibly within France that basically he did enormous damage to the Allies even after he was dead. Forget Normandy. The Americans trying to break out from the beaches through Rommel's defenses are always ignored, and yet, more than 10 times the howitzer rounds were used during the breakout than on the beach landing. The British lost 32% of their entire armored force in Europe. The psychiatric casualties rose 400% of men who just went stark raving mad from the combat stress. And just one of the many offensives cost the Americans over 40,000 lives. So this is how in-depth Rommel's defenses in the hedgerows were. It was called hedgerow hell. He divided a good part of Normandy into these small, impenetrable battlefields. And by building on this, the German defenders had these preset mortar and artillery fire ranges, these fire zones in the hedgerows, in front of their strong points, and they laced all these areas with booby traps, mines, early warning devices, snipers. So every single patch of farmland became its own miniature universe of battle. This was Erwin Rommel's great contribution, even without the atomic bomb. you can imagine if he had it, but you can understand why Hitler forbade it. And so that being said, back to George. First, Jennifer, any other questions that brings to mind?
Oh, it's just that, they try to rule with this sham of socialism that should bring peace, these are false rulers across the planet. There's no one there. There's no one ruling at this time that should be.
Thank you.
There's no decent placement, no honor of any kind. The people do not respect them. There's no balance whatsoever, but they rule with a false socialism that I guess in some way subdues the masses, that they do not respond as they once did in annihilating them. And it's...
Thank you. And it's very important. And let's try to put some of this into perspective. Everyone, if you take a look at World War II and its percentage of deaths that were... Well, I can go into that later. Perhaps we'll see if that conversation even comes up during the interview with Jennifer, and I'll try and bring some images that perhaps we could go to screen share, since we'll be on Skype when I'm interviewed by Jennifer. So when I'm on with Jennifer, we might be able to actually show some of these images that I showed Jennifer, including others. And with that, back to George Knight.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I do have to make a move in a moment, but I do want to just add, was it The Longest Day, the movie The Longest Day?
Thank you!
Yes. I have a screenshot. Yes, I have a screenshot of that very quote, because I have subtitles available, so I had that as a screenshot, actually, which is important, because it portrays the fact that Erwin Rommel knew about the atomic ordnance and he was prepared to use it. Of course, he would have turned the beaches of Normandy into glass. Sand to glass. Yes.
And understand that the reason that's important is because most generals did not know about it, and the only reason Rommel could know about it was because his Africa Corps retrieved the uranium through their version of the SAS units so secret they didn't even really have names that the Allies were aware of. So yes.
And then as well, Jennifer, if I had more time, I would go into the Schittskrieg, the Blitz, the Disc War period. The height of the period was in the year 1952. This is what my book is outlining, based on the foundations of the Nexus article that Douglas participated in through, if you look on his website, you will see the whole article of his interview conducted by Nexus.
So George is trying to write a book. Yeah.
Yes, I'm slowly getting there, Douglas. Yes, slowly getting there. It's going to be, it's compiling. It's too much. There's so much information. So it's getting, it's what's a process. It's a process. I'm getting there slowly with Jennifer. But what I was going to bring up to yourself was I was going to reference Operation Argos, which was the response to the Schittskrieg, the Blitz.
By the way, the term is Schiebkrieg, would be disc war. The term Schittskrieg would be more like Sitzkrieg. That means sitting war, which was used in World War I by the Germans, who placed ships in strategic areas to blockade the Allies. That was known as the opposite of Blitzkrieg. It was Sitzkrieg, which was before Blitzkrieg. There was Sitzkrieg, which was a sitting war that acted as kind of a I guess you'd call it kind of like an economic barricade. But go on, George.
Yes. No, thank you. Appreciate that, Douglas, actually. Thank you. And so when it comes down to Operation Argos, which was the American response, they deployed 3 atomic ordinances. 3 atomic, these were low-wielding warheads into the ionosphere of the Earth's atmosphere. So the upper level of the ionosphere, they detonated these atomic weapons, these nuclear warheads, and I was going to reference Nicholas Christophelius, the individual who didn't hold a physics degree. He proposed to the American High Command that we can generate or emulate a Van Allen radiation belt, and it will stretch globally around the world if we deploy an atomic weapon into the upper atmosphere, into the ionosphere of the Earth, and this was detonated and deployed in the Atlantic, the South Atlantic, and deployed over the Antarctic. This was a response to the alien exodus into what you want to call into space, outer space. This was the whatever intelligence, whatever information that they had at the time, they were convinced that the Third Reich in exile were relocating assets to the South Pole region of the moon's surface. And to respond to that, and this is a response, a collateral to the Disc War period, between the years of 1951 and 1956, 7,600 Air Force pilots and personnel were killed over the continental United States. They were at war with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, and this was the most hostile and the most detrimental period in US history over the continental United States. And this is why we're still on wartime. This is hence why you're still on daylight saving time, why it's gone into effect.
Let Jennifer and the listeners know that the sources for this are literally hundreds of newspaper sources that these are like this is not like something that is stated or pulled out of the air. It's not some fabricated story. These are hundreds of newspaper accounts of these pilots dying in American airspace, shot down by literally shot down by quote unquote flying saucers. So this is literally a war going on in American airspace. They're obviously not aliens in the sense that Americans propagandize them, but at the same time, what George Knight was talking about was in response to this, the Allies launched Operation Argus, which was intended by Nicholas Christopoulos to create an artificial Van Allen radiation belt around the Earth, and it did. They created a second Van Allen radiation belt, which destroyed all communications in space for months, which starved out the Nazi South Polar base on the moon, known as Lunastadt, Luna City. Yeah. Lunar City, and but the underground civilization Unterland survived, of course, and retook space later. Now, you've got this crazy account of a second moon race, a second race to the moon, a second space race. It's absurd. Even what the Japanese launched, they themselves said all they launched was a transformer toy. It was a transformer toy. By the way, for those of you who don't know, if you order like one of these transformer toys from Japan, they're hundreds and hundreds of dollars, if not about $1,000. Seriously, because they're just incredible pieces of machinery. So they just launched something based on that technology to the moon to kind of like transform itself, set itself up, and kind of mosey around and take a few selfies, and they just think it's fun. The idea of something like this is a second space race. Nobody is sending people. They can make claims of, whatever claims they want. Claims are worthless unless somebody occupies the space. So it's this idea of the second moon race is preposterous. It's a joke. If you have any thoughts to add there, George, before you go, please go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you. Much appreciated, Douglas. And so this was the response, Operation Argos. It was a series of detonations which occurred in the later half of 1958. I was going to mention as well, Douglas, the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile's response in the 1960s. In 1965, they conducted what people reference as the Northeast Blackout to force the Americans into concessions to hold them back. So, yes, this was in November, and I believe, if I can remember from my memory, if I remember correctly, it was on November 7th, which is when they conducted the Northeast Blackout. People can look that up. But on exactly 1 month later, on December 7th, that is when the Americans were able to retrieve the Die Glocke, the Becksburg, I believe it's
Kecksburg bell.
Kecksburg, that's it, not Becksburg, Kecksburg. Thank you, Douglas. That was when the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile responded with the Die Glocke. It is a displacement weapon. It is a weapon of antimatter. It is, so this was the period of hostilities. This is why you're on wartime. And and many statelets, just to add, in Canada, in the northeast continent of the continental United States, including Halifax and Montreal in Canada, they were able to take out the national grid, the power grid, by violating basically the transformers, the transmission lines that was powering up that was generating the hydropower at like the what's the dam called in New York?
Hanford? Hanford?
Yeah, it might be that'd be one of them.
Oh no, you're talking about one in New York or Hoover? Hoover?
Yes.
No, not Hoover.
I'm trying to remember some of because the newspaper articles I remember reading about, because you can cite this on Google, you can get the newspaper articles saying that people were reporting, the eyewitnesses were reporting UFOs or flying saucers flying over power lines, and they were intercepting these the transformers on top of the power lines on these poles, and they were able to take out the national grid, the power, which caused a blackout, which that was the Third Reich in exile were just demonstrating a force of power to the United States High Command, the military, and to the government that we can take you out whenever we want to. Yeah. And this is what scared the Americans. This is why you're on wartime. And this is just to go into that. But I wish I had much longer, Douglas, because then I could allude to much more detail.
Yeah. Well, eventually, probably within a few months, you'll be interviewed by Jennifer Hawkins yourself, and just start accumulating notes for a coherent interview.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And but after you leave, I'll have Jennifer to myself for a few minutes, and I'll certainly take advantage of that to speak with her and see where we take that. But definitely, George, your contribution was definitively appreciated tonight. Yes, and again, just before George leaves, I want people to be aware of something that when you combine, of course, the mass slaughter in Eurasia, the amount of people that died and disappeared, the amount or percent taken out of the world population at that time, about 2.5 billion people, even when you take into account the deaths of hundreds of millions of people ultimately that died in Europe and in Asia, it still averages to something like maybe about 6% out of an average of 2.5 billion people early mid 20th century. But 700 years ago, the Mongols, who had an empire far larger than that of the Greater Soviet Union, they managed to kill 12% of the world's population, nearly 50 million, when the planetary population was only 360 million. They were certainly 4 times as destructive as World War II. So that's because they used biological warfare to advance before their armies. They released the Asian gerbil, which was the real conductor, the vector of the Black Plague, as opposed to the European rat, because European rats are still around and they're not spreading any plague. So scientists have confirmed this. It's not some idle theory. They weaponized creatures to go before them and weaken their enemy. They were unable to do that with Japan because they couldn't get gerbils to land on Japan before they did. And therefore they had to try and invade Japan head on, and they wound up losing. Now, whereas the single loss of civilian life in history was, of course, the sinking of the Steuben, you say was the name of the ship again?
Oh, the Gustloff.
Gustloff.
Thank you.
The Gustloff.
Yes, the Gustloff.
And
yes,
yeah, but the largest loss of life of military men at sea was the Mongol invasion, where where all those men were lost at sea, and that was 4,400 ships. It was the size of D-Day. It was as if the entire D-Day invasion had been sunk by Rommel's atomic bombs. It was the equivalent of that happened with the tsunami in Japan. That reminds me, Tsunami Awareness Day is coming up soon, so I'll put that on my calendar. In the meantime, George, we love you dearly. Thank you. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you. thank you for having me on. I've really enjoyed myself. Thank you. And just so people are aware, the reason why I know this is because of Douglas. I have him to thank for all this knowledge that I have. So I appreciate Douglas most profoundly. And yes, and one day I will be able to repay you for your teaching. So thank you so much. And look after yourself. And nice joining you all. Thank you, Jennifer. And I'll carry on listening. Thank you very much. Take care.
By the way, before you go, I received a decision from YouTube on my appeal concerning the episode they removed, saying we revealed your content carefully and confirmed it violates our medical misinformation policy. So understand they're talking about the Battle of Los Angeles. We can no longer address that on this show because it involves, yes, it just, we don't want to get another strike, but just take that information with you.
I won't mention it. Yeah. Yes. That's crazy.
Yes.
It's absolutely, and I've published that many times on my Facebook timeline as well about, I won't mention it. Oh my God.
And it's scary. It's scary because, I'm hoping we can talk to Jennifer about that. But if you if you do bring that up on your interview with Jennifer, then we have to be careful of uploading it, or publishing it, and where it's published. So there we have that. So we probably will refrain about talking about that with Jennifer because we want to publish these things on my channel, hopefully, these interviews, as well as hers. So good day, dear George.
Yes, thank you. Take care of yourself. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And, okay. And with that, we will take it from here with Jennifer. And Jennifer, we spoke of relic populations the other day. Were you able to download those images and those charts?
Yes, I looked at all of it, and I did.
Okay.
And thank you. But I mean, as far as like Mr. George Knight, he just left. But I wanted to add, I think it's important historically to acknowledge that in the case of this particular war, that will always be under a speculatory scope. That while Hitler did claim he did not want a war with the West or America, that the two to tango rule becomes obvious, and the partner dancing wasn't necessarily the one directing the dance. And I think there was special interests at the time, killing of a sovereignty, a peoples who fell under another people's righteous shroud, and those very peoples, not disclosed by any actual name or religion, claiming such, to provide their rulership through it, and duping the world as they annihilated the Germans, perhaps with Hitler's help. And they continue now to annihilate countries in the free world to this day, all by claiming a title, a moniker, making fools of us all. And it's a shame.
Well, one has to be careful of cynicism, where there's a healthy cynicism, and there can be a level of cynicism that can be unhealthy. It leads, for instance, to a kind of apathy or a disenchantment to a degree that one no longer acts against evil. This is cynicism can lead to a kind of self-imposed impotence, where someone begins to really give up hope that there is anything worthwhile or worthy or striving for the betterment of the situation or the species. And when it comes to what you've said, it certainly obviously appreciate it, and it would require asking for a lot more detail, and what I would have to respond to is the details of your overall analysis, which of course is that when you say it takes two to tango, of course it takes obviously two sides to wage a war. And when it comes to responsibilities, what is the intent is ultimately what counts. As I've emphasized before, when it comes to the chimerical hybrids that were produced by the Greater Soviet Union, which people can look up themselves. They can look up Stalin's breeding of humans with apes. They're going to find spotty information, but it will be there, the basics of it. Of course, in my book of all things, Vampirology, I go into it far more deeply. This was the part that we have not yet published. This is the part that Peter Moon promises he will expand our current Vampirology book. Yeah, yeah, go on. Yeah. What does that bring to your mind? I mean, it sounds like
no, I just think that's I don't know. That just that rings that's worth mentioning. I mean, during that wartime, it hid a lot of things at the same time that were overlooked because of the mass loss of life, the incredible loss of life. And then they got away with so much because they had killed millions of people. And so under the guise of everybody recovering from that at a world scale, they pulled off many things they couldn't have done otherwise. And that's what we're dealing with today, is the shell, the quiloff, basically, of our governments and the whatever world affairs that they've been associated with, that we've not been privy to, that they are not due to, that has been stolen from the people prior to World War I, as they took over the emperorships and the czarships of the world. All of the monarchies before that were ruled through blood lineages and through chieftains. And just that now we find ourselves in a world where the vote is not even, I mean, just the way that the world works today, that it's not definitive, that there should be any question about who should be ruling over a land, because it should be well, this is perhaps my own political view, but that it should be more as it is in the United States, that it should have to gear region to region towards those who vote for what they want in that area, which is what's so wonderful about the United States. But here we lead ourselves into federal rule, which is the same thing that has led to so many, to the annihilation we've seen in the past. But nothing will protect it, because they had that, and Mussolini had that, and Hitler had that. So we've seen this before, as it's been obstructed and violated from abroad. And what would make us think that it would not be violated here on our own territory? That what we stood for in the past, or we stand for now, and I'm not talking distant past, I'm talking right now, that it would be again, the same as it has been, and that they would not, I don't know. It seems like a nihilism for the goal of universal beliefs that cross territories for trade, where they no longer acknowledge the regions, but what's good for world trade is good for them, whether it's good for the people or not.
Okay, so that is to be taken into account, of course, and I take it that you find that you're not very sympathetic to globalization at a unchecked scale, and there's of course the sense of sovereignty seems to be important to you, which is an issue with many people. You strike me as a traditionalist, and I'd love your opinion on monarchy as a concept. So give me a second here, and I do want to show you something. So what I'm going to do is put on the screen share. And so let's see if you can see this. Can you see the cursor moving, Jen? Okay, let's see if she sees. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, now that you can see the cursor moving. Now this is actually viable footage of a fishing boat and their catch, which of course this is on a ship, so this is not unjustifiable in terms of the shakiness of the camera. Found footage technique is often used to confuse people and give the sense of raw footage. In this case, it's actually verifiable. You're on a moving ship, it's justifiable. You're not just shaking the camera. And as you can see, they were so scared at what they caught, they released it. They just dropped the net. That's actually not some gimmick where these people were in a situation, I will repeat it here, I'm going to replay it. I put the link into the chat room so people can source it themselves. Yeah, but well, it's always good to see it again. I mean, most of the time the image is distressing enough where people, really can't believe what they've seen. So think of Homo testudinis when you see this. And this is more along the lines of what men at sea have been dealing with, of course, since time immemorial, but at the same time, it's something that many men are just not, whenever they try to address it, they're simply ridiculed. And of course, the phenomenon remains, again, hidden by quote unquote healthy skepticism taken to unhealthy extremes. The problem is the mass attacks. It's not even that the government really needs to do so much to hide phenomena like this. The people do their work for them. Whenever anyone tries to do anything they can to come to grips with phenomenon, they're attacked relentlessly and remorselessly, more so than ever before, through mass media, through the sheer availability of modern information communications. And as a result, most people know better than to come forward with anything. And the end result is, of course, things get leaked, and what people might show to relatives as a curiosity then gets onto the net. This is how some of it gets exposed, like what I've just showed you. Other than that, of course, what people are confronted with is the sheer amount of disinformation that is on the net, and they feel that they're conducting research simply by going on the net, when in reality, many times they're exposing themselves to ever more misinformation. Now, what I certainly see when you're speaking is not that. I don't see that. What I hear from you when you're addressing the situation is you're certainly thinking in big terms. You're certainly thinking strategically. Again, what I would have to answer to is details as opposed to the generalities of what you said, but let's try and get some concepts out here that I could understand, like monarchy. What is your opinion of monarchy?
Well, if anything, I speak on non-apathy. I believe in not just apathy, but action against evil.
Wonderful.
Even in the basis of what we do now, I don't believe in socialism or apathy. I don't live my life that way. I live by action in all its forms. And if it makes you free from oligarchs or fight or fuck and stand up, as long as you, as young ones, aren't harmed, as long as we don't steal from others, as long as you can look around you and say, yes, I'm okay with this and my neighbor is as well. Sovereignty, it's not some selfish delusion. It's clear states. It will not step on you, but you will not step on me. It's a logic for all times. It's reasonable.
And I certainly admire that. So when it comes to, I love your interchange in the chat room. That's delightful. And of course, people are saying, of course, Team Dietrich is stacked tonight. You're certainly in our favor. Numbers are good, and people are very interested in what you're saying. And I certainly am not antithetical to it. I'm just trying to grasp it. I'm just trying to understand.
And as far as what you posted that we're going to be talking about when I get the chance to interview you.
Oh, relict populations or whatever you want, of course.
Yes, relict populations, I think, is actually key. I think it's what's missing from these conversations. I think that it's something that is not included in the context of why humanity is acting the way that it is. And so I think that it would, I think it does assist in people understanding the world that we're living in. I think that you particularly can shine some light on that. You certainly have for me, as far as trying to take it more, take it more seriously about what could be going on about that.
Thank you.
Hadn't occurred to me before.
Well,
it had.
Yes.
But I think because I respect you so much that it very much so, I thought. I've seen things myself about that were strange.
Yes.
That I can't really openly talk about usually at all, and probably will not.
Okay.
But you kind of framing it this way, it makes me think there's some kind of context beyond the typically accepted ideas about what it could have been.
Yes. Okay. And in terms of that, I want to thank you. And of course, thank you for your respect. I mean, that's profoundly appreciated. And it's something that of course, is very good for my morale. And what I want to say is that when it comes to whatever it was you saw and my ability to put that into some context, that's profoundly appreciated. The one thing that you will be witness to is that as climate change impacts humanity, it will also impact other species. We all know the impact on animals, coral reefs, and so many other species. But on the relic populations, people will have more and more encounters as relic populations either are dislocated by the phenomenon of global burning. It's not just warming, it's really global burning. When it comes to the situation of encountering these relic populations more increasingly, what we're going to see is many people who are going to be identifying them as quote-unquote aliens. And they're going to, yes, the government is going to continue to emphasize that, well, these are aliens because it fits their agenda. The aliens distract from, they're losing the Second World War. They're still being at war with the breakaway civilization of the Nazis. They're, of course, their incredible corruption and incompetence. The aliens will help distract the public from so much of that. And here's another thing I'll share the screen on. And can you see the cursor moving? And then I'll go to what I'm going to show you. This is also something important to bring up. It brings up kind of like the variants of life that would be more cosmic in nature. If you can see the cursor moving, let me know. I'll go straight to where we're going, so to speak, on the screen. Jennifer? Oh, well, hope she's there. Are you on mute? No, she's not on mute. There we are.
Sorry about that.
Oh, did you need to answer a phone call?
Well, okay, so...
Oh, can you see? Yeah,
go ahead.
No, by all means, continue. Did you have something you wanted to say? Oh my God. Then there's blank again. Hope she's all right. The technology out there.
Well, no, I just, okay, so, okay, well, I have an amazing perspective.
Yes.
And one based on experience.
Yes.
That who in here, this is a relationship that not only sets me up and running, but something I think others have to hear.
Yes.
And if I can sit and be a part of that, even if no one knows or remembers who I am, as long as they hear what you know, like I have, then I can find peace in it. But so as far as my experience about what I did encounter,
I mean, you don't need to talk about it if you don't want to. If you're comfortable enough to kind of, come out of the closet with it here, you're more than welcome to, of course. But think about it first. Are you okay with doing this, or do you want me to kind of change the conversation into another kind of, life form? I can go easily to another kind of life form too. But we want to hear what your experience was.
It's not a big deal.
Okay.
It's just that, it was It was a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it really was.
Mm-hmm. And so again, don't do anything you're going to regret. But yeah, of course we'd love to hear it.
Regret it. I mean, I've said things before. It doesn't bother me because I try to be as honest as I can. Because I've had other strange experiences, but as far as what you're talking about with physical flesh and blood beings, having witnessed such a thing, that I'm not afraid. It's just that it's just going back to remembering it and kind of thinking about it and what it could have been. It's still kind of strange. It's a strange feeling to try to think back to it. It's not the same thing as thinking back to going on a vacation or something like that. It's because it's a distant memory. It was quite a while ago now when it happened, but it was really no mistaking that it was what it was. There was no mistake that it was what it was. There was no mistake that it could have been something else, at least not in my mind. And no one has ever been able to to show me anything or tell me something that would convince me that I maybe misunderstood what I saw. And so I think in that regard, it does affect the way to try to explain it or something. And it's not a big deal. It's just something that happened. So I don't want to make it sound like it's something that probably could happen to anyone. I would say in general, because it happened to myself. So this was a while ago. A friend of mine, I went to go hang out with them and to, visit with them, and it was late at night, and there was a railroad track that went behind where they lived, their neighborhood. And in front of that was a store. Anyway, we went to that store and we got some drinks from the fountain and fountain drinks, and that's pretty much it, And there was this man in there, and the man was strange. He looked strange. It doesn't matter. That's one thing or the other. But he went and grabbed up all of the beef jerky out of the beef jerky area.
All right. Good start there.
I don't know. It was just kind of odd. That's not a big deal. It's just something I noticed because I was standing behind him and he talked to me. And he made some comment about my dress or something like that. He was like, oh, nice dress or something like that.
Wow.
But then he was this strange looking person. Right. And I thought I'd never recognized him, never seen him before.
Right.
And this is not a big, it was just.
Is that us? Did they cut her off? Jennifer? There we are.
No.
Go back.
No, sorry.
Yeah, no, by all means.
But so, he was this strange looking individual, but anyway, he went in line in front of me at this essentially like a convenience store.
Mm-hmm.
And he grabbed up all the beef jerky and he put that on the counter and he bought that, and then he left. Well, we checked out right behind him and we left too, and then it wound up that we were going the same direction. So as we were leaving the store and came around the corner of the store, behind that store was a railroad track that was up on this hill.
Mm-hmm.
And there were all these trees back there. So it was like a wooded area with the railroad track and the trail people would take through there at night. Well, anytime, but this was in the middle of the night. Go up through that trail, across the railroad tracks, and then across that would go into these neighborhoods. and through that, eventually carrying through the other half of that part of the town to where my brother lived, which was where we were going to go.
Right.
But as we were coming up and through there, he was going that same direction, and we watched him as he went into the tree line and up the hill, and we were walking kind of a distance because he was weird, and we were like, oh, we're gonna keep a little distance.
Of course.
And he went up the railroad tracks, and we went up too. And when we got up there, because we kind of ran up after, it was clear on the other side, and he was nowhere there. And we were gonna hang out up there on the railroad tracks and sit around up there and just hang out, which is what we did. But he was nowhere around when he had went up there, which was not a big deal. That didn't matter. It was just kind of weird. We're like, oh, where'd he go? No big deal. Strange person. Kind of, like interesting. Whatever. But he disappeared.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Then we were sitting on the tracks.
Oh.
And so we were sitting on the tracks, and we ran around all over that town. Like everywhere. The railroad tracks, there were tunnels underneath the town, all over the place.
Right.
But we were sitting up there on these tracks, and I was sitting across from my friend, and I was looking down the tracks, and there was a light that went up over the tracks, and I saw this figure come up. It didn't even make any sense what I was seeing when I saw it. It was a short figure.
Right.
Like a short figure, completely, like there was no clothes or anything like that, but a short, like long arms, walking like a way I can't, like a weird strolling fashion up the side of where the tracks came up in the light.
Right.
And the face looked exactly like a goblin or something.
Wow.
Like the distance was probably about, I don't know, like no more than it was probably 30 feet.
Oh.
I'd say 30 feet or so away, maybe 50 feet.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was a distance. It wasn't a far distance, but it was in that light.
Yeah.
And it was like a gray, like the skin was like a translucent, like a gray looking skin. Almost like silvery looking gray skin, like a shark skin or something.
Yeah.
In the way that the light looked. And I could see that it had like hair, but I could see its head. Like it didn't have it was like this stringly hair. And then it looked small and hunkered over. And as it walked, its arms were longer than its body. And it came up over, and it was naked. Completely naked.
So
and
you could see genitalia?
Yeah, I could see its ass.
Right, okay.
Like, I couldn't see genitalia, but I could see that it was bare ass naked.
Right, okay.
And it got up onto that hill. It did not look over at all. It was not grotesque. It was more like some type of wispy, like goblin-y looking thing. And it was on the tracks as it came up. And it did not look over. And I, like, it was a type of strange fear feeling that, like, you tear up. My friend looked, like, I didn't make any kind of crazy expression. I was just, like, I made, like, a weird face, I assume, of some kind. And they looked, and then they looked back at me, and I saw that they had seen it as well.
Right.
And that scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Because I thought that maybe, I don't know. It's just something about the reaffirmation of somebody in front of me, sitting cross-legged in front of me, looking back at me.
Yeah.
With that look, like they saw it too, because they wouldn't have looked at me like that had they not. Then we just stood up and ran away. Ran down the hill, skidded down the gravel of the railroad tracks, and like ran through the neighborhood, just scared as hell. Ran all the way back, pretty much, stopping every so often, and like dogs were barking in people's yards, and ran all the way back. Got back, went to my brother's house, and didn't really even talk about this for a minute, but then we just kind of this, did you see what I saw? And yes, I saw it, you know, and like, what did you see? And not even believing each other about that they'd seen it. Like there was a feeling of like, prove that you saw what I saw. What did you see? What did you see?
That's so offensive. The prove it. How does one prove what one has just seen?
What we did then was we sat at opposite ends of my brother's kitchen table.
Yeah.
And I was like, draw what you saw, and I'll draw what I saw. And we drew the same thing.
Wow.
Which was essentially this goblin-y looking creature.
Right.
Like something straight out of like something that you've heard in, you know, like some kind of folklore or something.
Right.
Some type of creature that you have not heard, like that's impossible. That we both drew the same thing. It was an impossible looking creature. It was not a human being. It was not. And like, then my brother had a pit bull.
Mm-hmm.
And this was like this fancy dog he got from a breeder that was like really, you know, just this really strong looking dog and really incredible. Probably 80 pounds of just like pure muscle and just like this really strong dog he had.
Yeah.
And a good guard dog, like a really strong guard dog.
Right.
Well, that night, he started acting really funny. Like, I went to my room and I went to bed and everything, and I got up because he wouldn't go outside. He wouldn't go outside. He'd go to the back window and he'd look out the window and he was like whining about something at the back window.
That's important. Yeah, go on.
He would not go outside, and eventually the next day my brother made him go outside, and he pulled his tail like completely up his stomach and just like pissed all over the back porch.
Wow.
And then he went to the tree and was like barking up at the tree and whining and running around the yard all crazy, like he was acting strange.
Yes.
And it to me, and he did not want to be outside. Like he refused to go outside. Like he was terrified, and this was like a badass dog.
Right. Yeah.
And he like would not go outside, and it just eventually it all tamed down. But then I kind of wanted to go back to that spot and went back to that spot like probably a couple days later. And like we had like knives and stuff like that. We're like, we're gonna go up there.
Right.
And we went up there to the railroad tracks.
Yeah.
And everything was really still, but there was this really weird feeling like we were being watched or something. And then there was this like screaming. It's unbelievable. But there was like this weird scream, like almost sounds like a cougar or
Wow.
like a bobcat or something.
Right.
Is what it sounded like. But it sounded like it was going like it was up in the trees. And it was just for a little while, but
right.
We were never able to go up there and hang out on those tracks ever again.
I don't blame you.
Because it was just so bizarre.
Yeah, I mean,
this was not.
Go on.
This was a one-time thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that was it. It was just this kind of crazy ass thing that's hard to explain to people, but it's like it's might as well. I mean, but it did happen. There was something out there. And this was not nowhere. It was the edge of a metropolis, a suburb of a metropolis.
Yeah.
Essentially, and then just off the highway with this railroad track and then this store. And I guess it was up in these woods along the railroad track.
Yes. And that's profound. I am so appreciative of your sharing that, and I want to commend you on your courage. This is something that is truly an act of courage to share an experience like that, because it's and I'm impressed at the almost scientific, there's no other word for it, the almost laboratory level of detachment you were able to maintain when it came to trying to convey what you saw by both you and the other experiencer sitting down and drawing a picture and cross-referencing, therefore, what you saw, and the.
Because otherwise, it'd be impossible to believe.
Yes.
Because I wasn't convinced that they had seen what I had seen. I thought maybe you're just reacting, and then I wondered if they thought, but they were just as terrified as I was.
Yeah, and your brother, was he the one who suggested this drawing?
No, my brother was upset about was weirded out by his dog.
Of course.
So the way that the dog acted, even he commented about, what the hell's wrong with this dog? Was freaking out about it. And I didn't want to mention anything about it, but it had happened just the night before, and he had started acting that way that same night, as if the thing had followed us to our house. That's
what I'm certain happened, of course. I'm certain that the entity, the creature, the cryptid, to be, most...
some type of something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now, like you said, it was kind of the moonlight or night. How old were you and your friend, if I may ask, at that time?
Oh, I was a teenager, it was my teens. So it was when I was really young. I was probably 16, 17.
Mm-hmm. And your friend, female or male?
Male.
Okay. So
point, yeah.
Yeah, so you were 17, you had a male friend, you were both and so you did not, just to get some details down, you didn't tell your brother about what you saw? It was just you and your friend decided to draw the picture to make sure what you both saw with each other?
I did not tell my brother what I saw. I told my mother what I saw.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You did. And what did she say?
She seemed to kind of believe me.
Right. But
most part.
Right, but your brother, you had gone to his home. He
thought, well, we all lived in the same house. We lived in my brother's house at this time. And my mother seemed to kind of believe me, but we didn't talk much about it. But then my brother talked about his dog.
Right.
And there was kind of a correlation that maybe this had something to do with it.
I'm certain it did. I'm certain it did. To me, there's no question. There's no doubt. But you've never spoken to your brother about this?
Not beyond that, because my brother is very, my brother's like a really serious man.
Okay.
He's like,
I'm not quite sure. Okay.
You can't talk to him about things like this at all. I could never talk to my brother about this seriously, because he would not take this he'd be uncomfortable with the conversation, and he would try to pretend we weren't having this kind of, he would not get involved in this kind of conversation.
I mean, I get it, but it's sad. It's really sad. It is not to his credit that he is shut down to this, because it's I mean, for someone to have that closed a world is pretty, shall we say, lame. It's just I
have to analyze everything. If you ever see my channel, I think in a way that has to be proven. And I did tell my brother, and my brother asked me, what the fuck did you do? What have you gotten into? It was that kind of attitude about what had I done, or what. It was a strange, it was just that kind of interaction.
Right. But was it... I'm so sorry. Continue. This was a... Go on.
It was a short... It lasted about probably 3 days.
Yeah.
This type of...
That's long.
The dog would not go outside. He was barking at, it was not normal behavior.
No, it's a long time. Go ahead.
It was just kind of a strange thing, particularly, I mean, not the dog, but then that night, the way that the cat, he had this cat, and it was it was just the animals were acting funny.
Of course.
About this. And then I was acting funny about it because I had seen it. I had seen the damn thing.
Right.
So there was something, and I didn't see it again. I never saw it again. But
Thank
there was
God.
Always this concern then after that you could see it again. There was a feeling too that maybe it had seen us, like it'd seen us or something like that. It was a feeling that it had seen me or something like that, or that it had seen us, and I used to go by there.
Well, it definitely
it was,
saw you. Yes.
that it was up in there, but it didn't look. Yeah. It didn't look over.
Right. Right. But it definitely smelled you or traced you through.
That was the feeling I had about it. Yeah. Yeah. That was the feeling I had about it. And the creature looked like a traditionally depicted in a way goblin or something. It had like a silvery shark like skin. It wasn't like, it looked different, and it wasn't wearing any clothes though. So like in some depictions they're wearing, he was not wearing, it was, I don't say he, I don't know what it wasn't wearing any clothes. I didn't see like a,
well, notice
I just saw his ass.
Right.
Most definitively.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was the only thing amorphically that I saw. And that I could see its silhouette of his face.
Right. Right. But
and it just walked across the tracks.
Right.
Like it was supposed to be there.
Right. Incredible. And I'm impressed, and I think it's wonderful. I feel privileged. I really feel privileged that you shared this experience. And believe me, with everything I've
Nobody believes this stuff. Nobody does.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't even believe.
Well, no. Don't think like that. Don't think like that. Honestly, see, there's a difference here. Say with what you're relating, the majority of people. I would say the majority, safely, would accept what you say, not necessarily without question, but most of the questions would be like mine. Not so much trying to deconstruct what you're saying through our questions, but more simply to try and fish out more details from your memory, or trigger more memory of details. Which is what I'm going to do right now with just some thoughts like so the face, you didn't necessarily see features like a nose.
Yeah, I could see it did have a nose. Okay. And it had like a pronounced. It had a nose. It had like a pronounced chin. It was kind of it was obvious silhouette of its face, but it did not look over. And my friend even told my brother. My brother is not much older. He's like only so many years older than I am, like, probably 10 years older than I am. But my friend told my brother, he said, he asked, what did we do about it? And my friend told him, like, iron in the windows on yourself, etc. It sounded like, but it was, I think my brother was skeptical, but I think eventually he was scared. And he's my older brother. Mm-hmm. I think that there was a fear there about it. It wasn't. It was a happening of some kind, of a sort about the creature, but it was short-lived. I'm just saying it was something that it did not continue on. I was worried that it was going to do something, or that something was going to happen at that time.
Of course,
some years ago.
Yeah.
But the creature itself was clearly. I don't know what it was. And I even looked up regional lore and trying to find some type of reference.
Oh, wow.
Because this was, a huge catalyst of like, what the fuck was that?
Right.
Because we used to hang out up there all the time and nothing like that had ever happened. But I really do draw it back to the man that was in the gas station.
Right. No, that that's interesting, because your ancillary experience, the experience after the man, was something that it made me totally forget the man at the gas station. I totally forgot him.
For me, it started with the man at the gas station,
which now makes sense. Now makes sense.
I thought it was really weird because he bought all the beer.
Right. So it's almost like
he literally bought.
Was going to feed this thing. Like he was going to feed this thing. Like
I don't know what he was going to do, or if he was. I thought maybe it was him.
Right. No, I get it. No, the thought had crossed my mind, but I was trying to phrase a way to ask that question. Like, did you ever get the feeling that was him? That was him, and what he really was?
No.
Right. Right. No, but I mean, obviously you considered it. I considered
that because I'd never seen him before, and I never saw him again.
Right. Right.
This is not. This wasn't an area like a neighbor. This was a neighborhood. So like those stores, everybody went to the same stores. You kind of saw everybody.
Right. I get
And
it.
like it was outside of a larger city, and so, but this was like a small area where everybody went to the. Everybody kind of knew everybody else. At least not knew everybody else, but definitely saw them. Going to the same frequently area, and that area specifically was. We kind of ran around that area and knew it.
Right.
Like we were in it.
Yeah, but this later, this essentially made that area kind of a no-go zone. So
no-go zone.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And you did the right thing.
Go there anymore, which was actually a little. That's why I said we went back again.
Originally,
Kind of
yeah.
Armed.
Right.
Kind of armed.
Right. No, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, go on.
Could not go back there again. It was just too scary.
You mean after going first?
After we saw it.
Yeah. I mean, first. I mean, just so our listeners understand, I'm sure they all get it. I mean, you saw it, and then you went back again, armed, essentially, kind of armed as you could get, and but encountered nothing, but felt like you were watched. And just
no, we encountered there was like a screaming.
Oh yes, the scream. So that was an encounter, right.
And there was like a scattering. We crossed the bridge, and on the other side of the bridge, there was like a scattering. I know it sounds silly, like kids.
No. This is all quite real.
Scattering of gravel, like something was over there.
Yeah, definitely. And then you just decided
We could never go back again.
Yeah, quite sensibly.
And we were ballsy.
Yeah.
And we could never go back again, and we just never hung out there ever again. That's where we always hung out. We watched the highway ran underneath that bridge.
Right. Now again, I thank you for recovering the story. Remember these, just with incidents like these, we all kind of fixate or hook onto different things as listeners. So as a listener receiving your experience, there's certain things I hook onto or fixate onto. For whatever reasons, because my own
kids,
no, don't go back to that. I mean, you were kids, but it's like that does nothing to detract. That does nothing to detract from your experience. Believe me. I mean, it's important to specify it only as maybe detail of context or something. But when you go back to we were kids. It's almost as if when you say that, it's almost as if in your own way, subtly, you're trying to almost deny it to yourself. Like we were kids.
I understand that people would not believe it.
Right. Well, no. Yeah. No. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. I get it. But believe me, most people do believe it. They do believe it because most people have had their own weird experiences, and so most people are willing. And besides, you've seen. For me, it was a fact. Yeah, and
it was.
And
just something that you can't talk about.
Right, and just to clear this up as a for future reference. Understand that you're not really understanding how the human mind works. Now, you're very astute, you're very sharp, but you're obviously not necessarily trained like I was in many ways. And so here's something to share with you. He said, the human mind is wired to simply accept, believe it or not, pretty much everything anyone says at face value. That's the normal wiring for the human mind. This is because of some factor in evolution that probably originally humanity could not conceive of lying. And as a result, whenever deceit was first invented or developed, it must have been devastating, because you'd be amazed at just how people will believe anything that they're told. Now, this is not to detract in any way from your experience, which I want people to know. I accept what Jenny says wholeheartedly. I believe it to be true. I am convinced she experienced everything she experienced. I'll go more into this in shortly, but I do want everyone to understand that, say for instance, this is what I was discussing with Brandon Young earlier. One of the issues we had with Brandon Young, which was his issue with for whatever reason, compulsively, I call it compulsively, he would go off into directions where he would just start saying a story, spinning a yarn, but he does it with this flat monotone that is not appreciated because most people just take him at face value till he gets to the point where he says something that's simply flatly unacceptable. By that I mean he'll say something that's truly unbelievable, and then people have to start questioning, well, are you joking? And then he'll say yes, and then the entire narrative is questioned. Okay, this is like, but this is the issue. Everyone is going to, at face value, accept anything most anyone says. This is just the way the human brain is wired. So that's not the issue. In fact, the biggest issue is that with most people, all of us, we're simply giving everyone the benefit of the doubt, and we're willing to listen. And most of the time, we can't really see a reason for a person to lie. So most people accept anything, and this is why so much misinformation on the internet causes so much damage, because people are not trained in critical thinking. But your relation of your experience, I know from my expertise, based on experience, my professional training, which I can go into all my background. You know, people don't need to hear all of it. As a matter of fact, if people want to know my background, believe it or not, LinkedIn pretty much has the totality of my professional background, except for my time at at USF, the University of San Francisco of the Jesuits, for a few semesters in ROTC. So aside from that missing, it's pretty much complete. And so that being said, with that kind of background of my experiences, yes, I know you're telling the truth because there's several details that you've added and that you've gone back over again, and they hold together coherently. Your narrative is coherent, but what's most compelling to me is the fact that you're talking about how you and your, for lack of a better word, your male friend, yes, you both doubted, both doubted yourselves and your experience, so you sat down and drew these pictures to compare what you saw. And yeah,
this was what was funny about it, though. I mean, we were young, but like we literally ran most of the time and stopped every now and then. And I think we were convinced it was there. Like it was.
No, it definitely was there.
By it or something like that.
It was.
Because we'd seen it.
Yeah.
And then when we got home to my brother's house, and he couldn't stay over at all. No, but like came in, nobody was home yet, and like sat down, and I was like, we didn't even talk about it.
Wow.
Not at all.
No, that's important. That's how.
Well, it was just like did you see that? We were talking about on the way. Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, it was this kind of conversation. You know, what was that? And I don't know, this kind of thing. And then when we got home, it was like there was a feeling that I didn't believe him that he'd seen it, you know, and I think that he didn't think I had seen it. There was kind of a mutual, because he looked at me too.
Yeah.
And then even now though, because of having seen it, and I've never seen anything like that.
Well, of course not.
I've never seen anything
well, thank God.
And just, you know, but there's a feeling even now, honestly. I mean, it kind of...
That's lurking on the edge.
Kind of that it could, like, that
you could see it again. Yeah, you could see it again because now you,
It never ever have. And wanted to, even maybe a little, but never ever have.
Right.
And the thing, what it looked like was unworldly.
Right.
It was like, it was an impossible looking thing, but it was there.
Just to explain to people, when people see
arms and legs, it was there. It was like a human. It looked like a. It was not a person. I've only told this story. I mean, I know telling it on the internet, but I've only ever mentioned it to like a few people, ever in person.
This is how privileged we are. We are truly privileged because this is.
Well, you know, it's that kind of story.
Yeah.
You kind of just tell, like in a private group.
Right.
You know, when you're hanging out and everybody's kind of just
stoned.
What?
Yeah.
You know, but like that kind of thing. But the way that it looked was like a creature that people don't think exists at all, but apparently something like it does something akin to what people have talked about. That's why, and that really started a lot of, maybe there's a lot more possibility, well, not a lot more. I mean, there's a fact about it.
Yes.
A feeling.
Yes.
But there's still no explanation for what it was. It was just, because I just saw it walk.
Right.
And it walked right up the hill of the railroad tracks and across it. And it didn't even look over. It didn't even look.
Right.
And we were not very far away from it. It was like an animal. But definitely not.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Humanoid. It was humanoid. But, so classically when people portray, or rather not classically, rather in modern terms where people begin to reinterpret medieval reality, where they begin to try and perceive or redefine, when they try to redefine goblins or gremlins or various kinds of humanoid creatures like this, they put clothes on them because of their own sense of propriety. So they dress them simply because they don't...
I didn't see its crotch. I could see its ass, though.
Right, got it.
That was always stood out to me, because I could see it had an ass. Clearly.
Yeah.
And it was like the skin. It was naked.
Yeah.
And the skin was like this, almost like translucent shark skin looking skin.
Wow.
I know it sounds insane.
No.
Like,
it's
the skin was like shark skin almost, or something. And then that it had a head, like it was solid. It was physical. It was not some ethereal thing. It was physically there, a creature. It was a creature.
Yeah. And so in terms of, I'll get to some other questions in a second, but just like my point is that when people portray these things, they'll portray them with clothes just so they are not responsible for whoever looks at it seeing genitalia or an ass. So they'll just put something like boxer shorts or something weird on it, and this is how Marvel Comics are, say for instance, popular illustrators for children's books where these things are often portrayed, will portray them simply to avoid lawsuits or condemnation or moral judgment. But what you saw is the real thing, where you're often not going to see clothing because
disclaimer, I don't do drugs. I don't smoke weed.
Right.
I don't indulge in wine.
Right.
And
that's so important.
I may have a couple of beers. I'm a lightweight, and maybe a shot or something like that. But I don't.
No, these are valid points. Go on.
Yeah.
You don't take.
It's important to mention.
Yeah.
I don't do drugs. I don't smoke weed. Mm-hmm. I know people do. I can't actually handle it. It actually causes me a great deal of anxiety.
Understood.
So
That's to your advantage. So just appreciate the fact. It's healthy for you. Believe me, you're coming out on top with this. There's other people that I would recommend to take drugs. In your case, that's obviously not the case, and you don't need them. You're fine. You're fine as is. You're beautiful as you are. So in terms of some questions that come to mind, this is going to sound strange, and again, you don't need to answer this. Like I said, this is something that I told you about before, but just to repeat for new listeners or people who are, don't know me that well, one of my biggest problems in life for a long while, until I learned to adjust and just change my behavior, was I came from a background where, first off, several factors. Most people around me did not behave with any sense of propriety or respect or boundaries. I grew up in the Tenderloin, grew up on the Presidio military base, grew up in public schools. That was a triad of essentially just pure savagery, and nobody had any sense of etiquette or behavior that would be restrained. So I have just too high a tolerance level for too much in many regards. But my point is that, that being said, once I got into the professional zones where I started receiving exposure to professional level interrogations and did police work, got involved with private security, etc. My biggest problem is I'll ask people a bunch of questions, and oftentimes without even I'm just curious, just a curious kind of guy. And I wind up getting people to talk about things that they would never say to anyone else generally. And then shortly thereafter, they regret it and they never talk to me again. So this is what I was concerned about with Jennifer originally when she was on for a bit and then had a long hiatus. And I was like saying, Jesus, maybe I had pulled that on her and had repelled her, and she decided she wasn't going to speak to me again. It was a concern. Fortunately, that turned out not to be the case. But for whatever reason, my quirk, my problem, or my fascination, whatever. So you speak of this as your brother's house, yet you were all living there. So apparently he owned this home, but the whole family was living there. Your mother, and you, and him, but this other friend was just kind of visiting. But then I also got the impression your friend, the male friend, eventually told your brother about the experience. Yes? Or no?
Well, I mean, we kind of talked about it a little bit,
To the brother, to a degree.
Yes, to my brother.
Okay. So when you say he's this very
when
serious...
he asked about why the dog, he was like, he referenced that the dog was acting weird.
Right.
And, I was like, well,
Brought up your concern.
It was really fresh what had just happened.
Yeah. Go on.
And with my mother too, I had told my mom like what I'd seen
already.
Yes.
So you must have told her as soon as you got in the door. You must have told her
well, not immediately right then.
Okay.
But like
shortly.
I think it was like the very next day.
At least.
I woke up and told her pretty like not told her that, but just told her. Didn't tell her the whole entire thing. Just that we saw something unbelievably weird and it looked like this and it was up on the tracks type of thing.
Right. And by the way, the form of what would we call it? Propulsion. The sense of its mobility, was it like a chimpanzee? Like the long arms, like a troglodyte walking on its knuckles?
Yes, its arms were very long. They hung down probably to its knees.
But was it using it to propel itself, like a chimp or like a primate, like a lower primate?
When it was walking across, it literally just walked across like in a
human,
like a kind of a gambly, like a kind of just it was moving its arms and legs together in a strange way, like as it kind of walked across.
But not like a monkey, not like you'd see a monkey in a zoo and how it propels itself.
Not necessarily.
Right.
I mean, it was like almost it was a person whose arms were way too long and they were really small.
Right.
Not really small. Like
thin.
I'm only 5'1".
Yeah.
I'm like 5 foot tall.
Right.
And I really think that this was probably 4 foot tall.
Right.
I would assume something like that. It was small-ish.
With 4 foot long arms.
With its arms hanging down by its body in such a way.
Yeah.
And as it was moving, like its arms were prominently long, hanging by the side. Like, not hanging. They were moving with its body. But at this point, it's been a long time. And just trying to even...
recover but I think you've done such a good job. It's pretty much branded into your memory. It will be with you till the day you die. You may have further encounters before you die, but not that we're wishing that on you. But
I think it's important that when people are talking about these things, just kind of final thought that you're going to hear stories from people, I'm sure. I mean, I've never heard that many stories, but I've heard when people tell me stories, I do reflect upon this account of my own, even though I don't share it with them.
Right.
But I use it as a reference point in a way that it's possibly that they may have seen what they saw or something, because I did see something like that. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I think this is like a small blip, in a way, but it's important to mention because the whole idea of relic species for a lot of people, it may sound like utter nonsense, but believe me, there's a possibility. I don't know how or why or what it is. It's not just a possibility. There's something. It does sound radical to continue on to say, yes, absolutely. You know, but I did feel that way. But I didn't tell anybody this story for a handful of years.
Of course.
You know,
Yeah.
kind of this concept of how do you tell a story like that, or how do you you can't really without it sounding completely like, you know, bizarre.
Mhm.
The facts are the facts, at least as far as, you know, what I saw, that somehow it was there, and somehow it was there not just for, and if I had only seen it myself, I would think I'd be able to dismiss it a lot easier.
That's
I'd be able
right.
to say, I'd be able to think to myself that I'd be able to convince myself over the years that no. But I saw when he looked over, when he turned his head and looked over his shoulder,
Mhm.
when I was looking, and when he looked back and stood up
Mhm.
to run away,
Mhm.
that we should run away.
Right.
You
So,
know,
so,
like-
so just to review for myself the kind of encounter, which when these encounters happen, of course, they feel like they're interminable. They feel like they're taken forever. You're locked in a moment that lasts for
Yeah.
an eternity. When he, or we use the term he out of convenience, of course, but it is rather apropos because this incident was preceded by the strange man, which, as you said, it's not it's not unreasonable to link these two incidents to the degree that one.
I may be
Does-
placing
does-
emphasis on that experience because it preceded what happened.
Well, it definitely is a factor to be taken into
it all-
account. Yeah.
Yes, it all plays into the same image and what happened for me, like in my mind about it, is all. That's why there's kind of a particular like emphasis on that, because that's what happened before it happened. So I'm thinking about what happened before it happened, what happened after it happened, because it's unbelievable,
Right.
even to myself, to
Right.
be honest with you.
Right. So, this creature, so it walked by you without looking at you, didn't look at you or your male friend, and then you say like it kind of turned around and looked at you. No, or was that so? It did. It turned around, and looked at you, so you know it saw you, or.
No,
we
it didn't
know
look
it
at-
sensed you. We know it sensed you because it basically followed you. We
No,
know
it didn't look at
Yeah,
all.
okay, didn't look at
But
you.
my boyfriend, I'll say that,
Right. Okay.
my boyfriend at the time, who was sitting across from me,
Right.
he looked, when I was looking
Yeah.
down the tracks,
Yeah.
my friend who I was hanging out with, when I looked down the tracks and was looking, I was looking at him and talking to them, and then I saw it coming up the tracks, and I kind of looked
Got
aside.
it. And so when you say he turned back and looked at me, you mean your boyfriend. Got it. Got it. And,
Yes, and then
yeah.
he kind of looked where I was like, because
you
I
were
wasn't looking directly at them, I was
Right,
looking
Right. Got it. Got it.
off beside him,
Right.
and he looked.
And he was with
And-
you there the next day or so to hear the screaming. He was with you there when you both went back, kind of, or
Yeah, we went back a couple of days
a
later.
couple days later. Yeah, and he was there to hear the screaming. He too heard the
Yeah.
screaming. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go alone.
Good girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God. And I'm glad you have common sense. This is I'm very touched by this experience. And hard not to think that there's some kind of connection between the strange man and this entity. Even to the point of asking the question, and there's no harm in asking these questions. Was that the man? Kind of showing his true self, so to speak. That I mean, when somebody buys a whole load of beef jerky like that,
I know, yeah. I mean, I know it sounds. I mean, we can
have fun with it, but it's like still.
Well, we can just leave the conversation. I mean, it's just that
Yeah.
it was. I do think that there was something bizarre like this going on.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And my account, whether that man was there buying beef jerky because like a shapeshifter situation, I did think that possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it didn't. I mean, years later, thinking about it, like, I don't know why. You know.
Well, you realize in earlier
Maybe it
times.
doesn't even matter. Maybe it was just a coincidence that he was there buying a bunch of beef.
No. I understand that.
It
But,
could be.
yeah, but
know?
but in earlier times, the shape shifting assumption would have been the norm. That would have been the first go-to for the majority of people in the Middle Ages.
Yes, it made sense at
Yeah.
the time that he was somehow connected to it. That he was the creature or something.
Right.
That there was something like that. It's just that there's no decent way in or out of the conversation about something when you're, it's uncertain about what you even saw yourself.
No. It's not necessarily uncertain, only to a degree. You certainly saw it.
In my belief, I did see what I saw.
Yeah.
And I mean, I saw what I saw. I saw what it looked like. I could describe it. I could draw it again. It looked like a goblin, essentially, and never seen it again of any kind. It was it was just that. The rest of everything else was normal. It was just everything was as normal as it usually would be. Nothing out of the ordinary, besides just going around, going here or there, and then nothing was out of the ordinary as far as the context of what was happening that night. And then seeing the creature, that was it. It was not seeing a creature. He just walked across the railroad track.
Yeah.
It was just it wasn't even like an encounter.
It was an encounter, all right, but it's not
he walked across the railroad track, up the tracks from where we were sitting. We were sitting on the railroad tracks, watching the cars go by and stuff like that, as we usually did, and talking. And then this creature down the tracks behind, in front of us, walked up over the tracks, walked over it, and walked up on the tracks, and I'm assuming went down the other side. I didn't see him go down the other side because we ran away.
Right. Which is, of course, the smart thing to do. By the way, I'll share my own experience with you, kind of. That comes to mind, one that's kind of brought to mind by this.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Any other encounters I've ever had have been like spiritual encounters. Like where you think you saw something, it's like maybe it was a ghost. I've had encounters like that, plenty of them.
Okay.
But this was the only one that stands out because the issue with it is that it was literally there.
Right.
Physically there.
No, I love it, and it's true. And not only that, you know it's physical because it had an ass, which means it needs to void its bowels. So it's obviously of this earth.
Yeah, this was a physical animal creature.
Yeah.
That was in this. Definitely was not an imaginary thing or a some type of spiritual project. Nothing like that. This was actually there. The same as a possum or a raccoon crossing the tracks. It was the same as that.
Right. But what makes that more alarming is the fact that that means if it shits, that means it eats. So
and the tracks are probably. I mean, I've thought about this. I thought, well, the tracks are a great place for that.
Because all the animals that would get hit by the train.
Well, that, and then there's the city. The city was not far away, so there's all the hobos and all of that. People like sleeping on the tracks and stuff and following the tracks, and people who won't be missed, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. See, you've thought this through. You've thought it through, and that makes it more frightening.
Well, a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. That means yes, it could have a diet of people. Yes. No. So when you heard the screams, they're definitely emanating from the treetops, and something was in the trees, shaking them to the point where gravel was falling to the ground. Is that? Do I get that image right?
No, it was like it leapt from the ground.
Up into the trees.
I heard it was like it was on the ground on the other side of the bridge, And there was like I was going over to that side of the bridge,
Right.
and there was a scuttering of gravel,
Okay.
and
got
then
it.
I saw nothing.
Right. Got it.
I saw
got it.
nothing. It was like it went from the ground into the trees,
Got it.
and it sounded like a panther or like like a cougar, like a
Right.
cougar, the way that it screams, like a woman almost.
Yes.
Screamed really loud.
Wow. No, terrifying. This is just terrifying, and it's wow. I mean, again, I'm impressed, and it's certainly not something that I envy, but it's definitely I'm just glad you shared it. And again, this is relic population
Well,
material.
I don't think it'll ever happen again. You know, I think it was one of those things.
Uh-huh.
You know.
Well, I mean,
a part of me has wished for the longest time that, like, oh, I'll see something like that. Never have seen anything like it again.
and
You know what I mean?
no, I get
And
it.
shouldn't. I don't think I don't want to.
Right.
Part of it, you know, it's you don't want to. But there's something that there's a feeling like still of like how how could it be? How could it be? That's it. You know.
Right. No, definitely. Well, I could certainly go into detail about some other experiences, but that would be like, we don't need to do that right now. But the thing that comes most immediately to mind is something that's kind of like one of these things that you experience that's shocking to you and just completely throws you off and leaves you wondering. In my case, it's probably more like a ghost story, and but it didn't seem like it. It was definitely just this odd experience where I was doing, when as the early days of security work. And when I was in the early days of security work in the cream puff end of the security industry, unarmed, and doing basically it was the Wall Street, of course, has the stock exchange. And San Francisco has its own stock exchange section in the city, and they operate on Eastern time. They have to operate on the same time zone as New York Stock Exchange. So the people who work at the San Francisco Stock Exchange have to be at work at like 5 in the morning or something like that to be, on par, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. To be on the same time as New York Stock Exchange when it opens. So New York Stock Exchange opens at probably 6 in the morning, right? So it'd be 3 hours before that. San Francisco Stock Exchange would open. Maybe even the New York Stock Exchange opens at 5 a.m. So that would mean San Francisco would be opening up at 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 2 in the morning. So basically people who are working in the San Francisco Stock Exchange are working night shift. But it couldn't have been that early, because I was there throughout the night. It felt like wasn't that early in the morning when people started coming into this particular building. But I was doing security work in a building that was affiliated with the San Francisco Stock Exchange. And so it was one in which my security uniform was not a military type uniform, wasn't paramilitary, looked more like an usher, like a theater usher. So you're like a greeter. And but because there were offices in the building, the doors were essentially open at night, unlocked, so that people who truly worked in the building would have access. You're supposed to ask them to sign in, if I remember correctly. That's how I would, consciously presume it to be at this point in my life. So probably starting off young, I was supposed to ask people who came in at night to sign in. Most of the time there would be no one coming in throughout the night, one would presume. Now, I think I only, I was working for some stupid security company that was shifting me all over the place, because it's like a manpower almost. They're just shifting you, to wherever there's an opening slot. And some of these shifts I had were literally only a single night. So this case was not necessarily that, because I remember distinctly that same building several other incidents that stood out. None of them supernatural, but one of them, the woman taking me down to a place where there were a security center. There was a security center with cameras, where you actually had people looking at cameras, and that of course shows you how heavy duty the security was. You're in a serious security zone when they've got people at consoles with cameras that can see what's going on at different parts of the building. At that point, they take their security seriously. So I was at the just the expendable end, where they put you near the front door so any crazies come in. But this was before mass shootings really were a thing. This was before the, there was a specific tower shooting in San Francisco that, in essence, ushered in the age of modern mass shootings to a great degree, in my opinion, more so than Columbine, because it was workplace violence. So when it came to that incident, it involved black talon bullets. That's how people can research it or look that incident up. And that was, preceded, I think, by another incident of workplace violence by a man coming in with a shotgun and running some rampage at the insurance brokerage where my sister worked. So my entire family was always in the midst of turmoil. But when I was in you're in the middle of San Francisco, which is the financial district. It's the heart of San Francisco. And San Francisco is the second most congested city in the United States next to New York City. And so it's not necessarily a feeling of being isolated, but you're in the financial district at night and there's nobody there. There's no reason for anyone to be there. It's not a residential district, and the restaurants and everything is all closed in those days. So really wasn't anything going on there. And it was middle of the dead of night, so it was after bars were closed, so it had to be after 2 a.m. And before people started arriving for work. And somewhere in the dead of night, quite literally, this individual walks into the building. Now, I'm at the front desk, where I'm there to encounter anybody who walks in through the front of the building. And if this individual was flesh and blood, they almost certainly were visiting to use the bathroom. They went downstairs, and that's where the bathroom was. The men's room and the ladies' room. We had separate bathrooms back in those days. And so when it came to that, I can assume or presume the reason they entered the building. I wasn't going to follow them down there to find out. But when the individual entered the building, first off, you'd assume they're physical because he had a seeing eye dog. Big ass canine, German Shepherd. So you presume he's physical. That dog looked pretty physical to me. He looked, you know how dogs got their tongue hanging out and they're drooling, and that's all real. He, on the other hand, handling the dog behind the, what do you call that? Harness. The harness of the seeing eye dogs have harnesses for the seriously blind. So he's hanging onto a harness, and he's all dressed in black. Obviously, he's blind. So the first question is, how does he color coordinate? You would expect he would have help doing that, but his eyes, you'd wonder who was helping him, because he certainly didn't make it easier on anybody to be near him. His eyes were missing. So both his eyes were out of his sockets, and the sockets were empty and blood red, like his eyes had been freshly removed. Like somebody had recently gouged his eyes out. No bleeding, but who the fuck, if you had both eyes removed, either through violence or through surgery, you would normally be supplied with glass eyeballs for the sake of the convenience of everyone else around you. Or you would wear dark glasses. Now, he's out in the middle of the night, doesn't give a shit, no dark glasses, but who, if they're bothering to color coordinate, okay, he cares enough about his appearance to dress all in black, including a black hat. This is straight out of course, even at that point, well, I was still a youngster, so to speak, people were not wearing fedoras anymore. You remember the old movies, the gangsters, the fedoras, reporters with the press hats, it says press, they're wearing a specific kind of hat. They're called fedoras. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
So he's wearing a black fedora. Okay, so if he cares enough to color coordinate the black fedora, the black cape, he was wearing a black cape, black, yeah, by the way, no one wears capes. Even back then, when I was a youngster, nobody wore capes anymore. Nobody wore fedoras or capes anymore. So he's wearing a fedora and a cape. He's already dressed anachronistically, but everything is black. So he's color coordinated, but he's got no eyes, and he's got these empty sockets that are blood red. They're not actively bleeding, but they look like pretty fresh wounds. Like somebody had just either through violence just gone in and gouged both his eyes out, or surgically had removed his eyes, and there was time enough for congealing, the blood congealed and everything healed.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're still blood red and very pale, raw, very painful looking. Raw. It's just painful to look at. He was moving not only without any sense of pain, but when he walked in, and of course blind people can do incredible things. Blind people have the capacity to sense other people, obviously, but beyond that, blind people can tell dollar bills apart. In other words, blind people can tell a $5 bill from a $20 bill from a $1 bill. How they do that is beyond me, but that's how sensitive their sense of touch becomes. So blind people have incredible abilities, but obviously he knew I was there. So when he walked in, looking like some devil out of hell, and I happened to be standing at the time, and I just froze. And he said, "Hello there." That's what he said.
Yeah.
Like Elmer Fudd. You know how Elmer Fudd used to talk in the cartoons to Bugs Bunny? "Hello there." Like that. Like, with an accent that's kind of like this what would you call it? Like a kind of dork accent, like a dork cartoon character. Right. "Hi dear." He said, "Hello there," he said. Just once. He just said it once, but I'm just repeating it because of the sheer bizarre nature of the statement. When he walks in, he acknowledges that he knows I'm there, and I, of course, did not say anything. I didn't respond at all. He went on downstairs, and presumably to take a piss or a shit. And he knew this bathroom was open and clean, and they had security at night, so the homeless wouldn't go in. And he could probably, through experience, get away with what he was doing because nobody was ever going to mess with him, because who would, right? And that's if we think about this logically. But there's a lot more to it that's not logical. It's like, again, the color coordination. The fact that, first off, we got to be commonsensical about this. He's wearing black at night, which means that at some point he's going to get hit by a car. It doesn't matter. He's got the dog that might bark. And what's that going to do? He's an older individual, not necessarily ancient, but I'd say he was like 60s, 70s. So and rather heavy. I mean, not big, like fat. I just like, well-sized, muscular even, perhaps, under all that clothing. How could you tell? So I don't know if he was flabby but he had mass. But it looked like healthy mass. It wasn't unhealthy mass. So a guy in good shape, but, you can't just beat every truck and car at night, even with the seeing eye dog, because you're blind and, the seeing eye dog can pull you along, but he's dragged by you, not the other way around. He's not going to drag you. This guy was too big to be dragged by the dog. So it's not like, can he sense the trucks and cars, their motion from far away, and is so confident that he'll just walk dressed in black, inviting disaster. Because, good example, one woman was dressed as a witch for Halloween, and her car broke down. So She went looking for help. She's all dressed in black, and she dies because the first car that comes by hits her. That's how dangerous it is to wear black at night. So this is a true story about that woman, tragic story. She was probably drunk. She came from a Halloween party. Car stops. She goes looking for help, all dressed in black like a witch. First car that comes by just hits her because doesn't see her because she's all dressed in black. Right. So this is, so this is what would happen to this guy eventually. But obviously this guy made it to that age and that hadn't happened yet. but it's like, okay, so he's inviting danger. He's like, there's several things about this that just didn't make sense. None of it made sense. So, but nevertheless, it could be just a real guy, and but like
all the same. I mean, it's what you saw.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I want to clarify, like, I don't do drugs.
Yeah.
I do drink sometimes. You know, I'll help myself.
Yeah.
But I don't do drugs. Many kinds. This wasn't a hallucination.
Right.
I wasn't.
And just so people understand. Yeah.
And that's important because people might think.
Yeah.
Maybe you're hallucinating. It's like, no, I don't. I have never done any hallucinogenic. You know, I'm not doing hallucinogenic drugs. Didn't do hallucinogenic drugs.
And just, you know, this is an important point, and I thank you for reminding.
I'll drink wine. I'll drink some beer. I may take a shot at the bar. That kind of thing. You know, like, I don't want to. I'm not going to say I don't. I'm just saying I don't do anything that would.
No, and
I shouldn't see.
Yeah, and we believe you, and just so people understand my condition at that time, I want people to understand something that they'll probably find hard to believe, is that for the certainly overwhelmingly when I was young, into my 20s at least, I did no drugs and I did not drink. Because my mother was very intent on raising me with ninja training. And just so people understand this, my mother, of course, had the Japanese side of her family, came from the ninja clans. And they are real. They're not some Chuck Norris fantasy. Ninjutsu has been part of Japanese tradition. It's very real. And, you know, you don't drink in that martial arts discipline. And so she raised me not to drink, and I did not drink until my 20s. What ultimately turned me, you know, later from maybe the 20s through the 30s, which was, I started very late, was simply the fact that no matter where I went, nobody believed.
They were.
No. It was that no matter where I went, whenever I would emphasize that, whenever I was applying for jobs, do you drink? Do you do drugs? Because I'm involved with security and mercenary work and shit. You get what I'm saying? So it's always the same questions. Police work. Do you drink? Do you do drugs? No, I don't drink. No, not at all? Like, you know, all policemen drink, right? You know, that kind of thing. You don't do drugs? No, I don't do drugs. Well, it turns out all police drink and do drugs. So I could not get hired without drinking and doing drugs. That's what it turned out. That's what turned me, was in order to get hired by the SFPD, basically, it's almost mandatory you drink and do drugs because everybody does it. So it's one of these things that turned me was, believe it or not, trying to establish a career in law enforcement. So, which I was an SFPD officer for a short period of time until I went deaf due to contracting chickenpox, and it killed the nerve in my right ear. So, you know, been over into this before, and gone into it. And for those of you, again, for any idiots out there who say, but that happened after the dishonorable discharge, you can't get a police job without dishonorable discharge. Remember, this is San Francisco, and they were desperate because they had extraordinary problems with the gay community because they were constantly beating up gays. And finally, they went on this 100% balls to the wall drive to get gay cops. I got the job simply because I raised my hand and said, I'm gay. And they just said, you're in. That was it. That was so fuck the dishonorable discharge. Fuck any of that. All they wanted was somebody who claimed they were gay. And when I told people who desperately wanted to join the SFPD, because it's one of the highest paid police forces in the world, when they would ask me, oh, how'd you get that job? I said, just say you're gay. They have to get gays in right now. And everybody's, you know, they're so insecure. They lack, you know, it's just, they're trying to sabotage themselves. And they would say stupid things like, what if they find out I'm not gay? And I would just tell them, how on earth is anyone ever going to find out or prove that you're not gay? It's such a stupid concern. And it's like, what if they see me with a girl? And I said, then tell them that you switch. Tell them that you're experimenting. Or tell them that, oh, you know, you're just trying to put on a beard. That you're just trying to put up a front. You know, but nobody would go for it. They're too stupid. But at any rate, so that's how I got in. Dishonorable discharge and all. But when it comes to that's when I turned and started doing drinking and drugs. But which thereafter, became a regular staple in my life to a degree. But people actually think it's a much higher degree than it is. And I don't say that out of any defensiveness. I just say that because, that's the way it is. And
you're stating the facts.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah. I mean, Judith Agert, poor dear, she was this chick from Hawaii, and she was part of AA, and she just, said, you're alcoholic, because, to a person in AA, everybody's an alcoholic. But, that being said, get that out of the way. I would tell her, no, I'm not an alcoholic. And I said, look, I was with you for 2 days, and I didn't drink anything when you visited the mainland from Hawaii. And she goes, oh, that's just 2 days. And I'm like, honey, you're in AA, you were an alcoholic. 2 days is impossible for an alcoholic to go without.
Right.
Anyhow, so there you go with that. Just little things to bring up more for amusement than anything else.
That, I think a lot of just people seeing things that other people may not have seen yet. Yeah. I mean, it does. It's strange. I mean, and it's bizarre because I think that it does seem to happen. I've read other people's accounts. And
what was most similar to yours? What was most similar to yours that you've seen? There are cryptids that sound
just people. I've never heard anybody talk about what I've seen ever. They're usually talking about like other types of things that they've seen, but I have not been able to find and people giving like not that I've heard, but I was like, I'm trying to think.
Have you ever heard of the Dover Demon?
No.
Okay, well, let's look up Dover Demon right now, and I'm going to share screen with you. So I'm going to share the screen. Can you see the cursor moving?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's go over to Dover Demon, and let's look at some images. Okay, Dover Demon, does that look like anything like what you saw? Let me try and, here, that?
Well, I mean... It was up completely on its back legs, like in an upright way.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Just gangling along, kind of ambling along. Yeah. Which is even more disconcerting. That's even more disconcerting. Yeah.
Totally up on its back legs. It was walking like a person would walk. And its face was really distinct.
Yeah, much more defined. Much more defined than this peanut. Yeah, this is a peanut. Yeah. But look at this. I mean, this is kind of like...
The arms are a little too long.
Yeah.
And the belly on it, it had like a little bit of a small belly.
Interesting. Yeah, and that's disgusting. But...
It's just what it looked like.
Right. No, I get it. Dover Demon and Pukwudgies. 3 nighttime encounter in 1977. 3 nighttime encounters with a weird creature called the Dover Demon. And as for this Pukwudgies, that looks intriguing because that's presumably going to go back to Native Americans. And you're of course these are clothed and so not yours. They're not yours, but definitely fascinating. And
yeah, it's just it was like.
I mean, there's stuff out there. There's definitely stuff out there.
It was something.
Yeah.
And it just happened that one time. But that's. I think that people should be, I don't know.
Open-minded. Yeah, of course.
I mean, they should conceive of the concept. I mean, it should not. I know. Never mind.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
But and I've never seen anything like it since, and I don't know why I saw it then, and I don't know why it looked like it did, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
But and it was quite a while ago, I feel like, and so.
Oh, of course. It feels like forever ago, and but in another sense, it was yesterday because you still describe it so well that like any trauma, it's in the present moment in your mind, in your soul, in your essence. It's in your present moment. That's what trauma is.
I think there's a concern ever so slightly that there's a possibility of seeing something like it again because I saw that, and so that kind of opens the door to being. Let me reinforce. But I never have.
Let me vindicate. Let me validate, vindicate, and reinforce what you're saying. I want people to understand that whenever anyone is struck by lightning, it's guaranteed that their chance of getting struck by lightning again increases by orders of magnitude. Whenever anyone wins the lottery, it's guaranteed that their chances of winning the lottery again increases by orders of magnitude. So there are multiple lottery winners who are multiple lottery winners.
Mr. Diedrich.
What's that? What was that?
You're like, so what that insinuates is that, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and people who are
well, I think
it's going to happen again.
No, I think once is good enough.
No. I get what you're saying, and I'm not. I'm just saying that. Let's put it this way. I'm not wishing it on you, but if it were to happen again, don't be surprised in the sense that it's not necessarily.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that you're cursed, or that it's necessarily revisiting you the same one, but if it happens again, it fits into that pattern. Like that Daniel Brinkley character, that's kind
of terrifying.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it
okay,
is.
well,
Yeah.
I do. It's like 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
My time. I have to get off of here. I got wound up with this conversation and telling stories and stuff.
But we appreciate it profoundly, and believe me, you have no idea how grateful I am. And honestly, you're an angel, and your presence is soothing. It's a balm, and you're an incredible human being. And
thank you. I appreciate visiting with you, and you're awesome. And I'll talk to you again super soon. And I'm looking forward to us interviewing about the relic species. I want to hear everything you have to say and know about it. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, this will be just so our listeners understand. This will be on Saturday, March 16th, St. Patrick's Eve Day. St. Patrick's Day Eve Day. And it will be 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And on Central Time, it will be 10 p.m. 10 p.m. Central Time and 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is the majority of viewers. So hopefully Brendan Zogit will be with us. And otherwise, we'll make it happen because we're going to be using Skype, both of us. And this time, there shouldn't be the level of attack or assault that happened last time. I would presume. I presume that. We can only hope. Hopefully we speak before then. So if you can, revisit us on Wednesday.
Create a very open field.
Thank you. Yes.
And thank you so much.
Thank
you. I'll talk to you again soon. I hope everything, there's peace with everybody, and everybody take it easy. Yes. And I'll talk to you soon.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, you as well. Blessed
Bye-bye.
day. All right, bye-bye.
You too.
And that is Jennifer Hawkins. The lovely Jennifer Hawkins is, of course, known as the Arcane Observer. And so we will, as we said, we're going to prep for this. And okay, so thank God everybody did well through all of that. And we will, of course, continue. And what I'll do now is I'll probably just go straight into monologue. And of course, whoever wishes to hang out, feel free to do so. And we will just try and make it through the night. Let's see if we can call up, in a sense, anybody out there. Taking a look at our numbers, taking a look at our people, like Sid said, not always about AA. Cultivated Image was saying so true about AA, which basically most people in AA assume everybody's an alcoholic. That, of course, is a generalization. There is a exception that proves the rule. Exceptions to every rule as well. And yes, Sid has never said that about myself. And he's an AA. Which, in case he doesn't remember, he said so publicly. So I'm not sharing anything he didn't already state. So with all of that being said, we'll just dive into, in the remaining 4 hours, kind of a monologue, which will bring us back to current affairs and just perhaps, again, the intensity of what I went into last time. Taking a look again, just going to refresh the screen here. I think in general, I gave credit to most of my contributors. There might be a few emails that, again, I want the lady in England. There's a lady in England whose daughter was involved with, not involved romantically, but involved as working for someone I once knew. And I have not gotten back to her. I do want her to know that I intend to try and look at her emails, respond to them. And again, people have to be patient with me. I do everything I can to stay busy with my responsibilities at the estate so I can have access to blood. And as for everything else that I do here, this is my livelihood, of course, and this is why I just went off about it tonight. And I do hope that people understand why. It's one of these things where sometimes you just have to set boundaries, and such being done. Jennifer handled that so well. She walked in, of course, during a sensitive, awkward time. It was made even more so unnecessarily. But other than that, we continued on. Arcane Observer says, good night, y'all. Thanks again to everyone here, and special thanks to sweetest Douglas Dietrich. Thank you, honey. You're an angel. And you're blessed. Certainly that sighting, strange as it may seem, is a blessing. Oh my God. You know that there's more to the world. That's a blessing, to know that there's more to the world. Definitely. And, okay, we are now into the 13th, 311. This is Japan's 9/11. And this was the day in which Fukushima Daiichi went into meltdown. And, of course, it is also today, is the summary thereof is presented in my summary for today's episode. I speak of the Taiwanese birthday of the Earth Gods. And for those of you who might have trouble understanding these little Earth Gods, the Taiwanese in particular, though all of China at one point had the belief that there's these kind of like lawn gnomes. Just big time lawn gnomes. Like, just divine kami spirits that watch over stretches of soil that are kind of the grassroots guardians of these various areas of Earth gods. But they're a plurality. And they're kind of all alike. Like maybe there's a big one, but he's got like an endless amount of mini-me's. And that you honor and respect them all. And they in turn help your community. So that's today's date is the birthday of all these guys. And collectively. So the second day of the second lunar month. And on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, because these entities, like Guan Yin, the goddess of infinite mercy, she has 3 birthdays, or they call them birthdays. And in a sense, there's really no other way to refer to them. It's like someone in AA has 2 birthdays. There's the birthday where they were born, and there's their sobriety day, the first day that they became clean and sober and stuck with it. And that's like your second birthday, your sobriety day. So with Guan Yin, she's got 3 birthdays. One of them is concerning her enlightenment. And the other 2 are, one of them, I believe, is her physical birth year. And let me see, it's, her physical birthday, her enlightenment day, and what's called her renunciation day. And so she's got 3 birthdays throughout the year, and we tend to honor them all in Taiwan. All of this is important. Now, fittingly enough, Arbor Day, you can look Arbor Day up, Arbor, Arbor Day is the day you plant a tree. And in the West, it's a completely different day, but Taiwanese Arbor Day is tomorrow because it follows the Earth God's birthday in Taiwan. And it will also be the World Day Against Cyber Censorship, which is also important in my field. Obviously, I've been cyber censored by YouTube because of what we spoke about with the Battle of Los Angeles. So they've got this medical rationale for censoring my Battle of Los Angeles episodes so that they can hide the fact that the Japanese won World War II and America lost. By the way, the Arcane Observer says, I appreciate you all letting me tell a story, and to Mr. Dietrich for letting me tell something so personal to me. Good night, everyone. Sweetest dreams, and even sweeter tomorrow. Oh, you're such an angel. And so let's make certain that she gets a response to that. Honestly, it's should have responded to the first statement she said with emojis. But of course, you know, just trying to make certain I get back to my responsibilities and, you know, trying to burn bandwidth. And sometimes I forget my etiquette here. So let's make sure, here we are. And our man Cultivated Image says, be safe, Jennifer. And good idea. Kisses at Jenny. Okay. Right? Jenny, here we are. And let's give her this. And we're on our way for the night. Okay. Have I got the voice for it? Numbers going up. I better have the voice for it. All right, so Ukrainians are losing faith in Zelensky. A lot of this has to do with power cliques and hedging. The fact that the Ukrainian army has been forced onto the defensive is mainly due to sluggish support from the West. However, there is another factor at play that is contributing to this dangerous situation. The leadership approach of President Zelensky is being increasingly called into question. With that, just going to take a look at... Troy Bellamy says cocaine is a hell of a drug. Well, what the hell are you doing up? Did you go to sleep and just wake up? And maybe he finally tried some and was with us throughout all of this. So you know, good on him. Good on Troy if that's the case. Welcome to my world. And at any rate, let me make sure I have the voice for this, so let me take another swig of this water. And you know what? Maybe I'll have to grab another bottle of fucking water, which then means I'd have to, like, leave the stage open to... to Sid.
Hi, Douglas.
To Sid, yes.
I'll be happy to talk about my experience with Bigfoot, if you'd like.
That'd be nice. Okay. So, you do that.
Okay,
and, so,
right.
Don't be afraid to go at it hard and heavy, get passionate about it, burn that bandwidth, and just go all out. And I appreciate that. Thank you for saving my ass. Okay. I'm going to get another bottle of water, and our man has got this. And I'm going to go mute right now. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back. But everybody stick with this guy. I'll be back in about 5-7 minutes. And, you know, he'll go into it. All right.
All right. So, this is one of the stranger things that I have ever experienced. This was a camping trip with a couple of friends out to a pretty remote wilderness area. It was a good like hours hike into where we were camping, and, you know, and back out to the cars and stuff. And so at some point on one of these days that we were out there, I wandered away from the campsite and I started making my way up the mountain. And this was not like a steep climb or anything. This was just a good, you know, a good slant of a hill or whatever, of a mountain. But I kept walking up, and I was getting into the groove of it, and it occurred to me that I never ever get like sun like on my full body, right? And there's nobody else out there. So I thought, what the hell? I'm going to take all my clothes off for a little while and get some sun on my ass. And so I take everything off except for my shoes and put it on a log, and then kind of continue up the hill a ways. And what happened is I started hearing voices that seemed to be coming from ahead of myself and further up the mountain. And I kept thinking there must be like some kind of a marathon, like triathlon, something. There must be a bunch of people participating in some kind of like beta breakers style, run, jog, bike, whatever. And I couldn't see where people would be, but the sound was so distinct that I just kept thinking there must be like a ridge that I'm going to be able to peek over, and I'm going to see some kind of event in progress. And as I kept walking up higher and higher, and I kept hearing these voices, and a lot of voices, more and more distinctly, I started to realize that there's no fucking ridge here. And there really isn't a ridge. And it's extremely unlikely that there'd be that many people that far out. And there's just no ridge. So I, at that point, got a very spooked feeling and booked back down the hill, grabbed my clothes and watch that I'd like folded and put on that log, and I just got back towards the camp as quickly as I could. And this was years before I knew anything about like missing 411 and David Paulides and clusters of mysterious missing persons cases in national parks. So, of course, years later, looking into that stuff, I would come across like tons to like numberless stories of people being led into the woods by these like phantom voices, either of someone familiar or maybe not necessarily, like in my case. But I'm glad that I had the presence of mind to take off back down the mountain, because it lines up, the experience lines up so nicely with these missing 411 cases. So I found that very, very, very trippy. That is my Bigfoot experience. So I didn't see anything, but I call it a Bigfoot experience. More like a close brush with a missing 411 type of fate kind of experience. And I guess while I'm at it, I'll mention again, some people might remember me talking about this before, being at Yosemite as a young kid in the like mid 80s. And they would they had an area called housekeeping camp, which is kind of like it's like camping in these little like concrete huts, and so it's kind of, it's pretty cool. Anyway, everybody would go out in the middle of the night, and this was like a nightly ritual that people would go out, shine their flashlights up at the trees, and call out, Elmer, Elmer, Elmer. And the story of Elmer that they would tell all his kids was that he was a kid with his family, got just ahead of them on a hiking trail, and completely vanished without any evidence of being taken by an animal or a person, or meeting with any kind of like accident, misadventure. Just turned the bend and vanished, which is what seems to happen with these missing 411 cases. Even to the point that they had an article that was titled, "Don't be first or last in line," because the pattern seems to be someone will just get slightly ahead or just lag slightly behind and then vanish completely without a trace. So I find this stuff very, very trippy and fascinating, and I'm into checking out these stories. And Polites is, by all accounts, like pretty uptight about his content getting on YouTube, unless it's connected to Coast AM, which is lame. And but for a time there, his public speaking engagements were posted on YouTube pretty regularly. So I would, like, later in life, take a drive by myself out to Yosemite and listen to all these David Polites talks, and just completely, thoroughly spooked myself out. And even heading into Yosemite Valley area, the weather changed in a way that is described over and over again with these cases, where it was a summer day. It was like, midsummer, very hot. And the areas surrounding Yosemite, getting close to heading down into the valley, it turned staticky in the air, and the sky turned very gray. And in the middle of summer, for the about 3 days I spent in Yosemite, in like the Curry Village area, it was a full-on lightning and thunder and rainstorm out of nowhere. And I could tell, like, no one was prepared for it. Everybody was prepared for summer weather. Everybody was in shorts and tank tops and whatnot, and no one was prepared for that. So very, very strange. And I, being a person with some mental health issues, probably shouldn't have driven myself into Yosemite on my own like that. I think I was actually a bit manic at the time. And I ended up almost getting myself, like, Yosemite arrested and maybe spending the night in Yosemite jail. But the federal park rangers were very helpful. They were very professional. What happened was something like I couldn't get into the little safe that they'd assigned me in my tent there, and it freaked me out more than it should have. And it was fully storming, dark, pouring rain outside, and I actually made my way across. I walked the distance from Camp Curry down to the nearest ranger station to try and get like some extra blankets, and they were out, not that surprisingly. And I just, I got a little bit verbally confrontational with the dude running the front desk there, and ended up interacting with a couple of rangers, and they took statements, and they ended up walking me back to my tent and having the guy open up the safe, which was what the disagreement was about, more than the blankets that set me off. But the rangers did get the guy to open up the safe for me, and they talked me down from trying to drive myself up out of there in the middle of that storm, which was, very cool on their part, because I was not in any condition to be trying to drive out of there in that kind of weather. And I think that all the conditions were there, and in my manic state, I was out there kind of testing the fates a little bit. And it's one of those things where eustress could have turned into real stress very quickly. And it's not something I intend to repeat. I don't recommend anybody else do it either. And it happens to be part of the missing 411 pattern, that people who go missing under these highly strange, inexplicable circumstances often have some kind of mental anomaly. Either they're they're a little bit slow in some way, or they're a little like maybe on the autistic spectrum, or they may be people who are very unusually high on the IQ spectrum. But so people with mental anomalies like myself, manic state, David Paulides trip, drive into Yosemite, see if I can meet Bigfoot. And luckily I just met with like the cafeteria and this awesome rainstorm and a bunch of cool shit on YouTube, and like beer and pizza and hash for 3 days. So it ended up being pretty nice. But I could definitely see how somebody could vanish without a trace. Even one of the women who worked in the cafeteria noticed me hanging out in the back with my headphones and came and talked to me, and I ended up talking to her about this stuff, about Paulides and these cases, and she knew what I was talking about. She didn't know the guy, but she had grown up in the area, and she had family who lived there, and multiple people in her family worked in the park, and she was like, yeah, that shit happens all the time. They shut down different areas.
Yeah, I'm back. Continue. Finish up your story. Take your time. Yeah.
Yep, she verified though that there are things like this that she's aware of, and that they shut down areas of the park sometimes when that happens, and that it's a thing that people are aware of.
So they have a standard operational procedure to respond to this phenomenon, and that alone validates its reality.
Somewhat.
I mean, entirely, really. I mean, it's well, of course, I speak with a greater sense of certitude because I've seen government pamphlets and manuals on dealing with cryptids. So you know, the cryptids are quite real. When it gets to the point where, you know, they've got the park rangers responding by, hey, there's a sighting of a cryptid, then let's shut down that part of the park for a while, try to cordon people off. That's a response that they know it exists. So that's with the certitude. It's obviously not that if they had doubts, they wouldn't care. They wouldn't respond. It would be like seeing ghosts. You know, like somebody says, "Oh, I thought I saw Elvis," and you know, nobody responds by saying, "Oh my God, you know, let's cordon off the building so he can't leave the building."
Yeah, they don't send in the Green Berets to search for a missing kid.
I mean, we've spoken of that. That's certainly been spoken of in the book Missing 411. Tell us a little bit about that book for a minute. I know you know about it.
Yeah, that's
what?
Many there are. Yeah.
You got cut off there.
Oh, did I drop out?
Yes. So say everything all over again.
Okay, so yeah, that's the Polites stuff, the Missing 411, and what was I gonna say about it?
Anything you know about it? I mean, you've read the books. I mean,
yeah.
I have not read the books myself. I like to read the books. I've just listened to hours and hours and hours of his presentations on YouTube back years ago when they were still available. So that's when that's around the time I was heavily tripped out on the idea. And there was some specific point though.
Well, the very fact that they seem to have scrubbed those books from availability. Oh, go on.
The Green Beret thing. That's story. Yeah. Okay. So I believe that's the Dennis Martin case. But either way, it's a young boy went missing in one of these national parks under extremely odd circumstances. There was a big search. They couldn't find any trace of him. And through the course of the search, the Green Berets were actually called in, which, Douglas, you can probably confirm, right? Green Berets don't ordinarily get involved with missing kids.
Children cases, that's quite correct, yes. Of course. And so yeah, go on. You're doing great.
They're being called.
Yeah.
Thank you. They're being called in would be indicative of there being something afoot, right? Something odd afoot.
Yeah, to say the least, yes. And but here was something that what the individual who authored the book Missing 411, as far as I was concerned, he seemed to be indicating or insinuating that his impression of the affair was that the Green Berets and the helicopters and the vans and men in suits who were all showing up were trying to make certain this kid was not found at all. That they were trying to make certain that the cryptid, I hate to use terms like Sasquatch, because that's not a real Indian term, for those of you who don't know that and think that Sasquatch is what the Indians called him. You know, I hate the term Bigfoot for what should be obvious reasons. It sounds stupid as fuck, and it just is like, it just sounds stupid. You know,
what's the preferred term?
I don't have one as of yet. It's basically there's a a much more euphonic Canadian name for what's basically the exact same cryptid. I'm just going to respond to Amy here and give her some kisses in terms of what the individual who authored the 411 series, what was his name? Do you remember? I don't remember his name. What? Yeah.
David Paulides.
Okay, David Paulides. He seemed to be insinuating they wanted the Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, the cryptid, to get away with the child. That they were doing everything to stop searches. And,
okay.
Yeah. Go on. Does that... Yeah.
On to that?
Please.
Okay, so what my understanding, my impression is that they went in there to exterminate the cryptids in question, and that...
Oh, he got cut off again. They went in there to exterminate the cryptids in question. Continue after that.
Oh, the hope was that the boy was already dead by the time they located the cryptids in question, because if he were to be found alive, he would have to be executed. He couldn't be allowed to live, having witnessed, a relict population member or community, and in his case.
Wow, they're really trying to prevent you from getting your message out. That's hot. So, let's see if our man comes back on. Otherwise, I'll go back into monologue. Have my water beside me and was able to find some other stuff I needed to get through the rest of the night. But, Sid, you there? Let's see if he responds. Sid, whoa, I mean, the shit. They got him. So Sid, you're off. I mean, they cut you off. And I will start with my monologue. So let me just enter a text message for him. We cannot hear you, Sid. Can't hear you. And he left, and now he'll be coming back. So he'll rejoin us in a minute, and that will hopefully take care of that. I presume he'll rejoin us in a minute. Yes, there. Okay. So Sid, talk. Off mute, Sid. Get off mute. And there we are. We hear you. We hear you. So you got cut off when you said, having seen the relict population member and likely his community, because presumably he was taken back by the relict member to the rest of the relict community, that he could not be allowed to live. Go on with what you were trying to express after that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Bob Gimlin has a channel. He's a guy who lives in the community where the kid went missing. And he says that the police chief or whatever law enforcement local official would have engaged with the people surrounding the search and extermination and cover up of the cryptid abduction of this kid, and possibly the assassination of the kid along with the cryptids. And living with that,
So Bob Gimlin is expressing this thesis.
Yes.
He feels that they had to exterminate that particular community of cryptids and the child.
Yeah, if the child was alive at the time that he was found, and he says that people talk about this, and there are certain people who know the details in his family and his community, and it's something that is talked about quite a bit around there. He's got his own channel where he just talks about this.
I've certainly heard about him. What's he look like? Maybe I've met him.
Well, Bob, I'm not sure, because Bob Gimlin, I'm thinking the Patterson Gimlin footage.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
That
Okay, I haven't met that Gimlin. No, is it that
he's
Gimlin?
quite old. He's
Yeah.
quite
Okay.
old.
Okay.
This is a younger guy, so I think he's maybe descended from
That Gimlin.
that Gimlin.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I haven't met this guy. No, I haven't met this guy. But this individual has taken cynicism to a degree that I feel is. Granted, mine isn't too far from his level of cynicism, because I'm assuming, based on what I know in the manuals that I saw, that they were intent on making certain that basically they were going to discourage or ward off or prevent any rescue of this child just so the cryptids could take the child, and that this is part of an experiment that they're taking advantage of the child's abduction to see what a child raised by the cryptid community would turn out to be like. And and in a sense, it may have been a deal. Now, again, based on manuals that I saw for dealing with cryptids produced by the federal government, that I was ordered to destroy, incinerate, etc., or collate elements thereof. This might have been a deal with the cryptids because they're trying to cooperate with the cryptid communities, not out of any sense of, compassion or some kind of goodness, but they're just communicating with the cryptids and, shall we say, experimenting with them in the sense of maintaining them as a viable breeding community, and therefore maintaining access to them for perhaps sometimes taking cell samples or prisoners from their community for their own exploitation, and in return they give them humans for them to exploit. That's my understanding of the situation, which of course is dark, evil, and cynical as it gets. Not too far off from Gimlin's presumption, but Gimlin's presumption, believe me, think about what I'm saying, and again, apply common sense. There's a common sense to be applied here. The government gets more out of that than by simply killing them, which the government gains nothing.
Sure.
So, by the way, just so everybody knows, remind me next time Jen is on with us that I didn't tell her the second part of the story. Not that it adds too much, but I don't know how I forgot this. But the guy then came up from downstairs and left the building, and again on his way out said, "Hello there." Yeah, of course it was just as frightening as the first time he said it, but I forgot to mention that he had actually left the building. Now, anybody who comes up with something stupid like, oh, the bars close at 2 a.m. and he went to take a piss and shit after the bar, he would do that in the bar. There's no need for him to go to, some specific building to do that. And beyond that, he didn't reek of alcohol. And I find it hard to believe that any bar would tolerate the presence of such an individual who's not wearing his sunglasses or doesn't have glass eyeballs, because nobody wants to be around a guy with empty open eye sockets, okay? It's just...
Oh, man. I missed that part. This is the fella in the cloak.
Yeah. You missed that part?
Empty sockets.
How did you miss that?
Oh, well, I'm
Anyhow, Troy Bellamy says, story is interesting. She's being redundant. Douglas is trying to clap some cheeks. Oh man, that's just that's funny. So Troy's got a real sense of humor here. It's just how do I say it? I'm just trying to be pithy. My insomnia kicked in. No need to defend yourself. I actually found it funny. Don't need to defend yourself. At any rate, you're welcome to come on, Troy. I did call earlier, so you can jump right on the bandwidth if you're unable to sleep. You're welcome to join us for at least a few minutes. Either that or I'll return to the monologue. But, oh my goodness, forgive me. That's yeah.
I'm thinking about what you were just saying about them leaving the kid.
Yeah, to be raised.
Yeah. So what happened with that down the line?
Well, the one thing I can tell you is that the forests are full of feral people. the first thing I would imagine would be that the child would stay with the community. The one thing the community of cryptids, to disambiguate them from other cryptids, we're probably going to be stuck with American primates, or hominids, or hominoids. Hominids or hominids, but you don't want to use the term humanoid because that could be anything, like what Jen saw was a humanoid. So when it comes to them American primates or American hominids, that would probably be the best way to refer to them. So with the American hominids, the one thing that the American hominids are aware of is that they are dwindling in numbers, and so they abduct people to breed with. We know this for a fact because this is what this one individual, whose name I will have to look up, man abducted by Bigfoot. Man abducted, and notice I have to lower myself to using that term. By Bigfoot. And it should bring us to the individual in question, Albert Ostman. So Albert Ostman was abducted by a American primate. Albert was held captive. The captors were 2 adults and 2 children, which held Ostman captive for 6 days. So anybody can look up Albert Ostman's abduction. Albert Ostman is the real thing. Certainly the government took him as such. And so the reason he was abducted, and he articulates this in great detail, great depth, the reason he was abducted was to breed with the female American primate. He was abducted because their population is running low and they were looking for a bull to impregnate her. Or pair up with her, because if he was abducted by the male parent, they have an understanding of morbid inbreeding. So what they're concerned about is morbid inbreeding, and they're trying to get new blood, new sperm, and of course woman as well. So when it comes to the abduction of, in his case, this is what they would have abducted the boy for. He will be raised to fuck the Bigfoot females. I'd rather be dead myself.
What the hell kind of life must that be?
I don't want to imagine. But he'll grow up with it. He'll get used to it. At any rate, he'll think of them as his family. So the government offered that, meaning that once it took place, the government did everything they could to make certain it was expedited, because they don't want the Bigfoot people to die off. So this way they give them humans. So a lot of the disappearances, the government will help to expedite to keep the subspecies alive, and then take advantage of the chimerical hybrids at some later point. Now there was an Alma who was kept alive. We can see if we can look this up in Alma impregnated in Russia. Okay. Ilya Ivanov. No, they go back to the man who was trying to chimerically breed these apes. Zana of Abkhazia. That might be her. Zana's story. Okay, let's take a look at our images here. And yes, here we are. So I'm gonna do a screen share. Can you see this? The cursor moving?
Yes.
Oh, good. All right. So this is ape woman tamed by a Russian nobleman, and everybody in the town, and I mean everybody, was fucking this bitch, if you can believe that. And she was said to reek, that her stench was unbelievable, but she gave birth to dozens of children, people who look like this, just basically her children. So DNA proved Zana was of African descent, even though she lived in the wild Caucasus. So she's a big black ape from Africa living in the Caucasus. This is an Alma. So it's an African relic population living in the Caucasus Mountains. And basically, she stank to high heaven, but everybody in the village couldn't get enough of her, and they just kept fucking her. And originally, every time she gave birth, she would instinctively bring the babies down to the river so she could baptize them, so to speak, wash them off in the cold water. And because they were half human, they would always die. So they got her to stop doing that. And then all the rest of the children were delivered, and she just kept giving birth again and again because everybody kept fucking her. So
what was the appeal there?
I'm sorry, what?
What was the appeal there?
You're asking me?
I mean, did
it's like, what answer do you expect me to produce for that? I mean, men are just disgusting. How's that? How's that for a response? Men are disgusting. Any port in the storm, I guess. See, the problem with all the other bitches is you have to date them and bring them flowers and, like, you know, also provide them security, like a roof over their head and shit. I guess this way every guy just kind of avoided that by just relieving himself and no questions asked because she was just fucking anybody. So, and everybody said, well, she's not human. She can't report it to the authorities. Nobody cares. And so, you know, everybody's just fucking her. And yeah, it's disgusting. And, you know, but she kept giving birth to children, and they were all investigated, and the Soviet government did the genetic testing, and, you know, they all turned out to be half black. This is Soviet genetics, okay? So, yeah, do with that what you will, but they're basically half ape, and, I mean, you see it, and there's a one, let me see, there's a one woman, a girl, female, child, half primate. Let me see if I can find her. That might have been a product of this or somebody else. Let me see if I can find her, the real one, as opposed to some of this other shit you're gonna find on the internet. And okay, let me see. Photograph with a horse. Okay, photo with horse, and no, it gives me pictures of girls with horses. I'm not having a good day with this. The search is like. Instead I get stupid chimerical half horses, which is just bullshit. But fuck, I've got a picture in my files somewhere. I'd have to look for it. These other pictures I'm getting of some of these chicks with horses, I'll just leave that page open so I can put some in my porn file later. Other than that, let's see. Amy says, Douglas, hope you don't mind my asking you, but do you have any info regarding the Richard Shaver books? Hope I'm not disturbing your line of thoughts. I don't have any particular line of thoughts right now, honey. But then Trillion Phoenix said, I remember Lemuria by Richard Sharp Shaver. So here's what I can tell you about Richard Sharp Shaver, because she's asking for kind of info on these books. And I've kind of gone into this before, but, you know, happy to give a brief account of it again. And this is, how do I express this? Basically, Richard Sharp Shaver, the best way to look at him is as the alienated artist. He's like, that's probably the best way to handle him. And Richard Sharp Shaver was someone who had some fairly, oh God, it's like, it's not like his story is too long to go into or too particularly detailed, but he's a he's definitely he's a case in which you're dealing with someone who is, in his own way, I guess, complicated, but not really. He's a paranoid schizophrenic. Hey, I found the chick. This is why I was distracted. Okay, search paid off. All right. This is an image I don't have, so I'll download it. Anyhow, so let's what, am I sharing? I'm sharing. Can you see?
Yeah, no. Okay, here it is.
Okay.
Yeah, now.
Okay, there she is. There she is. Okay, ape human hybrids. Let's take a look. That unfortunately, the first thing I see in this article is a bunch of stuff that. There we are.
Can you back up a little bit?
Yeah, soon enough, but I want to make certain I get to the right thing first. What I'd been looking for, and you just obviously this is an article that's a keeper. I'll have to save it for future reference. But damn, they buried this chick deep. And fuck, if they don't have her picture, I'm so fucking pissed. They don't have her picture in this article. But here we are. This is her, okay? So I'll have to
down in the middle.
This here, see her?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and they're not Maria de Jesus, in Brazil. There we are, mystery to scientific medical specialist, but she is like a half ape, half human hybrid. She was the product of one of the South American versions of the American primate that had run off with a bride, basically stole a woman and abducted her and fucked her and produced this child. And so there you have that. She's the product thereof. And there's other photographs of her. Let's see if they have them. This one where she's with a horse. Here we are. That's the one I have. I have that image of her with a horse. And or what I always thought was a horse, and looks now like just like a tree or something. Or it looks like a dinosaur bone, to tell you the fucking truth. At any rate, Mary de Jesus. Mary de Jesus. So her first name Mary with a Y, then D-E after a space, and then Jesus. J-E-S-U-S. Mary de Jesus, the beast woman of Brazil. Yeah, she's the one you can check out, people. And aside from that, this other article, Ape Human Hybrids, we were going further up to take a look at what it was that Eugene McCarthy, PhD in genetics. And so you were talking about this, right?
No.
Oh, no?
Okay. I was talking about a little bit higher up. There was that documentary.
That's as high up as it goes. So it's a little bit lower down. You mean this guy? Augusto Dumbo? Poor son of a bitch.
No.
And this guy.
Yeah.
Azo, the ape human. Yeah. There you go.
Above.
What's that?
Above.
Oh, Oliver?
One.
Fuck, Oliver's nothing. That's just Oliver. Oliver's the humanzy and shit. Yeah, so you can look up Oliver, and you got videos of him all over he's everywhere. He's dead, but he's everywhere.
So he's not a hybrid?
No, he's a hybrid. Yeah, is a product of something unspeakable, but he's not impressive to me because he's so simian-like. I mean, what's the point? Smoked, though, and of course, it's there we go. Anyhow, it's just he's all over YouTube. You can get more of him. This guy you're not going to find anywhere, so he's much more important. And he's like this one guy in China that looked just like him. It's a bigger and uglier, or just as ugly. Maybe he's uglier than the one in China. I don't know. They're all fucking ugly. So there you go with that. And I'll save that article for later. And as for getting back to the other young lady, before I get too distracted again, let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah, Richard Shaver. So here's what's going on with Trillion Phoenix's Look into Shaver and Stanislav Zukalski connection. Stanislav Zukalski. Trillion, do you want to come on and talk about him? Because Stanislav Zukalski It's one of those few people I don't know too much about, but he's an artist who produces mind-bending sculptures that should be in movies like Aliens. It's not like H.R. Geiger stuff. I think it's certainly stands out in its own right and looks just as alien, just as bizarre. But Stanislaw Zulkowski, if I'm thinking it's that Polish artist who does these weird sculptures, yeah, something's going on with that guy. I don't think he's alive anymore. I'd be surprised if he still was, because the guy was around for a while. But yeah, something was going on with that guy. He processes differently, let's put it that way. And but when it came to Richard Shaver, so he was a paranoid schizophrenic who joined the Communist Party. He joined the American Communist Party because, of course, that's exactly what a paranoid schizophrenic should do, because then they get followed by the FBI so that they can get more paranoid schizophrenic, right? I'm being vicious here, but this is not like a Brandon Young moment. I'm not joking. It's like he did the stupidest thing you could do, the most damaging thing you could do to yourself to make a situation worse by orders of magnitude. It's, you know, he should have seen a therapist, but he was poor. So the guy was poor, and he like worked in an assembly factory where he admitted he was whacked in the head many times by the assembly machinery, because it was overhead machinery that would automatically just kind of roll in at a certain angle so you can grab it, do some welding or whatever he was doing, working with a drill bit or something. And every once in a while you had to get your head in a rhythm because it's going back and forth, and if you didn't get your head right, it would whack you in the head. I mean, so he probably sustained brain damage, some kind of brain injuries that were untreated, probably some hematoma that you know, was resolved into the brain, but you know, the bruises, you know, they get worse over time, and the damage to the brain gets degenerative. So he had issues, psychiatric, neurological, and fuck, I got a winker in my eye. So we're going to have our man talk, Sid, while I get this eyelash out of my eye, because it's always excruciating when this happens.
All right.
And so... yeah, when I come back, I'll come back and talk more about Shaver before going back into some form of monologue, unless I get... Now, Trillion Phoenix says, what's the Skype? Oh, let me tell her. Douglas Dietrich 1. Douglas Dietrich 1. Okay, there we are. And so, Douglas Dietrich 1, honey, send me a Skype contact request when I get back. Because when I get back, then maybe I'll see the notification and I can jump on it. Otherwise, if you've got an account set up and I don't see a notification, I'll ask you to send another message, and then I can jump on the notification. So once I get that, then everything's set. Okay, our man Sid's got this for another few minutes while I go get this wanker out of my eye. And
Sure.
Okay.
All right. I'm just going to talk for a second about this book that I'm keen on reading pretty soon. It's called The Body Keeps the Score: Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma. Bessel van der Kolk, MD. Says, a masterpiece that combines the boundless curiosity of the sciences, the erudition of the scholar, and the passion of the truth teller. Let's see. It says on the back, a pioneering researcher transforms our understanding of trauma and offers a bold new paradigm for healing. Trauma is a fact of life. Veterans and their families deal with the painful aftermath of combat. 1 in 5 Americans has been molested. 1 in 4 grew up with alcoholics. 1 in 3 couples have engaged in physical violence. Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, one of the world's foremost experts on trauma, has spent over 3 decades working with survivors. In The Body Keeps the Score, he uses recent scientific advances to show how trauma literally reshapes both body and brain, compromising sufferers' capacities for pleasure, engagement, self-control, and trust. He explores innovative treatments from neurofeedback and meditation to sports, drama, and yoga that offer new paths to recovery by activating the brain's natural neuroplasticity. Based on Dr. van der Kolk's own research and that of other leading specialists, The Body Keeps the Score exposes the tremendous power of our relationships, both to hurt and heal, and offers new hope for reclaiming lives. So I think this is kind of cool and has something to do with epigenetics and the way we store trauma in the body. And that's like Gabor Mate is a guy who talks about epigenetics a lot, and he's pretty popular in the contemporary recovery world, and he talks about intergenerational trauma and addiction, brings in the hungry ghost metaphor, and talks about the opposite of addiction is connection, as in better social connections, you know, as opposed to alcohol or drug abstinence. So some of the more harm reduction based recovery groups, like more harm reduction based than abstinence based, like that guy Gabor Mate. And this is a popular book among some of the smarter people in the in the more open-minded recovery community. And I bet this is something I wish Brendan Zoget was on, because I bet he could comment on this, or you know, I'm sure. I think Douglas has maybe even mentioned this book. I'm not sure about that, but I think possibly. But Peter Moon would have something to say about this. I wonder if he's read it or heard about it. What the hell? Let's see. Bessel van der Kolk, MD, is the founder and medical director of the Trauma Center in Brooklyn, Massachusetts. He is also a professor of psychiatry at Boston University School of Medicine and a director of the National Complex Trauma Treatment Network. When he's not teaching around the world, Dr. van der Kolk works and lives in Boston. Let's see. So yeah, stuff like Part 1, the rediscovery of trauma, lessons from Vietnam veterans, revolutions, and understanding mind and brain, looking into the brain, the neuroscience revolution. Part 2, this is your brain on trauma, running for your life, the anatomy of survival, body-brain connections, losing your body, losing yourself. Part 3, the minds of children, getting on the same wavelength, attachment and attunement, trapped in relationships, the cost of abuse and neglect. So, stuff that's relevant probably to a lot of people. He mentions neuroplasticity, and I know that's a big part of the positive potential with psychedelic therapy.
Okay, I'm back. Any thoughts you want to wrap up? Just kind of complete your thought there.
Yep, psychedelic therapy, neuroplasticity, and ranges of time that correlate with different psychedelics that represent the brain's ability to learn, the brain's increased ability to learn new things, I think, resultant from the increased periods of neuroplasticity.
Okay, thank you. Trillion Phoenix says, I could not do Zoo justice by talking about it. There's a doc film on Netflix, Struggle, The Life and Lost Art of Zukowski. But, so send me a notification anyway so that we can at least have the option of bringing you on for any subject you wish. If you've already sent a friend request or a contact request on Skype, just say hello on it. Say the words, enter the words hello, so I'll get a notification so I can jump on that and then put you on my call list. That would help immensely because everyone helps generally. And with that, hopefully Trillion Phoenix responds. Right now we're getting an error on the YouTube saying that it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming and that viewers might experience buffering. And so hopefully all of you could still hear us. And let me know.
I can hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me check how the online broadcasting software is doing. Let's take a look at that. And that seems to be doing okay. I guess that's what counts. We're going to go back to the connection with live stream, and then we're going to get back on track, so to speak, after addressing a little bit about Richard Shaver. So Richard Shaver basically began to experience some hallucinations. He began to feel that he was hearing voices. This is schizophrenia. And if anybody thinks I'm being hard on this guy, understand I'm not. This guy was clinically diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. Joins the American Communist Party, which increases, of course, it incurs the reality of the government watching him at that point, which makes him further paranoid. And then winds up basically getting involved with this charlatan who was the publisher of a science fiction magazine, who exploited his insanity to basically write a bunch of stories that were entertaining but very disturbing. And basically he spoke of a subterranean race, the DERO, which was an acronym for deviant robot, but basically a modern interpretation of the Dēguā, the ancient black swarthy underground pygmy race that was exterminated by the Vikings. And they hated the Vikings, understandably, ever since, and struck back at the Vikings from out of underground. This evolved into what was called the DERO by Richard Shaver. By that I mean conceptually evolved. Now I'm going to try and call Trillion Phoenix. Let's see if we can bring her on board, and we can talk a little bit about what she knows about Shaver. And Shaver, the best way to perceive him, like I said, is as an artist. And he was an artist whose art people may enjoy looking at. And in that case, it's worth purchasing. He's a dead artist now. His art is collectible. And it's basically, a lot of it is taking split rocks he had split, chipped, and painted pictures onto. And he felt that all the rocks had records in them. So I'm trying to call you, Trillion Phoenix. Skype registers yourself as unavailable, even though you're active. So see if you can jump on bandwidth now, because you are added to the call. So you can simply jump on the call. Try and jump on the call. And we'll take it from there. So let me see if I can pick up an emoji to respond to your emoji. She's saying hi. Okay, let's give him a nice big red heart. There we are. And jump on the call. Let me tell her, jump on bandwidth. Is that a bong? Rip. I don't mind. You know, it's just it is what it is.
I'm gonna ripping off a few. You want me to go mute?
When you rip, yeah, when you rip on the bong, probably best. I mean, I don't give a shit, but other people might find it offensive. She says, "Sorry, can't talk now." Okay. But she's added into my favorites, so I'll be calling her, you know, when we start the calls every night. That way she can jump on these calls whenever she wants. Great. So all that being said, yeah, the other thing about Richard Shaver is that these beings, his disservice to humanity is that he presented a no-win scenario. A no-win scenario in which there's no out. In his books, the Dero, the deviant robots, take over the world. Because nothing can do anything about the fact that they have mind control rays and that they are conquering everybody, and people escape to other planets, and then the whole story starts all over again. So it's like there's no hope. You introduce, or he introduces, this no-win scenario that unfortunately appealed to many Americans. And so all kinds of Americans got into this, and they basically exploded Richard Shaver's stories into a phenomena. And the individual who ran Amazing Stories, or whatever it was, so Trillion Phoenix says, I'm a guy, by the way. Thank you for explaining that. Appreciate that. And, okay, so I'll bear that in mind from this point forward. And leave the hearts for the females. Okay, good. So that's to use a pun, straightens that out. And that's pretty much all there is to really say about Richard Shaver. His art is what he believed was painting history, meaning that he thought that he could see rock stories, that the rocks held stories, that they were like holding a memory. Now, this isn't particularly a lunatic idea. It's not even an idea that's not necessarily true. There was a British horror story produced by BBC or PBS. It's a British broadcasting company, I believe, that was about a haunted castle, so to speak, where the stones recorded memories and essentially absorbed people's souls. And they served as kind of a recorder, a kind of Akashic record. And so he had this kind of idea that that was universal. It was everywhere, and you could pick up rocks, chip at them, cut them in half, and read history from them. And so he would paint that out, what he saw, which was visions from his own mind. So the best way to perceive him would be as an artist, and he would paint all these people, and he would paint all these, figures that look surrealistic. And, okay, it's, best to honor and respect his legacy that way. And otherwise, his stories, they don't do much. Nothing constructive, that is. It's just as horrible beings that have mind control rays, and you're fucked. That's his stories. There's no hope. It's so there's no point in really getting into them because they're kind of stupid and useless in that sense. But other than that, maybe some people find some entertainment derived from them. But there you go. Not much you can go from there. If you find them entertaining, you do, but I don't. His art I can more appreciate in terms of his visual art. His stories are. They took the concept of underworld civilization, and they took it literally into the gutter or the sewer. The interesting thing is that they heavily influenced the black Muslims. So the black Muslims have Dero in their cosmology. Black Muslim cosmology is just bizarre. It's like Scientology cosmology with Xenu and shit. It's like it's I can't get into it. It's like it doesn't have any substance to me. It just doesn't hold together. It's a pastiche. It's is what it is. I can derive some entertainment from it, but probably more so from the black Muslim cosmology than I can from Scientology cosmology with Xenu and shit. But there you go with that. Okay, enough of that. That wasn't much of a train of thought, and it was all over the place, but, these guys are kind of all over the place. The subject's all over the place. Cultivated Image says, sounds good. Okay, thank you. Good, thank you. All right, let's get back into the monologue, or get started with the monologue. And as I said, basically, the Ukrainians are losing faith in Zelensky. Let's get back started trying to recover that train of thought. And a lot of this has to do with power cliques and a lot of hedging. The fact that the Ukrainian army has been forced onto the defensive is mainly due, of course, to lack of support from the West, lack of any substantial or meaningful or decisive support. The other factor at play that is starting to contribute to an already dangerous situation is the leadership approach of President Zelensky, which, as I said, is increasingly being called into question. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has declared that 2024 will be a turning point. Last week he said that his country's fate will be decided in this, the third year of the war. These were words directed at the international community, really, and the need for support for Ukraine. In both these United States and Europe, there is a debate raging over how much military support should be provided. Now, while the Republicans in the United States Congress are blocking funding for Ukraine, and the Deutschen Kanzler, or German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, is arguing against providing Taurus cruise missiles, Kiev's forces, or the forces under control of Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, are being pushed more and more onto the defensive. Yesterday, last week, Russia seized 3 villages in 3 straight days, and its army is surging forward after capturing Avdiivka. Although the Ukrainian army's struggles are mainly due to the lack of any substantial material support from the West, Kiev finds itself at a low point for another reason that's of its own making: Zelensky's leadership. Now, remember what I've said was, and I stand by what I say because it's true, the reason that the West even rallied around Zelensky in the first place was because he's Jewish. He is the only leader of any nation on earth that is Jewish, other than Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. So, for this reason, everybody flocked to him. And it's like, he fucked that over. Because as soon as the October 7th incident occurred, he said, I side with Israel, which of course is beyond offensive, because Israel never did anything for Ukraine. Throughout the war, the assault by the Russians, the Israelis have maintained a very strong alliance with Russia. Maintained total support morally and financially for the Russians. They sided with the Russians throughout the goddamn war because of all the connections that I've articulated in the past. The fact that they get an endless river of Russian prostitutes that they abuse unto death. After addicting them to heroin, they abuse them unto death in Israel in their flesh pots, where they use that as a diplomatic tool to corrupt, compromise, and blackmail the rest of the world, especially the sheikhs of the Middle East who visit there constantly, Israel, to do what they could never dream of doing in their own countries. Where, of course, such, shall we say, rather open exploitative prostitution is not even going to be possible. So when it came to Zelensky and the attack on October 7th, despite the reality that Israel has always been on the side of Russia, he said, I side with Israel. And America said, okay, fuck, we'll just give everything to them. And fuck you. And so he really fucked his people over. And this is something that, well, he can never be forgiven for. Now, the Ukrainian president's approach to government leads to bad decisions being made, with serious consequences. And Zelensky appears ever more reluctant to make any changes to his method. Just a few weeks from now, Zelensky's electoral mandate and legitimacy come to an end. Presidential elections are due to be held in March, and recent surveys have suggested they would usher in a regime change. Only 64% of Ukrainians have confidence in their president, down from 77% in December. At the start of the Russian invasion in February of 2022, it was an incredible 90%. They all voted for him because he's Jewish, because they knew the rest of the world, or certainly the West, would support their nation because they had a Jew running the country. By contrast, General Valery Zaluzhny, Ukraine's former military commander-in-chief, whom Zelensky recently fired and is now his direct competitor, saw his already high approval ratings rise even further between December and February, from 92% to 94%. At those ratings, fuck, you're basically in. You're 100%. Still, there will be no election. Martial law is currently in place in Ukraine, and even if the government wanted to change the law so that people could go to the polls, this would be impossible to organize in the Russian-occupied regions, and a logistical nightmare for soldiers and the millions of Ukrainians who have fled abroad to exercise their right to vote. Now, Zelensky himself was recently asked, not for the first time, about a possible alternative, creating a government of national unity. The question from a journalist at the press conference was drawn out and complicated, which the clearly irritated president took as an opportunity to interrupt. Zelensky asked, can you name someone who would then become prime minister? But, you know, that's Ukraine. And that's Zelensky. We've got in Central Europe, where the hope for Ukraine lies, the hope for its future, the hope that it has any future at all, a seemingly endless amount of German dupes, Deutschen dupes, 1960s peaceniks, Tucker Carlson. Basically, we need to fight Moskva's disinformatia, or disinformation machine. And, of course, I've been trying to train you all how to do that forever at this point. Now, the Russians have long waged systematic and effective disinformation campaigns. In an article for the Ukrainian news website Levy Bereg, Roman Vybranovsky considers active measures that have been successful in the past and what can be done to fight them today, notably in Ukraine. In his 2020 book, Active Measures, The Secret History, it's subtitled The Secret History of Disinformation and Political Warfare, the disinformation historian Thomas Reed quotes the first head of the KGB's Department D. That's not for Department Douglas or Department Dietrich, mind you. It's Department Disinformation, like Disfo Dick Dolan. And it was the KGB's first head of Department D, Disinformatia Department, Ivan Agayans. It was Ivan Agayans. He said that the disinformation game is an easy one. He said, if the freedom of the press did not exist, the KGB would have had to have invented it. So that book, titled Active Measures, published in 2020, the author's name, Thomas, and then Rid, R-I-D, is his last name. Rid, which sounds like a bug spray. That book of his contains the most vivid and effective examples of so-called active measures where spy agencies pour vast resources into hacking, leaking, and forging data, often with the objective of weakening the very foundation of liberal democracy. Now, Reid, the author of this book, reveals for the first time some of history's most significant operations, many that are nearly beyond belief. One example comes from the 1960s, when the Russians leaked to Der Spiegel, the German magazine, plans for West Germany's military exercises and information that Europe's conventional weapons were not enough to repel an attack by the Greater Soviet Union. This sparked an enormous scandal for Germany's then influential defense minister, Franz Josef Strauss, who demanded the arrest of the magazine's owner and editor-in-chief, Rudolf Augstein. On November 19th, the cabinet's 5 Free Democratic Party ministers resigned, demanding that the defense minister Franz Josef Strauss himself be fired. This put the Kanzler, the Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, at risk. Very important interwar or interregnal German leader, as he was publicly accused of backing the suppression of a critical press with state resources. Now, Strauss had no choice but to admit that he had lied to the parliament and was forced to resign. And charged with acting against the Constitution, Strauss was exonerated by the courts. Bringing down Strauss had been the objective of the KGB operation all along. Now, the Germans did exactly what the Russians wanted. The leaks this week of intercepted conversations inside the German military are sending similar shockwaves through Berlin, feeding the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's narrative about the West's responsibility in the war in Ukraine. Until the end of the Greater Soviet Union, the administration that carried out active measures was the most desirable place of work and career. All mechanisms and work technologies were developed in the GDR, the German Democratic Republic. That's Communist East Germany. Ostdeutschland. Putin even started his career there. So all these stories were and are the basis of Putin's own thinking. So Reid's book adeptly recounts United States Senate hearings that reveal the deeply rooted and intricate issue in communication between CIA employees and senators. This conversation took place during what was cynically termed the wars by peace era. The term is a Soviet concept from the 1970s, emerging as peace movements gained traction in these United States and Europe. Russia pursued a policy of war by manipulating American or Euro-American peace movements and activists. The distinction between activists and active measures proved to be minimal. It was even easier to manipulate activists than journalists. The Greater Soviet Union actively supported all peaceful groups, as they all in turn served Moscow's desired purpose. While Moscow developed new weaponry, the American and European public clamored for peace and disarmament. During this period, United States senators asked CIA employees, why don't you do anything to stop public organizations that work for Moscow? And the CIA answer was, because they work within the law. Therefore, the CIA, not being the KGB, was rendered impotent. You may not want to believe that about the CIA. You may want to believe that they're pure raw evil and will do anything to anybody, but they don't want to do work any more than you do. So, any excuse where they don't have to do work, such as, well, these people are all operating within the law, why bust our ass and go out of the way? They basically were put under the microscope after the Watergate scandals. So they were, well, emasculated. They were neutered and rendered impotent. So therefore they could do nothing. And they never got over that. So we have nothing, no defenses. And the Russians run your media. And they do so now by supporting right-wing movements and paramilitaries, militias in America, directly taking their orders from Moscow. The boy who committed the shootings at that Marjorie Stone Douglas High School was half Greek, half Cuban, and received his training by the National Rifle Association, all under finance directly from Moscow. The National Rifle Association taught him to shoot at targets as small as nickels with a submachine gun that he then used to massacre the students at Marjorie Stone Douglas High School. This was a Russian operation all the way. But when the Marjorie Stone Douglas high schoolers began to protest the lack of any gun control in the United States, for obvious reasons, they protested based on the fact that they all almost died because of this half-Cuban son of a bitch trained by the National Rifle Association under Russian funding. The Americans all attacked them as, well, they just attacked them in every way imaginable. They did everything they could to fuck them over and declared them enemies of America and shit. And the right-wingers just shit all over them. Absolutely destroyed them. Character assassinated them to death. Speaking of which, as I've said, Navalny's death is more than a consequence of an increasingly repressive Russian regime. As the epitome of political violence, it will become a symbol of global attempts to shift the balance in favor of the increasingly powerful elites of authoritarian countries. These people don't just see human rights activists as an obstacle in the battle for personal power, but as allies of foreign enemies who are easier to destroy than their distant patrons. So any peace movements in Russia, Saudi Arabia, China, they're exterminated. Not like here where they were used by the enemy and actually served as an enemy insurgency. Now, of course, that dubious honor belongs to the Russian radicalized right wing. Let me take a look at what some people are saying here. Amy is responding, thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Amy. You're an angel. Then we'll anyhow. So I'm still amused by, of course, what Troy Bellamy said earlier, and like he said, he's got insomnia going on. I did invite him to join us, but I guess he's too busy trying to catch up on sleep at this point. Let's take a look at the time we have remaining. 2.5 hours, essentially. Yeah, maybe we gained an hour. Did we gain an hour tonight? Yeah, we did. We gained an hour. So, at any rate, authoritarian elites view the entire concept of human rights in approximately the same way they do gender-neutral toilets, which is an oft-repeated bugbear of Vladimir Putin's, that the gender-neutral toilets are coming to your neighborhood wherever the West prevails. It is an alien value that is promoted by Western propaganda and designed to exert a pernicious influence on people's minds, or over people's minds. But this is what got me started on the entire ideology of the war. All wars have ideologies. People fight and die for ideologies. World War II was, in many ways, a war of ideologies, though not nearly so much as people might think, because people have been indoctrinated since birth to think it was all about ideology, which most certainly it was not. There were multiple other factors, but ideology certainly was important. It was most certainly not unimportant. For today's war, the ideology is all important. It's fucking everything. So this is an ideological war. It is, as of course, Marshall McLuhan, the Canadian genius, observed, World War III will be a guerrilla information war with no disambiguation between the military and civilian populations. So we are confronted with a ideological war in which your mind, that space between your ears, is the battleground. And so when it comes to what's trying to insert itself in that space between your ears, like an invasive raping penis into your skull, is the ideology of Russism, which is a distinctively Russian ideology, Russianism, if you will. Russism is, at its very core and essence, essentially homophobia, disguised as a battle for traditional values. Now, in December of 2022, 10 months into the full-scale military invasion of Ukraine, the Duma, the Russian parliament, extended the scope of Russia's gay propaganda law, forbidding the public portrayal of non-traditional sexual relations. Now, this was previously focused on minors. The prohibited exposure now applies to any age group. But, as I asked before, why would Russia's parliament do this in the middle of a fucking war? Now, that amendment might appear to have been a trivial effort to distract the public from Russian military losses in the Ukraine, but those restrictions, which render life precarious for LGBTQIA plus individuals in Russia, have a much more ambitious purpose: to consolidate conservative support at home and position the Russian Empire as the defender of traditional values in opposition to the West. The gay propaganda law has been at the heart of Russia's domestic politics and foreign engagement, a symbol of its wholesale rejection of universal human rights. Its extension is but one further step in representing LGBTQIA plus rights as a foreign threat and a Trojan horse, the enemy within. In 2020, lawmakers went so far as to include an explicit ban on same-sex marriage in Russia's constitution. And the following year, they designated several LGBTQIA plus organizations, including the Russian LGBTQIA plus network and umbrella group, as foreign agents, a term which in Russian has connotations of spying, accused of undermining the social order itself. Terrorists, essentially, and targeted as such. Now these, believe it or not, should be non-issues, and hopefully are for you, and hopefully will remain such in the West, or become ever more such. But they are galvanizing issues to the crazies with low self-esteem, meaning the Russians and their radicalized American right, the American right which the Russians radicalized. It is a face value extraordinary that the rights of members of a small minority, in this case, the most vulnerable among us aside from children and animals, the LGBTQIA plus individuals, should come to hold such symbolic resonance. Yet, as the anthropologist Gail Rubin has observed, disputes over sexual behavior often become the vehicles for displacing social anxieties and discharging their attendant emotional intensity. Consequently, sexuality should be treated with special respect in times of great social stress. Now, contestations around gender and sexuality are ergo, thus, galvanizing issues of our time, intersecting with broader geopolitical conflicts in novel and unlikely ways. And the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, and the Orthodox Patriarch of the Russian Church, Kirill I, have mobilized the rhetoric of traditional values to legitimize the war in the Ukraine. In a televised address announcing the invasion in February of the year before last, Putin represented the so-called collective West as a neo-colonial existential threat. They sought to destroy our traditional values and force on us their false values that would erode us, our people, from within. The attitudes they have been aggressively imposing on their countries, attitudes that are directly leading to degradation and degeneration because they are contrary to human nature. And in endorsing the invasion, the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church was still more explicit. Donbas has fundamentally refused to accept the so-called values that are being offered by those aspiring for worldwide power. There is a specific test of loyalty to these powers, a requirement for being permitted into the happy world of excessive consuming and apparent freedom. This test is very straightforward and at the same time horrifying. The gay parade. Shudder. Lose sleep at night. It is about something different and much more important than politics. It is about human salvation, about on which side of God the Savior humankind will end up. So, understand this, gayness is a marker of modernity. And these nations are feudalist. They're going back to medievalism, as I've explained, neo-medievalism, in my last transmission, or the transmission before that. To every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And when the Ukrainian lawmaker, Ino Sovzun, introduced a bill to legalize same-sex civil partnerships in March of last year, she explained the rationale thusly: because Putin made homophobia such a big part of his political agenda and Russian national ideology, people automatically associate him with homophobia. So if we are different from him, then we should be different in that area as well. Now, for better or for worse, the rights of LGBTQIA plus people have become what the Australian scholar Dennis Altman has described as a marker of modernity, increasingly framed as a litmus test for liberal democracy. This has negative as well as positive implications. On the one hand, if we take the long view, in many regions of the world there has been rapid progress in recent decades, consolidating rights based on sexual orientation and gender identity. The flip side of a symbolic association with modernity and progress, as in liberal democracies, is that LGBTQIA plus rights can be misrepresented elsewhere as the antithesis of family values, the ultimate enemy thereof, family values. And this brings us to the authoritarian populists themselves. The Russian Empire has been most adept at adopting the mantle of protector of such traditional family values, building alliances with like-minded rulers to extend its sphere of influence globally. Elsewhere in Europe, the specter of LGBTQIA plus rights has become central to the playbook of authoritarian populists. Viktor Orbán in Magyarország, Hungary, and Andrzej Duda in Poland have attacked the rights of LGBTQIA plus individuals as part of a strategy to build political support on the foundation of reactionary sexual politics and undermining all democratic institutions. Now, okay, I'm getting some weird notifications now from Forbes that Kate apologizes for causing confusion after news agencies flag her photo as manipulated. I have no idea what that's about. And of course I don't care. But oh my god, it's like, is this everybody getting into what my gang stalkers are into? Just accusing people of manipulating photographs? Whatever. Maybe she did. I don't know. I don't care. Trillion Phoenix says Mind War. Now I've got to picture him as a male. And yes, Mind War was a book written by Michael Aquino, co-authored by General Paul Vallely, who was responsible for helping to trigger the Arab Spring that brought, enormous damage to our world. So we've got, good numbers, 2 hours left. Now, in Poland, local authorities have declared themselves LGBTQIA plus ideology-free zones, excluding the other in an attempt to produce a particular version of Polish society aligned with the vision of the ruling party. In Magyarország itself, Hungary, Orbán has rallied against LGBTQIA plus rights as a foreign and supposedly destructive influence, successfully mobilizing a moral crusade while distracting attention away from the erosion of all democratic norms as part of his strategy for re-election yesteryear, the year before last by now. LGBTQIA plus rights thus readily become shorthand for broader geopolitical contestations, which, while rooted in questions of gender or sexuality, have much wider implications. So this brings us to those competing visions for our future, the future of humanity itself. At the heart of these acrimonious conflicts is individual autonomy and the relationship of the self to society. At play are different visions of society and the world, and the place of individual rights within them. Douglas Marks says, I have tried reading Mind War. Evil Jesus Evil Genius wrote that book. Thank you, Douglas Marks. Very good. And let me give him a thumbs up for that and go back to my train of thought. And Douglas Marks reminds me of course, just by his name, Mark H., who hopefully will be rejoining us after tonight. But, sometimes you just have to lay it all out. At any rate, on the one side of the vision of a social order, there's the vision of a social order in which the individual is subordinated to a static notion of culture and tradition, brooking no dissent. The competing vision is a rights-based and accommodating community of diversity. What proponents of traditional values are calling for is a world in which individual freedoms, including bodily autonomy and freedoms of expression and association, are curtailed by the state. In this scenario, LGBTQIA+ issues are relegated to the domain of moral stigmas, not elevated as human rights. Hence, authoritarian regimes seek to restrict reproductive rights, sexuality education, domestic violence legislation, legal gender recognition, and innovations in family structures and sexual mores. Those who fall outside gender and sexual norms then become symbolic shorthand. When Russian lawmakers doubled down on attacking the rights of LGBTQIA+ individuals, that symbolism was primary. Advancing traditional values is central to Russia's ideological rationalization and international justification for its war in the Ukraine, and all of its activities beyond. Its systemic attacks on the rights of LGBTQIA+ people have proved the canary in the coal mine, portending a much more dangerous global agenda. So we go beyond the concept of World War Gay, as Putin sees it, to Russian cosmism itself, a national mythology against transhumanism informs today's religion of technology in Silicon Valley. The real battleground is right here in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco, within my Golden State Nation of California. There is a Silicon Valley religion, and it's one that does not particularly care for people, at least not in our present form. Technologists may pretend to be led by a utilitarian computational logic devoid of superstition, but make us no mistake. There is a prophetic belief system embedded in the technologies and business plans coming out of Google, Uber, Facebook, and Amazon, among others. It is a techno-utopian and deeply anti-human sensibility, born out of a little-known confluence of American and Greater Soviet's New Age philosophers, scientists, and spiritualists who met up in the 1980s when I was working with the Department of Defense, hoping to prevent nuclear war. Remember what I told you about the Russians exploiting every goddamn peace movement, including those in the Department of Defense, but who all ended up hatching a worldview, a Weltanschauung, as my biological sire Adolf Hitler would say, that's arguably as dangerous to the human future as any atomic bomb. By the way, I got another notification just now. Saudi Arabia's plans for building bizarre cities in the desert are becoming ever more unhinged. Tell me about it. Yeah, these guys are living the dream. They are, when you got so much money, you don't know what to fucking do. You start dreaming about doing really crazy, stupid shit, like building cities in the fucking desert for no goddamn good reason, and putting everybody out there in what are essentially dystopian prison systems. It's pretty fucking lame. And, this is where we come into, what makes our world tick. And these are the kind of people that I'm talking about right now with this ideology. This is what motivates them, their desire to put all of humanity in a single straight line going through the fucking desert. I mean, you would rather die than be in that piece of shit. There we are, Kate Middleton's doctored family pic. Princess admits she experiments with editing. All right, there you go. That's, have fun with it. Back to my train of thought here. And let me take a look at the numbers. Holding good. And everybody's still listening, and 2 hours still fucking left. Now, this cosmism. It's a complex intellectual movement, or pseudo-intellectual, that blends Russian Orthodox Christian theology with scientific forecasting that emerged almost 150 fucking years ago and is once again on the rise in Russia and America. Part of the empire's elite holds cosmism as a distinctively Russian response to the supposedly dominant transhumanism in the West. All of you hear transhumanism generally as a negative. Everywhere you go is the transhumanists are trying to make us all inhuman. They're trying to create a post-human world. That means after human. But what is cosmism in response? As I said, cosmism spreading out of Russia into America today via the Silicon Valley. You see, at the end of the 19th century, the Russian thinker Nikolai Fyodorov, who lived from 1829 to 1903, defended a deeply moral and Christian philosophy of science. He imagined that humanity could employ technological progress to achieve universal salvation. According to him, scientific advances could be used to resuscitate ancestors, achieve immortality, transform human nature itself toward its deification, and finally, conquer and regulate the cosmos. So, where did that come from? Let me see if I can try and give you the American roots. And it is something that I think will help you get a greater understanding, perhaps, of what I'm speaking of. I don't think that it's easy. It's something that I have to rack my brain about to see if I can remember where I first encountered records of it, historically. And God knows I'm going to try. And I think that in order to kind of guide me into exactly where I remember the God machine being built in the United States, the attempts that started earlier than you could imagine. It's like something that will... I'm trying to remember the names. The names of the people involved. And so when I think of the machine in question and where it was built where there was actually a woman involved that was supposed to give birth to the machine Messiah. Believe it or not, it's something that maybe I'll just have to go back to talking about the Russians and then try to remember where the American angle was, what inspired them, the madness thereof. And I don't think that it's an easy thing to remember, because part of the story is just so unbelievable. The fact that Americans really conceived of, let me see now, a child being born that would be half machine. It's a kind of Messiah that the Americans were expecting at the time. All of this would probably be considered simply out of bounds by people today. So when the entire thing fell apart, it was really, of course, something that was, well, I was ordered to destroy the records. Now I have to deal with trying to find my notes. And if I can find something that I put on my own, shall we say, screen, if I can find something that can remind me of what it was that I dealt with at the Department of Defense when they told me to destroy all records of this particular incident, because they never wanted anyone to know about it. I'm left, of course, with just the challenge of trying to remember now the names involved, the individual, the experiment that was performed. All of this completely unbelievable by our standards today. So bear with me. I'm going to try and think about it. And I'm going to try and, if I can't remember, I'll just go straight back to the Russians in what I'm discussing. But in terms of this, let's bring on Sid for a moment, and he can help me here. Sid, I want you to help me out by talking about something that might help trigger my memory. And I want you to address, for instance, anything that comes to your mind about similar subjects, okay? And that should help me out.
Similar to just
anything. Talk about anything. It'll help me out here. Talk about, say, for instance, the ideology of cosmism. Something similar that brings to your mind. Something similar that it brings to your mind.
Cosmism.
Something similar. You don't need to talk about that. Talk about something else.
Animism.
Animism? Okay.
Like,
dude, this isn't Scrabble. It's not Scrabble. You don't need to think of similar words.
You're trying to help. You want help finding your way back to what you were talking about, right?
No. I mean, I can always go back to the Russians because I'm more up to date on the Russians. But okay, I'm trying to remember something that happened here in America. So I'm just trying to, you're going on about talking about anything can help me with that. Right. It can help me with just the.
Phoenix mentioned in the chat here that he tried reading Mind War.
Uh-huh.
And which I get, and he says Evil Genius wrote that book, and
he's referring to Michael Aquino, of course. Yes, go on.
Of course. And I'm taking that to mean that he tried reading it, but he found it too.
It's like our man George Knight said. He lent it to some young lady who was interested in it, and she just tried and tried, but she just couldn't get into it. It's just too obtuse. Aquino's full of himself, so his writings are going to be very people can't access my writing. That's why I need Peter Moon. So when you're dealing with some of these subjects that like Aquino, he's along that line of talking. He can't express himself without being, in his case, pretentious. he wants everyone to look upon him as a genius, so he makes his writing inaccessible. He's just going to make it so that you can't read it. So you finally give up and say, well, I'm just going to have to count on Aquino as the expert because I can't understand anything he's talking about. So it must be, I must be too stupid to understand this, and we'll just have to trust our future to geniuses like Aquino. That's his idea.
Cut in for a second.
Sure, of course.
Oh, thank you. Earlier you mentioned that some people might not get it, but that you don't really have a problem with Satanism as such, but rather the Cthulhuid cultism of the Temple of Set.
Yeah.
And
Douglas up here.
Hey, somebody joined us? Good.
Douglas, Peter.
Oh, welcome aboard, Peter. So, yeah, join in.
You forced me to come down.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. And come on. Yes.
We'll help you remember. Okay. I don't want to cut Sid off there, though.
I don't think you're... Oh, yeah. So go ahead, Sid. And then Peter will continue after that. Go on. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm not sure exactly where I was going.
Well, you were talking about the fact that I didn't mind the Satanists because essentially what the Satanists are is they're within the ecosystem. Satanists are simply cavorting with devils and demons, and they are within the ecosystem, the cosmology of our universe.
They're the bad guys. They're the bad guys in the World Wrestling Federation.
Yes.
Of our universe, where Vince McMahon is our god.
Yes.
Do you think that some Satanists have a self-awareness and a sense of humor about that?
They can.
Yeah.
But they've got an overtone of sadness or of not sadness, of melancholy is too kind a word. Doom.
Yeah. They can. They can. Some would be gleeful about any coming apocalypse, but understand this. It's as I said, the devils and demons of our universe serve a function, composting. Some people like to play with dirt. Some people go further and they like to play with shit. And so some people are fascinated by filth. And so...
Let me bring out an important point here.
Yeah.
I remember when my ex-wife was doing urine therapy.
Yeah.
And you just put a little bit of urine in the water to get the antibodies.
Yeah.
And I was teasing her. I said, well, you're going to graduate to doing it with shit. And she took great offense.
Oh, no, they really do that.
No, I know.
Well, let Peter finish before we go into that. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
In other words, she took great offense, but I was just joking around, and I wasn't denying the therapy at all. Yeah. And I don't deny the excrement because that's how antibodies are formed.
Right.
It's the whole theory of homeopathy.
In the case of like a fecal transplant, but I mean,
I'm not even talking about that. That's not what I'm talking about. No. Although that could facilitate what I'm saying. It's the idea of homeopathy is you put a negative charge, that's not necessarily how they say it, or a positive charge into a negative, and you get the opposite reaction is what you're trying to do. You're getting an opposite reaction.
Right.
And the whole yin-yang theory. Right. It's the same thing.
Ooh, just another way to express homeopathy is its logic can be somewhat similar to that of vaccination, where you give someone a little bit of the disease, and then their body builds up the immunity to the disease that way. In this sense, they're looking at it in the positive sense, that the less you use, the more your body then develops a better response to whatever they're trying to stimulate. And but that being said, I do remember now what it was that I was trying to remember from the documents I destroyed.
Excellent.
The documents that I destroyed had to do with the electrolyzers. They were called electrolyzers. These are not an element. They are a group of people, of religious cultists, who decided they were going to build the God machine. And this was led by a man named John Murray Spear. So in 1854, on a dark, dark night, this spiritualist, John Murray Spear, dragged a machine up to the top of a high rock in Lynn, Massachusetts. The machine was built in the form of a man. It had taken months to complete. It was powered by electricity, steam, magnetism, and according to John Spear, the power of the Lord himself had been brought into it. And he'd been preaching forever that this machine was a child and an infant into which spiritual energy would bring life, creating a new form of being on earth, an amalgamation of human engineering and the Lord's will. The machine had all these names: the metal god, the new motive power, the new Messiah, the second coming of the Christ, the physical Savior, the art of all arts, the science of all sciences, the electric infant, the new creation, heaven's last best gift to man. And John Spear was convinced that it was time for its arrival into this world. Along with the machine, John Spear brought a pregnant woman up to the top of the rock, whom he dubbed the New Mary. And she believed in the power of the new Messiah just as strongly as Spear did. And she knew exactly what her role in its birth must be. She was to mother the new holy electric infant. And spiritual power was to flow through her body and out into the machine, giving it life. She lay down at the base of the machine for hours and hours. Screams and shouts from both John Spear and the new Mary emanated down from the top of that high rock, and a new age was supposed to be born upon us. Something brand new to this world coming. A new child of God that was to soon exist upon this. And then the peasants attacked. The machine never sprung to life. It never gained sentience and never did anything really because John Spear was interrupted. Randolph, New York was where it was taken and eventually destroyed by an angry mob. And John Spear, of course, the government took his work, the rest of it, including the pregnant woman and the child, and they imprisoned them. The child itself was raised as a child of the state, but this machine spirit that was imbued into the child's body was one of the original members of the Edomites that became involved with the Department of Defense.
John's name.
S-P-E-A-R, like spear, like a spear. S-P-E-A-R.
Let me see what it says on Wikipedia.
John Murray Spear.
Will it bother you if I read it, or is it counterproductive for me to read it?
If it's coming from Wikipedia, we of course want to be cautious.
Well,
but
of course we're cautious.
yeah, but go ahead.
I've never heard of this guy.
Yeah.
An American spiritualist minister who was most known for his attempts to construct an electrically powered Messiah, which he referred to as the new motive power. This is incredible. Universalist Church of America, social reform, women's rights, constructing the new mode of power, broke all ties with the Universalist Church and instead turned to spiritualism. He claimed that he was in contact with the Association of Electrizers, a group of spirits including Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, John Quincy Adams, and Benjamin Rush, as well as Spear's namesake, John Murray. Evidence indicates he occasionally faked signatures as a way to gain authority from a guide from the past. However, these signatures were dated beyond the lifetimes of the deceased. Spear believed that the purpose of the group was to bring new technology to people so that greater levels of personal and spiritual freedom could be achieved. The following year, Spear and a handful of followers retreated to a wooden shed at the top of High Rock Hill in Lynn, Massachusetts, where they set to work creating the new motive power, a messianic perpetual motion machine. Spear compared the machine to Jesus Christ, which was intended to power the world with supernatural energies and heralded a new era of utopia. The new motive power was constructed of copper, zinc, and magnets, all carefully machined, as well as a dining room table. At the end of 9 months, Spear and the new Mary, an unnamed woman, ritualistically birthed the contraption in an attempt to give it life. This failed to have the desired effect, and the machine was later destroyed by hostile spiritualists. You know, if Preston probably would have known about this and probably said something really interesting about it. This is the kind of stuff what Preston would have known about.
Wow.
But this is like, whoever heard of this shit.
Well, one of her children was supposed to be the young girl who grandchildren, great-grandchildren, was supposed to be the young girl who came to sleep with me at Letterman. That was the line she said she came from. Was from the
new material to put to put this in the book. I don't want more information. But it's like, this is and this makes Preston's story of the Wilson brothers seem all the more plausible.
Yes.
When you look at what's going back there in the 1800s. This was a very just by what you said about it, it's a very sophisticated, ambitious project. It says, see also at the bottom, Frankenstein, Johann Conrad Dippel, and then, of course, I don't know this guy, Giovanni Aldini.
Interesting. I don't remember him specifically, but the name is vaguely familiar. Go on.
Well, it says he was an Italian physician and physicist born in Bologna. He was a brother of the statesman Count Antonio Aldini. Aldini, that name rings a bell. Aldini. Maybe it's from some movie, but Aldini. He became a professor of experimental physics, Bologna, 1798. Succession of his uncle. He was concerned with galvanism, which is, here's your E-meter, Scientology E-meter, anatomy, and its medical applications with the construction and illumination of lighthouses, and with experiments for preserving human life and material objects from destruction by fire. He wrote in French and English in addition to his native Italian, and in Latin. The Emperor of Austria made him a Knight of the Iron Crown and a Counselor of State at Milan, where he died. He bequeathed a considerable sum to found a school of natural science for artisans at Bologna. His most famous public demonstration of the electrostimulation technique of deceased limbs was performed on the executed criminal George Forster in 1803. He describes what happened. On the first application of the process to the face, the jaws of the deceased criminal began to quiver, and the adjoining muscles were horribly contorted, and one eye was actually open. In the subsequent part of the process, the right hand was raised and clenched, and the legs and thighs were set in motion. And then it says the Frankenstein Association. Mary Shelley would have been only 5 years old in January 1803 when Aldini experimented on the corpse of George Foster. In her introduction of Frankenstein, she does not mention Aldini, but galvanism was among the evening discussion topics before she experienced her waking dream that led to her writing. And then the quotes from the book. By the glimmer of the half-extinguished light, I saw the dull yellow eye of the creature open. It breathed hard, and a convulsive motion agitated its limbs.
Yes.
So
this is true. Yes.
And it has a weird picture of him with a cow's head or a bull's head.
Wow.
Demonstrating, it says Aldini demonstrating electricity generated by an ox head. I guess he's getting the ox head to emote electricity. This is very Baphometic.
Yes.
It's like, this is like, CGI territory. And of course, to digress back to what you were saying about, and I picked up, like, it was like telepathically, as soon as I turned on the show, I started, you were talking about human rights or stuff like this, and it was like I was like right in sync with you. But it's what's happened is the right, and going back to the right of the 60s, the right wing wants to just smash down anything that is deviant from the Leave It to Beaver moral standards of the 1950s, which are, nice suburban streets, and we got ghettos, but we don't talk about those. Everything is so manicured, polite, and lovely, but it's, a big society has a big knife behind the back to create these manicured societies, which is epitomized in the Leave It to Beaver culture.
Yes.
No offense directed at your gang brother. I wouldn't want to insult the gang life. It's more authentic. You see, the gang life is authentic.
It is. It's kind of like when I was talking about expression and delivery earlier. In our last episode, Peter Moon was talking about when he was noticing in theaters, particularly in martial arts movies, that the young men in the front row in particular would kind of start shouting along with the ki-aye cadence of Bruce Lee or whoever was doing their maneuvers on screen, and perhaps even motivated to kind of do a little bit of shadow boxing themselves down there in front. And Peter was noticing that many of these more noisy clients of the theaters tended to be black African Americans, and certainly
I think they all were, because I don't think a white person of that age would have felt comfortable down there with them.
Yeah, no, good point. And
it's the middle of the day.
Yeah.
It's not nighttime.
Yeah.
And these whoever they were obviously either unemployed or too young to be employed, whatever they were, and they weren't bothering anybody.
Right.
Because I was sitting back in the back of the theater.
Yeah.
It wasn't heavily populated, and I was sitting with a couple of ladies that I was with, and it's like, nobody ever felt threatened, but expression.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and of course, when my father and I went to see Predator, it was Predator, the one with Schwarzenegger, the original one, just on its release, and the theater was all crowded. And then what happened was that we had a number of black men in the theater, young black guys, who first began talking at the screen during the trailers, where all these celebrities were coming on to basically, I don't know, advertise something about fighting AIDS or something at that time, because of the year that Predator was originally released. And they, of course, my dad said they're trying to impress us with how smart they are. And then they just kept doing it as the movie began. And finally, some young white guy got up and threatened to fight them. When one of them responded, he said, "I'll take you on first." And I guess they felt that because it was in a theater that was majority white, they just simmered down and were more or less passive throughout the rest of the film. But certainly incidents like that stood out as just an example of this kind of interactivity with the screen that seemed to be fairly culturally specific. And like I said, with later generations, this became universal. And nowadays, of course, I said because of the MS3K, the Mystery Science Theater 3000, MST3K, latchkey children for generations now have grown up thinking that it's normal to shout invectives at the screen and just shout insults and try to be witty. But when I remember when we were dealing with other cases like that, one time it was two black kids in, I forget what the movie even was, but two black kids thought they were two little drug dealers or something and were on the cell phones and opening up what looked like laptops and talking to each other during the film. And that's when my gang brother Beaver said, popcorn chicken was invented to keep blacks quiet in movie theaters. And now anybody hearing that might think that's racist, but at least it's witty. At least it's clever, it's witty, and it's funny, as opposed to Daniel Arola, who would just put up memes of a bunch of black women basically bearing their ass in some photograph, and then he would say, "That room stinks of fried chicken." And he'd put that up on his Facebook just to trigger a bunch of people and then have fun just telling them it's all their problem and not his. This is the difference, of course, between something that is legitimately funny and something that's just insane. The provocative for no other good reason than Daniel Arola got off on being provocative. That was how he felt power. That was the only empowerment that he had. And again, he suffered...
irritate somebody.
Yeah. And again, he suffered a dramatic brain injury and ultimately switched sides, so to speak. But he was always...
There's the Brandon. He'll be teaming up with Brandon Young.
That's what we're afraid of. That's what I was expressing with Brandon earlier. I felt that things were kind of calming down, and then things got very awkward again. Jennifer Hawkins came in to soothe the situation with her bomb. She put bomb.
Last night.
Yes.
Last night.
Yes.
So Brandon was there.
Yes.
And Jennifer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
What
she's
did I
been
miss?
she was also on in an earlier transmission, so she's been on twice recently. So
But what did I miss last night between the three of you?
well, it was Mark H who came on, and I was still very, shall we say, resentful of what he had done earlier. But I brought him on. He wanted to come on, and he seemed to be willing to talk. And then there was, of course, Sid. Of course, had some issues that I felt that but Sid's issues were the last issues I was concerned about. The real issue was Brandon, and so I shared with Brandon my concerns. Brandon was essentially, as I thought he would, basically saying, I think I'm really funny, and you know, at that point, that's the brain damage. He said, you know, I told dude, you're not funny. And he claims he gets physical fan letters telling him about his humor. And I'm like, you know, I don't believe that. If that's true, this is like probably the Adamite cultists who are doing this to brainwash and manipulate him into continuing to do what he does because it's so self-destructive. And I told him such. And but you know, once we had that kind of I guess down, it definitely what happened was that basically Sid made a comment. He said Doug's splaining, and Doug-splaining. You know, you ever hear the term mansplaining? Mansplaining? It's like, you know, when a man is trying to explain something to a woman and it's all bullshit. He's just trying to, you know, it's kind of like what people could say we were doing when Brooke Gibson got all upset because we were shitting all over Penny Bradley, but we were praising Marina Sarin, and Brooke Gibson sees them as both basically saying the same thing in the way she perceives it, saying, what's the difference? We start trying to explain the difference pseudo-intellectually. So that's basically what someone accused.
Compare. I mean, if you take away their appearances, you still can't compare Penny with Marina.
Thank you. Yes, that's right.
Douglas, can I say something, please?
Oh God! Well, don't. You know, obviously what I've said is I think we've moved beyond that. But I've, you know, let's just say that when he said Doug-splaining instead of mansplaining, I really took that to be reigniting the issue. So then I went off, and
I didn't intend that. I just want to say that I didn't intend it that way.
Yes, you said that, and it's I was not in the mood for that at the time. It was kind of like, you know, Mark started trying to explain himself, and I would have none of it. So I did tell everybody I was setting boundaries, but this was thanks to Jennifer. Jennifer came in at that time and smoothed things out, and basically said that you know, she respects me and that she has deepest respect for me, and it's so important to hear that. It really is important to hear that. Of course, I you know, will take what Sid has said into account, that he did not intend it that way. But believe me, Sid, you remember what I told Brandon Young about delivery? There's also a question of timing. That was not the time to say that. That was at the moment that I felt it reignited the entire thing that I felt I was actually closing down. I felt that I was closing down with Brandon, that I had gotten him to confront the issue, and that he was not doing well by himself. He was not doing himself or anyone else any service. And so when Brandon finally kind of seemed to take that, then, you know, he became very quiet. And then, you know, that was... Then Sid spoke up when he didn't need to at that time. I may have even found Doug-splaining funny at another time, but at that moment it was... I felt it was reigniting, and it certainly ignited myself. And but Jennifer helped calm all that down. And Jennifer was also...
You just sent both of them to comedian school.
Yeah.
I failed to read the room. I didn't anticipate that you would find it reigniting.
Yeah. Well, now you know. it's one of these things that
respect for you.
I'm sorry, what was that? Repeat that again.
Respect for you as well.
Thank you, Sid. Okay, so such being said, when it comes to anything else I might remember about the Spear individual, again spelled S-P-E-A-R for our listeners if they want to look this up themselves. As I said, the young lady who came to have sex with myself at Letterman Army Medical Center had been informed that she was the product of the original nameless woman that Spear exploited as the new Mary. That she was like the grandchild or great-grandchild or maybe even great-great-grandchild of that woman's birth. And that was certainly confirmed by the records that I was ordered to destroy. The woman was taken into custody by what was then the Department of War. And basically they kept her as essentially a slave, a woman kept in confinement the rest of her life, with her children being essentially the property of the state. And so that is the horror of that situation and the product of this individual trying to do what he did. As I said, his cult was the electrolyzers, and basically he started off as an abolitionist, like this profound anti-slavery crusader. And then he got into, of course, he was involved with the church while being anti-abolitionist, or abolitionist, anti-slavery. And then he got involved with spiritualism, doing seances. And one of the main reasons people liked him more than other spiritualists was that his method of healing people was extraordinarily different. He did plenty of this putting on the hands, basically Reiki stuff. The power of God flows through me. You're healed. But he also took this very different approach. He gave women spirit names, and and gave them a new identity, which of course, like that woman, he gave the identity of Mary. Whatever past she had before was completely erased. Even the Department of Defense never knew who she was or where she came from. So he would get these women and erase their past, which was a lot easier to do in those days, of course, and then essentially make them his slaves. The government wanted to learn his methodology of making people his slaves. Now, here's the real evil, the real hideous irony here. You have an anti-slavery crusader, an abolitionist, a prison reformer, who then takes people and enslaves their very souls, erases their identity, erases their past, disconnects them from their families, and makes them his slaves. In every essence, far more so in servitude and bondage than any of the people he was campaigning to free, who were simply physical slaves. But
Scientology.
Thank you. Very good. Very good. And he would allow his own body to be possessed by the spirit of former slaves, and oftentimes children who had been killed. And he would just scream in absolute pain and terror about the loss of his family and how horrible it was, just to impress the audience about the absolute horror of slavery. So this was part of his drama of promoting himself as a good guy and abolitionist by harrowing. The term is harrowing.
This is where I have to quote Walter Mondale, somebody who I despised as much as Rupert Murdoch despised him. But this is my favorite. Only thing I remember him when he was debating Ronald Reagan. He's going, "Who's in charge? Who's in charge?" Meaning that Reagan was incompetent to run the government.
Right.
Hate to think what would have happened if he ran it. I mean, just a complete. This is why I don't like Democrats, because look at Republicans are trying to preserve a status quo. and that's a status quo. It may not be a good status quo, but the Democrats are just saying, let everything run to hell. It's like, let these people, get them out of court, get them out of jail, get them out of this, get them out of that. And it's like, who's in charge? But what you're saying is, this spiritualist is like literally, it's like, I'm Central City for entities.
Yes.
And this is what Stuart Swerdlow said so astutely about Preston. He goes, there's a lot of entities in there, in Preston.
Right.
Like Preston was like a huge switchboard. And the basic Preston was a good guy, but he processed a lot of stuff.
Yeah. No, that explains so much. That explains so much. And we explain why Preston would be so logical in one moment and then start talking about aliens drinking bleach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of his cascade memories, is which, my friend Ken Arthur had said, he's built in programs to discredit himself.
Yes.
And he could not understand what I was doing. Whatever my skill or talent is, I can, take the diamond in the rough and polish it into a diamond. And it's there is a diamond inside of him, but then, the dross is overtakes him. This is why I couldn't continue to, in other words, I could have mined him for more.
Yeah.
But he was not that willing to talk about it. He could give a page. The most he could do was a chapter on some exciting topic, and then he'd want to go off onto tangents that were just not productive.
Thank you.
He could have gone into great detail about the Philadelphia experiment, but he didn't want to.
That's so sad.
Security.
Oh, God.
Security. In other words, he didn't say that, but
that's his programming. That's his programming, right?
Yeah. Even one of his best friends said, I know who programmed it. Do I want to meet this guy? I don't care who programmed it. The guy's probably right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, so yeah, and Preston was a master of machinery. But what I was going to say, and I don't know if I want to go back, it was the hot topic before you went into the Machine Messiah,
yes,
was that the problem, and this is the telepathic moment I had just as I was about, because I was thinking about whatever we were talking about, is when you were starting to mention the conflict between the LGBT, or what you'd say the human rights activists, and the right-wing insurgency, which Putin, nobody is more right-wing insurgent hatred of gays than Putin, although that might be a ruse.
Right, which we've gone into, yes.
Okay, but it's like what really needs to happen, and I was thinking of the estate. What really the leadership in all of this, and this is a very tricky subject, is the tantric evolution of consciousness. The tantric evolution of consciousness vis-a-vis, okay, I'm atypical sexually, or whatever the person is going through. It has to be integrated into the yin and yang of spiraling up into a transcendent form. Otherwise, it becomes deviant in and of itself. The Native Americans would respect anybody who was born hermaphroditic or just even gay, and they would treat them as a child of God with reverence. But the Native American community, at least in the times we know of it, was basically concerned with survival.
Yes.
Take a line from L. Ron Hubbard, The Science of Survival.
Yes.
Trying to survive. And the shamanistic stuff, which was a functionary of life, wasn't the focus. It was part of the elements of survival. It wasn't the focus. And when you get into a tantric monastery or mindset, the focus is on evolving. And that's the difference there. I suppose the dichotomy of survival, or the upgrade of it, is you're going to evolve. And so then you get the the right-wing extremists that are they want to just keep things status quo and, just eliminate eugenically all the random evolution or the deviancy, what they would term deviancy, but they cut off evolution. They cut off of it, and then that creates more protest with the LGBT angle, LGBTQ plus, because you then have a more of a rebellion. And then in the backdrop, you have your dialectic materialism, one side being, festering off the other side. And you just have madness. And it leads to nobody instead of human understanding. And human understanding will generally devolve into helping people cope with the fact that they're different rather than getting any spirit of evolution. And then the common working class hero is also struggling to survive. And that gets very aberrant because when they do survive, they start, getting extra houses that stay empty.
Yeah.
And so it's like they're not evolving. They're not they're using their money to sock it away for, some unknown, no purpose. Build a third house, create more money, to create more money, to create more money. And what do you have? More money.
Yes, no,
it's at the end of your life. It's like King Midas, everything's gold and you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You got a bucket full of money.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible to me how this matters so much to people. And of course, we have an incredible misdistribution of resources where you have such a small minority that has so much and essentially does so little with it.
But the problem, and this is why they build cities in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, thank you.
And it was always sort of like a fantasy of mine. Not that I'm going to be a city builder, but so if they built a city somewhere out in the West, maybe in Idaho, maybe even Nevada, where you had a huge city constructed that had elements of buildings all over the world. You might have the Transamerica Pyramid of San Francisco, the Eiffel Tower of Paris, the Big Ben of London, the Empire State Building, and all of these things that Hitchcock would go nuts over. Have a Mount Rushmore or whatever.
Yes.
But have all of these things in a city that is modern and functional and would be just a fascinating place, kind of like what those hotels in Las Vegas or an amusement park tries to be, but it's actually, and this is, I think, what Disney thought of as Epcot Center, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. But to Epcot, to its idealistic credit, it turned into an amusement park, and then they even say this is not what Disney did. They had to turn it into something that would make money.
Right.
But they wanted to do farming and stuff like this. So, but the problem with a city like that, and I don't know what the Arabs are doing. Dubai is kind of like that a little bit, but its main industry is debauchery.
Yes.
And so, but in a city like that, you'd have to have some product that was producing. You just couldn't have people live there. Now, an IT community like Google or Amazon, I think Google is kinder to its workers than Amazon. With these big.
Hard to tell.
Well, the thing is, they have these campuses.
Yes.
That, you can go in and shower and play ping pong.
No, it's true. Everything Peter Moon says is absolutely true. That's correct.
Amazon doesn't have that, to my knowledge.
No. Your point is well taken. Of course, the functions are very different. And this is because the people at Google are generally more intellectual, providing more intellectual services.
Well, they're not. Yeah, the Amazon's more worker bee.
Yeah.
But the Google, as you said, the problem is they had 6-figure salaries, but they had to live in their vans.
Yeah.
And this is why they have such nice facilities, so they can have a home outside of, they can have a home.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, it becomes sort of a part of the woodwork.
Yeah, because they're basically living at work. Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah, and it's like, it invents a whole new zeitgeist for recreation, and what are you gonna like say, like like you're some guy, and I really, the only real super tech I know with Joe Matheny, and he's very masculine. I mean, he's, women will gravitate to him just on his raw masculinity. But so he kind of had to, he'd show me what he looked like with glasses to, fit in with the techies, so they give him information and stuff. He'd become one of them. He says, tech guy Joe.
Yeah.
But it's like, I can't speak for all the techies, but a lot of what I see are, the masculinity is not really being, cultivated. So what I'm saying is, what kind of females get attracted to that? So it's kind of a different paradigm for masculine, feminine in that environment, as I've seen it as an outsider. So, like, if I was one of those Google tech people, I'd like, okay, am I going to find a Google woman?
Yeah, well, I mean, where else do we meet people other than at work? Though, of course, that environment, you'd still have challenges with
online. And it's like, but what is the testosterone, estrogen ratio in that environment? I can't speak for that, but I don't think it's not like it used to be. Let's say it that way. It's not like the quote unquote good old days. So there.
Yeah. Go on. Ahead. No, go on, please.
A deconstruction of the paradigm that we know of nature, vis-a-vis the Garden of Eden, nature, and it's like you're going into a cyber world that is, there's not, it's different. It's just different. So it's a different environment, and the real key would seem to be evolutionary, in because that all of that innovation stuff, technology is Uranian, and so Kabbalistically in the DNA, it's going to fit into that aspect of the DNA that is, strictly Uranian, and that's Hakma, and it's just very boom, 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 boom. And if you overstress one aspect of the tree of life, you're going to have too much of it. Just like Einstein had too much of what he had too much of. Yeah. He also had a lot of sexuality.
That's true.
And that was to balance it off. And that was just, I guess, just fun and games. But, but anything like, somebody like Mike Tyson had, too much of, the aggressive masculinity in him.
Yes.
He said, he had to temper it. He's going to fight again, by the way.
Wow.
He's going to fight some internet sensation who came on and is roughing his way to the top, who's not been trained as a boxer. He's kind of learning, and didn't grow up. So Mike's going to have another fight. He'll get a good payday.
He needs it, to Chris.
Yeah, and I'm sure it'll be very entertaining. I won't go see it. Unless all the football guys are watching and they say, come on over, maybe I would, but I don't think so. So anyway, this is the big challenge. It's about evolution. And and if I was going to give a message to the Blood Boys, and I'd have to word it, put some more thought into it, but it's like, you know, let's work towards the evolution of the individual, the evolution of the consciousness. It doesn't matter whether you're gay or whether you're, you know, this, that, or the other thing. You know, it's like, it's about the evolution of consciousness and about integrating the in Qigong we call dual energy cultivation, because that's what everybody's trying to seek in a relationship, whether it's heterosexual or homosexual. They're trying to, you know, resolve some issue of balance and harmony. Unless the person doesn't want harmony, then they're an Edomite.
Right.
And they're being an Edomite, and they're just going to stick on that, you know, push the pedal to the metal and go, you know,
yes.
I'm gay as an act, or LGBTQ as an act of defiance.
Right.
Not as a, you know, some person trying to figure out who and what they are. In other words, they're just like, if you can imagine Dr. Frankenfurter from that movie, the Time Warp, what was it called? You know,
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, Rocky Horror Picture Show, and he just puts the pedal to the metal and goes, I'm just defiant. I triggered Sid there.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Horror, Peter Moon, love Rocky Horror, and Frankfurter, Tim Curry, that performance is off the charts.
It was a performance for sure. I mean, it was you know, amazing performance that gave Susan Sarandon her start.
Oh yeah, Susan Sarandon is absolutely adorable in that movie too. Like you know, she's nice young age, like early 20s maybe, something like that.
You have to write her a fan letter. I think she's tried to distance herself from that.
She's been really she's anti-drug war. I don't know. I think she might be kind of far out in her personal life.
She's I think extremely liberal.
Yeah. And
to the point of being self-defeating, in my opinion. But whatever. But
well, sexy as hell in Rocky Horror.
Yeah, she was always an attractive lady. But be that as it may, the evolution of consciousness is, you know, at least that's my opinion. It's like we're talking about an upgrade, and you know, what is the relative desire for an upgrade? You know, Douglas, and this becomes the essential existential issue. This was my issue as a high school student. You know, I want an upgrade. I don't want this. And you keep in mind, I grew up in Davis, which is an idyllic community. And you go back there. I took Paula back there. She says, this is very charming. You know, put it on the places of nice places to live there. And she also put Sausalito and Tiburon, you know, because they're just beautiful. They're nice places to live, to be. They're so beautiful. So Davis is so insulated. It still is insulated.
Yeah.
And yet, so it's just charming. It's nice. But it's like, is this life? Is this life? You know, I wanted an upgrade. College, to me, was not an upgrade. It was just like fitting into the status quo. And there's also a scene when the avant-garde, drug scene, sex scene, whatever it is, alternative scene, that becomes status quo too. And as my best friend who was in the music business, you know, he was into that scene. He was a professional musician, and he said after a while he looked around and everybody was like on drugs. He says, I don't want to be here anymore. In other words, whatever degenerate habits he may or may not have had, I know his wife told me she was hooked on heroin. She was almost died, and he saved her life. that's kind of how they became. I mean, they were already. She said she was a part. I didn't know this. I just know her. You know, I love her like a sister. But she told me after he died, she says, "Yeah, I was a party girl. He saved my life. I was off." And then we, became a, Jenny eventually got married. And so, in other words, I don't know what he did and didn't do. We never really discussed it as far as drugs and stuff like that. But there was a point when he cut the cable on it because, all these professional musicians were just, they were crazy.
Yes.
And he believed everything Preston said about the music business. He says, "Yeah, this all makes sense to me."
Well,
from what he had seen, a lot of it in Las Vegas. And so it's like, at what point does one want to, get off the bus and get on or at least aspire to go to the airport and maybe get on an airplane? And this is what happens. This is what happened to me in Scientology. And then you see, then all of a sudden people are all staying on that bus, and the bus becomes infected, and you don't want to be on that bus anymore. And then these people are still on the bus, 30, 40 years later. Still on this bus, and they're saying, "Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it work?"
Man.
And all that stuff is, I guess it's one's own evolution. It's one's own evolution. And like, what the hell is going on here? It's a very crazy world.
It is.
But then, what does one have to offer to it? And upgrade, like say, what you offer to that community is education.
Thank you.
You offer an education, but it's education in the sense of a real good education in history and geopolitics. So these guys know what's going on.
Yes.
And then they get informed.
Yes.
And then what do they want to do with it? What's the purpose of them getting informed? From my perception, which is limited, Sugar Daddy is just trying to do the right thing and make these do the best he can to get these kids educated so that they have a life.
Yes.
But it's kind of like Beaver. He is extended. It extends him beyond the realm of what in Qigong we would, or anybody might call it, the comfort zone.
Yes.
Like say when I do circle walking, you have upper basin, middle basin, and lower basin. Upper basin is just walking around kind of normal. Middle basin is you're getting lower. Lower basin is very hard to do because you're down there on the ground. You're crawling practically like a crab, and it's really stretching your muscles out. It's very hard to do lower basin.
Right.
But that's, in other words, you're out of your comfort zone. You try to go out of your comfort zone to get better at a certain area. This could apply with any sort of training or weight training. But you don't want to go too far out of your comfort zone, because you want to condition the body to be able to take it. So what you're going to do by the nature of who and what you are is you're going to propel people out of their comfort zone by educating them in your realm of experience. They're going right out of the comfort zone, and you're bringing them up into and like that's what I do with my writing. I bring people to a different, they get to look at more things.
Yes.
And this, as I say, when we get into the stuff you're dealing with, it puts the pedal to the metal. So there's a certain time to hold back on it. This is why, I didn't want to put vampire in this new book, but I felt that I had to when I saw that the nanoblood stuff. I had to put a footnote. Go read the book.
Thank you.
I didn't want to put that in there.
Understood.
It's too much to process. It's enough to process. But okay, this is part of the paradigm. I'm just not going to elaborate on it in this book. It's that's another book.
Yes.
Which I don't object to that, but I'm saying how much can a person process, and then it becomes, and it's it's a lot to process for anybody. So when we're talking about the education of the blood boys, or the and even sugar daddy's exposure to it, it's, you know, and he's already out of the comfort zone of most of humanity just by what he's been able to access in terms of, you know, euthanasia.
Yes.
And it's a different realm. And then you have to wonder where he and or his peers, I won't call them colleagues, I'll call them peers.
Yes, thank you.
In
Excellent.
The industry,
yeah.
In the industry,
yeah.
You know, what is their relative intention? You know, some of it's progressive. Elon Musk thinks he's being progressive in his own mind.
Oh God.
I think he does. And then I saw him on Instagram, and he's talking about how wonderful the United States is. You know, they could have done anything after World War II, and they're so benign. They're doing this.
Oh my
he
God.
says, you know, you wouldn't want to have been captured by the United States or the Russians. You'd want to be captured by the United States. And he's talking about how kind the United States is. And in many respects, that's true. But he thinks that, you know, the United States had carte blanche to do anything it wanted after World War II. And it was this benign country. But see, he doesn't see the paradigm. That is the paradigm that people live in.
Yes.
And it's like, where does one put the finger on him? How you know, see, this is what the whole thing becomes. Like I was saying with Tucker Carlson. At what point do they know? And at what point, you know, are they just
stupid, useful idiots or dupes? Yes.
Exactly. And this becomes a crucial point, because if you take them as purposefully evil Edomites, it doesn't necessarily work as far as, like, if you're going to have some form of personal interaction with them. I have not read much of David Icke at all.
Oh,
Maybe
you ain't missing shit, but go on. Yeah.
I read what he wrote about Aquino at one point many years ago, vis-a-vis Kathy O'Brien. But I read one part of his book where he said that he was like invited to some place where he was sitting, was like this important, and he got invited. It might have been through his old press credentials or whatever, as a soccer announcer. But whatever it was, and he was David Icke at that point. I think a very new David Icke. He hadn't gotten into the reptilian stuff yet. But he said that he was at this event and he had to sit next to Jimmy Carter. And it was like, you know, it's like at that point, you've got to interface. I mean, he didn't have any cause to interface with him. But, you know, when you get brought into certain circumstances, you know, just like I talked with one of my colleagues yesterday on our board meeting, and I asked him if he was going to Romania. He was the equivalent of a congressman in Canada. He's Romanian, and he now lives in Aruba.
Sounds like retirement. Go on.
Yeah, no. And I said, he's come one time that I know of to the Atlantic Run. I said, are you going to go to Romania this year? Where he's trying to get him to go back. He says, no, because he's concerned about the situation with Russia. He's concerned about a potential invasion of Romania, which I'm not. Russia's got its hands full with. But then he told me a couple things. See, he believes that the Russians have a lot of nuclear weapons. I said, that's not the case. But I didn't argue with him.
Understood.
I'm just not going to go there.
Right.
He very much believes it. But what he did tell me, what was interesting, he said the French are in Moldova. He said the French have all sorts of troops in Moldova. They're ready to defend Moldova. And he says they're interested in going in and fighting in Ukraine. The French. I said, good for the French.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
I hadn't heard that. I thought it was interesting. But nevertheless,
I brought it up on the last transmission. I told people how Macron said he's putting boots on the ground, and how the rest of NATO went all chicken shit on him and told the Russians, oh, we would never do that. We would never do that. But your friend knows what he's talking about. Yes. So go on.
Well, yeah, he's in politics. So he's very cautious about, I mean, I'm going to go there for a couple of weeks, and, well, I will be close, not that far from the Ukraine, not that far. It's not necessarily, although one of my friends was going into the Ukraine to see his girlfriend. They're going to visit his family. She was already there, and as he said, the bus crossed into, like, I actually wrote to him when he was on the train to the Black Sea. He told me he was going to the Black Sea. He didn't tell me he was going to the Ukraine. Taking a train to the Black Sea, and then he was going to get on a bus and go into the Ukraine. And he says, as soon as they crossed the border, they got shot at.
So silly, so ridiculous. God, that was so
very scary.
Yeah,
very scary. Nobody got hurt. They all had to run out. I mean, shelled. I don't mean shot at with guns. I mean, they were shelling them with, probably from the ocean or something. And it was. I'm sure that doesn't happen with every bus that goes into the Ukraine.
Right.
And I told him, I said, don't go back.
Thank you. I mean, yes, that's just common sense.
He's not going back. I said the girlfriend shouldn't go back either. She was there to visit her family. She lives in Bucharest as well. So, yeah, it's real.
Yeah.
But I don't. Yeah, there's enough stuff going on in the world.
So
I'm not afraid to go to Romania.
Right. No. I hear what you're saying. Of course, we will all keep an eye on the developments as they happen. And like you said, Romania is a NATO member state. An attack on Romania is an attack on the United States. It's an attack on every member state of the NATO, which now Finland and Sweden are a part of. So Peter Moon has every right to be confident that by all rights, nothing should be going on there. Of course, if French troops are in Moldova, that's to help prevent that from becoming the next.
Better there in Moldova than in Romania.
Yeah, and it's definitely to
Buffer. It's a buffer.
Yes, it's an excellent buffer state. That's to prevent that from becoming the second front or a new front in the war against Ukraine through the machinations of.
Ukraine has the gas.
Yeah.
Romania doesn't have the gas. Romania's got other things that aren't as critical right now. Seemingly not.
Yeah, understood.
The AI that Radu talks about that's underneath Romania is impervious to any of this stuff that's going on the surface world. It's not dependent on Ukrainian gas, and if it is dependent on any sort of gas for how it functions, I think it functions in another realm. It's not dependent upon physical computer chips.
Right.
That's what I intuit and what I what's basically written. It's not. I think the manifestations are more akin to what you'd see on LSD than they are in terms of hard physical reality.
No, I get it. Yeah. And that reminds me again of the God Machine. From what I remember about the documents I was ordered to destroy on John Murray Spear, again, for people who want to look him up independently, his middle name was spelled Murray, Murray, so John Murray Spear. And spear again, like the spear that stabbed the side of Christ, SPEAR, just like a spear. And so John Murray Spear, what had happened was when the God Machine was moved to Randolph, New York, the government didn't mind that there were all these letters that testified it was destroyed by an angry mob. But certainly what I remember now from collating the documents before following my orders and consigning documents to the incinerator that the government wanted destroyed, the only evidence that the machine was ever attacked and destroyed by the angry mob was all written by John Murray Spear. There's otherwise no evidence the machine was destroyed because it was not. The government wants everyone to think the machine was destroyed. And the reality was the government confiscated the machine and they pressured and bribed John Spear, essentially made him, from what I understand, the equivalent in his day of a multimillionaire. So again, 1854, and the years immediately thereafter, the government purchased the machine from him. Basically, he was allowed to live out the rest of his life pursuing a bunch of harmless pursuits. But the God machine is in the possession of the United States government. Something, of course, is in the machine, and they are continually adding elements to the machine. And this may be, again, their hope or their attempt to, again, create some kind of equivalent to the Japanese imperial reliquary, or perhaps even their own artifact that they hope maybe would get in there. Now, John Murray Spear's idea was that this machine would also be like a Tesla tower, that he felt it was going to channel spiritual energy that would be the new source of unlimited free energy for all of humanity. That this machine would be something that would be able to transmit and beam this spiritual energy pumping in from the same realms where he was channeling all of these entities to harrow people about the horrors of slavery, while of course making an entire church of slaves his own, bonded in soul as opposed to shackled in chains. And so when the government did what it did and took the new Mary as their property as well, along with the machine, somehow that machine is still active. Whatever the government is trying to harness through it, this new energy, of course, is basically entity energy, basically entities being channeled through that, in a sense, provide limitless energy, because the machine helps to focus them or bind them or bond them to a degree where they can channel their efforts into manipulating the environment around them, probably to the extent where they appear that they're altering reality itself to a degree. This is something that the government has been working on, as I said, expanding and building a new framework around. Of course, this is very different from the dynamics of the Dietrich Artilect and how far they've gone with it. Well, they've had a long time, since 1854. But the important thing to emphasize is the fact that, again, people can, if you don't believe me, try and find whatever you can on the destruction of the machine. And there's nothing out there. Again, John Murray Spear is the only man who ever claimed it was destroyed, and he was paid off. So he was let go and allowed to, as I said, continue pursuits that were no threat to the order, the established order of the Edomite Order of the United States. And his machine was taken, and so was his mother Mary, meaning the young lady, the pregnant lady, who was imbued in bondage with the machine. From that point forward, kind of slave circuited to the machine. Not necessarily as a life support system, but somehow she was considered the key to making the machine work. Probably when this young lady was sent to have sex with me as a descendant of this woman, her child, in turn, might have been intended as some kind of key to the machine that would enable them to perhaps ultimately replace the Dietrich Artilect with a congress of channeled entities that would come through, well, John Spear's God machine. And this is something that is certainly the only conclusion I could draw through the documents I was ordered to destroy, as opposed to those which I was ordered to spare. And the entire affair of the God machine is something that, in its own way, my understanding from rumors, whenever I pried into it, now that I remember, after that point, when I dealt with the documents, my understanding, of course, was that something went terribly wrong with the God machine. That the God machine no one could say it malfunctioned because no one really could handle its original functioning. The woman who was the Mary of the new Messiah was able to control it to an extent. In other words, perhaps direct the channeled entities, almost in the sense that Solomon was able to direct his demons, but obviously not something potent to the point where they could build cities and walls. It was, or maybe that's not their intent. Whatever they're doing with the machine is still very much a mystery. In a sense, it's difficult for them to control, and they're very reliant on the children of this new Mary, the descendants thereof. When this young lady was sent to take my sperm, my nanosperm, take it within herself, this was essentially their way of my fertilizing the God machine. That is something that I realized later on when I was dealing with the documents. None of this was ever brought up by Michael Aquino. This was something that I had to conclude on my own. But as people can see who do their own research on the subject, it's all very real. People don't understand that the United States government was trying to channel the anti-gods long before World War II. But as I said, we're dealing with the original tools of the Edomites. This was some of the foundation for their anti-godly technology. It was one of the original implements by which they helped to lure in or attract the anti-gods into this universe during the Second World War, by the time thereof. So hopefully that puts some more context into...
It gives a lot more context, and I was going to bring up the question of, yeah, your seed is out there, Mini Dietrich would be another book, when he surfaces, the new Dietrich. Did Aquino ever talk about this machine with you?
As I said, if he did so, I don't consciously remember him doing so. He may have alluded to it when I think of certain things that he said. And I have, of course, will try my best to look through my notes and see what I can dredge out of my memory. Understand this?
Yeah. Course. More will come up in due course. More will come up in due course. But the thing is, the paradigm here, it seems like this guy started off with good intentions, but he was building sort of a heart project or idea that was only with a altruistic idea, trying to channel God energy, but of course, and he's trying to but see, this is the formula of the golem.
Yes.
Like this becomes, and this is the paradigm which to view it, created by man but is not man.
Yes.
And this is the golem is the formula of the Yod-Heh Shin Vav-Heh, and it stirs up a lot of trouble, generally, and of course it's Solomonic, and what happens is you're trying to build an interface between this realm and the next. It's the same thing that Radu talks about, or he's trying. You've got this beautiful paradise on the other side or inside of Shambhala, and the big question is the gateway in between the worlds. This is the big challenge. So you're building a machine where you're going to save everybody, and then you're not saving everybody. You're actually enslaving those because you're now taking control.
Yes.
And I, learned this with my own interfacing in Chaklavina Cave with this aura flame and the Ark of the Covenant energy. And I was seeing how strong it was there. I began to really kind of tap into this energy, and then I backed off from it because it's like, this is like opening up your electric box in the house. It's like you keep the fuse box on it. Yeah. It's like it's running the whole house.
Yes.
You don't need to sit there and touch the wires.
Yes.
This is the problem. So you get the wires, you're trying to shooting, Tesla arcs throughout your house. a guest comes in and you've got Tesla arcs shooting off, and it's kind of like, look at me, I'm so neat, and the guest is going to be put off by it, even if they're amazed by it. You can't have Tesla arcs flying across the living room.
That's right. It's just not conducive to a living or a comfortable living or work environment. Yeah. It reminds me of the German guy we know who's actually Ukrainian, ethnically Ukrainian, but living in Germany, Mr. The guy with the complicated name. I'm going to have to look him up to remember exactly.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yes. Nemir-Brzezinski. Nemir-Brzezinski is his surname. I can't remember his. Andre.
I'm going to be in listening mode. Sure. I'm going to be away. I've got to do a few things. I can hear you though.
Got it.
I'll
yeah.
shut up for
So
about 5.
sure.
Okay.
So Andre Nemir-Brzezinski had an idea, a notion when he was young that he could make himself stronger through absorbing electricity. So he stuck his finger in a socket and electrocuted himself, which may have had an impact on his development. But this is something that he shared with us, and that's something like where Tesla was at emotionally. He had this childlike need to show off. And so he, had the showman element, but it's almost more infantile, in my opinion, where he's just like, look at what I can do, mommy. Look, no hands. And winds up like that was Nikolai Tesla's version of what Bruce Lee was doing to himself. And from what you see in some of the films that portray Bruce Lee, I don't know how true this is, but my understanding is it's true. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's all urban legend and the movies capitalize on it because it dramatizes Bruce Lee. But he essentially would take 2 live wires and hold on to them and absorb as much electricity as he could so that his body would build up a tolerance and he would like fight the power or somehow absorb the power. Whatever his intention was, I don't think this was healthy for him and gradually probably damaged his nervous system, weakened his heart, and ultimately made him vulnerable to when they ultimately killed him. And so when it comes to Bruce Lee, this is something that Nikola Tesla's version of what Bruce Lee was doing was what he was doing by showing off his electrical arcs, just exploding across the laboratory behind him, just so everybody would be duly impressed, as if he's harnessed the lightning of the gods. Again, it's Peter Moon was extraordinarily astute when he compares this to other elements we've brought up in the past. So to think that it was just brought out by tonight's attempt to explain Russian cosmism brought my mind back to the Americans that the Russians were simply inspired by. And again, it brings us to this transatlantic exchange of occult technologies. And this is the real foundation of the Allies, not any sense of whatever anti-Nazism that they had. Bear in mind the Nazis had the occult ward, the swastika, to ward the anti-gods off. Their anti-Nazism is really based on their loyalty to the Edomite anti-gods to destroy the Nazis who otherwise would have established the swastika across the surface world and rendered the rule of the anti-gods impossible, if not at least extraordinarily challenging. And that was the real reason for the all-out mobilization of the United States and the Greater Soviet Union in their unification against fascism. And, of course, we've already described the source of their enmity towards Japan, the fact that the Japanese are the true Israelites and their sacred regalia is what can hold off or even combat the anti-gods, so take the fight to the enemy. So when it comes to everything that I've exposed in this program, I hope you all now are getting a greater strategic picture, a more coherent picture of the grand narrative that has impacted you since before you were born, and yet you were made entirely ignorant of. When you think of the concept of a God machine, the concept of some man taking a pregnant woman to the top of a hill to basically channel unlimited spiritual energy through her, the idea being to generate a free energy for all humanity that could be beamed from this machine, Tesla Tower fashion, and eliminate all of man's hunger or at least energy woes, and thereby solve the hunger problem and everything else, really. This was an attempt to be God, and you would expect this man to be destroyed for his hubris by divine judgment, but instead gets paid off by the government, and his machine is appropriated, which is even more sinister. And this, of course, resulted in much of the Edomite cult's power to put us into the bind we're in today, dealing with the anti-gods as we would any toxic waste produced by an industry or nuclear waste produced by nuclear power plants. We're dealing with the toxic waste of the universe now, parked here on Earth. And this is why we have why the struggle is so important. And now Peter Moon's helping me communicate this to people about it. Now, whenever Peter Moon returns from what he's doing, we'll probably close off stream. And then Peter Moon and I can speak privately for a few minutes at least, and then I can retreat into the gentle day, essentially take off towards the estate, and certainly I won't be able to leave until they deliver my Meals on Wheels. In other words, take my home delivered wheels and put them into the food bin, after which I load them into the refrigerator before my son picks me up. So I'll be leaving around 10-ish, as I usually do, Pacific Daylight Time, and at that point, incommunicado, likely till Wednesday. Maybe I'll be back before Wednesday, like on Tuesday evening potentially. Let me take a look at my calendar here, and let's see what we're doing here. Yeah, I may well come back before Wednesday, but certainly by Wednesday I'll be back. Obviously, as I said, there's a lot of people, the ladies in particular, I need to talk to. Want to catch up with Amy Como. Hope she's listening. Hope she's been listening, or at least we'll review this later. And certainly regret not being able to respond to her. And of course, Clarice Claudette, as I said, I'm sure she probably wouldn't mind my sharing what she sent me, the email about what she experienced in Israel at the archaeological site, what probably impacted her the rest of her life, in my impression, has had a pretty negative impact on the rest of her life. It doesn't really pay, especially to be a female archaeologist, because of... There we are. Amy Como says, I'm going to an interview. Honey, come on and tell us about it before you go. Jump on the call. You were called earlier. Jump on the call and tell us about it before you go. And thank you for that poem. Thank you for the video. She says, we'll get back with you later. Love you, Amy. Love you, Amy. I feel so guilty about not getting back to you. Believe me, I think about you all the time. Oh, my God. Dear Amy. Oh, and yeah, with what Clarice Claudette said, let me take a look at that. And let me take a quick look at that. And by the way, since Peter's listening, I'll tell him our appeal to the YouTube was rejected. And according to YouTube, with their rejection of our appeal, they said I should be able to find this. It's oh, there you are, honey. Honey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How much time do you have with us before you absolutely must walk out the door?
Oh, you don't even know. We have a giant snowstorm. It's going to take me probably 3 hours to get to this interview.
Uh-huh.
Just because I got to undo the car from all the snow, and then the road is shit. So, yeah, I'm in a rush.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to. I just gotta.
Hello.
Hey, did you get any snow down there, Peter?
No snow at all. It's going to be. We had some rain a few days ago. It's going to be very windy today, but warm weather.
No, it's totally like, hi, Sid. I got maybe 6 inches to clean off the vehicle. And we don't, of course, have a plow that comes up here. So I got to deal with the weather, and I'm making my coffee and, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen later. I'll catch up and find out what you guys were into tonight. It sounds like you had a pretty good night. You're still going strong this morning.
Yes. Well, it all worked out well in the end. There were some tense moments there for a bit. But I definitely want people to know some bad news. The ACP, Affordable Connectivity Program, which cuts down my bill on internet, tremendously, down to about $5, is going to end. Congress is going to wind it down due to lack of additional funding. So I'll keep everybody up to date on this. And they say it basically that I should continue to receive the discount through April of 2024. I'll see what I can do after that. I, of course, qualify for Lifeline, so this might, help a bit. But, just some sad news there when it comes to the refusal from our appeal, rejection of our appeal by YouTube. It was, of course, the medical rationalization, where they said that basically we were providing medical misinformation that is dangerous to the American public. And this is their rationale for erasing or scrubbing from the internet everything we've said about the Battle of Los Angeles, which goes to tell people how important the Battle of Los Angeles is. So you've got to buy the book to find out about the Battle of Los Angeles. That's the only way you're going to find out about it, because YouTube has been continually removing our content. So yeah, they said it violates our medical misinformation policy, and there we are. So that being said, Amy, I'm just so happy you're going to another interview, and this is for, obviously, well, hopefully this turns out to be a happier job. I mean, are you willing to share any details about what you're applying for?
It's not worth it just yet, because I don't have a job yet. But, it's definitely the pay scale is much better. The work environment is I know people who work there, so that's the reason that I was looking over there. And it was like one of those things where I applied, and the next day they got back to me for an interview. So that's usually a good sign that they're willing to take me on if I apply and they're getting to me the next day. It's usually an excellent position to be in. So
I just made a key find, Douglas.
Oh, yes. Oh, that link. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it's a claim that this is the God machine that was found in an attic in Colorado. You need to look at this. It's not necessarily the God machine, but it's
that may be cobbled together from pieces that were part of it. But so the person might. It's kind of like people who picked up pieces of different things after certain scientific projects. There was one man who had a piece of radiated metal in his garage, and this was in New Mexico. And he had worked with the government and claimed that it was a part of the atomic bomb. And of course it couldn't have been because it would have disintegrated. But, he claimed it was part of the Trinity test site bomb, what was called Gadget. But whatever it was radiated enough where that man developed very severe cancer and died. One has to wonder about what impacts the person with whatever they cobbled together that they might have taken from the original.
Well, there's a whole story here that you might want to check out. Sure. I'm not saying it's authentic. There's even a podcast that it comes from. Okay. There's a story here, and
but you'll notice right at the head of the top of this God machine, there's a skull. Do you see that? A black skull.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty fucking ominous for a God machine.
Well, it's Golgotha, the skull, place the skull.
Yes.
Golgotha.
Yeah. Good point.
So it's like if this is not the machine, and I don't mean to assert that it is, it could have even been something that Speer created himself that wasn't quite it. It's very clear that they believe that the destruction of the machine was a ruse.
Right. Well, certainly if you take a look at the comments, the overwhelming majority of people, especially the lower you go, are saying this is definitely not real. You get the smartass comments all go towards the top. But and the smartass comments are funny as hell. They're comedy gold. But the comments towards the bottom get more increasingly serious. And towards the more you go towards the bottom, the more that they're saying that it's it's not real. It's not the real thing. But for one thing, it's just too small. I mean, it's small. The God machine was big. And,
well, it appears to be small.
Yeah. True, it does, but yeah, I think I've got a pretty good sense of scale. It looks pretty small to me.
But you would have seen drawings and stuff of it.
Yeah, I did, and it looked.
So this is definitely not it.
No, not like what I saw. What I saw was big. I mean, big. This is like, don't forget, this man had a church, and faith moves mountains. It took like a horde of people to get that machine up at the top of the hill. And then a horde of people to take it down and take it to Randolph, New York, where then the government took it into their hands. Or rather, elements of the government that today we'd call deep state, basically the cult of the kings of Ibīdem. And so it's and it's far too many doohickeys in it that are just purely occult in nature as opposed to mechanistic. The crucifix, various other elements here. They're more they're of an occult and symbolic nature, more so than what was on the so-called God machine. And the prime motivator, as they called it, etc., as I said, all the many names that they had for it. But it is a key find. I think this is important. It's important because, of course, as you said, the person acknowledges the God machine was not destroyed. I'm convinced that while they were making it, there were plenty of cast-off elements or elements that were stolen from it during the making of the machine, elements that went into it and then were taken out, and then people take them home. I mean, this sort of thing happens all the time with mega projects, and then people many spiritualists, maybe even kind of like rogue Scientologists, free-range Scientologists or something, many of his cultists probably were making their own little God machine, trying to do their best to have like their own little direct connection, because he was making it all seem so essential. They would probably feel obligated to do something like that. Let's check in with Amy again before she takes off. Amy, your coffee and all that, you're drinking that and feeling energized for the day?
Oh yeah, I went to bed super early last night and got up a number of times in the night, and so I knew that I would have to deal with the vehicle in order to get out this morning. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm getting good sleep. Yes. I've got everything I need really. I'm stacked up with firewood. I got plenty of food. We're good. I just have to meet with this gentleman down in Morrisville, which is about, well, it might be 20 minutes away when there's no snow, but it's probably about an hour away right now.
Okay.
So yeah, that's all I'm up to. Hey, did you talk about your thumbnail at all?
I really like the shoes.
Yeah, thank you. Go on.
The shoes are fantastic.
Thank you.
I don't know anything about them, of course.
Geita. The Geita.
They look
Yeah, they look.
Geita shoes?
Yeah, Geta. Geita. Go on. They look what? They look what? Comfortable?
They look absolutely uncomfortable. like in any weather, you would slip and hurt yourself terribly. That's my thought on those shoes.
Yes, that's all too possible. That is all too possible. Yes, thank you. But it's because it's an important Japanese day, the 13th commemorative or Memorial Day of Fukushima Daiichi meltdown. It's their version of 9/11.
That's right.
Yeah, 3/11, and it's also, of course. Yeah, go on, honey.
It's everybody's. Everybody is dealing with that. There's no boundary when it comes to that kind of a disaster.
Thank you.
We all have it.
Thank you.
It all came across the ocean at us. Like, we're not.
Yes. Yes, it's so true. It's all true. To a degree, though miraculously, to a miraculous degree, it hasn't impacted as much as people propagandized it would. I mean, anybody. It really hasn't. It's like with what happened with Europe when oh God, I'm trying to remember the name. For some reason, I'm blacking out on the original meltdown at Chernobyl. When Chernobyl went into meltdown, all that shit went all over Europe. All the wind blew it all over Europe. That's why when Putin invaded the Ukraine, the first thing the Russians did was they set out to capture Chernobyl. And they actually took it. It was one of the few things they did take and keep for an extended period of time so that Putin could threaten all of Europe by pushing it into meltdown again and then radiating all of Europe if they dared to interfere. That was the intent. But all such being said, all that which did radiate Europe with the original meltdown, they thought was going to completely destroy the herd of cattle or elk that the Laplanders live off of. They live off of the reindeer. The Laplanders, they thought that all those reindeer would be radiated and, all of it essentially dispersed to a great degree. It's miraculous how radiation has been reabsorbed into nature to such a great degree, really. And Chernobyl, of course, is now thriving with wildlife. Not that it's not impacted by the radiation or not mutated, but to a degree in some cases, but they've adapted. They live shorter lifespans and they reproduce in far greater litters to compensate for their shorter lifespans. Nature's remarkable. And so Fukushima, as bad as it was, the other holiday today is in the summary of the episode, so people just read the summary, and it's Taiwanese Earth God Day, which is like a lot of little lawn gnomes. It's like, imagine a nice big Earth God and all these little mini-me's that are kind of like lawn gnomes that take care of everyone's plot of land, and everybody kind of honors them. They all get the same birthday twice a year for different reasons, and everybody respects them during that time. But it's really important per Taiwanese folk religion, and it was important on mainland China until fairly recently. So happy holidays, and
I love that.
Yeah,
I want a little gnome on my lawn.
Yes.
To celebrate Taiwan.
Yes.
I was scrounging around a thrift store the other day, and I found this jacket that said "Made in Taiwan," and so I just grabbed it.
Oh,
I was like,
thank
"Yep,
you, thank you."
My Taiwan jacket.
Yeah, I love
Don't
it.
have many.
Yeah, I feel so personally flattered. I feel so personally flattered by that. But yeah, what was that sentence again? This will be my Taiwan jacket to protect you from the cold. That's great. I hope it does. Oh my God.
It's water. It's more of a water jacket. It's more of like a springtime, like waterproof little thing. It was like a bag sale. I had like so much crap and I just had to fill the bag because it was like $6 a bag.
Wow.
But
Oh,
that one I definitely was like not leaving for somebody else.
Thank you.
Taking that one.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. No, I'm just doing stuff. I'm good. I'm happy. I don't even care that there's so much snow because it makes it a lot easier to haul wood on the sled. That is the bonus to having a snowy yard, is that the sled moves faster.
Well, I want to show you guys something. Just a little screen share here to capture this while it's there. So if all of you can see the cursor moving, I want everyone to know Sid has stepped away for a moment. Hopefully he'll be back to say good night to everyone soon. But look at the views, and this is like pretty incredible considering the fact that this is before publication. So we had a lot of people checking in, and total number of times the stream was viewed while it was live, 400. So our numbers are getting higher, and this is so important, and things are getting better for all of us, and so we need to appreciate that. 40 likes already by now, so that means that 1 out of every 10 people liked it, and statistically. And there we have that. So, of course, anyone who does look at the thumbnail embedded in live stream, do note that I'm holding 3 blades. I'm holding 3 blades in one hand, and there's more blades, of course, on my legs. That's what the garters are for, and there's blades at my feet, So, you can't see all the blades because we couldn't fit them all into the photo that fits into the frame. So, there we are. I'm always gunned and bladed, even when I'm half naked. So that being said, there's other elements of the photograph I wish we could have fit into the frame, but this is the best we could do for tonight. And if anyone's interested or really wants it, Amy or Peter, I can send them the full photograph. I can always send you the full photograph, which has more elements.
You're welcome to send it. I love looking at your photos. This one in particular just reminds me of how much more feminine you are and how I need to learn from you.
Yeah, you're so adorable. I love it. Yes.
I definitely think that I could learn something from you in that regard. I just got myself a little bit of makeup. I haven't had any makeup in like 20 years.
Oh my God. And how does your body react? Are you allergic at times? Are you allergic to makeup?
Yeah, that is the problem, is that a lot of times it just doesn't work out. But it's just a little concealer, and I just tried it one time, and I'm not going to wear it every day. It's just for photo opportunities, just when I need to like do another photo, or I've got some kind of thing where I'm presenting and I need to look well, or look like the norm, not necessarily like some middle-aged woman from Vermont.
You're so cute. You're not middle-aged. But before you have to go...
I am, though.
Oh, no.
I know you think I'm 24, but I'm really... my hack will prove it. My cough will prove that I'm not a youngin' anymore.
We'll do us a favor and say good morning to everyone while I see if the photograph uploads. And here we are. Did that upload or did that disappear?
Hello, everyone. Oh, I see it. It's there. I got it.
Okay. And okay. And
it's there. Yes. So thank you all for listening, and please get a hold of Douglas and remind him that he's doing another book, and hopefully that new book will be out soon, maybe sometime before summer. But also you can buy the Roswell Deception, which is what he was talking about. The Battle of Los Angeles is in that. And and enjoy the rest of your day, and try to honor some of the work people do in order to inform us about what the nuclear industry is really up to and how dangerous it really is, despite our ability to overcome it and to let nature repair itself. Yeah. How's that?
Thank you. And good luck with your job interview today.
Yes, we love you.
I gotta go get that truck.
Yes.
Snowed. Okay.
Stay safe and
I
be
love
well.
you too. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay, that's the lovely Amy Como. Peter Moon, say good morning to everyone.
Good morning and good day to everybody. Tune in Wednesday. We'll have Yonda Ashley here.
Yes.
A very talented healer, medium, energy worker, whatever you want to call her. That's on Wednesday, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And remember to donate to Douglas, douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button.
Thank you. And everyone do understand